Su Yun traversed into a book, becoming the formidable antagonist, albeit a millennium too early. At the tender age of 3, what on earth is this whitewashing system? Once you succumb to darkness, your mother will perish from heartache. Please reverse the fate and resurrect her. Gazing at the remarkably healthy beauty, the most exquisite in the realm, Su Yun tentatively called out, "Mother." Mission accomplished. Reward, Primordial Dao Bone. Subsequently, the nature of the tasks took a drastic turn. Annihilate the sects. Please find a successor for your master. Master, what do you think of my successor? Oppress the Empress, slay her husband, and seek a Dao partner for her. This lollipop-sucking infant is the Empress? Are you wishing to play house while also wanting to act as a mother? Exterminate the demon race. Please search through the river of time for an unextinguished bloodline. Behold, who dares to extinguish the bloodline of me and the nine-tailed celestial fox? Chapter 1. Primordial Dao Bone. Insert coin. Enter the world of exhilarating traversals. The anguish pierced deeply, chilling to the bone. Su Yun felt utterly drained, his chest in excruciating pain, surrounded by frigid waters, sinking into suffocation. Someone, quickly save the young master. Alert the Marquis residence. The young master has fallen into the Yulan pool. The eldest young master is also in a coma. What are you all doing? Countless hurried footsteps echoed around him, voices clamoring in disarray. Finally, several ropes ensnared Su Yun, pulling him from the depths. Yet, as he lay upon the ground, none dared to approach and render aid. The grass and foliage beneath him twisted and contorted upon touching the water, becoming grotesque and terrifying. The waters of the Yulan Pond harbor chaotic poison. The young master is merely 3 years old, and should he fall in, the odds of survival are exceedingly grim. Listening to the discussions, Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Have I traversed into another realm? Young master, noble residence, Yulan Pond. Is this not the very melodramatic fantasy novel I have read? At the time, Su Yun remarked upon the peculiar coincidence of sharing the same name as the antagonist. Seated in his abode, fortune descended from the heavens. He had been transported to this alternate world, moments ago, unraveling the enigma of his birth and regaining memories of his previous life. Su Yun felt a pang of frustration. While others traverse as protagonists, why must I become the villain? This villain is truly a pitiable figure. 3 years prior, on a stormy night, the antagonist and the protagonist were born in the same village. In the midst of turmoil, the families mistakenly exchanged their children. Su Yun found himself within the esteemed residence of the Townmanho, becoming the cherished jewel of the Su family, adored by many. The protagonist, intent on seizing all wealth, relentlessly pursued and ensnared him at every turn. He stripped Su Yun of everything, casting him into the depths of despair, leading even his own family to forsake him in disappointment. Thus, Su Yun fell into darkness, transforming into a formidable demon lord. Yet, time and again, in confrontations with the protagonist, the latter managed to escape, gaining even greater fortunes. Even as Su Yun ultimately became the grand antagonist, annihilating realms, he was ultimately vanquished in the decisive battle against the destined protagonist. He became a tragic stepping stone on the path to the latter's ascension to divinity. Truly, this is a clicked and overused plot. Su Yun could not help but scoff. The tale of the false young master has become a well-worn trope, indeed. Yet, experiencing this absurdity firsthand is undeniably challenging to endure. And yet, Su Yun felt excruciating pain throughout his body. Isn't this a bit premature? The narrative officially commences with the antagonist at the age of 18, and now, having fallen into the Yulan pool. Su Yun is merely 3 years old. Deceived by the protagonist, Su Yun was lured into the wilderness, where his celestial bones were forcibly extracted before he was cast into the Yulan pool. The Yulan pool is a perilous abyss, imbued with terrifying, chaotic poison. Even a single drop would send an ordinary individual's meridians into disarray, ultimately leading to a gruesome demise. For those below the 5th realm, merely touching it would sever their path of cultivation. With his chest brutally opened and grievously wounded, Su Yun plunged into the water, inadvertently ingesting a significant amount. When retrieved, he was barely clinging to life, which could be considered a stroke of fortune. This is troublesome. Su Yun lay on the ground, his breath faint and thoughts racing. I've been poisoned by the chaos, rendered incapable of cultivation. mirroring the very backdrop of the story. Must I succumb to darkness and rely on vile practices for my advancement? Subsequently, I would be exposed by the protagonist, leading my family to forsake me, ultimately resulting in a desolate and sorrowful demise. And I am but 3 years old, how could I possibly turn the tide? Ding! As Su Yun grappled with these thoughts, a voice echoed in his ear. Slaughter countless beings, reducing myriad realms to dust. In the end, you shall attain the supreme demonic form, becoming the ultimate antagonist. The heavenly Tao shall relentlessly pursue you to nurture the destined child. To aid the host's survival, the villain redemption system has been activated. Please atone for the malevolent deeds of the past, harness fortune, and evade the pursuit of the heavenly Tao. Su Yun. Wait, system, have you arrived too early or too late? Shouldn't this be the awakening of the system just before the climactic battle with the protagonist? At merely 3 years of age, having yet to commit any malevolent acts, what need is there for atonement? Su Yun, feeling his diminutive arms and legs, innocently inquired, System, have you perhaps miscalculated the timeline? The time is precise. It is now the year 3024 of the Great Qian dynasty. The host is 1003 years old, possesses the realm of true divinity, is a virgin, and wields the art of the devouring heavenly demon. Stop, 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 Su Yun, overwhelmed by the information, could only acquiesce despite his lingering doubts. The system has truly arrived ahead of schedule. A redemption system? At this juncture, I have yet to engage in any wrongdoing. What is there to redeem? Ding! As he pondered, a notification chimed in his ear. Empress Yaoyue has learned of your descent into darkness, and she is deeply sorrowful. Witnessing your slaughter of worlds, she is engulfed in despair as the harbinger of death falls. Please reverse fate, resurrect Empress Yaoyue from the river of time, persuade her, and be reaccepted. Task difficulty, infinitely high task reward, Primordial Daobone. With a whoosh, a streak of light traversed the sky, followed by a figure descending gracefully. She resembled a peony blooming at dawn, resplendent in her beauty. Her skin, as delicate as freshly fallen snow, radiated the unique tenderness of youth. Yet, due to motherhood, her every gesture exuded a gentle, nurturing luminescence. A woman who seemed to have stepped forth from an exquisite painting. This was Lady Xiaoyu, the wife of the Marquis of Zhenyuan and Su Yun's adoptive mother. A maidservant promptly reported, Madam, the 2 young masters have unexpectedly arrived at the Yulan Pond. Currently, the eldest young master is unconscious, and the young master has sustained grave injuries after falling into the Yulan Pond. I fear. The onlookers' expressions were filled with trepidation. The young master could scarcely endure any longer. Upon witnessing her son's dire condition, Xiaoyu was engulfed in profound sorrow. She inhaled deeply, her face still bearing traces of panic, yet her gaze swiftly transformed into one of unwavering resolve. With a determined step forward, she ignited an aura of golden-red flames enveloping her being. A torrent of dense spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing around her and liquefying into spiritual liquid that cascaded down like a waterfall. She sacrificed her life essence, fervently channeling this potent force into Su Yun's body. The maid gasped in astonishment, Madam, you are actually burning your life essence. Upon witnessing Xiaoyu's intent to touch Su Yun, the maid cried out, Do not touch him. The waters of the Yulan Pool are infused with chaotic poison. Anyone below the 5th realm who comes into contact with it will find their cultivation stunted for life. Even with your 5th realm mastery, it is likely you will never advance. A fleeting glimmer of sorrow flickered in Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes, not for herself, but for her son. Through gritted teeth, she declared, He is my son. The maid and the household servants fell silent. They could sense the profound maternal love emanating from her, yet they still wished to voice their concerns. In a moment of resolute determination, Xiaoyu did not hesitate. She wiped away the waters of the Yulan Pool with her bare hands and infused Su Yun with her abundant spiritual energy. With a sudden cough, Su Yun expelled the water that had filled his chest. As the waters of the Yulan Pool touched the ground, the chaotic poison immediately shattered the earth beneath. Xiaoyu's complexion turned pale, her strength waning immensely. However, upon seeing her son awaken, she was instantly filled with joy, exclaiming, Yuner, how do you feel? Su Yun, weakly opening his eyes, gazed upon the ethereal beauty of the woman before him, his heart filled with a sense of uncertainty. Just now, the system prompted me to reverse the flow of time, to be re-embraced by the Emperor Yaoyue. Can I obtain the primordial Dao bone? But I have not been abandoned at all. What is there to discuss about reacceptance? Yet, upon gazing at that exquisite visage and recalling the tender moments of the past 3 years, Su Yun tentatively called out, "Mother." Xiaoyu was filled with astonished joy. The exhaustion from the excessive consumption of true essence seemed trivial in comparison. She embraced Su Yun fiercely, disregarding the contact with the ethereal waters of the Yulan pond. Her eyes sparkled with the delight of regained love. "It is wonderful that you are safe. My dear, that is all that matters. I have always been here, live well, and we shall forever remain a family." Ding, mission accomplished. Chapter 2. The Harmonies of Heaven and Humanity. You are entangled in immense karmic ties, and even reviving a mere insignificant soul from the river of time and space is an arduous endeavor. To resurrect the Emperor Yaoyue, a significant sacrifice must surely be made. To persuade her to reaccept you in the guise of the Demon Lord is indeed a formidable challenge. Securing the acknowledgement of those closest to you has successfully opened the path to redemption. Mission completed. Reward, Primordial Dao bone. Is it truly completed? Su Yun exclaimed, bewildered. The system, which was supposed to awaken at the moment of becoming a global enemy and a malevolent villain, had been simplified immensely due to the premature timeline by a millennium. Observing the child she had nurtured with her own hands, now fallen into the demonic path and standing in opposition to the world, the anguish of Emperor Yaoyue was beyond ordinary. Comprehension did I in the face of infinite guilt and heartache. The desire for reacceptance seemed an insurmountable mountain. Moreover, Su Yun was the apocalyptic antagonist, stained with the karmic burdens of myriad worlds. The closer one is to another, the more challenging it becomes to reverse fate and resurrect from the river of time. Even at the climax of the narrative, during the grand showdown, Su Yun finds it impossible to achieve this. It is no wonder that the difficulty is infinitely high in such moments. The task is nearly impossible to accomplish, and the challenge of redemption surpasses the heavens. Su Yun murmured to himself. However, if one were to move time forward by 1,000 years, the task would transcend mere simplicity. He had never truly been abandoned by his family. How could he speak of being reaccepted? Buzz, a tremor coursed through Su Yun as an enigmatic force surged within him. Timeless and eternal, transcending destiny, I alone am everlasting. This was the primordial Dao bone, an extraordinary entity of the highest caliber, already taking root and sprouting. Within him, Dao is saint, heaven, earth, and humanity. In comparison to the primordial Dao bone, the heavenly bone that had been excavated in the narrative was utterly insignificant. What a gain, Su Yun exclaimed with delight. A delicate yet profound power nourished every inch of his meridians and every sinew, flowing silently like a gentle rain. From that moment on, even while lying still, Su Yun could passively absorb the spiritual essence of the world. He spontaneously achieved eternity, attaining the supreme. Vast spiritual energy capable of shaking mountains and shattering peaks flowed gently within the body of a 3-year-old child. Splash, Ziyu, still concerned for Su Yun, burned her vital blood, desperately infusing him with spiritual energy. Suddenly, Su Yun opened his eyes, flames of divinity igniting within his pupils. The immense power within him surged forth, propelled by Ziyu's spiritual energy, coursing back. Rough his meridians, Ziyu felt a warmth envelop her, her complexion transformed in an instant, and the spiritual energy within her became instantly abundant. Filling the dantian of a fifth realm practitioner, the peculiar energy within Su Yun was finally released. The divine flame in his eyes extinguished, and tranquility enveloped him once more. Sia's heart swelled with emotion as she observed Su Yun's complexion gradually regain its rosy hue, leading her to weep with joy. It worked. Yuner has returned to life. The onlookers were profoundly moved. Lady Jinyuan, disregarding the deadly poison of the Yulan pond, sacrificed her own life essence to extend the life of her adopted son. Even if the path of cultivation ahead were fraught with difficulties, she remained unperturbed. The depth of maternal affection was truly heart-wrenching. Seeing her son free from the clutches of death, Sia, with teary eyes, reproached, "How could you be in the Yulan pond? Do you have any idea how perilous it is here? Each word she uttered felt like a dagger to her heart. Before Su Yun could respond, a voice nearby exclaimed, "Young Master Qingchen has awakened." Xiao Qingchen stirred from his slumber, having been born merely minutes before Su Yun, yet they were both 3 years old. Upon opening his eyes, he exuded an air of sophistication and aloofness. It was only after noticing Xia that his expression transformed into one of innocence and clarity. He was, after all, the child mistakenly swapped with the Xiao family 3 years prior, the rightful heir of the Su lineage. At this moment, Xiao Qingchen sat on the ground, his pallor matching that of Su Yun. "Mother, you have come to save me. I nearly fell victim to my brother." Xia's heart ached deeply at the sight of her biological offspring in such distress. Just as she prepared to offer comfort, his words struck her with shock. "What did you just say?" Xiao Qingchen clutched his chest, sincerity radiating from him as he replied, "Su Yun deceived me into the wilderness, where a group of adults appeared, intent on extracting my bones. They merely quarreled, and first, they dug out my younger brother's bones. Afterward, the guards arrived, and in their haste to flee, they cast my brother into the Yulan pool, allowing me to survive. Mother, I nearly lost the chance to see you digging bones." Xiao Yu was struck as if by lightning. She hurried to inspect, and indeed, there was a wound on Su Yun's chest. Upon probing with her spiritual sense, she found the spot where the heavenly bone once resided, now utterly vacant. Both of these sons exhibited innate extraordinary traits. One possessed the infinite heavenly bone, while the other bore the supreme saint bone, both being paragons among men. Little did she expect that Su Yun's heavenly bone had been extracted. How could he continue his cultivation and pursue immortality thereafter? With cultivators often enjoying lifespans of several hundred to 1,000 years, Xiao Yu found it unbearable that her son had but a few decades to live. Even more intolerable was the thought of them turning against one another. Absolutely impossible, Xiao Yu struggled to comprehend. She had envisioned nurturing these two children to adulthood. Yet, she never anticipated such a gruesome betrayal among kin. Xiao Yu shook her head. Impossible. Yun would never harm anyone. And you? Did anyone witness it? The guard hesitated. Madam, when we arrived, there indeed was a group fleeing. We sent someone to pursue them, but they were skilled, and we lost track. The eldest young master was indeed knocked unconscious first, and only then did we see the young master being thrown into the Yulan pool. Tears welled in Xiao Yu's eyes, her heart a tumult of emotions. She could not discern whether her sorrow stemmed from Su Yun's loss of his foundation or from his descent into darkness. She gazed at Su Yun, her heart heavy with concern. Was it you who did this? Xiao Qingchen revealed a hint of a triumphant smile. After this incident, surely my biological mother will abandon the false young master? I am the true heir of the Su family, and everything within the estate rightfully belongs to me. All competitors must perish. Meanwhile, a maid beside her looked up in astonishment. Have I been reborn? Lin Inger's mind was in turmoil, but soon she regained her memories. This is 1,000 years ago, when the destined one was merely 3 years old. A millennium later, she and Xiao Qingchen joined forces, triggering Su Yun's inner demons at a critical moment, ultimately defeating him. However, as Su Yun was a being of unparalleled strength, his self-detonation took her along with him. They returned to the days when the Dark Lord, Su Yun, fell into the Yulan pool, plagued by chaotic poison, unable to cultivate. In her previous life, she feigned companionship, inquiring about his well-being and attending to Su Yun, thus reaping numerous benefits. Yet, she missed the opportunity to forge a bond with Xiao Qingchen, leading to a drastic decline in her fortunes after abandoning Su Yun. Ultimately, she was unable to evade the explosion due to insufficient power. But I now possess an opportunity to cultivate a connection with the destined one. Lin Inger contemplated. Su Yun is merely a 3-year-old child, suddenly thrust into chaos, unable to articulate a complete thought. It was clearly Xiao Qingchen who hired someone to seize his celestial essence, yet everyone believes it was Su Yun committing the malevolence. In my previous life, I misjudged the situation, pretending to serve Su Yun, indeed gaining some advantages. However, Xiao Qingchen is the true heir of the Su family. Aligning with him is the path to unparalleled opportunities. This time, it is a chance handed to me on a silver platter. Since Xiao Qingchen is destined to triumph, why not lay the groundwork in advance and do him a favor? Lin Inger cleared her throat and spoke. Madam, I arrived the earliest. It was indeed the young master who brought young Master Qingchen near the Yulan Pond. He conspired with those individuals to eliminate the heir of the Su family. It was young Master Qingchen, in a moment of desperation, who revealed to them that Su Yun possessed a divine bone. Seeing the opportunity for profit, they initially targeted the young master's divine bone for practice, intending to extract young Master Qingchen's sacred bone afterward. However, they had barely begun when the guards arrived. They had no choice but to destroy the evidence and cast the young master into the Yulan Pond. Her words vividly painted the entire scene. Although Su Yun had been raised as the heir of the Su family for 3 years, he bore no relation by blood. It was only due to the timely arrival of the guards that the victim was spared from harm. The true culprit, conversely, faced betrayal and received the harshest punishment. The household servants shook their heads in deep sorrow. Madame truly should not have sacrificed her essence, risking her own life to save him amidst the chaos. That lively and beloved young master of the Su family turned out to be a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Who would have imagined that beneath his fair visage lay a heart as venomous as a serpent's? Xiao Qingchen, somewhat astonished, cast a satisfied glance at Lin Inger and affirmed, "Indeed, it is as you say." Lin Inger knelt down, her sincerity palpable. "I am but a novice in cultivation, hardly a match for them. Moreover, it is gratifying to see the true culprit suffer from their own machinations. If the heir of the Su family were to face peril, I would willingly risk everything, even if I were to fall short, to rescue the young master." Her words resonated deeply with the audience, carrying a compelling weight. She was merely at the second realm, and no one could contend with her. The young master Su Yun has committed misdeeds and faces retribution, which is to be expected. However, the eldest son, bearing the bloodline of the Su family, must not be harmed. This statement not only subtly conveyed loyalty, but also further undermined Su Yun's standing. Xiaoyu, reluctant to accept this, found the logic undeniable and had to concede it was the most plausible answer. She gazed at Su Yun, tears brimming in her eyes. "Yunner, why did you come to the Yulan pool?" This place was perilous, heavily guarded, and challenging for an ordinary person to approach. Yet, the nominal heir of the Su residence could force entry by virtue of his status. Observing Su Yun's dazed expression, Lin Inger felt a surge of confidence. In her previous life, this 3-year-old child had been similarly petrified, rendered speechless. Consequently, whatever Xiao Qingchen said was accepted without question. Despite having lost the heavenly bone and being afflicted by chaotic poison, rendering him unable to cultivate, he ultimately became the principal offender. This time, her support would surely please young Master Xiao and solidify her place in his faction. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yun was currently in a state of stupor, listening to the system's notifications. Ding, falling into the Yulan pool is both your calamity and your opportunity. The celestial technique, devouring the heavens demon art, acquired at the bottom of the pool, has become your conduit and foundation for entering demonic paths. Countless powerful beings have had their essence absorbed by you, and innumerable realms have contributed to your cultivation. If you wish to redeem yourself, you must relinquish your most distinctive technique. Task difficulty, supremed at task reward, celestial resonance. Chapter 3. The Devouring Demon Technique. Abandon the Devouring Demon Technique? Su Yun found it hard to believe. The Devouring Demon Technique has become the host's signature ability. Countless powerful beings harbored deep-seated hatred towards it. This technique indeed possesses the power to consume the essence and enhance oneself. However, it also weaves a web of causality, binding one to fate, thus. "Stop!" Su Yun cried out internally. "Do not persuade me. I have long wished to relinquish it." A millennium later, people mistakenly believed he cherished the devouring demon technique as a treasure. Little did they know that Su Yun yearned to forsake this celestial art more than anyone else. He fell into the Yulan pool, poisoned by chaos, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Yet it was there, at the bottom of the pool, that he discovered this demonic technique. After enduring scorn and humiliation, he was compelled to embrace darkness, embarking on a path of consuming all realms, from which there is no return. While the devouring demon technique can absorb the essence and endlessly strengthen oneself, it also entangles one in a web of causality, bearing the fate of countless lives. With every step, karmic burdens surge forth, inviting endless tribulations. The flames of karma surge back, and negative emotions become an unending cycle. Su Yun must exert every ounce of his strength to suppress it. He desired to abandon this celestial art more than anyone, yet found himself unable to do so. The devouring demon technique has become the foundation of Su Yun's power. All subsequent cultivation is built upon this technique. Even the slightest disturbance could provoke a clash among the rest of his powers, ultimately leading him to madness. There is no need for a fated protagonist to intervene. Su Yun would meet his demise from within. Yet in this life, Su Yun has acquired the primordial Dao bone, dispelling the chaos poison. He can cultivate. Why must he succumb to darkness? Yun'er, Xiao Yu wept, tell mother. Why have you come to the Yulan pool? She clutched a fleeting glimmer of hope, willing to believe as long as her son could provide a reason. Yet, what rationale could a mere 3-year-old possess for venturing into such perilous territory? Heavily guarded and shunned even by 5 realm cultivators? He raised his left hand, weakly uttering, "Brother said there are things that mother and father care about. So I came." Xiao Yu was taken aback. Could there truly be a reason? Shao Qingchun gritted his teeth. He lies. It is he who deceived me into coming here. Buzz. A surge of dark energy emanated from Su Yun's palm, a primordial chaos seemingly awakening. In an instant, both mortals and cultivators nearby felt as if an invisible hand gripped their hearts, trembling in fear. Even from the depths of their souls, they sensed a bone-chilling cold. The eerie chaotic force of the Yulan pool began to dissipate, retreating beneath the water's surface. Demonic arts. Xiao Yu gasped in horror. There were such malevolent entities lurking at the bottom of the pool. Even without recognition, one could feel the wickedness of this power. Just the sight of its law and rhythm seemed to devour the very essence of one's soul. Shao Qingchen's eyes widened in astonishment. What was that? A twinge of jealousy surged within him. That pretender had fallen into the Yulan pool and emerged with such a fortuitous encounter. Had it been himself who had plunged into those depths, that divine power would have rightfully belonged to him.
Linear was equali astonis.
Her heart racing as she shouted internally, "How dare you reveal the swallowing heaven demonic art?" That was Su Yun's most formidable and earliest power. She had intended to find an opportunity to eliminate Su Yun and seize this celestial technique. Now, with the swallowing heaven demonic art exposed, it would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of various powerful factions. Having only reached the second realm, Lin Inger lamented the lost opportunity, her heart bleeding with regret. Could it be that my premature choice of young master, Xiao, has led to this unforeseen turn of events? Su Yun, you truly bring me trouble. Yet, having boarded the vessel of the fated child, I am destined to slay you. How absurd that you would reveal your demonic powers so early. This matter will surely be difficult to rectify.
Boom.
A thunderous sound resonated through the sky as myriad mysterious forces churned, splitting the clouds to unveil a golden vertical pupil. The gaze of the pupil swept across the assembly, its overwhelming pressure rendering all present weak in the knees. It emitted a deafening roar. Who are you? What transpires here? Xiao Yu bowed slightly. We, from the Jinyuan Marquis House, pay our respects to the supervisor. My son has fallen into the Yulan pond and inadvertently stumbled upon a forbidden technique. I humbly beseech the supervisor to intervene, dispel the chaotic poison from my son, and eradicate the malevolent art. The Jinyuan Marquis House. This forbidden technique is indeed peculiar. Manifest. The golden vertical pupil flared with brilliant light. Time and space around it froze, and illusory images began to unfold, replaying past events like flowing water. It is the national fortune. The supervisor is actually drawing upon the national fortune. A realization dawned upon someone, prompting gasps of astonishment. The national fortune is the very foundation of the Great Qian, a powerful asset that the major sects and sacred grounds dare not oppose. Such a precious resource is not easily wielded, even by a sovereign. Yet now, the supervisor of the Qintian Bureau is utilizing immense national fortune from 1,000 miles away, seeking to pierce through the fabric of time. It is no surprise. The aura emitted by this forbidden technique is overwhelmingly vast, far beyond the ordinary. Not only the supervisor, but the sovereign too must have grasped the gravity of the situation. A fleeting shadow passed by, revealing two diminutive figures at the edge of the forest. Fortunately, no advanced cultivators obstructed the manifestation of history. Xiaoyu recognized them at once. It was Su Yun and Xiao Qingchen. Her emotions were tumultuous, torn between the desire to observe and the urge to look away. Xiaoyu endeavored to comprehend who had wronged Su Yun, yet she feared witnessing the betrayal of a brother, a violation of human decency. The family servants also furrowed their brows, sorrowfully gazing at Su Yun's phantom. The Su family had nurtured him for 3 years, yet he repaid their kindness with treachery, plotting against the rightful heir. After today, he must surely be expelled from the Su residence. At that moment, Xiao Qingchen's apparition spoke. "Brother, at the Yulan pool, our parents are eager to know what lies there. The guards will not permit entry, but we shall stealthily slip away and infiltrate. Once we discover that extraordinary artifact, father and mother will surely be delighted." Su Yun's specter, with wide innocent eyes, nodded without hesitation. "All right, I shall follow you, brother." He moved quietly towards the Yulan pool. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingchen glanced up, signaling towards a certain direction among the treetops. "Proceed. Remember to render me unconscious." The Su family servants stood in stunned silence for a while, exclaiming in disbelief. Could it be? Young Master Qingchen intends to harm young Master? A figure atop the tree, an advanced cultivator, interfered with the apparition, obscuring its visage. Yet for Xiaoyu, this detail had become irrelevant, for in the next moment, Su Yun's phantom collapsed, blood gushing from his chest. Xiaoyu's countenance turned pale, incredulously staring at Xiao Qingchen. "It was you." Su Yun then heard the system emit a chime.
Ding.
"All your cultivation is founded upon the devouring sky demon technique. Abandoning this art would mean retracing every step on the arduous path of cultivation. Such immense effort is sufficient to demonstrate the demon lord's resolve to redeem himself before the realms." Task completed. Reward. Celestial Tao Rhythm. Chapter 4. Excavating the supreme sacred bones. Su Yun inwardly lamented. "What have I contributed? I have done nothing but showcase the acquired sinister arts before others." While the devouring sky demon technique is undeniably powerful, its side effects are alarmingly severe. Stimulants may prove effective, yet no rational being would willingly consume such a harmful substance. Would they?
Buzz.
A mysterious force emanated outward, rendering Su Yun's form momentarily transparent. However, the golden vertical pupils illuminated the scene, leading onlookers to believe it was merely a manifestation of magical prowess. Although Su Yun's soul and body remained unchanged, the ineffable essence within him was nourished by the purest spiritual essence of the universe, rectifying all deficiencies and mending all fractures. The celestial Tao rhythm enables Su Yun to seamlessly integrate into the world, free from any environmental constraints. Every entity possesses imperfections. As long as Su Yun is present, the celestial Tao rhythm can serve as a bridge, continuously repairing until achieving perfection. In other words, Su Yun has become a walking avenue, a mobile halo of enhancement. Everything in the vicinity will be fortified, and any form of cultivation will yield exponential results. Even in the course of ordinary life, it will mend injuries, strengthen the body, and prolong life. Truly splendid. Su Yun felt a surge of joy. He pondered on how Xiaoyu had, for his sake, touched the waters of the Yulan pool and succumbed to the chaos poison, expending her precious life essence. He must do something to compensate for the harm she endured. At this moment, lying down, Xiaoyu could mend her injuries and even progress further. A humming sound emanated as her golden slit pupils scanned the scene, observing Su Yun's ethereal form being discarded into the pond after having his bones extracted. Shortly after, the guards of the Su residence arrived and cautiously retrieved him. In the brief span of a single incense stick burning, Su Yun attained the swallowing the heavens devil technique. It appeared to be mere coincidence. The golden slit pupils hummed softly, acknowledging the boy's fortunate fate. Despite enduring such calamity, he had still acquired an opportunity. It cast another glance at Xiao Qingchen, remaining silent, though its pupils trembled slightly, as if mocking. Tears welled in Xiaoyu's eyes as she implored, "Guardian, please save my son." The golden slit pupils emitted a beam of light, illuminating Su Yun's diminutive form. Soon after, a forbidden character materialized on Su Yun's left palm. "I have cast a spell. In 1 month's time, I shall extract the malevolent energy. At that point, you may present the technique to the court. The golden slit pupils spoke eloquently, sending forth another ray of light. Steam enveloped Su Yun as the residual waters of the Yulon pond were swiftly refined. The twisted vegetation beneath him withered away. Xiao Yu's anxiety intensified. Guardian, my son. The golden slit pupils remained silent for a moment before finally responding. He is unharmed. Gratefully, Xiao Yu expressed her thanks. Thank you, Guardian, for your intervention. The golden slit pupils displayed a puzzled expression, blinking before vanishing from sight. How curious. This child, devoid of any cultivation, fell into the Yulon pond, yet exhibited no signs of poisoning whatsoever? 1,000 miles away, at the Star Observation Tower, the Guardian pondered while toying with a chess piece, contemplating. Could it be that the malevolent technique, in its quest for succession, purged all chaotic toxins? So be it. This boy indeed possesses remarkable fortune. The Su family is about to welcome the birth of a prodigious talent. As the steam began to dissipate, Xiao Yu embraced Su Yun, her voice laced with urgency. Yun'er,
How are you?
Su Yun, weakly opening his eyes, managed to call out mother before succumbing to a deep slumber. Having just acquired 2 divine abilities, his body required time to digest and adapt. Observing the gradual return of color to his face, Xiao Yu felt a measure of relief, despite his unconscious state. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her garments billowing without a breeze, emanating an aura of icy resolve. Turning sharply, her eyes filled with sorrow, she exclaimed, You conspired with outsiders to harm your own brother. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the household servants, Su Yun might have drowned in the Yulon pool. And had the overseer not acted, Su Yun might have been forever barred from cultivation. The thought of her own flesh and blood plotting against a sibling filled Xiao Yu with profound anguish. The servants shook their heads in disbelief, murmuring amongst themselves, who would have thought that it was young Master Qingchen who perpetrated this? At merely 3 years of age, how could he be so malicious? The little master is so endearing, how could he possibly harm anyone? It is utterly ruthless. I always knew that the little master, beloved by all for his gentle demeanor, could never inflict harm. Shao Qingchen's expression shifted dramatically. I have no brother. He is not even a member of the Su family. Merely an outsider. His death means nothing. An outsider? Xiao Yu's bitter laughter echoed, unfathomable that such words could escape the lips of a mere 3-year-old. In your eyes, Yun'er is an outsider? He is the child you raised with your own milk, a bond forged beyond mere blood ties. She could not bear the thought of that tender, innocent child becoming nothing more than a withered corpse in a grave. Lin Ying'er's countenance darkened, utterly taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. Su Yun, you truly are a harbinger of calamity. How could you possibly hand over my heavenly devouring magic and bring the overseer into this? A celestial-level technique, even if it is a demonic art, would inevitably draw attention. This Su demon lord is anything but reassuring. Her eyes blazed crimson as she gritted her teeth and declared, Madam, young Master Qingchen speaks truly. He is indeed the scion of the Su family, carrying their bloodline. Young Master Su Yun is but an outsider. Having fallen into the Yulon pool, what connection does he have with the Su family? In her heart, she was convinced that with the blood of the Su family coursing through Shao Qingchen's veins, victory was assured. Even if their circumstances were exposed, would the Su residents forsake their own kin? Ultimately, matters would be downplayed and resolved. Xiao Yu's gaze was cold and piercing, seemingly lost in contemplation, silent. Observing this, Lin Ying'er assumed she had struck a chord and was filled with elation. She continued, It is evident that despite the peril, the young master insists on proceeding. Even if young Master Qingchen is heired, does that absolve him of all responsibility? Moreover, the young master has already had his heavenly bone extracted, his foundational path destroyed. Even if the overseer intervenes to dispel the chaotic poison, his life is doomed to stagnation. Madam, you should not waste your efforts on an outsider. With the heavenly bone lost, do you intend to seek a sacred bone for the young master? A long sigh escaped Xiaoyu's lips, followed by an unexpected smile. You are not wrong, she conceded. Lin Ying'er felt a surge of joy within. She had successfully persuaded the matriarch of the Su family. Eagerly, she turned to Xiao Qingchen, her expression radiating triumph. Xiao Qingchen also revealed a smile, considering the matter settled. Suddenly, Xiaoyue raised her hand, casting a binding spell that immobilized both individuals. Before a fifth-tier cultivator, a second-tier cultivator, and a mere 3-year-old child had no room for resistance. Xiao Qingchen's eyes widened in alarm. What do you intend to do? Lin Inger felt an ominous premonition swell within her. Xiaoyue coldly declared, "You conspired with outsiders and usurped Yunyu's foundation." Her assertion was indeed accurate. It was time to retrieve a replacement. As for you, consider this a compensation for your younger brother. Xiao Qingchen was taken aback. And then his eyes blazed with fury. You dare? With a swift motion, Xiaoyue's fingertip beckoned, and a gaping wound opened in Xiao Qingchen's chest. A resplendent bone was extracted, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Intricate runes adorned its surface, inducing dizziness upon mere glance. The supreme sacred bone. Lin Inger gasped in shock. Xiao Qingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. My sacred bone. With a decisive press, Xiaoyue forced the luminous bone into Su Yun's chest. The servant stood in stunned silence. Madam, has she truly excavated young Master Qingchen's sacred bone to bestow upon the young master? The young master previously possessed a celestial bone, which pales in comparison to the sacred bone. In this case, the young master has truly gained, for with the monitoring officer's intervention to expel the chaotic poison, he has exchanged the celestial bone for the sacred bone. Moreover, he has acquired a tome of demonic arts, though it shall eventually be surrendered. Retaining a copy may prove beneficial for future cultivation. The servants, astonished, found themselves enveloped in a subtle sense of satisfaction. The young master had resided in the manor for 3 years, exhibiting kindness and compassion, coupled with a striking appearance that endeared him to all. Initially, the slander against him was met with disbelief. When the moment of vindication arrived, the household servants rejoiced, for the young master remained the benevolent soul he had always been. It was a pity that he bore the blood of outsiders, creating an insurmountable chasm with the Su family. Just as the servants thought they could let the matter fade into obscurity, Xiaoyu audaciously transferred Xiao Qingchen's sacred bone to Su Yun. The young master, originally destined for greatness, had now exchanged his celestial bone for a sacred one, potentially enabling him to ascend to even greater heights in the future. Though he faced this calamity, it paradoxically opened the door to immense fortune, a classic case of misfortune concealing a blessing. Xiao Qingchen, immobilized and filled with venomous resentment toward Xiaoyu, exclaimed, You dared to bestow my sacred bone upon that outsider. On what grounds do you undermine my foundation? Once his strength was regained, he vowed to seize the Su household and exact vengeance. Having undergone a reincarnation, Xiao Qingchen unexpectedly regained his memories during his fragile youth. Upon discovering that he possessed a natural sacred bone and was the heir of a prominent family, he felt assured of his fate in this life. Armed with the emperor's memories, he believed he could swiftly reach the pinnacle of power and reclaim his status as a formidable ruler. However, he never anticipated that merely confronting a 3-year-old child would lead to his downfall, resulting in the loss of his invaluable sacred bone. Consumed by hatred, he found himself powerless to act, forced to watch as the sacred bone embedded itself within Su Yun's chest, ultimately vanishing without a trace. In a fit of rage, Xiao Qingchen was overcome, fainting from the sheer intensity of his emotions. Xiaoyu, observing the radiant bone merging with Su Yun's body without any immediate reaction, exhaled in relief. She then turned her icy gaze towards Lin Inger and remarked, And you as well. Lin Inger trembled all over, silenced by fear. She never anticipated the depth of Xiaoyu's feelings for Su Yun. She had disregarded her own flesh and blood, even unearthing the supreme sacred bone of Xiao Qingchen. That was a naturally extraordinary treasure, a guaranteed path to sanctity, effortlessly leading to emperorship. Su Yun lost his heavenly bone, yet acquired the sacred bone. Lin Inger was filled with regret, berating herself for speaking out. Had she remained silent, events might have unfolded differently. Su Yun would not have revealed the devouring heaven demon art, nor attracted the attention of the monitor. She could have feigned servitude while secretly aiding Xiao Qingchen with poison. Now, she had gained nothing, and instead, Su Yun had been bestowed with opportunities 100-fold better than in his previous life. Lin Inger lamented, was it truly worth it for an outsider? Xiao Yu gently remarked, he is my son. I see you are easily swayed by appearances. Do not let such eyes deceive you. Heed not the cacophony of words in your ears. A silver tongue can wreak havoc. Do not let your words ensnare others. A mere maid should not require my intervention. Lin Inger, in a state of utter terror, retreated incessantly. No, please do not come closer, no. Yet, encircled by the guards, she found herself with no escape. Su Yun awakened to the dawn of a new day. He felt himself nestled in softness, inhaling the fragrance of blooming flowers. Gently turning his head, he beheld a face that could enchant the entire world. Her lustrous, raven-black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, with a few strands brushing against Su Yun's face, evoking a sense of comfort rather than irritation. How long had it been since he last slept in his mother's embrace? Xiao Yu, having burned her life essence, found herself in a state of great weakness. After personally tending to Su Yun, she succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Yet, even in her unconscious state, her delicate and fair fingers continued to gently pat Su Yun's back. Su Yun gazed at this paragon of beauty from the Tianyuan realm and comfortably shifted into a more relaxed position. Ever since his mother, Xiao Yu, was universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Tianyuan realm, the very notion of ranking had been rendered obsolete. In the past, when one spoke of the first beauty, there was curiosity about who might occupy the second or third positions. However, the emergence of Xiao Yu extinguished such interest. For those who sought the images of the second and third beauties were invariably met with disappointment, finding the disparity so vast that it rendered any comparison ludicrous. Thus, the Tianyuan realm was left with but one beauty, while others were relegated to titles such as the first beauty of the eastern wilderness, the first beauty of the western regions, and the first beauty of Tianjin City. Meanwhile, Su Yun lay comfortably in the embrace of this unrivaled beauty, basking in her complete adoration. Suddenly, a system notification echoed beside him. The death of Xiao Yu is a profound blow to you. You have shattered, along with her beloved Chiwa flower, an entirety of the Tianyuan realm, solely to pay tribute. Begin your purification with minor tasks. Please find the last remaining Chiwa flower in this fractured world and present it to your mother. Task difficulty, extremely high. Reward, Imperial Qi observation technique. Su Yun's expression turned peculiar. Task difficulty, extremely high? In the narrative, Su Yun had reduced the entire Tianyuan realm to dust. After succumbing to darkness, his mother had perished from heartbreak. To honor her memory, he intended to send down everything she had experienced, cherished, and loathed, to accompany her. A world devoid of you holds no significance for me. The radiant moonflower, too, perished alongside the entire realm. Those cultivators with even a modicum of ability who managed to escape were hardly concerned with carrying even a single ordinary spiritual herb seed. To seek out a solitary, surviving radiant moonflower amidst an endlessly shattered and inferno-ridden world was an endeavor fraught with difficulty. However, Su Yun turned his head and gazed through the intricately carved window, where he beheld the flower bed shimmering resplendently. The abundant spiritual energy overflowed, ascending into beautiful, auspicious clouds. And the cherished radiant moonflower, favored by Xiao Yu, occupied the vast majority. This task seemed rather too simple. Su Yun mused inwardly, cautiously rising and stealthily making his way out of the room. His body still felt somewhat heavy as he adjusted to his new physique. Suddenly he heaved, expelling a dazzling fragment of bone from his mouth. This is the supreme sacred bone? He noticed the intricate runes and surmised with a hint of apprehension. The bone emitted a faint glow, seemingly filled with grievance and fear. Su Yun quickly comprehended. You were expelled by the Dao bone. The primordial Dao bone is, after all, 2 significant tiers above the supreme sacred bone. This is not just a matter of realm. There exists a possibility of pursuit. A slight disparity in tier is akin to a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. While a realm may possess a few sacred bones, one would be hard-pressed to find even a single Dao bone across myriad worlds. Just yesterday it had merged, and the primordial Dao bone had yet to attend to this triviality. As soon as Su Yun awakened, it had promptly ejected it. Chapter 6. Sacred Level Divine Weapon. The Supreme Sacred Bones runes flickered with profound grievance. Born amidst the imperial fortune, its host should at least ascend to the sacred realm, effortlessly becoming an emperor. Yet, here it found itself, expelled like refuse and treated with disdain. Yet, it dared only to voice its grievances. The power residing within this child was such that even the heavens would retreat in trepidation. All are of the Tao lineage. Who fears whom? Su Yun scratched his head. How did you end up here? Oh, I see. Apart from Xiao Qingchen, there was no one else with the sacred bone. He speculated that Xia had excavated the sacred bone from her own son and bestowed it upon her adopted child. Contemplating this, Su Yun felt a pang of emotion. 3 years of motherly bond had forged a genuine connection. A sigh escaped him. So, at this juncture, what should I cleanse my reputation of? My innocence is beyond reproach. Yet Xiao Qingchen's character has darkened.
Buzz.
The sacred bone emitted a sound, its runes flickering fiercely in rejection. Su Yun nodded, acknowledging the impossibility of returning it. To the outside world, Xiao Qingchen possessed the bloodline of the Su family, granting her a distinct advantage over him. However, the reality was that the Su estate had nurtured him for 3 years, establishing a deep-rooted affection. As long as he was not wrongfully accused, he could look forward to a peaceful future. The Su family was a prominent clan, but above them loomed the great Qian divine dynasty. Beyond that lay the Tianyuan realm, and above that, the Qianxing abyss. As a mere heir to a family, Su Yun felt little inclination towards such grandeur. Yet, he would not return the sacred bone to those who conspired against him. Moreover, spiritual energy requires blood to acknowledge its master. This sacred bone had fully merged with his being, signifying countless acknowledgments of allegiance. As for Xiao Qingchen's mark, before the Tao bone, any mark would be obliterated. He declared, then consider me your weapon. Can you transform? Su Yun pondered. If it could not shapeshift, he would henceforth wield the supreme sacred bone as a projectile. This artifact possessed sentience, making it an excellent mystical brick. Buzzing, the supreme sacred bone vibrated before swiftly transforming into a dagger. Su Yun felt a pang of disappointment. His dreams of becoming a part of the Grand Qian Hao Nan were shattered. However, after a few experimental swings, he quickly redirected his focus. The supreme sacred bone, indeed, was a treasure of the sacred level. Sacred level elixirs and weapons could only be wielded by great saints and were exceedingly rare. The emergence of even a single item would send ripples through the Tianyuan realm. Yet, a sacred level Tao foundation was something no one would dare to fashion into a weapon. This artifact not only effortlessly cleaved through other spiritual instruments, but could also serve as an external soul bone, autonomously sensing the wielder's intentions and enhancing their comprehension. Although Su Yun possessed a Tao bone, he would not disdain the addition of another top-tier magical artifact. Moreover, it had the ability to morph into various shapes. He molded the sacred bone into a small sphere, akin to a child's toy, and tucked it away in his pocket as he stepped outside. From now on, you shall be called Little Bone, he casually named it.
Buzz.
The supreme sacred bone flickered momentarily, as if to protest, yet dared not challenge the Tao bone. Upon seeing Su Yun emerge from the room, the maid Qing man gasped, "Young master, your condition." Su Yun promptly placed a finger on his lips, signaling for silence. After a moment's hesitation, Qing man chose not to awaken the matriarch, sensing that the young master was not gravely harmed. Once he departed, a smile of affection crept onto Qing man's face. How utterly adorable! The young lad, delicate and exquisitely crafted, exuded a touch of heroism. Though merely a child, he always bore an air of maturity. Such a child would capture the heart of anyone who laid eyes upon him. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, the young master radiated a peculiar charm today. It was an ineffable essence, reminiscent of the first light of dawn and the gentle caress of a breeze, akin to clear springs merging with the earth, embodying an endless harmony with nature. It is strange. Could it be that yesterday, while falling into the Yulan pool, a fortuitous opportunity was discovered? How wonderful it is that the young master can grow up healthily, allowing both the lady and the lord to feel more at ease. Qing man exchanged glances with the other maidservants, recognizing each other's hopes. As Su Yun stepped into the garden, he did not need to search. The ground was strewn with blazing moonflowers. Tilting his head in contemplation, he soon began to dig and rummage through the earth. After observing for a while, Qingmen also crouched down and asked young master, "Are you picking flowers?" Su Yun replied earnestly, "Indeed." Qingmen couldn't help but smile like an affectionate aunt. This young master was truly endearing. Even the act of digging in the mud seemed to carry a unique charm. While other children might call it playing in the mud, Su Yun referred to it as experiencing life. She suggested, "Young master, you may not be adept at farming. Why not allow me to assist?" Su Yun placed his hands on his hips and insisted, No, I can manage." Upon lowering her gaze, Qingman was taken aback. Although blazing moonflowers are common, they are also a form of spiritual medicine. Yet, at Su Yun's feet lay a dozen complete flowers. Each petal was fully unfurled, and the dewdrops upon them sparkled, untouched and pristine. To extract such perfect specimens was something she believed she could not accomplish. How did the young master manage this? She observed Su Yun, whose small figure was diligently engaged in his task. He wielded a child-sized sickle, diligently digging into the ground. What appeared to be a simple action, however, exuded a certain grace. Everything was so natural and harmonious, as if he were one with the entire flower bed, indistinguishable from it all. It seemed less like Su Yun was plucking the flowers and more as if the blazing moonflowers were eagerly emerging from the soil, leaping into his palms. Qingman wondered, when did the young master learn the art of gardening? Oh, perhaps it was crafted by a blacksmith specifically for the young master. Supreme Sacred Bone. Primordial Dao Bone, a scythe? Is your adversary a vast field of wheat? Qingman, drenched in sweat, couldn't he help but tenderly wipe her brow. Such tasks are best left for us. Young master, why are you gathering these flowers? Su Yun replied, Naturally, they are for mother. After pondering for a moment, Qingman suggested, It would be cumbersome to carry such a large bunch. Let us weave a string to bind them. Su Yun contemplated. Then you must teach me. I shall weave. Qingman's heart raced, longing to embrace him and affectionately ruffle his hair. He was simply too adorable. So endearingly obedient, rising early to gather flowers for his mother. If only she had such a child, she would cherish him dearly. Indeed, I shall teach you right away. Young master, Qingman earnestly instructed. Please observe. First take the string. Yet, as she held the blazed moonflower, she felt a wave of confusion. Why did these plucked flowers appear even more vibrant? A glance at the nearby garden revealed that the blooms there were distinctly less robust than those in her grasp. It was as if these flowers, touched by Su Yun, had absorbed a wealth of nourishment in mere moments, blossoming further. Was it an illusion? Qingman shook her head. Perhaps the young master had chosen only the finest blazed moonflowers. Little did she know, Su Yun's celestial aura continuously bestowed enhancements upon the surrounding entities. These flowers were infused with essence, gradually progressing toward perfection. How fortunate the lady must be to have such a remarkable son. Unlike another. Qingman cast a glance towards the other side of the Su residence, her eyes filled with indignation. Both were the children of the mistress, yet their behaviors were worlds apart. Before long, Xiaoyu groggily awakened, instinctively slapping her hand down only to grasp at empty air. Suddenly alarmed, she sat up. Yunner is missing. Chapter 7. The Foundation Elixir. Panic-stricken, Xiaoyu recalled that just yesterday she had nearly lost her son. Awakening to find the person in her embrace gone was unbearable. Yunner, someone come. Where is Yunner? She cried out. Remembering Su Yun's instructions to surprise her mother without revealing specifics only heightened her anxiety. Clutching her chest, she exhaled deeply. This child. Yet, upon a moment's reflection, a surge of joy washed over her. He can move about freely? He is truly all right? Qingman smiled and remarked. The physician visited last night and also stated that the situation was quite favorable. Just earlier, the young master displayed remarkable vigor, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Only then did Xiaoyu feel a slight sense of relief. Have the physician come again to check. Qingman promptly went to relay the message. At that moment, a cacophony of noises erupted from outside. Qingman peered out, her expression one of confusion. It is the eldest young master and Lady Qi. They are approaching. Immediately following, an irate female voice rang out. Xiao Yu, get out here. With what right do you excavate my son's sacred bones for that wretched offspring? As Xiao Yu rose, she witnessed a figure barging in. The maidservants attempted to restrain the woman in front, yet Xiao Qingchen continued to wail, kicking and striking at those around her, leaving no one daring enough to draw near. 3 years ago, the Su family fell into an ambush set by their enemies and were forced into a secluded village. In the midst of chaos and darkness, with injuries afflicting everyone, a grave mistake occurred. 2 children were mistakenly exchanged. At that time, seeing the children were still so young and unable to part from their adoptive parents, the Su family, being of considerable stature, did not mind taking in a few more impoverished relatives, allowing them to move in. This Qi Yenyun became the adoptive mother of Xiao Qingchen. Do you comprehend the significance of the sacred bone? This is the heir of the Su family. If you destroy his foundation, what shall we do in the future? Originally from a humble background and possessing commendable beauty, her fortunes changed upon entering the Su residence, where she was adorned in gold and jewels, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet, in the presence of the most beautiful woman of the Tianyuan realm, she appeared as a flickering candle before the sun, diminished by an entire dimension. Especially when confronting her with fury and distorted expressions, she resembled a vengeful specter. Xiao gazed at Xiao Qingchen with a tumultuous heart. She had raised Su Yun and found it impossible to sever those emotional ties. Even if he lacked the Su family's bloodline, she intended for him to continue as the young master, hoping time would mend the mistake and unite the 2 children as brothers, aiding one another. However, she never anticipated the tragic conflict that transpired yesterday, which was truly heartbreaking. Yet, one must be accountable for their misdeeds. Even if it involves one's own flesh and blood, they must face the corresponding consequences. Shi Yarwes spoke coldly. No one wishes for such occurrences. Yet, Qingchen colluded with outsiders and usurped his brother's sacred bone. Debts must be repaid. A life taken must be avenged. He has seized Yun's foundation. Thus, he must compensate with his own. What is the issue with that? Is it truly the same? Qi Yenyun's voice was sharp, demanding clarity. Do you understand who the true heir of the Su family is? You have damaged the heir's foundation, bringing disgrace upon the entire Su family. What business do you have with an outsider? If he dies, so be it. Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at the words spoken. Qingchen is a child of the Su family, and so is Yun heir. Qi Yenyun rebuked angrily. If the heir does not perish, you will ultimately be branded as the spawn of evil.
Slap.
Xiaoyu attempted to strike her, but before she could act, Xiao Qingchen had already kicked Qi Yenyun's leg. He cried out in distress, I want the supreme holy bone. I want the foundation. I don't care. What is mine. Return it to me. I want it back. He discerned the gravity of the situation, fully aware of who truly was the heir of the Su family. Enjoying success and indulgence, she felt entitled to this son devoid of her bloodline. As for the other, merely a stumbling block. She hoped for his demise sooner rather than later. Xiao Qingchen wept, his face streaked with tears. You are wicked too. You do not protect Qingchen. It hurts, my chest aches terribly. Woe is me, my bones are gone. Oh, compared to yesterday, he now appeared less calculating, resembling a mere 3-year-old mischief maker. Colluding with outsiders? Colluding with your father. Qi Yenyun rose, her words spitting venom. Qingchen is only 3 years old. What does he understand of treachery? Have you not realized he is under someone else's control, possessed by evil? What fault does he have to be subjected to the extraction of the holy bone? As a mother, how could you be so heartless? Shi Yaoyu felt a jolt of astonishment, as if she were witnessing her true face for the first time. I preside over fairness, with an unyielding heart. Do you think it is less ruthless to unearth the bones of Yunu? She has already endured suffering once. How could you bear to let her suffer again? Mother! At this moment, a fair-skinned, delightful child exuberantly dashed in. With lips as red as cherries, teeth as white as pearls, and eyes gleaming like obsidian, the child, illuminated from behind, radiated a halo of golden light, sparkling with brilliance. Compared to the pitiful little monkey beside her, weeping and covered in snot, she was 100 times more pleasing to the eye. Yun paid no heed to anyone else and thrust a handful of meticulously prepared blazing moonflowers into Yu's hands. Mother, these are for you.
Yet.
Upon receiving her most cherished blazing moonflowers, she could not suppress her laughter. You must inform Mother before venturing out in the future. Yes. Yun immediately stood at attention. She blinked her eyes. Mother, I heard from Sister Ching Man that you were injured yesterday. The blazing moonflower possesses spiritual essence. If you observe and inhale its fragrance, you will recover swiftly. Moreover, his bright eyes, though merely stating facts, conveyed a warmth that enveloped her. Mother, thank you. Xiaowei was amused by the little warm-hearted boy. The blazing moonflower was merely a low-tier spiritual herb. If it could heal the depletion of vital blood, how could the Su family afford to plant it in their garden? Yet, seeing the child's honest demeanor touched her deeply, and her eyes glistened with tears. Thank you, Yunner. My child is grown up. At just 3 years old, having narrowly escaped a life-and-death crisis the previous day, he had picked flowers for his mother the next day. This was the most precious gift Xiaowei had ever received. Furthermore, she couldn't help but glance at Xiao Qingchen. Crying and throwing tantrums, he appeared every bit a child, entirely unlike someone with deep schemes who would harm his brothers in the shadows. Yet, in front of his mother, he expressed his anger through kicks and punches. The sight of such blatant disregard for elders compelled Xiaoyu to involuntarily draw a comparison with Su Yun. How could the disparity be so profound? A pang of sorrow pierced Xiaoyu's heart, for this was also her child, sharing her blood. Yet, in comparison to Su Yun, the chasm between them seemed insurmountable. Upon witnessing this scene of maternal affection and filial piety, Qi Yanyan felt a sharp pain in her heart, engulfed by unbridled fury. She shouted vehemently, lunging towards Su Yun, "Return my son's sacred bone. You wretched spawn. Why do you not perish?" Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, poised to intervene. When she sensed a surge of spiritual energy, "Who dares wish for my son?" demise. Chapter 8. Essence of Heaven and Earth with a Whoosh. Streams of pure energy cascaded from the heavens, a fierce wind sweeping through the room, causing everyone to sway. Only Xiaoyu and Su Yun remained untouched, shielded by a gentle force. Suddenly, the space around them seemed to solidify, and in an instant, the surrounding colors appeared more vibrant, as if something had filled the imperfections of all things, rendering them more perfect and harmonious with nature. Buzz. A figure descended, taking one step from 100 miles away, the second step landing firmly in the courtyard. Dozens of golden-armored guards within the city felt the tremor and took to the air. The man stood tall like a pine, his brows and eyes radiating brilliance, with a resolute gaze that exuded both intelligence and valor. It was Su Chang'e, the Marquis of Zhenyuan from the Great Qian dynasty, commanding an army of 1,000,000. Su Chang'e nodded lightly, his words concise. "I have just arrived." Qi Yanyan quickly regained her composure, her excitement akin to that of a soul saved from despair. "Head of the Su family, I have urgent matters to discuss," she exclaimed. "Young master of the Su family, your biological son has had his sacred bone extracted and implanted into another." She glared at Su Yun with resentment. Xiao Qingchen was the legitimate heir of the Su family, and logically, everything in the manor should belong to him. Is it not said that men place great importance on their offspring? With the supreme sacred bone taken, how could he not be furious and immediately expel Xiaoyu and Su Yun? Su Chang'e's divine sense swept over the scene and instantly discerned the underlying issues. One child was brimming with vitality, in excellent condition, while the other meridians were withered, their foundation in disarray. Qi Yanyan immediately added fuel to the fire. Yesterday, Qingchan was possessed by evil spirits, and that woman not only disregarded it but also extracted his supreme sacred bone. What will happen if something goes wrong with the only male heir of the Su family? Su Chang'e turned to Xiaoyu, his brow furrowed. "How could you act this way?" Xiaoyu hurriedly replied, "In fact." She wished to recount the events of the previous day in their entirety, but Su Chang'e interrupted her, his tone laced with reproach. "The issue now is not about right or wrong. The situation has already occurred. The question is how to remedy it." Xiaoyu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Qi Yanyan felt a rush of joy. Indeed, Men never neglect their offspring. Qingchun is his flesh and blood. The extraction of the sacred bone is intolerable. She immediately spat in disdain, indignantly declaring, "Head of the family, act now and extract this child's bones." He previously nurtured the heavenly bone, so surely his blood possesses spiritual essence. Using his blood to refine pills could compensate for Qingchun's loss. Xiao Yu's eyes blazed with fury. "How dare you? Yao Yu." Su Chang's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. "You have handled this matter exceedingly poorly. It was too reckless." Xiao Yu stood in a daze.
Ha!
How could I not dare? With someone backing her. Qi Yanyu immediately gained confidence. She charged forward, extending her hand, intent on seizing Su Yun. Suddenly, a slap resounded through the air as Su Chang'e unleashed a forceful strike, sending her sprawling to the ground. Covering her face in shock, Qi Yanyu exclaimed, "Head of the family, you. I do not wish to extract the bones. I can take on that task. If I do it myself, it would only cause that boy greater suffering. He should have recognized his mistakes and left the Su residence sooner." Su Chang'e did not acknowledge Qi Yanyu, but instead shook her head at Xia. "How could you be so careless in your duties? You place the bones without inspection. What if the body does not match? What if the spiritual roots are incompatible, or if there are toxins in the blood? If something goes awry, what will happen to Yun?" Qi Yanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Xia, her face filled with guilt, admitted, "Indeed, I did not consider those factors. I was only focused on replacing the lost Tian bone." Su Chang'e sighed. I understand your urgency, but you must not rush. Thankfully, Yun possesses strong adaptability. The coexistence of the holy bones worked out well, preventing a greater disaster. In a way, this is fortuitous. Having endured a trial, exchanging the Tian bone for the holy bone may not be entirely detrimental. A bit of hardship for the boy is not necessarily a bad thing. Xia nodded silently, acknowledging the reasoning. Qi Yanyu, stunned by the couple's harmonious exchange, collapsed to the ground, trembling as she pointed at them. You truly intend to deceive the holy bones of Qingchun? Qingchun carries your bloodline. Head of the family, he is your child." Su Chang'e cast a detached glance her way, retorting, "Su Yun is also my child." Qi Yanyu found it hard to believe, but Qingchun is the heir of the Su family. He will take over the Su residence. Without the sacred bone, how will outsiders perceive him in the future? Su Chang'e replied with a faint smile, "According to your reasoning, whether or not Qingchun possesses the sacred bone, he will manage the Su residence quite well. However, Su Yun lacks abundant resources. What difference does it make to provide an additional sacred bone?" Xiao Yu's mood darkened. If only she had known her own grandson had been. Suddenly, Su Chang'e's expression turned icy, and a fierce aura of battle surged forth. "Furthermore, who governs the Su residence is not solely your decision. The matter of Yunir's heavenly bone being taken cannot be overlooked." Qi Yanyu stood frozen in place, and with a sudden cry, her blood surged, causing her to faint. Shao Qingchun continued to kick and hit. "Mother, wake up, please wake up. If you don't get up, who will help me obtain the sacred bone? My bones, Qingchun is in so much pain. I need the bones." Looking down again, he spotted the blazing moonflower gifted by Su Yun, and his spirits lifted. Xiao inhaled deeply, feeling an invigorating fragrance fill the air. After burning her life essence yesterday, she had felt somewhat fatigued. This delightful aroma revitalized her, as if her very essence was being replenished, bringing her immense comfort. She gazed in astonishment at the blazing moonflower. Puzzled, when did the quality of the flowers in the residence improve? The blazing moonflower, does it possess the ability to restore one's essence? These flowers appeared far more vivid than she remembered. Xiao recalled Su Yun's words about how these flowers could expedite recovery. She smiled gently and summoned a maid. "Please arrange these in a vase, the one with the preservation array. I wish to see them the moment I open my eyes." He cast a perplexed glance at the fiery moonflower being carried away, an unsettling feeling creeping over him as he contemplated the formidable essence of these low-grade spiritual herbs, their origins seemingly intact. Nearby, people were reaping benefits from them, rectifying flaws, mending injuries, and finding it easier to comprehend the profound truths of the universe. Perhaps it was merely Yunu's fortuitous luck that enabled her to harvest such a flower, a true embodiment of the earth's quintessence. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingchen, led out of the courtyard, abruptly ceased his cries, his gaze darkening. He surveyed the yard for a prolonged moment before letting out a cold chuckle. He never anticipated that a bastard child could evoke such attachment within the Su family. Nonetheless, having cleared the accusations from the previous day, he could hardly claim to have returned empty-handed. The sacred bone shall remain in your possession for now. Humph. You had better encounter some remarkable fortune that can nurture such a treasure. Lost in thought, he noticed two servants hastily passing by. This must belong to the young master, right? Such a small sickle, who besides him would wield it? How careless of the young master to leave it lying on the ground. Xiao Qingchen took a glance and was instantly wide-eyed in disbelief. The sacred bone. My sacred bone. That gray sickle, adorned with minute runes, was indeed his sacred bone. A treasure of unparalleled value, now reduced to a mere farming tool. It was caked with dirt and grass, appearing all the more dreary. That is mine. Mine. He bellowed in fury. The servants merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before hastily retreating. Take care not to let outsiders snatch the young master's belongings. In a fit of rage, Xiao Qingchen collapsed beside Qi Yanyu. Meanwhile, within the room, a chime resonated in Su Yun's ear. Chapter 9. The blood of the celestial ancestor. A notification echoed in Su Yun's ear. From the fragmented myriad worlds, seek out the singular blazing moonflower. The journey must have been fraught with countless hardships and traversed innumerable paths. Indeed, such filial piety is profoundly moving. The world, upon discovering that the demon lord possesses a facet of humanity, has significantly increased the progress of his redemption. Reward, buzzing, error. How could there be so many blazing moonflowers? Reward, adjusting.
Reward, souveraignes prognostication technique, dual pupille.
With a hum, a slight pain pierced Su Yun's eyes, and suddenly the entire world became vividly clear. Regardless of distance, every object radiated a luminescence that only he could perceive. The greater his cultivation, the more brilliant the glow. Gazing out the window, he beheld beams of light erupting from various corners of the capital, undoubtedly emanating from the concealed powerhouses of prominent clans. Among them stood two particularly remarkable figures. Xiao Qingchen, who had just been invited away, shone with such intensity that it seemed to pierce the heavens, nearly disrupting the fortunes of the great Qian. Such was the aura of destiny. Truly, the child of destiny amassed an astonishing amount of fortune. Su Yun couldn't help but reflect. This child of destiny resembled a balloon filled with excrement, easy to puncture, yet those nearby would inevitably be affected, entangled in countless karmic repercussions. He turned his gaze to the other side, where the Su residence stood, the villa of the Xiao family. A beam of light ascended from there, slightly less radiant than that of Xiao Qingchen, yet still soaring into the clouds. That must be Lin Inger, he mused. Indeed, like attracts like. They remained together. Su Yun shook his head. The fates of the male and female protagonists, both blessed with fortune, are destined to intertwine, ultimately leading them to unite. In accordance with the narrative, at this juncture, Lin Inger remains concealed beside him, employing flowery rhetoric and feigned affection to acquire abundant resources. Subsequently, she will covertly undermine Su Yun, ensuring his continual defeat in confrontations with the protagonist. Within the storyline, Su Yun, mindful of their past affection, refrains from delivering a fatal blow, ultimately leading to his downfall when his inner demons are unleashed during the climactic battle. Upon his transmigration, it appears that the plot has experienced certain fluctuations due to the butterfly effect. Nonetheless, it is fortuitous that the duplicitous Lin Inger has aligned herself with the fated protagonist, thereby sparing him from her distasteful presence. However, what relevance does this hold for a mere 3-year-old child? Su Yun remains indifferent, for he possesses a protective advantage and need not concern himself with trivial matters. He blinked, and an ethereal pupil manifested before gradually fading away. The dual pupils signify a supreme constitution. Su Yun discovered he could perceive the intricate pathways of his veins and bones, effortlessly regulating the flow of his strength, blood, and spiritual energy, achieving flawless control without the slightest expenditure. Remarkable indeed. Mastering his body and spiritual energy, learning any technique would surely be a matter of ease. Su Yun was exhilarated, yet more importantly, it seemed he could glimpse a thread of destiny. Some objects, seemingly mundane, emanated varying degrees of brilliance. Clearly, these items possess the potential to exert significant influence over the external world. Truly, the dual pupils are extraordinary, as I mature and unlock the sealed techniques. I wonder what other abilities will reveal themselves. Su Yun sensed that within the dual pupils lay concealed profound and enigmatic principles. However, his body remained too tender. To unlock them would risk self-harm. Thus he fell into slumber. Yunner, allow me a glimpse. At this moment, Su Chang'e spoke, the indifference on his face completely dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming tenderness. Shi Yue felt a twinge of anxiety. Yesterday, the supervisor had intervened to expel the chaotic poison. However, within Yunner still resided a portion of the devouring heaven demon art, which required a month to be extracted. She wondered if it would have any repercussions. Supervisor? Su Chang'e cradled Su Yun, meticulously examining his internal meridians, and noticed the restraints on his left palm. He reassured, Yunu's vital energy is abundant. It seems the supreme bone has integrated well, and there are no issues. The chaotic poison does not appear to have affected him, nor will it hinder his future cultivation. As for this demonic art, the supervisor seldom intervenes, but since he has spoken, there is no cause for concern. Su Yun nodded in agreement. With the presence of the Dao bone, the trivial chaotic poison posed no threat. He had no intention of cultivating that demonic art. Whoever desires it may take it. Of course, one should not assume that acquiring celestial-grade techniques guarantees the obliteration of myriad worlds. Without the fortune of a grand antagonist, obtaining such a technique would merely elevate one to the status of a minor boss. You're small yet formidable. You understand nothing, he mused with a nod. Seeing Su Yun's demeanor, Xiaowei couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, she felt a sense of relief. As long as he is well, I worry only for Yunner. She continued, her expression dimming slightly. I wonder how Qingchen could have become like this. Will he ever change? Su Chang'e's loving expression swiftly turned indifferent. One must take responsibility for their actions. A boy must endure some trials to grow. Without the sacred bone, his character will be revealed. He waved his hand, summoning the steward. Send some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to Qingchen, so he may recover swiftly. Should one sincerely repent and reform, there remains a glimmer of hope for redemption. Otherwise, a sharp glint flickered in Su Chang'e's eyes as he stroked Su Yun's head with remarkable tenderness. Though Yunner bore no blood ties to the Su family, her offspring could certainly inherit them. Shi Yue playfully chided him. What nonsense are you uttering with a child present? I merely speak the truth, Su Chang'e replied, embodying the demeanor of a straightforward man. Yunner has 3 elder sisters. Xiaowei raised her hand in a playful gesture to strike him but hesitated upon noticing the child nearby, opting instead to shift the topic. Are we still leaving this time? The foreign tribes have employed a lethal creature known as the Biming worm, whose poison is exceedingly treacherous and nearly impossible to eradicate. The miasma it releases is insurmountable. Currently, we have 3 potential methods: fire, water, and summoning beasts to counteract the foreign invaders. However, each method possesses its own limitations, leaving their efficacy uncertain. Testing them one by one is not an option. Should we alert the foreign tribes, they would inevitably prepare for our approach, leading to disaster. Therefore, we must utilize these strategies unexpectedly during our breakout, delivering a decisive blow to our foes. It is indeed quite troublesome. Shi Yue nodded in agreement, feeling helpless but offering what comfort she could. As she lowered her gaze, she noticed Su Yun listening intently, prompting a smile to grace her features. Can you comprehend what is being said? Just as Su Yun was about to nod in affirmation, a chime resonated. The celestial Emperor Chang'e, in defense of the beings of the Tianyuan realm, led his forces against the demonic army and suffered a catastrophic defeat, resulting in his subsequent sealing. An emperor must not be humiliated. The celestial emperor is cursed daily, compounded by the fratricidal conflict with his own son, leading to boundless karmic retribution. To absolve oneself, please unseal the celestial Emperor Chang'e, liberating him from the fate of mutual destruction with his son. Moreover, Allow the celestial Emperor Chang'e to join your ranks, obeying your command, and become your ally. The task difficulty is supreme, and the reward is the blood of the celestial ancestor. Su Yun's eyebrows twitched, a gesture that would appear remarkably endearing if exhibited by a 3-year-old. He recalled that in the narrative, upon succumbing to darkness, Su Chang'e was compelled to turn against his own son for the sake of countless lives, ultimately falling victim to the cruel hands of fate. After Su Yun vanquished him, he, out of nostalgia, refrained from delivering the final blow and instead sealed him within the heart of darkness. Unexpectedly, as Su Chang'e witnessed the devastation wrought upon the Tianyuan realm, enveloped by despair and anguish, he cursed daily. The celestial emperor manipulated destiny, accumulating boundless karmic retribution upon Su Yun. During the climactic battle against the protagonist, this accumulated karma was ignited by merit, leaving Su Yun, despite his superior strength, grievously wounded and vulnerable to the insidious grasp of his inner demons, leading to his eventual defeat. Now, Su Yun gazed at his scruffy yet affectionate father. He extended his hand, unfastening the pouch from his father's attire and casually retrieving its contents. Untying the cords could be considered a form of unsealing, right? Su Chang'e let out a cry. The hands of this 3-year-old were swifter than celestial weapons. Before he could react, 3 scrolls tumbled out. Su Yun seized one and presented it to his father. Finding it amusing, Su Chang'e remarked, "This is a military order. Are you truly going to use this?" Su Yun nodded affirmatively, "Yes. We shall use this." Su Chang'e ruffled his hair. "Very well, we shall heed Yunu's counsel and employ fire attacks."
Ding.
Task completed. Chapter 10. The 7 Emotions Absolute Fire Formation. Su Chang'e found the situation amusing, and with the military order pouch now opened, he was indifferent. After all, a 3-year-old child would not comprehend the significance of a military command. He chuckled. "Are you certain about using fire attacks?" Su Yun nodded decisively. "Indeed, fire attacks." Observing his serious demeanor, Xiaoyu could not help but chuckle. "What do you understand?" "Step aside. Let me handle this. You still need to discuss matters with the other generals, don't you?" Su Chang'e waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. They will come to us."
Yuner.
Do you comprehend what fire assault entails? It involves the Biming worm, which is no ordinary pest. At present, on the battlefield beyond the realm, the alien races have deployed the Biming worm, effectively trapping our forces within the Great Wall's formation. They employ 3 strategies: fire assault, flooding, and beast against beast. Fire assault has been deliberated upon countless times, yet it remains fraught with evident flaws. The Biming worm is an extraordinary creature, not merely an elemental fire that can be countered. It is exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Common flames would only serve to wash it, merely cleansing the grass and debris clinging to its body. Su Yun nodded earnestly, then, with a sudden push, tumbled to the ground with a thud. "Oh dear, be careful." Xiaoyu hastily reached out to assist, but the little one had already scampered off merrily. She sighed. "This child is remarkably swift." Su Chang'e smiled. "Doesn't this perfectly demonstrate that yesterday's injuries left no lingering effects?" Xiaoyu's spirits were lifted once more. Su Yun dashed into the study, and soon the sound of rummaging filled the air. The two exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Upon reaching the study door, they were taken aback. The room lay in utter disarray. Every box had been opened, precious ancient tomes scattered across the floor, the chaos surpassing that of the northwest of Jin. Su Chang'e fell silent. "Your son is truly capable." "He is indeed your son," Xiaoyu replied, speechless. She picked up a book and thrust it into Su Chang'e's arms. "Father, look." Su Chang'e sighed, taking the book into his hands. "What is this?" Xiao smiled lightly. "Perhaps he has come across this book that mentions fire attacks. Upon hearing you utter that term, he might have sought it out." Su Chang'e nodded in agreement, unconcerned, and prepared to turn the pages. "Is Lord Jinyuan present?" Outside, a hearty laughter resounded. Su Chang'e promptly rose. "General Wang has arrived. Let him in." He swiftly closed the door behind him. The esteemed Lord Jinyuan, with his study in disarray, was quite the embarrassment. Suddenly, a rugged man burst into the courtyard, perplexed. "Why are you standing outside? Why not come in and converse?" Su Chang'e's lips twitched. "Ah, the weather is delightful. I wish to bask in the sun. With a graceful smile and an elegant demeanor, Su Chang'e replied, not a problem at all. General Wang, noticing the presence of two others, unabashedly clasped his hands together. Is this your lady? Truly lovely. And this must be your son? Quite handsome indeed. Su Yun silently scoffed. Is there truly no other adjective in your repertoire? Xiao, sensing the conversation was turning to serious matters, smiled. You two carry on. I shall take Yun'er for a stroll. General Wang remarked. Lord Jinyuan is indeed fortunate to have such a lady, and your son is handsome. Su Chang'e helplessly echoed. Is there truly no other adjective in your repertoire? Yao Yu, please take this with you, he added, handing over the unfinished book. Curious, General Wang inquired. What is that? Su Chang'e chuckled wryly. My son claims to have discovered a method to defeat the Biming worm and found this military text for me. General Wang laughed heartily. If it contains strategies for overcoming the enemy, then I must take a look later. He was merely being polite, not even extending his hand. After all, what assistance could a book found by a 3-year-old possibly provide? What a ridiculous strategy to defeat the enemy. You are quite swift. Before I even arrive, you have already devised a plan. An elderly voice echoed from outside. Su Chang'e and General Wang turned and chuckled. Minister Li has arrived. Indeed, it was the Minister of War, Li. His cultivation was modest, and unlike General Wang, he was not boisterous, opting to enter through the main door. Lord Jinyuan, you have toiled greatly in guarding the borders, Minister Li greeted, clasping his hands. What was it you mentioned about a strategy to defeat the enemy? Su Chang'e chuckled lightly. It is merely my son's fanciful ramblings. One should not take them seriously. One should not dismiss it so lightly. Minister Li squinted and smiled. Perhaps your son is blessed with good fortune and might indeed devise a strategy against our foes? General Wang laughed heartily. If it were that simple, how could the great Qian be so troubled by a mere handful of Biming insects? If we were to remain trapped within the Great Wall formation for a few more days, those outposts beyond the wall would likely have already fallen to the alien races. That ground was forged with blood and iron. At this, the group sighed softly. Beyond the Great Wall lay outposts and thousands of pioneers. As long as the Biming insects remained unresolved, those outposts would be isolated islands. Their fall would merely be a matter of time. Minister Li inquired. What did your son say earlier? Does he possess some method to defeat the enemy? Like General Wang, he did not believe in the words of a 3-year-old child. Yet he was more astute than Wang. Even if the child's notion proved futile, it would serve well to foster rapport with Lord Jinyuan, a figure of significant authority. One must not take the idle chatter of a child too seriously, Minister Li chuckled, casually flipping through his notes, preparing to extract a few profound points to impress Su's young master. As he gazed at the book, his expression suddenly shifted. Su Chang'e inquired, Minister, is there something inappropriate within the text? Wait a moment. The usually gentle Minister Li suddenly retorted sharply. Su Chang'e was taken aback and exchanged bewildered glances with General Wang. What could possibly be so improper in the book that it provoked the typically affable Minister Li to such sternness? Su Chang'e cast a pleading look, and General Wang, understanding the unspoken plea, decided to intervene on behalf of his friend. Minister Li, if there is indeed something amiss, it is merely a book. Not the intention of Marquis Jinyuan. We had no intention of reading it. Perhaps we should simply burn it. Smack. Minister Li raised the book and struck it against General Wang's head, scolding, You fail to recognize the value of gold inlaid with jade. You dwell in fortune, yet remain oblivious to it. When asked to read, you tend to cattle. When tasked with devising strategies against the enemy, you wish to burn books. His lips trembled, overwhelmed by rage. General Wang was utterly bewildered. Despite being a 6th-level Taoist, the minister, at merely the 3rd level of the Soul Sea, posed little threat. However, Minister Li commanded the Ministry of War, overseeing over 100 million troops. His wrath could send tremors through the entire central domain. Moreover, Minister Li was known for his amiable disposition, rarely displaying such fury. What could have caused this? General Wang, perplexed, turned to Su Chang'e and remarked, What other books do you have hidden away that could provoke Minister Li's ire? You should apologize. And we can put this matter to rest. Su Chang'e understood that his friend sought to defuse the situation. He was about to bow in acknowledgement. As Wang, the minister, stepped forward, he grasped his hand with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Haha, this accomplishment is entirely due to Lord Jinyuan. How could I possibly accept such accolades?" General Wang, utterly bewildered, retorted, "Wait a moment, my friend. Why is it that after I endure a duel, you greet me with such a cheerful demeanor?" He protested. "Minister Li, this is unjust." Minister Li shot him a glare. "Unjust? You have cast aside crucial military secrets as if they were worthless. It is already lenient not to punish you." General Wang was taken aback. "Crucial military secrets?" Minister Li tossed the book in his hand towards him. "Read for yourself." Filled with confusion, General Wang quickly flipped through the pages. As he read, his expression shifted dramatically. Su Chang'e, equally perplexed, inquired General Wang, "What troubles you?" Raising his head, General Wang's eyes brimmed with astonishment. "The 7 emotions and absolute fire formation. We have discovered the method to defeat the Biming worm." Chapter 11. The Jade Pendant of Destiny. Su Chang'e hastily reached out to seize the book. Only then did he realize it was an ancient military treatise, a relic of 1,000 years, its protective formations long since faded, rendering it tattered and worn. Not all the tomes in his family's collection had been thoroughly perused, nor could he recall every phrase. He had merely glanced at this particular volume before, dismissing it due to its focus on intricate and esoteric strategies, which had seldom, if ever, been employed. Among its pages, however, was a record of a distinctive formation. The Biming worm, nourished by ice, could cultivate spiritual crystal armor within its being, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. It lured its adversaries with frigid terror, evoking an instinctual dread that even the most formidable defenses could not withstand. The 7 emotions absolute fire array harnesses positive emotions to ignite spiritual flames. This spiritual fire not only counters the spirit crystal armor, but also resists the innate fear instinct of the Biming insects. With this formation, we need no longer fear confronting the Biming insects. Su Chang'e exclaimed. "Such a precious treasure has been hidden in my study, unseen by the light of day. I am truly guilty," he lamented deeply. "Those tomes, untouched for years, who would have imagined that gold lay beneath our feet?" Minister Li chuckled, his eyes narrowing with mirth. "What crime has the Duke of Jinyuan committed? Had you not discovered this book, the Biming insects would have stalled our forces at the Great Wall, and our outpost beyond the borders would surely have been lost. Without the Duke of Jinyuan, we might not have devised a solution for a month." Minister Li shot him a glare. "How dare you say such a thing? If we miss this opportunity, I shall report to the Emperor and hold you accountable." General Wang expressed his dissatisfaction, dragging the Duke of Jinyuan into the balance. Did he not also overlook it? Su Chang'e offered an apologetic smile. He had indeed wished to examine it, but with guests present, he had temporarily set it aside. Yet, at this moment, he could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. What if an accident occurred, the ancient tome was lost, or he forgot it altogether? Then, on the battlefield beyond our borders, the millions of pioneers from Dakian would be reduced to mere prey for alien tribes. In truth, Su Chang'e revealed, this book was discovered by my son, and it was he who suggested we adopt a fire attack strategy. He felt a sense of serendipity and fortune. Su Yun casually reached out and retrieved a fire attack strategy. Merely by inquiring, he unearthed an ancient text detailing the 7 emotions absolute fire array. Had it been just slightly different, this military campaign could have ended in disaster, possibly dragging the Su family down with it. He was immensely pleased. This had alleviated a tremendous burden. She felt a twinge of concern. Why were these elders discussing military affairs and calling for a child? However, her worries quickly dissipated. Minister Li produced a jade pendant and pressed it into Su Yun's hands, saying, "Here, this is a gift from your grandfather." Siya was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is too precious, Minister Li." Although she was not involved in court politics, she had heard of this treasured item. Minister Li, with his formidable prowess in the realm of martial arts, had once commanded over 1,000,000 troops. It was rumored among the populace that this celestial jade pendant played a crucial role in his success. It was said to enhance fortune, turning misfortune into blessings. Furthermore, it exuded an aura of auspiciousness, attracting good fortune from all directions, ensuring prosperity in both commerce and official endeavors. Legend had it that the lord of a sacred land once sought to trade a spiritual vein for this pendant, but was met with a resolute refusal. Such a priceless object had now been casually placed into Su Yun's hands. Xia protested, "Ministerly, this pendant will ensure your rise in officialdom. It would be wasteful to bestow it upon a child." Ministerly blinked, resembling a playful elder. "I have already attained the position of Minister of War. There is no further elevation for me, so why not bestow it upon this lad? With a stroke of good fortune, he may discover methods to overcome adversities. Perhaps he will even bring prosperity to the Qian, which would benefit the entire populace." Xia still hesitated to accept Ministerly. With a hearty chuckle, he responded, "I have heard that your son fell into the Yulan pool yesterday. Should he retain even a trace of that water, it could spell disaster for Dai Qian in the future. Let him wear it for a few days, and if it indeed transforms misfortune into fortune, you may return it to me." With the influence of the Ministry of War, uncovering the truth behind such matters would be an effortless task. Xiao Yu fell into silence. For the sake of her son, she gritted her teeth and said then, "Thank you, Ministerly Yuna. Thank you, Grandpa." Su Yun played with the jade pendant, raised her eyes, and smiled obediently. "Thank you, Grandpa."
Ah.
Ministerly, being advanced in years, had no resistance to such lively and clever children. Su Chang'e hesitated. "I hope the minister will pay more attention to the matter of Yulan Lake." A flicker of sharpness passed over Minister Li's smiling face. "I am quite curious to see who dares to harm my grandson." Su Chang'e felt a sense of being taken advantage of, yet given the minister's age, he could only endure it. With Minister Li keeping watch, this matter was settled. General Wang scratched his head. "Do we still need to offer gifts? This lad here. Take this cold execution blade as a gift." With a swift motion, he pulled out a decapitating sword from his cosmic bag. The blade gleamed with a silvery light, adorned with tiger patterns, emanating an eerie chill. The moment it was drawn, the entire Su residence felt a sudden drop in temperature. All the malevolent spirits and woodland creatures lay prostrate in fear, not daring to move. Although it was of a mere earthly grade, it had been nurtured through countless battles, fed by the blood and souls of foes, resulting in this treasured sword. In battle, this sword could instill terror in the hearts of thousands. When wielded, it could incite a murderous intent among legions, unleashing a storm of bloodshed. Minister Li puffed out his beard and glared, raising his hand to lock his spiritual energy onto the blade. Despite its chilling aura surging left and right, it could not break through. "What if it frightens my grandson?" Minister Li rebuked. General Wang scratched his head again. I don't possess as many fine treasures as you do. These healing medications for injuries are certainly not lacking for that fellow. However, when did he become your grandson?" Minister Li glared. "If he calls me grandfather, he is naturally my grandson." Su Chang'e found the situation both amusing and exasperating. "Both of you, this is truly too precious." Minister Li interrupted him. "What concern is it of yours when it is meant for my grandson? Young lady, put it away." Xiao Yu, with no other choice, could only stow the celestial jade pendant and the cold blade. She then pulled Su Yun along to express gratitude to Uncle Wang. "You must take good care of my grandson," Minister Li repeatedly instructed, happily departing to report to the Emperor of the Great Qian. After the guests left, Su Chang'e lifted Su Yun and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. "You are truly the blessing of the Su family." He recalled the blazing moonflowers his son had previously picked, each blossom brimming with the essence of heaven and earth, their origins terrifyingly complete. Now, with a mere gesture, he could discover methods to counter the northern underworld worm. With such fortuitousness, the Su family would undoubtedly thrive under his stewardship. "You say there is no blood of the Su family within him?"
Ha!
While Su Yun may lack it, does not his child possess it? Su Chang'e was overjoyed. However, his attention was soon captured.
Ding!
Mission accomplished. Re-enter the heart of darkness. Unlock the seal. Persuade the righteous Emperor Chang'e to stand by your side once again. The sacrifices made will undoubtedly be immensely arduous, enough for the world to witness the demon lord's determination for redemption. Reward: blood of the celestial ancestors. Su Yun muttered to himself. Indeed, it is exceedingly arduous. Chapter 12. One becomes ancestor in the unfolding narrative. Su Yun sealed the Emperor Chang'e and cast him into the heart of darkness. In the most profound depths of the universe lies the realm of time and space, the ultimate destination of fate, from which escape is impossible once entered. Even Su Yun, before his climactic confrontation with the protagonist, finds it challenging to navigate this domain.
Yet,
At this moment, Su Chang'e has not ascended to become the celestial emperor of Longa, nor has he been sealed. By merely untying the string of the brocade pouch, Su Yun has effectively lifted the seal. To unlock the seal that binds his heart is indeed a significant act, he muses quietly. The subsequent task involves persuading the celestial emperor of Longa to align with his faction. Had this been before the decisive battle, Su Yun, as the demon lord, would have found himself at odds with all sentient beings. The celestial emperor, known for his unwavering integrity, would rather shatter than compromise and would never join his cause. However, presently, Su Yun is merely 3 years old, with no demonic army or domain at his disposal. Therefore, he is free to contemplate a different approach, choosing to ally with Su Chang'e and offer him counsel, who says that his majesty cannot rebel. From this point onward, the path becomes straightforward. Through his unique vision, Su Yun perceives the distinct radiance emanating from 3 scrolls. According to the narrative, irrespective of the choice made regarding 2, or rather 3 of these scrolls, Su Chang'e is destined to suffer defeat, ultimately facing disgrace, and the Su family will descend into obscurity. Su Yun, too, will find himself unable to cultivate, lacking sufficient resources, and consequently, he would be compelled to succumb to the dark path of demonhood, enhancing himself through sinister means. Meanwhile, the protagonist would seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to amass power and influence. Yet, in this lifetime, Su Yun has glimpsed the scroll of fire attack and a tome radiating auspicious energies. Choosing these 2 will alter the fate of defeat. The Su family shall remain unscathed, and he will still possess abundant resources. More crucially, he stands to gain rewards. What purpose does the blood of the ancient serve? Free from his parents' constraints, Su Yun hastens to the side to make use of it.
bang.
Upon hearing a muffled sound, Su Yun lifted his head, finding nothing around him. Was it his heartbeat? He thought he had misheard, yet after a moment, he heard it again, a dull thud. It resembled a heartbeat, but from where could it originate? Su Yun glanced around, but saw nothing. Just as he was pondering, his eyes widened in sudden realization. It was the rhythm of the world. Thud. As if to affirm Su Yun's thoughts, an overwhelmingly deep yet crystal-clear sound resonated in his ears. He discerned it clearly. It was the heartbeat of the world, emanating from the entirety of the heavenly source realm. So it was true, my essence has ascended. Su Yun marveled. Have I become an ancestor? The celestial ancestor's blood, so this was its meaning. It could elevate the essence of living beings to the highest realm. In ancient times, the ancestors of all beings dominated the Great Path, each possessing immense power. They could effortlessly create and destroy worlds, endowed with unparalleled essence. Following the cataclysmic battles that shattered the heavens and obliterated the earth, the ancestors were fragmented, their bloodlines diluted, giving rise to countless living beings in later generations. At that time, the trace of the Great Path remaining within each being was but a mere whisper. The so-called cultivation was the ceaseless absorption of the laws of the Great Path to achieve self-realization. As living beings proliferated through the generations, their bloodlines became increasingly entangled, their essences muddled, and their capacity to draw upon the Great Path diminished. Thus, ancient sacred lands and secluded sects, possessing even a modicum more of ancestral blood, could cultivate at an astonishing pace. Some ancestral beasts, upon birth, already held lofty realms, evoking envy in others. And the celestial ancestor's blood has allowed Su Yun's essence to leap forward by leaps and bounds. He was no longer merely a human. He had become an ancestor in his own right. Su Yun's essence was pure and supreme, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the world itself. Thus, one can perceive the rhythmic pulse of the celestial realm and effortlessly grasp the essence of the Great Way. It is said that when Su Yun was still a child, should he bear offspring, each one would be akin to a demigod, requiring no arduous cultivation as they would ascend to the status of emperors merely with the passage of time. It would only be after several dozen to hundreds of generations that the bloodline would become diluted. The prospect of procreation is still premature. Suyun shook his head, exclaiming, "But I am merely 3 years old." Nevertheless, the ability to sense the Great Way is indeed commendable. He has already begun to effortlessly witness the myriad paths flowing around him. The artificial hills embody the path of stone, the fish ponds reflect the path of water. The flora represents the path of plants, and even the breeze carries the essence of the wind. With the aid of his dual pupils, countless paths danced before his eyes. Even without deliberate focus, he would, in a subtle manner, absorb these myriad ways, integrating them into his being, thereby strengthening himself continuously. "Are you still going?" asked Xiaoyu, ignoring her son, who was lost in play. The sooner the 7 emotions and absolute fire array was mastered, the sooner they could reclaim lost territories. Xiaoyu felt a tinge of disappointment, yet understood well that there were numerous strongholds of the Deqian beyond their domain, housing millions of citizens. She softly urged, "Please take care." Su Chang'e nodded in acknowledgement. "My dear, the household depends on your stewardship." He steadied his mind, casting aside the tumultuous emotions swirling in his thoughts, and strode forth. As he passed by Su Yun, a flicker of guilt washed over him. It was only yesterday that Yun'er had encountered peril, yet he could not remain by his side. With a resolute purpose, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Xiaoyu gazed sorrowfully for a moment, but when her eyes fell upon the playful Su Yun, her spirits lifted. She recalled the radiant, resplendent Chua flower, the most exquisite bloom she had ever beheld, and her heart brimmed with joy. Xiaoyu cradled Su Yun in her arms and exclaimed, "My dear Yun'er is truly wonderful." Su Yun extended his hand and said, "Give it to me." Xiaoyu, initially perplexed, quickly comprehended and replied, "All right, I shall grant your request, but you must ensure its safety. Do not lose it." As she spoke, she placed the Tianyun jade pendant, bestowed upon her by Minister Li, into Su Yun's palm. Being a child, he was naturally curious and perceived it as a mere toy, unaware of its immense value, which could rival an entire spiritual vein. However, Su Yun discarded it as if it were worthless, saying, "I don't want this." Though the Tianyun jade pendant was indeed exquisite, he currently possessed a protective aura, rendering his fortune quite favorable. Xiaoyu, puzzled, inquired, "What do you desire then?" Su Yun animatedly gestured with his little arms, declaring, "I want a big cleaver." Hearing his innocent voice, Xiaoyu was both amused and exasperated. "Are you jesting like Uncle Wang? Is that something you can play with?" Su Yun pouted and burst into tears. "I want it." His boundless curiosity, insatiable appetite, and penchant for slumber made him a spirited child, finding solace in the company of family. Xiaoyu resolutely shook her head. "No, that is far too perilous." It was no jest. That was the treasured sword wielded by General Wang in battle, steeped in the remnants of countless spirits. Such a blade, drenched in blood, was most effective in warding off evil. However, from another perspective, it could also suppress one's spirit. Those lacking in vitality would faint at its proximity. At merely 3 years old, Su Yun was far too young to toy with such lethal weapons. Seeing that her refusal was firm, Su Yun clung to his mother's leg and pleaded, "Mother, I swear, I won't play recklessly. I just want to see it. Please give it to me. Furthermore, Uncle Wang has already promised it to me. What if he asks whether I received it next time?" Xiaoyu realized that this was indeed a likely course of action for General Wang, who would bestow a weapon upon a mere 3-year-old child. Yet it was given, and to conceal it would be rather ungracious. Feeling somewhat guilty, she sighed, "It can be yours, but you may only admire it, not wield it." As she spoke, Xiaoyu realized further elaboration was unnecessary. A 3-year-old, after all, could hardly manage such a task. She added, "The sword shall be yours tomorrow. But you must come here first." Su Yun, perplexed, inquired, "Where to?" Xiaoyu replied matter-of-factly, "You did not bathe last night. It is time to remedy that." Su Yun gasped in dismay, his little legs propelling him in a frantic escape. "No, I do not wish to bathe." Yet he was no match for a cultivator. Xiaoyu swiftly caught up to him, lifting him by the nape of his neck. "Oh, why the bashfulness today? Was it not mother who bathed you before?" Su Yun struggled, declaring, I am 3 years old. I want to bathe by myself. Xiaoyu shook her head resolutely. That will not do. You cannot clean yourself properly. But I did not bathe yesterday either, he protested. Xiaoyu countered. You were exhausted yesterday and fell asleep. Mother still had to wipe your body down. Now, come along. Suyan clung desperately to the doorframe, only to be resignedly carried away. I do not want to. I am a little lord. I refuse to bathe. Qing Man and the maid stifled their laughter. The young master is truly adorable. If only we could assist in bathing him. Chapter 13. The rebirth of the phoenix. The following day, Xiaoyu awoke. Listening to the gentle rhythm of the breath in her arms, a tender smile graced her lips. Gazing at her son, resembling a delicate sculpture, her heart fluttered with affection. He was simply enchanting. Let him slumber a while longer. She placed a soft kiss upon Suyun's forehead and quietly slipped out of bed. Stretching languidly, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Energized and spirited, even the long stagnant bottleneck began to show signs of loosening. A moment of confusion flickered in Xiaoyu's mind, quickly overshadowed by delight. Inhaling the delicate fragrance of the blazing moonflower, an idea sprang forth. Could it be that Yun'er is indeed a harbinger of fortune, always plucking the most refined essences of heaven and earth? It would otherwise be inexplicable how certain low-grade spiritual herbs could alleviate the aftereffects of her blood depletion so rapidly and even promote her cultivation advancement. The blazing moonflower seemed to hold an exaggerated view of their worth, having spent a night with the essence of the heavens. Upon hearing footsteps, Qing Man promptly entered with warm water for washing up. Madam, the Bai family has heard that the young master encountered danger and has come to pay a visit. Xiaoyu was taken aback. The Bai family? Where are they? The head of the Bai family was none other than Lord Zhaoming, whose rank surpassed that of the Su family patriarch. The two families had fought side by side in the past, forging a bond of brotherhood, and subsequently arranged a marriage alliance, promising to unite their heirs. However, generations had passed with only sons being born to each side, and the promise remained unfulfilled. Fortunately, 2 years ago, the Bai family welcomed a daughter, reigniting discussions of the alliance. Hearing of the Su family's young master in peril, they promptly came to inquire. With a swift motion, Xiaoyu gave Su Yun, her pudgy son, a playful slap on his bottom. Still asleep? What time is it? Hurry up. You must go meet your future bride. Meanwhile, in another wing of the Su residence, the Xiao family occupied a separate courtyard.
Lin Ying'er slowly regained consciousness,
only to be overwhelmed by excruciating pain, unable to suppress a groan. You are awake, came Xiao Qingchen's indifferent voice. It was hard to fathom that a mere 3-year-old child could possess such depth of character. Lin Ying'er struggled to rise. Young master. Xiao Qingchen regarded her with a cold gaze, his emotions tumultuous. This woman had once spoken in his defense, attributing the blame to Su Yun. Leveraging his identity as the scion of the Su family, he nearly convinced Xiaoyu. She had caused him to lose his sacred bone, rendering his efforts futile. Fortunately, Xiao Qingchen's judgment proved correct. This woman immediately proposed that he masquerade as a 3-year-old child, throwing a tantrum before Xiaoyu, attributing the previous schemes against his brothers to the malevolent forces within. Today, Lin Ying'er had finally attained clarity. Xiao Qingchen inquired, "How do you know so much?" She was merely an ordinary maid, yet her knowledge seemed excessive. Lin Ying'er silently scoffed. You hardly resemble a 3-year-old child. The Su residence was indeed lively. She had devised a strategy. The young lady had awakened her innate talents overnight, capable of foreseeing certain events. Aware that the young master was destined to attain the status of a celestial being, she sought redemption, hoping he would not despise her. A faint smile graced Xiao Qingchen's lips. Your insight is commendable. This also elucidated why a mere maid could possess such intimate knowledge of the Su family, as well as the prophecy of his ascendants. Some individuals, despite their limited education, possess a charm in their speech. Lin Ying'er exhaled in relief, touching her face, aware that her newly grown eyes and tongue still felt numb. While spiritual herbs could indeed heal the dead and restore flesh and bone, the newly formed parts would inevitably lack the original's perfection, and the integrity of the soul would be compromised. In lower realms, the differences may be imperceptible, but in higher realms, Even the slightest deviation could lead to catastrophic consequences. A soul, even with minor imperfections, could result in the collapse of the Great Path, ultimately leading to one's demise. This misstep might require an unimaginable amount of rare treasures and resources to rectify. Su Yun, it is all your fault. Lin Ying'er clenched her fists in frustration. A twinge of regret washed over her. She realized she should not have so hastily aligned herself with Xiao Qingchen. She ought to have remained by Su Yun's side, as she did in her previous life, reaping sufficient benefits before making the switch. Yet it was too late now. Xiao Qingchen was not like Su Yun, who would spare those who strayed. Furthermore, it was evident that Xiao Qingchen was destined for great victories, poised to become the sovereign of myriad worlds. This time around, due to some deviations, the path may prove to be more arduous. Nevertheless, the eventual triumph would undoubtedly belong to Xiao Qingchen. Simultaneously, Lin Ying'er felt a flicker of relief. Xiao Qingchen's intellect surpassed that of a mere child, yet he remained oblivious to future events. Should he discover that his own blunder had resulted in the loss of the sacred bone, who knows how deeply he might harbor resentment? Xiao Qingchen remarked, "Now that you are awake, prophesy for me where opportunities may lie." Having lost the sacred bone, he was in dire need of extraordinary artifacts to match his aspirations. If he did not lay a solid foundation while still young, how could he hope to ascend to the pinnacle of all realms in the future? Just as Lin Ying'er was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside. A servant announced, "Young master, someone from the Bai family has arrived. Madam, she has gone to greet them." "The Bai family?" Lin Ying'er exclaimed in delight. "Young master, you must hurry. This could be a tremendous opportunity. The Bai family has an engagement with the Su family, particularly with their legitimate daughter, who is destined to be your future wife." Xiao Qingchen furrowed his brow. "A woman? I am merely 3 years old. Why would I need a wife? Moreover, the Su family boasts the most beautiful woman in the Tianyuan realm. In her presence, all other women would pale in comparison." "No, it is not the same." Lin Ying'er vehemently shook her head. "The Bai family's legitimate daughter will also be an unparalleled beauty in the future." After the demise of Xiaoyu, Bai Qilua ascended to become the most enchanting beauty of the Tianyuan realm, a fact that had long incited my jealousy. Furthermore, she possessed the rare phoenix nirvana body which, when united with, could draw forth the essence of the ancient phoenix's blood. By touching upon the path of nirvana, one could achieve immortality. In comparison to the sacred bone, it was equally formidable. Xiao Qingchen lifted his gaze, brimming with excitement. Such an opportunity, and yet no one is aware of it? Lin Ying'er lowered her head. Indeed, young master possesses remarkable insight, discerning truth from falsehood with a mere glance. In a previous life, Xiao Qingchen had taken advantage of Bai Qilua's moment of despair, leading a group to launch a surprise attack and suppress her. Daily, he extracted her essence, nurturing countless undead servants, barely managing to withstand Su Yun's demonic army. Now that Lin Ying'er had been reborn, she could exploit the fact that the sacred Phoenix Empress was still quite young, seizing the opportunity ahead of time. She clenched her fists, secretly delighted. Acquiring immortal undead servants hundreds of years in advance, who could rival her in the future Tianyuan realm. All those fortunes would rightfully belong to her. Xiao Qingchen's heart stirred, resolute. "Tell me, what preparations are needed?" Su Yun, filled with resignation, was dragged into the main hall, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Madame Hua." Madame Hua, taken by the charming sight, expressed her fondness. "So this is Su Yun. Indeed a handsome young man, destined to captivate the entire capital in the future." Xiaoyu covered her mouth with a laugh. "Madame Hua, you flatter him. Your daughter is equally exquisite, evoking much affection." The two elders had met before, but it was the first encounter for the children, being still quite young. Madame Hua clapped her hands. "Come, Chilo, meet your future husband." Against the sunlight, a swaying figure approached. She wore her hair in twin ponytails, her face a delicate shade of pink, adorned with large, jewel-like black eyes. They sparkled with curiosity and innocence, reminiscent of two clear springs. Clad in a vibrant red ensemble, she resembled a festive doll, exuding a fragrance akin to ripe peaches. Her adorable appearance was irresistible, evoking an instinctive desire to cradle her close and offer warmth and protection. Su Yun tilted her head, pondering for a moment before recognizing the character from the book, and suddenly it dawned on her. Remarkably, this was none other than the future sovereign empress of the Nine Heavens, Bai Qilua, renowned as the most beautiful woman across all realms. Yet this extraordinary being, whose single drop of blood could ensure the immortality of countless souls, was merely an enchanting little girl of 2.5 years. Spouse? Bai Qilua tilted her head, intrigued by the peculiar term. Chapter 14. The Azure Spirit Phoenix Hound. Madame Hua smiled. Indeed, this is your future spouse. Take note now, so you do not forget later. Xiao Yu also smiled, yet gently interjected, the child is still young. It may be premature to discuss such matters. Madame Hua replied with utmost seriousness. The edict of the elders must not be disregarded. The engagement established by our ancestors has been postponed through several generations. Now that you have a son and I have a daughter, it is only fitting that they unite. Xiao Yu did not oppose the union, recognizing the Bai family as a prestigious house, even more prominent than the Su family. Bai Qilua was lively and charming, a beloved darling, leaving no grounds for refusal. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu felt that such matters should ultimately respect Su Yun's own sentiments. However, Yun'er and Luo'er have only just met. They may not be inclined towards each other. Cease your hesitations. Madame Hua interjected, waving her handkerchief decisively. The will of the parents and the words of the matchmaker must prevail. We have made our decision. Can they still resist? Lolo, don't you agree? Husband, can we eat? Bai Qilua blinked her sparkling eyes.
No.
Madame Hua laughed heartily, but then a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it's not entirely impossible. Oh, dear. Xiao Yu flustered, unsure whether to cover the adult's mouth or the child's ears. Admonishing against inappropriate talk in front of the children. Madame Hua's laughter grew even more infectious. Sighing, Xiao Yu glanced at the two children, unable to suppress a smile. Well, they are both exceptionally handsome. Growing up together as childhood sweethearts, their bond will surely deepen. There is no rush. Plenty of time lies ahead to observe them for a decade or so before making any decisions. Upon hearing the word eat, Bai Qilua's eyes sparkled. Then, I want my husband. With that, she tottered forward, intent on embracing Su Yun. The embrace was secondary. She had already opened her cherry-like mouth, ready to take a bite. Su Yun, caught off guard by the nibble of her baby teeth, pushed her away in mild disgust. Yet the exquisitely crafted little girl leaned in again, pretending to nibble. Husband, you smell so good. Who would have thought that a single drop of blood could bind the immortal Phoenix Empress, who could not be extinguished, to someone like a sticky plaster? Su Yun mused. Bai Qilua's fate does not seem particularly favorable. In the narrative, the Su family had established a betrothal with the Bai family early on, which was to be fulfilled by Su Yun. However, after being afflicted by chaotic poison and losing the ability to cultivate, the Su family, under pressure, had no choice but to transfer the engagement to Xiao Qingchen. If this were an ordinary novel, it would be one thing, but this is a pure love story, where the protagonist has not even held a woman's hand by the end. Bai Qilua cannot be touched, so they can only make use of her. Because she recognized Su Yun as her husband during her childhood, she has persistently refused to accept Xiao Qingchen. Even after Su Yun has succumbed to darkness, she continues to follow him fervently. Ultimately, in a moment of despair, she falls into an ambush set by the vengeful Xiao Qingchen, who ultimately suppresses and seals her, extracting her blood daily through a grand formation to cultivate undead servants. Regardless of whether this marriage comes to fruition, Su Yun's little eyes dart around. Yet he cannot allow Bai Qilua to remain suppressed. When asked how many drops of blood are needed to create the immortal servants to protect his mother, a sharp voice suddenly interrupts. Ha, husband?
Who decreed that?
Immediately, a group enters the main hall, bustling about to arrange chairs and tables for the leading figures among them, creating a cacophony that shatters the morning's tranquility. Lady Hua, hailing from noble lineage, possesses grace and refinement, and is displeased by such boorish behavior. Who are you? Qi Yenyun. Boldly peeling a grape, nonchalantly feeds it to Xiao Qingchen. I am naturally here on behalf of the Su family to negotiate a marriage with the Bai family. Lady Hua furrows her brow. On behalf of the Su family? Indeed. Qi Yanyan points to her son. This is Qingchen, the heir of the Su family. The betrothal between the Bai and Su families ought to be fulfilled by my son, not an unrelated outsider. Xiao Qingchen stands proudly, but upon seeing the delicate little girl, who is now clinging to Su Yun's shoulder and desperately trying to bite him, his composure falters. Su Yun, however, seems quite disdainful, continually pushing her away. Flames of rage ignite in Xiao Qingchen's eyes, his teeth grinding audibly. That is my wife. How dare you touch her? Lady Hua inhales sharply, recalling certain matters. Madame Hua was not particularly concerned with the matter, thus she did not delve too deeply into it. It now appears that this is indeed the case. Qi Yanyu rolled her eyes. That individual over there, Su Yun, bears no relation to the Su family. Madam, if you were to marry your daughter to someone devoid of Su lineage, it would truly tarnish both families' reputations and violate the engagement. Madame Hua turned to Shi Yaiyue in surprise. Madame Shi, is this truly the case? Though Madame Hua appeared rather carefree, her thoughts were intricate. To Shi Yaiyue, both her adopted son and biological son were equally beloved. For her, the priority was merely to secure the engagement for her son. However, Madame Hua had many more considerations. After a moment of hesitation, she recalled that she had come today upon hearing of the Su family's young master's peril, intending to offer her well wishes. Seeing Su Yun lively and unharmed was a relief, but now she faced a new predicament. Madame Hua believed this matter required careful deliberation and did not wish to undermine Shi Yaiyue's dignity. It would be prudent to address subsequent issues, once they were more familiar with each other. Qi Yanyu scoffed derisively. Qingchen, you should also join. She added, indeed. Otherwise, it would be quite disrespectful. Almost immediately, Xiao Qingchen produced a meticulously prepared brocade box and presented it before Bai Qilua. This is dragon blood grass, a rare celestial treasure. Each plant requires a millennium to grow, making it exceedingly precious. Its essence, embodying the brilliance of the stars, can purify tendons and marrow, strengthen bloodlines, and even provide a glimpse into the ancestral path. This humble gift is for you. Xiao Qingchen shook his head playfully, feigning clumsiness as he spoke. Upon opening the brocade box, a deep crimson, radiant elixir revealed itself, instantly filling the room with an enchanting fragrance. Bai Qilua, who had been cradling Su Yun, suddenly released her grip upon catching sight of the precious spiritual herb, turning her cherubic face away with a gulp, her eyes gleaming with a fervent desire to consume it. Xiao Qingchen smiled, contentedly casting a glance aside. Lin Inger, having transformed her visage through secretive arts, stood confidently behind the table. She was acutely aware of Bai Qilua's unique constitution. This dragon blood herb would harmoniously resonate with her, aiding in the activation of her bloodline. In her previous life, Bai Qilua had only acquired this divine herb upon reaching adulthood, which catalyzed her awakening and propelled her to great heights. This time around, Lin Inger had meticulously plotted in advance, determined to seize control of her while she was still young. Whether it be absorbing spiritual essence or extracting vital blood for personal gain, it was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Madame Hua expressed her astonishment, remarking on the exorbitant value of the gift. This is meant for my future daughter-in-law, Qi Yanyan declared with pride, asserting that no one would arrive unprepared for such an occasion. How selfish it would be to come empty-handed and yet discuss familial alliances. She harbored resentment over the theft of her son's sacred bone. If you have taken my son's essence, then I shall seize your daughter-in-law. Shi Yaiyue furrowed her brow, reluctantly acknowledging her oversight. Madame Hua had arrived far too early, and she had yet to prepare an appropriate gift. The hastily gathered offerings paled in comparison to the meticulously selected dragon blood herb. However, she could not refrain from presenting something. With a soft sigh, Shi Yaiyue instructed, Qing Man, go fetch. Suddenly, a dark creature scuttled past the door.
Ding.
A soft chime resonated in Su Yun's ear. In your madness, to force Bai Qilua away, you were compelled to slay her beloved dog, which had been her companion for many years, akin to family. Unbeknownst to you, this was the last of the Bai Yu foam dogs, marking the extinction of its lineage. At the inception of time, the Phoenix ancestor, and at its conclusion, the Holy Phoenix Empress, descended with a curse born of resentment towards you. All who touch the great path shall be your adversaries. To redeem oneself, one must gather the scattered bloodlines from the offshoots and resurrect a complete Behead dog, thereby offering restitution to the Holy Phoenix Empress. The task's difficulty, supreme. The reward, Heart of the Blazing Sun. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. In the narrative, even after he succumbed to darkness, Bai Qilua remained unwaveringly by his side. To compel her departure, he had slain his loyal canine companion of 100 years. Only then did he realize that it possessed an ancient lineage. It was a Behead dog, a companion spirit of the Luan Phoenix's rebirth. These undying beings had drawn from the blood of this dog, causing its lineage to deteriorate. Moreover, due to the world's fragmentation, it had scattered across myriad realms. The task of uniting these beings and purifying the chaotic bloodlines to form a singular Behead dog was indeed a monumental challenge. It was akin to attempting to create a chip from mere grains of sand, complete with stored data. No wonder the difficulty was deemed supreme.
Su Yun nodded, yet.
Suddenly, a black dog scampered in, joyously frolicking by Qilua's legs, then glanced at the others. Its glossy eyes turned towards Su Yun, filled with curiosity. However, Su Yun couldn't help but muse that, at this juncture, the Behead dog was still alive. He bent down, lifting the little black dog and presenting it to Bai Qilua. My gift to you is this.
Jing.
Task completed. Chapter 15, Heart of the Blazing Sun. Congratulations. You have successfully purified the bloodline of the Behead dog from the chaotic beings. This is indeed an arduous journey. Yet you persist tirelessly to fulfill your task. Although the pure lineage of the Behead Phoenix Hound may not reach its original purity, this endeavor is sufficient to appease both the Phoenix Ancestor and the Holy Phoenix Empress, prompting them to cease their curses. The success of purification has been rewarded. Buzzing. Rewards, rewards, rewards. The purity of the Behead Phoenix Hound's lineage stands at 100. Reward adjustment initiated. Reward, Heart of the Blazing Sun. Su Yun could not help but silently scoff. Truly arduous. All he did was lift the little dog at his feet and return it to its original owner, thus completing the task. It required even less effort than searching for ancient tomes. Moreover, akin to the Chiwa flower, the current Behead Phoenix Hound is indeed the very companion spirit beast from the narrative. Had it been on the eve of the grand battle, it would have been a Herculean task for Su Yun to find scattered undead entities amidst the ruins of myriad realms. The purity of lineage is a matter not worth mentioning. Now, the little black dog is the very same one, its lineage purity soaring directly to 100, leaving the system baffled. Thud, thud, thud. A sudden warmth surged in Su Yun's chest as the heart of blazing flame ignited within his bloodline. The most fundamental power of the stellar ancestor transformed into a heart of flesh and blood, embedding itself within his being. The intense and surging power poured forth from his heart, resonating violently with his soul. With each heartbeat, it reverberated like thunder, shaking the doors of his heart, while simultaneously unleashing an inexhaustible vitality. Su Yun felt enveloped in a warm embrace, as if bathing in hot water, an exquisite comfort. All impurities within him were gradually reduced to ashes under the searing heat of this heart of the blazing sun, expelled with each breath. Even if one were to do nothing, this heart would forge his body into that of a supreme deity. Su Yun exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. Bai Qilua gazed blankly at the little black dog. But this is my little black. When she left home in the morning, she clutched the pup tightly. The Bai family had no choice but to allow the dog to accompany her. Madame Hua was amused. This child is truly entertaining.
Su Yun,
With his rosy lips and white teeth, exuded intelligence. Another, named Qing Chen, also resembled a person. Xiao Yu, both exasperated and amused, exclaimed, "How can one take another's belongings and gift them to someone else?" After all, it was merely the action of a 3-year-old, which would not invite disdain. She sighed, "Qing man, please make a trip to the storeroom." Qi Yanyan laughed heartily. "Ha, the Su family isn't that pitiful, are they? They actually intend to give away a dog. A stray at that, trying to snatch someone else's treasure without a cost. If it were me, I would never allow my daughter to marry you." Xiao Qingchen smirked with self-satisfaction, holding up a brocade box, his face brimming with confidence. Only Lin Inger looked slightly taken aback, glancing at the little black dog, hesitating to speak. This creature was undoubtedly the most precious in the room, yet he likely had no idea of its worth. Perhaps this is our opportunity. Unperturbed by the laughter surrounding him, Soo-yun continued to hold the little black dog aloft. No, this is my gift to you. Bai Qiluo remained adorably bewildered. Your dog? Soo-yun nodded. Indeed, think of it that way. If you refuse, not only will you lose the dog I gifted you, but you will also part with Little Black. Is it not a win-win situation? Xiao covered her face, amused. This is simply teasing the child. Anyone with a kindergarten diploma could discern the fallacy in her reasoning.
Yet.
Bailey Qiluo was precisely the type to fall for it, her eyes wide as she eagerly nodded. I want the little black one. I don't want to part with the little black one. Soo-yun cradled the dog closer, intentionally distancing herself a bit. So, do you prefer my gift or his? Smack. Yours. In a bid to affirm her determination, Bailey Qiluo flicked her hand, inadvertently knocking the exquisite box to the ground. The dragon blood grass, which the Xiao family had sacrificed their entire fortune to procure from the black market, now lay scattered on the floor. Xiao Qingchen's nose twitched in frustration. Do you even understand? She lifted the dragon blood grass. Do you grasp just how precious this spirit herb is? Anyone with even a basic education could distinguish its value. However, Bailey Qiluo was not among them, shaking her head. I don't know. Her instinct craved the dragon blood grass, but her desire for the little black one prevailed. That was her companion spirit beast, an irreplaceable entity. Soo-yun lifted the little black dog's tail for a glance. Oh, it's a female. Then there's no issue. Lady Hua laughed heartily. Perfect, perfect. We shall take this little black one, and the dragon blood grass can be set aside. It is far too precious for us to bear. Qi Yenyun clenched her teeth in anger. She had emptied her coffers and exerted great effort to acquire the dragon blood grass through clandestine channels. All to win over Bailey Qiluo. What use was it to keep it at home, its properties unmatched, rendering it merely an ordinary spirit herb? She slammed her hand on the table. No, this is our Su family's sincerity. We must accept it. Children, in their innocence, often cherish trivial things as treasures. Bai Qiluo immediately reacted, tilting her head defiantly. Little Black is not trivial. Yet, can the adults truly claim to be wiser? Xiao Yu understood that she was being subtly mocked, deliberately embarrassed before others. However, it was not the moment to voice any objections, especially since Xiao Qingchen, the true heir of the Su family, referred to her as mother. Explaining the intricacies of the Su residence to someone unfamiliar would only lead to confusion. It was best to swiftly move past the situation. At that opportune moment, Qingman entered, whispering, Madam, the gifts are ready. Xiao Yu smiled, acknowledging that the arrangements were hastily made and did not quite match the grandeur of the dragon blood grass. She spoke. Madam Hua. It was merely a jest from a child. Indeed, as it was Luoer's first visit to the residence, we had prepared some modest gifts. Bai Qiluo looked up sweetly, saying, Thank you, Auntie. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how the child expressed gratitude before even receiving the gift. Her first thought was that the child had been well-mannered. Xiao Yu replied with a smile, They are merely trinkets. I hope Luoer will find joy in them. Bai Qiluo giggled, her dimples appearing, as if the entire world had softened. Auntie, I like them. Xiao Yu was again momentarily stunned. Madam Hua, quick to react, swiftly pried open her palm. What is this? A piece of ancient, elegant jade pendant, radiating a rich green hue and exuding a warmth akin to that of congealed fat, revealed itself to all present. Madam Hua's pupils contracted. What is this? Although she did not recognize it, she could tell it was no ordinary item. Bai Qiluo chimed in with her childish voice. It was given to me by my husband. Beside her, Soo-yun stood with hands clasped behind her back, an expression of innocence adorning her face. Xiao Yu widened her eyes, filled with indignation at such waste. You, how could you? Qi Yenyun mocked. A piece of jade? Ha, what a trivial treasure that is. This dragon's blood herb could purchase an entire cart of jade.
Yet.
Before her words could fully settle, Lin Inger behind them gasped in astonishment. Heavens, the Destiny Jade Pendant. Qi Yenyun continued her derision. What a ridiculous name. Far too plain. She scoffed. The Destiny Jade Pendant. I have yet to see a jade pendant with such a name. Suddenly, Madame Hua spun around, her expression one of shock. The Destiny Jade Pendant? Is it truly worth an entire spiritual vein? Even the lords of the sacred lands covet that Destiny Jade Pendant? In the capital, among the affluent families who did not know that the Minister of War possessed a top-tier treasure, only those newly wealthy, lacking in heritage, would fail to recognize the value of the Jingshan jade. Shi Yaoyu reluctantly nodded. Indeed. Such a divine object, naturally. My mother wishes for it to remain in her son's possession. Her expression grew complex, loathing her son's reckless behavior. This pendant could purchase an entire house full of dragon's blood herbs. Even selling you would not suffice to repay its worth. Qi Yanyun felt a burning shame on her face, realizing her previous words had reflected back upon herself. She found it hard to believe. What kind of jade pendant could possibly equate to a spiritual vein? Spiritual veins not only generate fortune but also nurture various spiritual stones and rare treasures. Their value is incalculable. The dragon vein of De Qian is an exceptionally robust spiritual vein, essential for establishing a magnificent dynasty. The worth of a power lies at least half within its spiritual vein. And this jade pendant, it could rival half a power? Chapter 16. Playing the role of a little bitch, Qi Yenyun observed Xiao Qingchen, who was still foolishly cradling the dragon blood grass, feeling as though she had been thoroughly insulted from head to toe. While the dragon blood grass may indeed complement Bai Qilua, its value is leagues apart from that of the heavenly fate jade pendant. Giving a child a toy car would elicit joy, while gifting them a sports car would leave them bewildered. However, the parents would be overjoyed, for even if they sold it immediately, they could purchase countless toy cars. Every parent knows what choice to make. Madame Hua desired the jade pendant, yet the hands of a child moved swifter than imperial weapons. Bai Qilua instinctively clutched the pendant to her chest, declaring, "No, this is a gift for my husband." Madame Hua questioned, "Why do you call him husband?" Bai Qilua replied matter-of-factly, "My mother said so. He is my husband." Madame Hua was both amused and exasperated. "His name is Su Yun, and he is your future husband." Bai Qilua responded with a dazed "oh." Meanwhile, Xiao Qingchen felt a surge of anger rising within her, gritting her teeth. After all, she was to be the one who would share a lifelong bond with him. She was his rightful wife. Qi Yenyun, incensed, suddenly stood up and approached Su Yun, reaching out to seize the pendant. The child's reflexes were quicker than imperial weapons, and Su Yun hid the item behind him, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing?" Qi Yenyun pressed on aggressively, "Give the pendant to my brother. He is the future husband of the Bai family. You should know better than to cause trouble." As she spoke, she attempted to snatch it away again.
Stop.
Shi Yaoyue also rose, her gaze sharp. "Qi Yenyun, what are you doing?" With bloodshot eyes, Qi Yenyun was consumed by greed. "What am I doing? Qingchen is the heir of the Su family, and there is a marriage pact with the Bai family." Su Yun aspired to be a member of the Su family and understood that it required a readiness to sacrifice. "Su Yun, the jade pendant is for my brother. In the future, Brother Qingchen will bless you with a robust nephew." Shi Yaoyu found the situation laughable, exclaiming, "Who exactly has a betrothal with the Bai family? It is not your place to interject." Qi Yenyun, defiantly lifting her chin, retorted, "Then tell me, who truly possesses the bloodline of the Su family?" Su Yun's entry into the Bai family would be a betrayal to the ancestors of both clans. A shadow of unease flickered in Shi Yaoyu's mind as she bit her lip. Indeed, Su Yun was at a distinct disadvantage regarding lineage. How she longed for this bright, clever child to carry her blood. If Su Yun's descendants were to bear the Su family lineage, how would the alliance with the Bai family be reconciled? Surely, the Bai family could not enter into marriage with a non-Su member while being fully aware of the circumstances. Observing the escalating tension, Madame Hua hastily intervened. "Ladies, please remain calm. I believe Mrs. She speaks wisely. The child is far too young for such discussions. Moreover, the gifts exchanged are excessively valuable, and the Bai family cannot accept them. Let the children play. Only through interaction can they discern their preferences. Matters concerning the children should be left for them to decide." Shi Yaoyu's emotions were tumultuous. The precious jade pendant posed a dilemma. as giving it could have both favorable and unfavorable outcomes. She shot a fierce glare at Lin Inger, wishing fervently to strip her of her skin. It was this woman who had drained her resources to purchase dragon blood grass from a black market merchant. The Xiao family was not as affluent as the Su family. They could not afford such excess. Now, with the dragon blood grass unsent and weighing heavily in her hands, she found herself in a precarious situation, neither able to consume it nor discard it. It was a significant loss. That belongs to me, it was meant to be mine. The Fate Jade Pendant, coveted even by the most supreme of warriors. Had the Minister of War not been in the great Qian divine dynasty, it would have long been devoured by the various factions. This divine artifact enhances one's fortune. If I were to wear it, even the most perilous of paths could transform into a wide avenue. Perhaps during the final battle, I might even be fortunate enough to evade the cataclysmic explosion, surviving to the very end and becoming the sovereign of all realms. Yet now Lin Inger stands behind Qi Yenyun, receiving nothing but a few furious glares. If only I hadn't departed from Su Yun so soon. If I were still by his side, perhaps I could have pilfered the pendant. That fool, so generous as to gift away the Fate Jade Pendant, would never notice. With the pendant in my possession, I could unveil the secret realm ahead of time and unearth opportunities. Lin Inger felt a profound sense of despondency and anger. How could he be so resilient? So impossible to slay? Could it be that the demon lord possesses his own fortune? Thus, he could endure until the end, facing off against the child of destiny in a battle to the death. Bai Qiluo, unaware of her master's intricate thoughts, genuinely took the two out for some leisure. After wandering around the courtyard, the little girl asked, "Brother, what shall we play?" Su Yun pointed to the cold blade gifted by General Wang. "We shall play with this." Bai Qiluo grimaced in disdain. "I don't want to play." She looked expectantly at Xiao Qingchen. "What do you wish to play?" After his reincarnation, Xiao Qingchen also felt the innate nature of a child. Yet, he considered himself a being of supreme status, unwilling to be constrained by his physical form. Thus, with formidable willpower, he eradicated that childlike essence. In the past, he resembled a child, merely playing a role. He found himself utterly at a loss, unable to recall what games a 2- or 3-year-old might enjoy. Uncertain and perplexed, Xiao Qingchen forced a smile while covertly glaring at Su Yun. This boy had thwarted my grand plans. He must be eliminated. Unfortunately, surrounded by guards, he found no opportunity to act. He could only endure the humiliation and seek another chance. After all, it was merely playing with a few children, he would bear it. Bai Qiluo, noticing the lack of enthusiasm from both, remained undeterred. "Then let us play house." Both Su Yun and Xiao Qingchen nodded in agreement. Bai Qiluo declared, "I shall be the mother." The two nodded again. She pointed at Su Yun. "You will be the father." Xiao Qingchen immediately expressed his discontent. Why should he be the father? Bai Qiluo, with an innocent expression, replied, "Because he is the husband." Xiao Qingchen's dissatisfaction deepened. I am your future husband." Bai Qiluo, still not fully grasping the concept of two husbands, pondered before candidly stating, "He is handsome." Xiao Qingchen, taken aback, instinctively asked, "What about me?" Bai Qiluo scrutinized him for a moment before responding, "You are amusing." Veins bulged on Xiao Qingchen's forehead. Restrain yourself, he thought. She is but a child. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and managed to force a smile. "Then what shall I play?" After a moment's thought, Bai Qiluo replied, "You can be the little black one." Xiao Qingchen was momentarily stunned. What is Little Black? Suddenly, realization struck him. Little Black was the name of that dog. He felt as if the blood vessels in his brain were bursting, and he quietly roared, "What did you say?" Bai Qiluo answered matter-of-factly, "In our home, there is a father, a mother, and also Little Black. Thus, you assume the role of Little Black." Xiao Qingchen gritted her teeth and declared, "I shall not play the part of a dog. As a dignified emperor, how could I possibly serve as another's pet? Not even for my beloved wife." Bai Qiluo chimed in, linking her arm with Su Yun's. "Then let the two of us play."
Wait.
Xiao Qingchen gasped, her eyes blazing with fury as she shot a glare at Su Yun. "I must restrain myself. I must endure." Without the dragon blood grass to offer, they could only rely on their playful antics to forge a bond. After all, they were merely children, devoid of ulterior motives. Let us play. Xiao Qingchen rasped. Very well. I shall be Little Black. Bai Qiluo clapped her hands in amusement. Haha, your voice resembles that of Little Black. In the room, several ladies exchanged glances. Qi Yenyun's expression was grim as she tightly grasped the armrest. Why should that insufferable boy take on the role of the father while my son must play the dog? Madame Hua chuckled awkwardly. Ahem. Children speak without reservation. Their thoughts are not so intricate, merely seeking amusement. Xiaoyue sipped her tea, stifling a laugh. Look, everyone knows my Yun'er is quite handsome. Oh, but wait, how can I be so biased? Very well, if Xiao Qingchen is amusing as a compliment. The ladies conversed for a while the children had already progressed to the second round of play. Bai Qiluo exclaimed, I shall be the mother, and brother Yun will be the father. Hearing the commotion, Qi Yenyun sighed in relief. At least my son is not playing the role of another woman's dog. It is truly embarrassing. Besides, my son is not a real dog. Bai Qiluo, with an innocent expression, responded, That works. Little Black can simply play as Little Black. And you? Xiao Qingchen crossed her arms and smiled with pride. Bai Qiluo chuckled, Brother Yun and I are already parents. So you should pair up with Xiao He. You will play the role of Xiao He's wife. Xiao Qingchen. Chapter 17. The bloodline of divine beasts. Qi Yenyun, in a fit of anger, spat blood. Her own son, the heir of the Su family, actually playing the part of a dog's wife. If this were not merely a game for a 2.5-year-old, she would have rushed in with a knife. Madame Hua felt a bit awkward and tried to ease the tension, saying, Children speak without restraint. Xiaoyue maintained a calm demeanor, though her hand trembled slightly as she held her teacup.
Qingman.
The maid, Qingman, replied, Madam. Xiaoyue continued, Please prepare more dog food. Qingman stifled a laugh. Yes, I shall take care of it at once. Qi Yenyun's eyes flared with anger. Xiaoyue, what did you say? Xiaoyue, slightly taken aback, responded, Oh, I was thinking that Luo'er would frequently visit the estate in the future, and we should prepare some provisions for Xiao He. What's wrong? Is Madame Qi opposed? If funds are an issue, you may ask me. As Qingman left, she couldn't help but reflect, Madame is quite cunning. This isn't about adding Xiao He. It's clearly about adding a wife for Xiao He. Madame Hua did not linger too long. After a brief conversation, she prepared to return. Just before leaving, she noticed her daughter appeared displeased and inquired, What's wrong? Has someone bullied you? Bai Qiluo pouted, Brother Yun. Xiao Qingchen approached to bid farewell, his face etched with humiliation and torment. Upon hearing that his future betrothed was complaining, he felt a bit more pleased. Xiaoyue seized Su Yun, asking, How did you bully your sister? Madame Hua waved her hand. They are merely playing. It should not be taken seriously. Bai Qiluo's eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Yun won't let me give him a kiss. Xiao Qingchen's delight became stuck in her heart, unable to rise or fall. Lady Hua felt a wave of embarrassment and inquired, Why are you thinking of such things? Bai Qiluo, with a sense of entitlement, replied, You and father always kiss. So when I play the role of Mama and Papa with Brother Yun, I should also get a kiss. Lady Hua quickly covered her daughter's mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense are you saying, you little rascal? With that, she hurriedly dragged her daughter away. Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Yun and poked his forehead, clueless. Once Lady Hua had her daughter in the carriage, she noticed that Bai Qiluo was clutching Little Black tightly, nearly suffocating the small dog. Amused yet exasperated, she exclaimed, Let go. Little Black is going to suffocate. Why are you holding it so tightly? Bai Qiluo loosened her grip slightly, but still cradled the dog closely in her arms. This is a gift from Brother Yun. If I let go, both Little Black and the puppy Brother Yun gave me will disappear. Lady Hua recalled that little rascal Su Yun, who, despite being merely 3 years old, could easily outsmart a 2.5-year-old. If only he had some kind of early education certificate, he wouldn't fall for such tricks.
All right. Hold on to it, but don't squeeze too tightly, she sighed.
It seemed she would have to arrange for some early education for her daughter. Little Black, having narrowly escaped a perilous fate, sighed in relief and wagged its tail fervently. It wriggled away from its owner's grasp and climbed onto Lady Hua. She patted the dog's head, pondering. That child Su Yun, in every regard, appears more charming than that Qing Chen. With such good fortune and character. Even the Minister of War praises him. He is surely destined for greatness. Her character was generous. She readily bestowed the jade pendant of fortune. Once married, if Luo Er wished to wear it for a few days, he would not hinder her. However, the issue of bloodlines loomed large in her mind. She hesitated, contemplating whether to once again defy the ancestral marriage pact and allow the two young ones to wed first, thus establishing a closer bond before the next generation. Suddenly, a pained exclamation escaped Madame Hua as she tossed Little Black to the ground.
So?
Little Black seemed unfazed. Upon inspection, Madame Hua discovered a charred hole scorched into her skirt. When she pulled aside her garments, she found a red, swollen mark on her thigh. Clearly the imprint of Little Black's claws. Little Black, though Madame Hua possessed only average talent, she had ascended to the third realm, bolstered by the celestial treasures of the Zhao Ming family. As she awkwardly scanned with her spiritual sense, she immediately sensed something amiss. When she had arrived that morning, Little Black had been an ordinary dog, yet now it radiated a faint luminescence through its bones, muscles, and vital organs. In merely a few hours, Little Black had transformed into a spirit beast. Madame Hua gasped, "Little Black?" The creature tilted its head, attempting to bark, but the sound that emerged was akin to thunder, resounding with the majesty of a phoenix's cry.
Bang!
The coachman, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "Madam, the horse has suddenly weakened in its legs. Please hold on. I shall attend to it immediately." How strange! This was a horse of noble lineage, possessing the blood of spirit beasts. How could it suddenly falter? Madame Hua seized by Qi Luo, examining her for any burns. Finding none, she breathed a sigh of relief, turning her gaze back to Little Black. Her eyes were filled with astonishment and suspicion. Could it be that Little Black possessed the bloodline of a divine beast? Yet even if there were signs, they had remained dormant, lacking any indication of activation. Could it be due to Xiao Suyun? Upon visiting his residence, a surge of vitality instantly awakened. He intends to return Xiao He to Luo Er. Wait, could this be his true intention? Luo Er's companion is an ordinary dog, Xiao He, while he is offering a spirit beast of divine lineage. The more Mrs. Hua contemplated, the more alarmed she became. The Su family might harbor great opportunities. She lowered her head and asked, "Luo Er, do you still wish to visit the Su residence?" Bai Qi Luo responded without hesitation, "I do." Mrs. Hua nodded. "In a few days, I shall take you there for a visit." Bai Qi Luo smiled sweetly, "All right." A few tranquil days passed. During this time, nothing significant occurred. Su Yun, merely 3 years of age, frolicked carefree. The day after the Bai family's visit, Xiao Qingchen seemed to have undergone a transformation, visiting daily to offer greetings. Shi Yaoyu felt somewhat moved, her emotions complex. She wished for her biological child to thrive, but only under the condition that he would not vie for recognition against his brother. It was also my fault. Had it not been for the accident 3 years prior, Qing Chen would not have been mistakenly exchanged. With proper nurturing, his temperament would not have developed into one of isolation. Shi Yaoyu shook her head inwardly, yet found herself entangled in conflicting thoughts. If the exchange had not occurred, how would Yun Er have come to my side? Alas! It is difficult to part with any child, as they are all dear to the heart. As long as Qing Chen can transform and embrace the notion of family, he remains a malleable talent. Just as Su Yun lifted the spoon, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang, and a lively and clever young girl dashed in, exclaiming, "Mother, did Yun Er fall into the Yulan pool? Let me take a look." With a swift motion, she spotted Su Yun and dashed towards him, lifting his leg and inspecting him from side to side. No abnormalities detected. "Did you truly fall into the Yulan pool? You seem quite lively." Su Yun, feeling like a mere toy in her grasp, erupted in anger. "Put me down." The girl, feigning distraction, replied, "Sister is merely concerned for you. Do not fret, I must examine you thoroughly first." Su Yun flailed his arms, growling, "Su Muling.
Put me down.
I refuse to protect you any longer." I shall end you. Shi Yaoyu sighed, covering her face. What a pair of lively treasures. Chapter 18, A Hundredfold Understanding. After a considerable time, Su Muling finally released the despondent Su Yun, pressing him down on her lap. Did you not claim to have fallen into the Yulan pool? You appear unscathed. Su Yun, with an air of dissatisfaction, retorted, What business is it of yours? His eyes sparkled with desire. I want that. In a childish tone, he added, Thank you, sister. Muling inquired further, Do you like your sister?
Shu Yunbin.
I adore my third sister. Gazing at the cherubic figure before her, Muling felt her heart melt. She took a deep breath before handing over the treat. Su Yun, clutching the little bear-shaped candy, savored it with delight, the earlier animosities dissipating. Muling, the third sister to Su Yun, was in her prime at the tender age of 18. Her eyes, dark as the depths of a pool, radiated vivacity. With long hair cascading to her waist and skin as fair as snow, she reflected a faint silver sheen in the light, resembling a celestial being from the heavens, truly captivating. Always adorned in an elegant blue robe, she exuded the grace of a refined lady even while seated. Yet when she moves, she exhibits a grace surpassing that of a startled hare. Mo Ling displayed her Qianquan bag and inquired, What has happened to my brother? He does not seem to have fallen into the Yulan pool. Shi Yaoyu replied, He is fortunate. He discovered an opportunity in the Yulan pool, and the chief of the Qintian Monitor intervened to eliminate the chaotic poison. Upon hearing this, Mo Ling initially felt joy for her brother, but her expression soon grew complex. However, her thoughts raced, and she quickly concealed her emotions. Oh, I am surprised, you rascal. You possess such luck? Su Yun scoffed. Shi Yaoyu propped her chin on her hand, thinking that the trifling thoughts of the three young women would deceive only a 3-year-old child. They were transparent before her. Among the Su family, there are 3 daughters. The eldest is recuperating, the second wanders the world, and the youngest is studying abroad. The great Qian dynasty, though vast, does not necessarily surpass the might of various sects in certain arts. Thus, both the affluent and the common folk tend to favor enrolling their children in prominent factions. Mo Ling's tone fell. My master has managed to suppress the cold poison for now, so it will not flare up in the short term. But she expressed her sadness. The flow of my spiritual energy has become obscure. I may no longer advance. Shi Yaoyu rose and embraced her, saying, Oh, my unfortunate child. 3 years prior, Su Mo Ling entered the Wanjian sect for her studies, but due to an unforeseen incident, she was afflicted by cold poison. If not regularly suppressed, her body temperature would plunge to freezing levels, potentially transforming her into an ice statue, leading to her demise. The Su family explored numerous remedies, all in vain. Ultimately, it was the master of the Wanjian sect, Taoist Qingheng, who intervened to temporarily suppress the cold poison. Although the life-threatening crisis was averted, her cultivation has since stagnated. Even with the consumption of elixirs, no progress could be made. The Su family, though affluent, could provide Mo Ling with a lifetime of luxury and opulence. Yet, in this world where strength reigns supreme, witnessing family members effortlessly live for centuries while oneself succumbs to the ravages of time is a profound disappointment that is difficult for anyone to bear. Mother. Mo Ling wished to express something, yet hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts. Before she could speak, Shi Yaoyu, brimming with joy, instructed the maidservants to prepare a banquet to welcome the third Mississippi. Mo Ling pouted, suggesting that they could discuss it later. Meanwhile, Su Yun, indulging in gummy bears, glanced at her. Soon, the Su residence was abuzz with activity, every face adorned with smiles. The third miss, both graceful and intelligent, was deeply cherished. The joyous atmosphere persisted until late into the night, as mother and daughter held hands, sharing endless conversations. Su Yun feasted and reveled, finding joy in the festivities. However, that happiness was short-lived. Come, it's time for a bath. Mo Ling grasped Su Yun's legs, lifting him upside down. Su Yun's face twisted in indignation. I refuse to bathe. Oh dear, Mo Ling teased, pinching his fair little face. You're already a grown man, yet you shy away from bathing. Su Yun raised his diminutive arms and legs defiantly. I will fight you. Yet, before the 18-year-old girl, all his efforts were in vain. Mo Ling effortlessly tossed him into the tub. Why the anger? Su Yun squealed. I am a grown man. I want to wash myself. Mo Ling chuckled. You're as tiny as a bean. Well, you know. I hate you. Su Yun protested, struggling in vain. Outside, Xiaoyu shook her head, amused. These two little treasures. But a 3-year-old really knows nothing at all. Not long after, Su Yun, with her hair damp, was pressed against the chair. Mo Ling retrieved some coconut jelly from her universe pouch and asked, Do you like your sister? Su Yun's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. I like my sister. Mo Ling chuckled. Good. Mother, I want to sleep with my little brother tonight. Xiaoyu, unfazed, inquired, why the sudden desire to sleep with Yunu? For the past 3 years, Su Yun had been cared for by her 3 sisters, having shared countless nights of slumber. Mo Ling explained, he is warm and cuddly, like a little furnace. Xiaoyu contemplated refusing but let out a sigh. Very well. Once Su Yun was reluctantly taken away, she turned to Qing Man and instructed, have the kitchen prepare a midnight snack and keep watch outside. If the young lady's cold poison flares up, be ready to assist her immediately. However, that night, no mishaps occurred, except for Su Yun, who heard a faint sound.
Ding. Oh.
A task? After several days, without triggering a task, he attempted to change to a more comfortable position to review the task details, only to feel as if he were sinking into quicksand, unable to move. How frustrating. Su Yun bit down on his lotus arm. Yet, as a mere 3-year-old child, he could not break free from the shackles of a third-realm cultivator.
Buzz.
A flicker of light appeared as the supreme sacred bone materialized from the void. Revisiting the ice sculpture of the Frost Emperor, you are filled with mixed emotions. Your inability to cultivate in your youth delayed your parents' discovery of Su Mo Ling's anomalies. This led to your closest ones suffering torment, ultimately losing control of the Frost Ling true form, transforming into an ice sculpture that freezes time and space. Remove the ice sealing effect from Su Mo Ling and expel the cold poison. Chapter 19. The Path of Light. Su Yun reclined within Mo Ling's embrace, a hint of concern creasing her brow. Mo Ling was not afflicted by cold poison. Rather, her innate constitution was extraordinary, being the sole Frost Ling true body in the cosmos. When the Frost Ling true body reaches its pinnacle, it possesses the capability to freeze time and space, rendering myriad worlds into silence and plunging them into eternal demise. Yet Mo Ling, in her current state of weakness, found even the slightest trace of her power insufficient for resistance. Externally, this manifested as sporadic outbreaks of cold poison, a decline in body temperature, and at times, a transformation into an ice sculpture. In the narrative, Mo Ling's plight was utterly tragic. Su Yun, having fallen into the Yulan pool, was unable to cultivate, leaving her parents in deep distress, unable to attend to anything else. Mo Ling endured relentless torment, becoming an ice statue, a perpetual wound upon Su Yun's heart. The Frost Ling true body was immensely powerful, capable of even freezing time and space. Yet, even at the conclusion, when Su Yun ascended to become a world-destroying demon lord, she could only stand at the edge of the galaxy, gazing across the frozen expanse of time to glimpse her distant family. Now that the third sister had not been encased in ice, one half of the task could be effortlessly accomplished. Su Yun pondered, but how to address the other half? The expulsion of the cold poison? The Frost Ling true body is not without remedy. If detected early, procuring rare celestial and earthly treasures could indeed mitigate the affliction. However, Su Yun was but 3 years old, and her family might not believe her words. Furthermore, the quest for these rare treasures spanned years. It was untenable to remain indefinitely encumbered by this task, forever unable to fulfill it, was it not?
Ah.
Within the depths of the Lihin Xiankong lies the Silver Bell Spirit, while the Yulong Thunder Hall harbors the hibiscus herb, and the Golden Tiger Forest is home to the Golden Flame Leather. All of these can alleviate the chilling poison, to some extent. Ha! Ha!
This is it.
A child of merely 3 years cannot sustain their spirit for long. Lost in thought, they soon drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, still in a daze, a sudden sound of a chime pierced the air. Before Su Yun could fully rouse, a voice called from the door. Miss, there are visitors outside. Mo Ling, still in a fog, queried. Visitors? Who? The maid replied. It seems to be from the Liuguang sacred land. The lady has already gone to greet them. Instantly, Mo Ling was jolted awake, sitting up abruptly. Visitors from Liuguang's sacred land? How can they arrive so swiftly? The maid stifled a giggle behind her hand. Hee miss, it must be your future in-laws. Likely here to discuss the wedding banquet. A complex expression crossed Mo Ling's face, a blend of yearning, resistance, and more prominently, unwillingness. Su Yun, having awakened, grasped her hand. Third sister? Only then did Mo Ling realize she was clutching her fists tightly, the strength of a third-stage cultivator crushing the bed linens to shreds. Her complexion paled as she forced a smile. Third sister's fine. Little brother, you should wash up first. Su Yun regarded her quietly. Third sister, do not fear. I am here. Mo Ling found his earnest demeanor amusing and nodded solemnly. All right, thank you, little brother. Su Yun extended his hand. Then let us proceed to the front hall. Mo Ling hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile. Very well, to the front hall. Shi Yaoyu had already arrived at the front hall, where a group of 4 awaited. Among them, a young man stood as the focal point of the party, recognized as the current Holy Son. The remaining 3 are all guardians, with 2 possessing the 6th realm of Dao, and even 1 at the 7th realm of Tianshu. Such a configuration is seldom seen even in the vast expanse of Qian, illustrating the profound heritage of the Liuguang sacred land. Shi Yaoyu smiled gently, future in-laws. What brings you here today? Her words flowed like a spring breeze over a frozen lake, light and warm. As she spoke, a faint, enchanting fragrance enveloped the air around them. The young man's eyes glinted with greed, marveling inwardly. Truly, she is the most beautiful woman in the Tianyuan realm. Ahem. The elderly matron, Granny Silver Crane, cleared her throat lightly, cutting to the chase. Madam Shi, let us not waste time. We have come to annul the engagement to the Liuguang sacred land. Shi Yaoyu's smile froze on her face. What did you say? Granny Silver Crane remained unhurried. Some matters can be addressed directly, don't you think? Shi Yaoyu's gaze turned icy. Liuguang's sacred land. If there is something to discuss, please state it plainly without any preamble. Granny Silver Crane scoffed dismissively. Su Moling is afflicted by a rare poison and can only linger within the 3rd realm for her lifetime. A low-tier cultivator does not qualify to enter our Liuguang sacred land. 3 years ago, the sacred son of Liuguang traveled to the Wanjian sect for study, where he met Moling during a task involving an ancient fierce beast, the Li Shui scorpion. Moling was poisoned while protecting the sacred son. In gratitude and recognizing her exceptional talent, Liuguang's sacred land proposed a marriage. However, they now regret this union and can no longer contain their desire to annul it. Only the top-tier genius, Moling, who is a direct disciple of the Wanjian sect's master, would qualify for entry into Liuguang's sacred land. A mere 100-year lifespan. Forever trapped in the 3rd realm and plagued by constant cold poison, she is nothing but an encumbrance, hardly worthy of consideration. Shi Yaoyu trembled with rage. How could the radiant light sacred land be so ungrateful? If it weren't for the purpose of saving your holy son, how would Mo Ling have fallen victim to the cold poison? Granny Yinhong sneered coldly. That is merely a consequence of Su Mo Ling's own misfortune in encountering the blood scorpion, and due to her insufficient skills, she was unable to retreat unscathed. How can you blame my family's holy son? After having been his fiancée for 3 years, she has already enjoyed enough of this privilege. With this status, what kind of worthy son-in-law could she not attract? Such sophistry. Shi Yaoyu could hardly believe the audacity of the other party. The act of saving someone could have blossomed into a beautiful tale, yet it has now brought harm to her daughter. Since hearing of Mo Ling's affliction, she had wept countless nights, shedding tears that seemed to flow endlessly. It felt as if a piece of her flesh had been torn away. The pain echoing in her child's suffering, the agony residing deeply in a mother's heart. Not only had Mo Ling's cultivation regressed, but she also bore the cold poison within her. Now, being cast aside in a broken engagement, one could only imagine the level of scorn she would endure. Suddenly, the radiant light holy sun, Chu Lingshao, stood up, releasing an overwhelming aura. A profound force surged forth, and the onlookers could faintly perceive a grand pathway descending from the heavens, intertwining with his very being. Chu Lingxiao proclaimed with haughty confidence, "Madam Shi, I have already reached the fifth realm and have mastered the path of light to a minor success. Given time, I shall achieve mastery of this path. My future is destined to be beyond Su Emoling's reach. For her own good, it would be wise for you to depart." Xiao Yu clenched her teeth tightly, her gaze filled with indignation. At merely 18 years of age, Chu Lingxiao had already attained the fifth realm, marking him as a prodigious talent. He had even familiarized himself with a singular pathway, placing him leagues ahead of others at the same level. Practicing ordinary techniques was akin to diligent study. Ultimately, one might attain a commendable level of skill in weaponry. The pursuit of the Great Way is akin to wielding a rifle in a martial arts duel. The same technique, when understood or misunderstood in the context of the Great Way, can yield results that differ by several magnitudes, even to the extent of thousands. Only by mastering the Great Way can one comprehend both its essence and the reasoning behind it, applying this knowledge to achieve a perfect alignment with one's own abilities. In contrast, Chu Lingxiao, bolstered by the resources of the Radiant Light Sacred Land, possesses an understanding of the Great Way that far exceeds the regressed cultivation of Su Moling. Once a celebrated prodigy of the Great Qian, Moling now finds herself in a dire predicament. Tears of sorrow glisten in Shi Yaoyu's eyes. To sever their engagement merely due to her diminished cultivation seems profoundly unjust. Do you wish to continue the engagement? Chu Lingxiao chuckled lightly. I have a distant cousin who has succumbed to madness and lost an eye. Perhaps we could transfer the engagement to him. What a fitting match for a wastrel and a cripple. Chapter 20. Frost lingering true body outside the door. Moling's face was ashen. Once a distinguished talent, she had become a direct disciple of the sword-questioning sect at the tender age of 12, with a future brimming with promise. Yet, in essence, she remained a mere girl on the cusp of adulthood. The inability to advance in her cultivation weighed heavily on her heart, and now, the family of her intended had come to demand the annulment of their engagement. For a blossoming young woman, such a request was a severe blow to her dignity.
Sister.
A small hand grasped Moling's, prompting her to look down into the exceptionally bright, dark eyes of Su Yun. What troubles you? Su Yun, with a piece of candy in hand, inquired, Sister, do you truly wish to marry? With a playful blink, she pressed further. Tell me honestly, do you want to marry? Or is it the radiant sun you desire? Moling fell into a sudden silence. Su Yun discerned her thoughts, kicked open the door to the front hall, and shouted, Mother. The crowd in the hall turned to see a child, and immediately their faces betrayed a condescending smile. This Su family could not even manage a mere child. How could they possibly be a noble house of the great Qian dynasty? It was utterly inconceivable. The saint's decision to annul the engagement was justified. A minor family could never be worthy of our sacred ground. Shi Yaoyu expressed her surprise. Yuna, what brings you here? The child, merely 3 years of age, could scarcely comprehend the intricate entanglements of marriage and its associated interests. Yet, Su Yun stood resolutely, declaring, Mother, since the Radiant Light Sacred Land wishes to call off the engagement, let it be so. Mo Ling stood anxiously outside the door, uncertain whether to enter or remain. Chu Lingxiao chuckled. Ah, this little one seems to possess some sense. Shi Yaoyu glared at the child. What do you understand? She was utterly unwilling to withdraw. Shi Yaoyu had long contemplated the significance of the Radiant Light Sacred Land, a family of great stature. Mo Ling had shielded the saint from the cold poison, and his willingness to repay the favor reflected loyalty and virtue. It was indeed a commendable match. Despite her reluctance, a daughter must ultimately be wed. Su Yun, with a childish lilt, interjected, Mother, Sister does not wish to marry that person. Shi Yaoyu was nearly driven to twist his ear. How do you know? She had previously inquired of Mo Ling, and the hope and dreams reflected in her daughter's eyes were unmistakable. For the happiness of her family, Shi Yaoyu felt compelled to ensure the engagement continued. Leave now. The adults are speaking, and you must not interrupt, she urged, patting Su Yun's back in an attempt to usher him away. However, Su Yun stubbornly refused to budge, clinging to the table and shouting, I won't go. Third sister. Say something. Mo Ling's expression was one of profound conflict as she slowly stepped forward, her heavy footsteps echoing in the hall. Upon witnessing the disdainful gaze from the radiant Holy Land, a wave of discomfort washed over Su Yun. She released the table leg and rushed forward to embrace her sister's leg, exclaiming, "Third sister, you must tell me, do you truly wish to marry that man?" Chu Lingxiao, displeased, retorted, "What do you mean by that man?" Su Yun playfully stuck out her tongue. "Do you want to marry that wretched man?" Infuriated, Chu Lingxiao slammed her hand on the table, but upon noticing that the other person barely reached her knee, she indignantly resumed her seat. Surely, she couldn't truly bully a 3-year-old child. Xiao Yu sensed the underlying tension and, in an instant, her chaotic thoughts settled. She grasped Mo Ling's hand. "Ling, do you harbor different thoughts? Speak to mother." Mo Ling opened her mouth, but 1,000 words became lodged in her throat. "Third sister." Su Yun clung to her thigh. "I am here. Say whatever you wish." Gazing at the petite child, Mo Ling felt a warm sensation envelop her. She suddenly burst into laughter, emboldened, and declared loudly, "Mother, I absolutely do not wish to marry that radiant holy son. Please help me annul the engagement." Xiao Yu's pupils contracted slightly, and she inhaled deeply. "Daughter, are you certain?" She needed to ascertain whether this was a genuine sentiment or a fleeting reaction born from humiliation. Mo Ling's face flushed. "Mother, I have fantasized about marriage, but never about a specific individual. That radiant holy son is merely at the 5th realm, with only a modest understanding of the great Tao. I sought the inner sect of the Sword Sect, under the direct tutelage of Qingheng Taoist. I wouldn't even consider him." Xiao Yu's heart lurched, a deep sense of dread washing over her. She had erred gravely, nearly perpetuating a significant mistake. Which young girl is not filled with youthful longing? At this tender age, both young men and women indulge in romantic fantasies, especially the maidens, who envision themselves adorned in splendid attire, hand in hand with their beloved, living a life steeped in affection. Yet, this dream does not necessarily require a tangible partner. Mo Ling yearned solely for the prospect of marriage, rather than the radiant sun himself. Xiao Yu experienced a sudden ringing in her ears, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. She nearly misconstrued her daughter's intentions, almost forcing her into an unwanted union. Xiao Yu lowered her gaze, her expression complex as she regarded Su Yun. Splendid. This 3-year-old child, oblivious to the complexities of emotions, possessed an acute sensitivity to the underlying discord. Xiao Yu felt a twinge of gratitude, yet a greater sense of sweetness enveloped her. Truly, her child was remarkable. Upon hearing this, the radiant son, Chu Lingxiao, expressed his discontent. "Just 5 realms? Ha! A mere lowly cultivator of the 3rd realm dares to speak such grandiose words." Humph. Mo Ling, having voiced her thoughts, showed no regard for his pride. She dismissed him with disdain. "What you say is meaningless. Are you truly handsome?" Chu Lingxiao was taken aback, instinctively touching his face. "Am I not handsome?" As the holy son, he regularly consumed various elixirs, and his appearance was indeed commendable. Yet now, Mo Ling lifted Su Yun and playfully pecked her fragrant little face. "Are you more handsome than my little brother? Marriage is about matching talents and beauty, and, with your bear-like visage, you pale in comparison to my brother." Furious, Chu Lingxiao retorted, "Nonsense." The others from the radiant Holy Land exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern. High-level cultivators are known for their quick reflexes, capable of delivering a flurry of strikes in an instant. Yet, at this moment, they fell into a silence that lingered for 3 breaths before one weakly admitted, "The holy son is somewhat more handsome." A laugh escaped from Mo Ling's lips, echoing in the otherwise empty arena. Who was Chu Lingxiao attempting to fool with such a farcical display? Infuriated, he declared the annulment of their engagement. But who would marry him henceforth? Mo Ling, mimicking Su Yun, playfully stuck out her tongue, proclaiming, "I'd rather wed my little brother. At least he is more handsome than you." Su Yun followed suit, adding, "Remember, it is the Su family who has withdrawn your engagement." Chu Lingxiao glared at Su Yun, a tempest of rage brewing within him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. It was akin to bullying a mere child. Such behavior would surely invite ridicule from all quarters. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A streak of light sliced through the heavens, crashing into the main hall. Chapter 21. Golden Rain Pill Boom. The structure of the hall was instantly reduced to rubble, leaving a chaotic scene of debris strewn about. An enemy attack. Granny Inha maintained her composure, summoning her protective aura. Sia also brandished her long sleeves, conjuring a protective wave to shield her children from the flying shards.
Madam, Miss.
Young master. The guards reacted swiftly, rushing to the scene. Who dares to assault the Marquis mansion?
Whoosh.
A cadre of golden-armored warriors descended from the skies, landing before the Marquis gates. In the capital of Deqian, who would be audacious enough to attack the Marquis residence? Should the situation escalate, they would swiftly move to quell the disturbance. Today was meant to be a mere engagement annulment. There should be no additional complications. Why, then, was a meteor crashing down upon the Marquis estate? This was not scripted. If this were not part of Mo Ling's narrative, then perhaps they were seeking me? Su Yan pondered. With a clatter, rubble was pushed aside as several dashing young men emerged, looking disheveled. Indeed, trusting foam was unwise. The art of celestial transformation was swift, yet painful. Brother Lei, my apologies. I shall surely improve next time. However, there has been progress this time. Last time, my leg was ensnared by the molten earth, and my marrow was scorched to ash. Is there anyone who could lend a hand? My shadow is trapped. Brother Chung, I come to assist you. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, 3 young men emerged from the rubble. The guards brandished their weapons, demanding, "Who are you? And why have you assaulted the Duke's residence?" The leader hastily gestured, misunderstanding. I am a disciple of the supervisor. He rummaged through his belongings and produced a token, presenting it with a grin. Upon hearing the connection to the supervisor, the guards lowered their weapons. Yet, the moment they beheld the token, their pupils constricted, and with a clang, they pressed their blades against the young man's neck, exclaiming, "Blood Sea Sect, you are a disciple of the demonic cult." The young man, upon realizing the blunder, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, that is not my token." The guards breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it merely the spoils of war from the demonic sect. The young man pointed behind him. "That belongs to Brother Lei."
Clang.
The guards drew their swords in unison. Yet, the young man named Lei showed no fear and calmly stated, "I have indeed joined the Blood Sea Sect." The guards grew tense. The Blood Sea Sect was a notorious demonic cult, having massacred an entire city and countless lives. Such malevolent disciples could not possibly harbor intentions of attacking the Duke's residence. As tensions escalated, the young man named Lei continued nonchalantly, "I have been undercover for 7 months, and it took considerable effort to eradicate them all." The guards remained silent for a while before the 3 young men clarified the situation. Feng Zhongyu chuckled lightly. "I am the second disciple of the supervisor, sent by my master to check on the situation of young Master Su. These 2 are Lei Xingtian from the Holy Land of Songxing and Cheng Jining from the Palace of 9 Heavens. It was my dear friend who, during the testing of the celestial transformations, inadvertently caused damage to your esteemed residence. I sincerely apologize for this mishap. As a token of my regret, I present to you a medicinal pill." Xiao Yu let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Ah, so you are a friend of the Astrological Bureau." The Astrological Bureau holds a significant position in the Great Qian, with its chief astrologer observing the stars daily to divine good fortune and misfortune for the sovereign. This is in regard to concerns about Su Yan's internal consumption of the devouring demon technique, and they have dispatched disciples for inspection. Is this the Golden Rain pill? Xiao Yu gazed at the pill in her hand, astonished. Valued at 100,000 spirit stones, it is indeed quite expensive. Distributing such a number has already cost Feng Zhongyu 1,000,000 spirit stones, a considerable expenditure. This is far too precious. A mere front hall does not warrant such an expense. Xiao Yu politely declined. Feng Zhongyu smiled and shook his head. "My master instructed that we must not disturb that gentleman while he is extracting the technique. I have failed in my task and am willing to accept punishment. So please do not contest this, madam." "Sister, ah." Su Yun had already raised the pill and forcibly placed it into Mo Ling's mouth, cradling her child. Mo Ling had no means to retrieve the pill, and now that it was in her mouth, She felt it would be rather embarrassing to decline. With an odd expression, she could only swallow the golden rain pill. You rascal! Xiao Yu could only helplessly accept it. Chu Lingxiao toyed with the pill in his hand, perplexed. It was then that Xiao Yu remembered to address him. Speaking coldly, the Radiant Light Sacred Land and the Su residents are in agreement. In light of this, the engagement is hereby annulled, and we shall no longer interfere with one another. Radiant Light Sun, you may leave. With the eviction order issued, Chu Lingxiao scoffed. Regret? This is the most correct decision I have ever made. At that moment, Feng Zhongyu swiftly darted forward, startling Chu Lingxiao. What do you intend to do? He exclaimed. In a flash, Feng Zhongyu snatched the elixirs from their hands, declaring, they are not members of the Su family. The elixirs cannot be bestowed upon you. Chu Lingxiao's face shifted between crimson and pale. Did the Radiant Light Sacred Land truly lack these few golden rain pills? Their actions only served to highlight their avarice. Granny Yinhua furrowed her brow, her heart racing with astonishment. The opponent's speed was astonishing, leaving even her 7th realm Tian Shu unresponsive. If they could seize the elixirs, they could just as easily claim a heart. Fortunately, the adversary bore no intention of inflicting harm. Truly, the Dakian Qintian Bureau concealed numerous talents. Meanwhile, Lei Xingtian, upon overhearing their conversation, perked up at the mention of the annulment of the engagement. He scanned the surroundings and noticed only one suitable maiden for marriage. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, addressing her, Miss, if you find that man lacking, allow me to demonstrate my worth. Chu Lingxiao, immediately displeased, retorted, what man are you referring to? That insufferable man, Lei Xingtian shot back, casting him a disdainful glance before adopting the most handsome demeanor possible. Miss, we appear quite compatible, do we not?
Montaukling,
Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, struggled to articulate a coherent response.
I.
Chu Lingxiao's countenance darkened, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. How could this group speak in such unison? What infuriated him further was that his possessions had been filched by others. Even if he had no desire for them, no one else was permitted to take them. With a low growl, Chu Lingxiao seethed, Ha! You wish to marry a mere vase, stuck at the 3rd realm for life? Go ahead. Lei Xingtian was momentarily taken aback. The 3 realms of life? Mo Ling felt a pang of pain from the revelation, yet she wished to use it as a means of refusal, nodding sadly. Yes.
Ha!
Lei Xingtian chuckled instead. 3 realms are hardly sufficient. My aunt is merely in the 2nd realm, and my 3rd uncle's wife is in the 3rd realm. Our Zongxing Sacred Land is rich in resources. We can support anyone. This young lady, possesses a beauty that could captivate a nation, a visage that could bring a city to its knees. Is cultivation truly of such significance? Lei Xingtian was exceedingly enthusiastic. What does it matter if one is enchanted by beauty? A graceful lady is indeed the perfect match for a gentleman. Su Mo Ling was the epitome of a sunny, vibrant girl, beloved by all. Standing before the first beauty of the Tianyuan realm, she showed no sign of inferiority. Rather, they complemented each other, enhancing the allure of the moment. Humph. Chu Lingxiao's expression darkened. This was an affront to his own Liuguang Sacred Land. Had it been any other faction, he would have acted swiftly to defend the honor of his sect. However, with Lei Xingtian hailing from the Zongxing Sacred Land, which was no less formidable than Liuguang's Sacred Land, he found himself hesitating, wary of taking action. Let a 3rd realm waste marry whom he wishes. Chu Lingxiao declared with disdain, turning to leave. The mouse had scurried away. Lei Xingtian revealed a look of anticipation. Then Mo Ling, feeling embarrassed, declined. My friend, I apologize, but I have no plans for marriage at this time. Lei Xingtian appeared disappointed. Why not? Because. Mo Ling's expression suddenly shifted, her aura becoming erratic. Xiao Yu quickly took over for Su Yun. Mo Ling, what is happening to you?
Boom.
A powerful aura surged forth from Mo Ling, its immense force causing the several strong individuals within the room to stagger backward in unison. Immediately, before everyone, Mo Ling's realm surged dramatically. Chapter 22. Peak Enlightenment. A resounding hum echoed as an overwhelming aura erupted from Mo Ling, akin to a torrent breaking through a dam. Unstoppable and fierce. Waves of golden light ascended, transforming the very fabric of heaven and earth, stirring the winds and clouds. Above the capital, a flurry of runes arose. The city's protective array stirred by the potent energy, beginning to operate slowly. The energy within Mo Ling continued to escalate. From the early stage of the Soul Sea to the mid and later stages. From the early stage of the condensation spring to the mid and later stages. From the early stage of the refinement ruins to the mid and later stages, reaching the Tao harmony. In a single stride, Mo Ling transcended 7 minor realms and 4 major realms. From the initial stage of the 3 realms of the Soul Sea, she transformed into the 6 realms of Tao harmony. The first and second realms are the beginnings of cultivation, primarily focused on learning and absorbing spiritual energy, akin to flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. The third, fourth, and fifth realms allow one to navigate the heavenly source realm, beginning to forge a personal style. Beyond the 6th realm, one is already regarded as a top-tier expert. Without unique insights and understanding, reaching such heights is unattainable. Yet in the blink of an eye, Mo Ling, who had merely been a low-level cultivator, became a formidable force, possessing the ability to stand on her own. It is noteworthy that Lord Jinyuan, after decades of cultivation and commanding 1 million soldiers, had only reached the 6th realm. In the ruins of the front hall, all were left in a state of shock. Xiao Yu's eyes widened, unable to discern whether she felt concern or joy. Tears streamed from her beautiful eyes. "Linger, my Linger, has begun her cultivation?" Impossible. Chu Lingxiao was astounded by the astonishing aura. He turned in disbelief, watching the former fiancé he had looked down upon effortlessly ascend from the 3rd to the 6th realm, as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. Throughout history, how many prodigies have achieved such a feat in a single bound? How could it be possible to step into the 7th realm? Chu Lingxiao was utterly astonished. That soaring golden light felt as though it were striking his own face, searingly intense. He had just declared her to be a lowly waste, confined to merely 3 realms throughout her life. How could she suddenly ascend to the 6th realm, surpassing him by a level? How could you all be so blind, not realizing she was capable of cultivation? His heart was a tumult of anger and regret. Su Muling, the most beautiful woman in the heavenly source realm, possessed unparalleled beauty, embodying the essence of a beloved sunshine girl. Were it not for his first marriage, he would have eagerly taken her as a concubine.
But now,
the very person he had just cast aside was not only capable of cultivation but had also surpassed him. How could he endure this? Madame Silver Crane remarked, "You are putting my little ding-dang in a difficult position." Little did she know how that woman had broken through, clearly afflicted by cold poison. How had she suddenly leaped to the 7th realm? Yet, when the young master inquired, Madame Silver Crane could only whisper, "Holy Sun." In truth, she is not much different. Xie wiped her tears, exclaiming, how could Linger suddenly break through? The disciple of the monitoring elder, Feng Zhongyu, clapped his hands in realization. So that is it. This woman is exceptionally gifted, merely stuck at a bottleneck, unable to progress. She had accumulated vast amounts of spiritual energy within her body, along with insights and reflections on her realm, far surpassing the 3rd realm long ago. Just now, she consumed the Golden Rain pill, which perfectly allowed her to transcend that bottleneck. Years of accumulation, all erupting in a single day. Xie clutched her chest, feeling a warmth envelop her. After so many years of shedding tears, it had finally borne fruit. Her daughter had also risen to the challenge, breaking free from the shackles of cold poison. Suyan reached out to gently wipe away his mother's tears of joy, proudly lifting his chest. He opened the system notifications he had heard upon waking. The Frost Sovereign body possesses the extraordinary ability to freeze time and space, wielding the supreme concept of icy power. Even the cores of stars or the hearts of blazing suns cannot withstand its might. Astonishingly, you have discovered an even higher essence, the heart of Supreme Yang, to dispel the frost poison afflicting the Frost Sovereign Empress. The hardships endured in this endeavor are truly moving, sizzling. From where did this heart of Supreme Yang originate? Sizzling. Su Yun smirked, feeling a sense of absurdity. The tasks assigned by this system seemed excessively simplistic. Just last night, he pondered from which secret realms he might seek out extraordinary artifacts to eradicate the frost poison. Yet, after merely sleeping in his sister's embrace, the task was accomplished. The system appears to be suffering from dementia, not only miscalculating the time by a millennium, but also forgetting that the previous task had already rewarded him with the heart of supreme yang. The yang power within Su Yun poses no threat to his own kin, yet the exalted path it embodies can perfectly dispel Mo Ling's frost poison. Though the activation of the frost sovereign body will inevitably generate more frost poison subsequently, Su Yun merely needs to indulge in a few more restful slumbers. Task completed. Task reward. Processing. Task reward. 100-fold comprehension, maximum understanding achieved. Simultaneously, a wave of refreshing clarity washed over Su Yun's mind, akin to being doused with icy water, instantly awakening him to unparalleled lucidity. The once indistinct techniques now crystallized into sharp clarity. The seemingly unattainable 3,000 Dao appeared to be within arm's reach, tantalizingly accessible. In his previous life, Su Yun had attained the status of a demon lord capable of shattering myriad realms, his innate talent already at its peak. Even the mere acquisition of 100-fold comprehension would be extraordinary. Yet now, through the utilization of the heart of Supreme Yang, he had exceedingly surpassed the task requirements, ultimately receiving the reward of maximum comprehension. Su Yun was uncertain about the extent to which a full-level comprehension surpassed that of a 100-level comprehension. But it was clear that they were not merely one order of magnitude apart. Perhaps it was a difference of at least 10,000 times no. It might simply be that at the tender age of 3, his body was yet unprepared to absorb such vast quantities of information. With maturity, he could very well surpass this threshold. He brimmed with anticipation for the future. I knew it, Lei Xingtian exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. This young lady possessed both beauty and talent, embodying an ethereal grace. My judgment was not in vain. He reveled in his pride, delighted by the remarkable talents of the woman he had chosen. Suddenly, Cheng Zhining, who had remained silent, spoke in a monotone voice. I am willing to offer a 7th-tier celestial weapon as a tribute, inviting this young lady to join my Jiao Shaoluan palace. It was then that the attendees realized she was indeed a woman. Shi Yaoyu expressed mild surprise. A 7th-tier, celestial-grade weapon? Such an invaluable treasure. And yet you wish to bestow it upon someone you have only just met. The Jiao Shaoluan palace was indeed generous. Feng Zhongyu smiled and nodded. I too can accept disciples on behalf of my teacher. Should one be willing to join the Qin Tian Bureau, I can offer celestial-grade cultivation methods. This Su Imoling had just reached adulthood and had already attained the 6th realm, surpassing everyone present. Such a prodigy, coupled with unparalleled beauty, would prompt any faction or family to expend their utmost resources in nurturing her, rather than breaking off engagements and discarding her. Lei Xingtian scoffed dismissively, stepping forward to grasp Imoling's hand. What you offer is insubstantial. It would be far better to marry into my Zongxing Holy Land, where resources of celestial grade and below are at your disposal. This was indeed far more generous than what the Qin Tian Bureau and Jiao Shaoluan Palace had to offer, for the Holy Land harbored countless celestial treasures. The martial arts and divine weapons are at one's disposal. As long as Mo Ling agrees, she can immediately wield half of the Saint Land's wealth. Shi Yaoyu gaped in astonishment. This group was exceedingly generous. Only Su Yun leaped down, brandishing his arms and standing defiantly in front. He exclaimed in anger. How dare you propose when you do not even know my sister's name? Lei Xingtian felt embarrassed and stammered. Isn't that inconsequential? It's certainly preferable to someone who knows the name and the talent yet squanders it. Chapter 23. The Perfect Path. Su Imoling was previously a well-renowned genius. Otherwise she would not have become an inner disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect, personally mentored by Taoist Qingheng. Who would have thought that she would suppress her cultivation for years, even allowing her realm to decline, just to break off the engagement? Chu Lingxiao was filled with regret, an overwhelming sense of remorse. Had it not been for outsiders, he might have swallowed his pride and renegotiated the union with the Su family. However, seeing various factions offering exorbitant prices to win over Mo Ling, and with the Radiant Light Saint Land harboring enmity towards the Su family, the prospect of this engagement had entirely evaporated. Humph! Chu Lingxiao's pride was merely a fa. Lei Xingtian scoffed. What qualifications does a fifth realm have to speak of a sixth realm? Chu Lingxiao disdainfully spread his hands, and an ethereal light manifested. Instantly, myriad shadows flickered across the ruins of the hall. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the Linhai snowfield, and then transitioned to the boundless depths of space. Lei Xingtian's expression grew serious. The path of light? Feng Zhongyu was also taken aback, at least a minor success. This individual is indeed exceptional. In this world, there are myriad paths, yet it is rare for mortals to grasp even one. Before attaining the sixth realm of Dao and realm, most individuals cannot even touch the essence of a single path. Moreover, the notion of mastering even a modicum of skill seems far-fetched. While others wield long spears, you brandish a firearm. The disparity in combat prowess is beyond measure. Madam, Cheng Zhining's voice, devoid of any fluctuation, remarked that the young lady still has time to comprehend the path of enlightenment, and there is no need for haste. A newly adult cultivator, possessing formidable strength, is already enough to incite the envy of various factions. Even in the absence of magical techniques, possessing a robust foundation alone holds sufficient allure. As for grasping the path of enlightenment, there is no rush. Feng Zhongyu concurred. Stating that your daughter is already doing exceptionally well, there is no cause for anxiety. Humph. Chu Lingxiao scoffed coldly, asserting that mere cultivation is not a true skill. With ample medicinal elixirs, what realm cannot one attain? Without understanding the path of enlightenment, one shall forever remain akin to a swine. Suddenly, a new aura erupted from Mo Ling, sharp and crystalline. The conversations among the crowd ceased abruptly as all eyes instinctively converged upon her. Moments ago, Mo Ling had been in deep meditation, immersed in her insights of ascension. At that instant, a series of translucent ice pillars manifested out of thin air, gently swaying and spinning as if alive. They resembled the most delicate ice silk, showcasing breathtaking beauty. Mo Ling's presence grew increasingly ethereal, akin to an eternal ice mountain, steadfast and timeless. Is this the path of enlightenment? Feng Zhongyu marveled, pondering whether it was the path of ice or frost.
No.
It seemed to transcend all, a high-level path intertwined with the essence of cold. He sensed an unparalleled power emanating from the ethereal realm. Has she truly comprehended the path of enlightenment? Hiss. It appears to be conceptual in nature. Cheng Zhining's voice remained devoid of fluctuation. Yet her hurried breaths betrayed her. She found herself unable to divert her gaze from. This was not merely due to the other's ethereal beauty or captivating presence, but rather, the very concept of vision seemed to freeze upon encountering, as if ensnared by an enigmatic force. This was a concept far more formidable than the foundational principles governing physical phenomena. Ordinary ice can only immobilize objects, while conceptual ice possesses the capacity to suspend even the fabric of time and space. A glimmer flickered in Cheng Zhining's eyes. If this were the case, the Juxiao Palace must seek to enlist this individual. Lei Xingtian excitedly exclaimed, "The Great Way. This girl truly knows how to astonish. This aura. She must have at least mastered a significant aspect of the Great Way."
No.
It could even be considered complete. Moments ago, she was said to lack comprehension of the Great Way, yet now she exhibited extraordinary prowess. Comprehension can be categorized into nuances, minor achievements, major accomplishments, completeness, perfection, and the highest level of unity. To feel nothing is akin to wielding a long spear. Nuance translates to a flintlock, minor achievement can be likened to a pistol, major accomplishment to a rifle, while completeness transforms one into a rocket launcher. As for sniping, I possess an 88mm, a practitioner of the same realm. Fully mastering a singular aspect of the Great Way could crush those who lack mastery as if they were mere insects. Currently at the sixth realm, surpassed Chu Lingxiao by one realm, and her understanding of the Great Way was complete in contrast to his minor achievement. In a confrontation, the odds could be 3 to 7 in her favor. 3 strikes could fell Chu Lingxiao 7 times. Cheng Jinying turned to Shi Yaoyue, clasping her hands. Madam, should the young lady wish to join the Jiuxiaowul Palace, a sacred weapon may be rented within the palace. A sacred weapon? The Palace of 9 Heavens is exceptionally generous. Feng Zhongyu chuckled heartily, stating that although it was framed as a loan, it essentially allowed Mo Ling to wield full authority during her sojourn in the Tianyuan realm. At the tender age of 18, she stands as a formidable 6th realm practitioner. Such prodigious talent is indeed worth the considerable investment for the Palace of 9 Heavens. Feng Zhongyu remarked, I perceive your daughter possesses extraordinary gifts, surely. The esteemed monitor would wish to accept her as a direct disciple. Provided that you, madam, consent, I could act as a master to receive her. Lei Xingtian expressed his surprise. That is indeed remarkable. It has been a century since the monitor last accepted a disciple. To become a cherished inner disciple is a great honor. However, I believe this young lady would be better suited to marry into my Zongxing sacred land. I am in need of a sacred son, as consort. Previously, he had spoken of a marriage proposal, yet now it had transformed into a proposition of a lower status. Regardless, his enthusiasm was undeniably fervent. Shi Yaoyue's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Her daughter had finally liberated herself from the chilling poison.
Not only that,
but she had also experienced a sudden surge in strength, ascending to the 7th realm, becoming a formidable force. Moreover, she had comprehensively grasped a profound path, which is a rarity among those of the 7th and 8th realms. Linger, you have brought me such delight. Shi Yaoyue wiped her tears and slightly bowed to the gathered individuals. I appreciate your intentions, but my daughter has just broken off her engagement today, and we do not wish to consider other proposals at this time. The offers presented were exceedingly high, a thought she barely dared to entertain. Yet, having learned from past experiences, Shi Yaoyue resolved to honor her daughter's wishes. The others felt a tinge of regret. Lei Xingtian, however, did not hold back, scoffing, a fine woman who cannot even be courted with a sacred weapon. Some individuals are truly blind to such treasures, carelessly discarding them. Chu Lingxiao stood in a daze, his gaze fixated on the great path entwined around Mo Ling, his face contorted with hatred. Just moments ago, the notion of cultivation seemed trivial. True strength lies in the profound understanding of the great path. In an instant, a complete comprehension of a particular aspect of the great path was attained, potentially even a conceptually advanced one. Chu Lingxiao was filled with regret, an overwhelming sense of remorse.
Swish.
Mo Ling opened her eyes, having concluded her epiphany. She sensed within herself an unfamiliar yet immense power, astonished and bewildered. Mother, little brother,
I
believe my realm has ascended. Shi Yaoyue embraced her, tears of joy streaming down her face. Dear, your happiness brings me delight. Mo Ling's gaze swept across the room, landing on Chu Lingxiao, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Like many girls, she had once envisioned a blissful marriage, which led her to accept their engagement 3 years prior, without much resistance. Yet now, a thought suddenly flitted through Chu Lingxiao's mind, eliciting a chuckle. So that's it. Mo Ling, your surprise is rather delightful. I acknowledge you. He continued, very well. Let us proceed with the marriage contract. Chapter 24, A Whale Falls. All things flourish. Shi Yaoyue was taken aback. What did you just say? Chu Lingxiao stood tall, asserting, whether Mo Ling breaks through now or later, it was merely to showcase her abilities before me, to present a surprise, wasn't it? Very well, I accept. Let us set a date and marry. Shi Yaoyue had not anticipated such shamelessness. Her expression darkened. You, Mother, Mo Ling interjected, stepping forward, drawing closer to Chu Lingxiao. Shi Yaoyue froze. Are you? Her thoughts now starkly opposed to those of the previous day. She feared that because Chu Lingxiao was the first to be engaged to her, Mo Ling might be unable to see through his true nature and develop feelings. Amidst the anxious gaze of her mother, Mo Ling stepped forward, a surge of powerful energy erupting from her. Get lost. With a thunderous roar, an immense force propelled Chu Lingxiao backward. Beast, what are you doing? The voice of old Madame Silver Crane was chilling as she steadied the holy son of Liu Guang with one hand while gathering strength in the other, poised to teach this ungrateful wretch a lesson. In the wind, The trio of Yu, Feng, and San remained silent, their chests held high as they gripped their weapons tightly. The guards, vigilant and fierce, could hardly believe that someone would dare incite the wrath of the beloved third miss. They must have grown weary of life. Chu Lingxiao bellowed. "You, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Grandmother, take action." Old Madame Silver Crane's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. "Holy Sun, let us deliberate." She knew she was no match for any of them, let alone facing three simultaneously. Moreover, there were dozens of divine guards stationed at the entrance of the Jinyuan Marquis residence. Engaging in conflict within the capital was a risk the Liuguang Holy Land could hardly afford. Fuming, Chu Lingxiao's veins bulged with rage as he straightened his attire, declaring, "Do not think that just because you possess some strength, you can act recklessly. The Su family is nothing before the Liuguang Holy Land. Without me, who would dare to marry you?" Suddenly, a loud call echoed from outside the gates of the Su residence. The floating tower has sensed the presence of the Su family's grand aura and has come to pay its respects. "May I inquire what has transpired, and is it possible to witness?" Earlier, the guards of the Great Qian had mobilized, and Qingman had arrived at the entrance well in advance. She communicated with the soldiers, offering small gifts to foster goodwill. Reflecting on the day's events, she could not help but feel a sense of indignation. She spoke up just now. "Our third miss leaped from the Sea of Souls into the Tao and has fully comprehended a grand principle. Moreover, today coincidentally marks the occasion when the Radiant Sanctuary comes to annul the engagement, a double blessing indeed. The aura of ascension has already permeated the surroundings, rendering it no longer a secret. It would be more honorable to publicly acknowledge it and elevate the young lady's reputation. The elder from the pagoda of floating towers is stationed in the capital, having sensed the aura, comes to investigate and perhaps become acquainted." Upon hearing this, he chuckles and exclaims, "Congratulations! The Su family has birthed another prodigy. What a pity for the Radiant Sanctuary. They lack the discernment to appreciate such a remarkable woman. As fate would have it, my family's young master is also a paragon among men, having nearly perfected his cultivation of the floating pagoda technique. Should the young lady of the Su family not find it distasteful, might she consider meeting him?" Chu Lingxiao's countenance darkened. He had just proclaimed that Mo Ling was undesirable, only to find others vying for her. Before he could fully process this, further voices emerged. The Mingyue sect has come to pay their respects. Since the Su young lady is no longer bound by an engagement, how about an alliance with our esteemed sect?
Ha!
The Radiant Sanctuary truly lacks merit. They disregard the path of perfection. Is Lord Jinyuan present? I am Baron Xuexiong. A decade ago, we fought enemies side by side. Your illustrious gem is remarkable, and coincidentally, my son has just turned 20 and has recently been appointed as a deputy general. The Haotian sect has also come to pay their respects. Unlike the short-sighted Radiant Sanctuary, we are willing to extend the utmost courtesy to the noble young lady of the Su family, whether in marriage or alliance." Initially, it was merely a few prominent figures seeking to familiarize themselves. However, with the emergence of a prodigy who has ascended 7 realms and attained the path of perfection, various factions cannot afford to remain idle, promptly dispatching representatives to present invitations and gifts. Regardless of whether the precious jewel of the Su family attends their gathering, a fortuitous connection will undoubtedly be forged. In stark contrast, the Radiant Light Sacred Land has faced severe criticism. The 6th realm already represents a pinnacle of expertise, deserving of respect wherever it may be. The generals of the Qian Divine Dynasty predominantly belong to the 6th or 7th realm. Moreover, the attainment of the perfect Tao further amplifies their boundless potential. Such individuals are cherished and revered. Who would dare to cast them aside or even contemplate a dissolution of engagement? That Radiant Light Sacred Land truly lacks discernment. They have even aroused the disdain of the Town Guard Marquis' residents. Now, they have surely met their downfall. The Town Guard Marquis commands an army of 100,000 elite troops. Should conflict arise, the outcome remains uncertain. Alas, such short-sightedness leads to inevitable misfortune. And this sacred land is bound for a grim fate. Blinded by ignorance, Chu Lingxiao can only lament the acute sensitivity of his hearing. He trembles with rage. Casting a fierce glare at Mo Ling, unsatisfied with merely that, he directs another scornful gaze at the small child in her arms. Surely, that must be the legitimate heir of the Su family. It is he who has disrupted his affairs. Had it not been for that golden rain pill, how could Mo Ling have achieved a breakthrough at such a critical moment? He had administered the pill to her, inadvertently igniting a 3-year accumulation of energy and propelling her to the 7th realm. Who would consume a gifted pill on the spot? Humph. Chu Lingxiao resolves that henceforth, he shall confront every small child he encounters. Just as he steps outside, he unexpectedly encounters a small child. Are you not the sacred son of radiant light? The Xiao family has been enduring a difficult time these past few days. In their quest to procure dragon bloodgrass, they have squandered all their wealth. This targeted spiritual herb is neither easily obtainable nor can they bear to consume it. Without an appropriate container at home, its spiritual essence will gradually dissipate, causing considerable distress. However, today, Xiao Qingchen's spirits were somewhat lifted. Early in the morning, he received news that the Liuguang sacred land had sent someone. Upon learning this, Lin Inger expressed an exhilarating revelation. What splendid news, young master. The third miss of the Su family is destined to perish at the hands of the Liuguang sacred land. In due course, the Su family will descend into madness seeking vengeance, and we shall reap immense benefits from the ensuing chaos. Moreover, Lin Inger was thoroughly animated, her memory vivid regarding the matter. Today, the Liuguang sacred land, holding Su Maoyang in disdain, sought to annul the marriage. Yet, due to Shi Yaoyue's resolute arguments, the betrothal remained intact. A forcibly coerced union yields no sweetness. Once Maoyang entered the Liuguang sacred land, the cold poison within her flared, rendering her untouchable to outsiders. The legitimate wife was forbidden even the slightest contact, and the sacred son of Liuguang expressed his displeasure through relentless torment and disdain. Maoyang, unwilling to burden her family with worry, consistently claimed to be well. By the time the demon lord sensed something amiss, it was already too late. Maoyang had become an ice sculpture, devoid of life. The demon lord was driven to madness, leading to the complete slaughter of the Liuguang sacred land. At that moment, Lin Inger seized numerous opportunities, obtaining tremendous fortune. Ultimately, all of this hinged upon the death of Su Maoyang. A single whale's fall brings forth a multitude of life. Furthermore, Lin Inger continued, Shi Yaoyue, in her folly, aspired to perpetuate this engagement. Young master, your recent visits to pay your respects were merely a means to elevate your standing in her eyes, were they not? This time, you shall reap the rewards without effort. By offering a few supportive words, you too shall share in the glory. Let that foolish woman lower her guard, and you shall gain greater control over the Su family. Xiao Qingchen's eyes sparkled with realization. You are absolutely right. These past few days, I have feigned the demeanor of a 3-year-old child to ease Shi Yaoyue's vigilance. Today's visit promises to yield great rewards. Without further ado, Xiao Qingchen set forth. Despite his relatively modest cultivation, he remained unaware of the aura that permeated the air. Fortune smiled upon him, however, as he encountered Chu Lingxiao, who was on his way out. Are you not the saint son of Liuguang? Xiao Qingchen inquired with a smile as he drew closer. Chu Lingxiao, repulsed by the sight of the child, fought the urge to act out. What is it? In light of the unfortunate fate that befell his clan, which had been annihilated, Xiao Qingchen took it upon himself to speak favorably about the future he envisioned for this young man, now his subordinate. Offering a slight smile, he remarked, the saint's son possesses a discerning eye. Su Maoyang is indeed a rare talent, and uniting with her would only enhance the prestige of the Liuguang Holy Land. Merely mentioning this provoked Chu Lingxiao's ire. It was common knowledge that the Liuguang Holy Land had lost a genius of great stature. How could this child dare to claim such insight? It was not flattery, but rather a veiled insult. Chu Lingxiao's gaze darkened ominously. Are you attempting to humiliate me? Xiao Qingchen had heard from Lining that today, Zai Yuanyu had vehemently defended their engagement, thereby preserving it. It was only natural for the saint's son to be irate. Prepared for this eventuality, Xiao Qingchen offered a gentle smile. As for Su Maoyang's spirited nature, should the saint's son find her displeasing, strict discipline would suffice. The entire central domain is aware of her status as your wife. Harmony between husband and wife is paramount. If she misbehaves, discipline is warranted. With marital harmony, how could Su Maoyang possibly be heartbroken to the point of becoming an ice sculpture? How could the Su family descend into chaos, or the Liuguang Holy Land face ruin? How could he expect to benefit from the situation? Suddenly, Chu Lingxiao felt the sting of truth in Xiao Qingchen's words, igniting a fire within him. What did this boy mean? Was he highlighting the fact that the entire central domain was aware of this marriage, reminding him of the disgrace that would befall him? Disciplining Su Mo Ling? Can you manage it on your own? Just moments ago, I was struck and thrown out. Are you surnamed Su? Chu Lingxiao's eyes gleamed with malice, yet he chose to inquire further. Xiao Qingchen lifted his head with unwavering confidence. I shall not alter my name nor my surname.
My surname is Xiao.
Xiao, Qing, ouch. Chu Lingxiao delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Damn it, what kind of child dares to humiliate me? Is there no law anymore?
Subsequently,
A flurry of blows ensued. Xiao Qingchen, possessing a lofty spirit, was nonetheless still a child, and soon began to wail in pain.
stop.
What are you doing? Woe is me. Do not strike my face, nor kick my groin. Please cease. I was wrong. Sob, sob, sob. It was only when the guards arrived that they managed to intervene. Chu Lingxiao, fuming with rage, pushed through the crowd and departed in a huff. Before long, Xiao Qingchen, bruised and battered, was carried before Xiaoyu. Chu Lingxiao, still concerned about his reputation, had refrained from using any spiritual power against a mere 3-year-old. Xiaoyu felt a complex mix of emotions towards Xiao Qingchen, yet her heart ached at the sight of him so painfully injured. She comforted him, saying, How could this happen? Xiao Qingchen sniffled. I merely spoke a kind word for third sister, and that radiant sun berated me. Mo Ling looked at him, hesitating to speak. Xiaoyu inquired, What did you say? Xiao Qingchen replied, I wished the radiant sun a harmonious marriage, and then Xiaoyu's understanding deepened, and she felt a flicker of emotion. This child is indeed moldable. At the very least, he knows to defend his family. She gently remarked, No wonder. It's not your fault. Ling heir has already decided to annul the engagement, and will not? Xiao Qingchen looked up in astonishment. Annulling the engagement? How can that be permitted? Su Moling would not be driven to despair. How could she seize the opportunity and take Xiao Qingchen as her subordinate? Xiaoyu patiently elucidated. Linger does not harbor feelings for the saint of flowing light. Matters of the heart are beyond your comprehension at this age. You will understand in due time. Xiao Qingchen, agitated, retorted, Is this merely a matter of affection? This concerns the dignity of the Su family and the holy land of flowing light. Simply disliking someone is sufficient grounds to refuse marriage? Does she not deserve to dream of such happiness? Xiaoyu's expression stiffened. Xiao Qingchen continued, There are many things we dislike. Does that mean we should abandon them? My sister must marry into the holy land of flowing light. This is a significant matter that cannot be dictated by a young girl's whims. She must apologize to the holy land and uphold the engagement. Smack. Xiaoyu could no longer restrain herself and slapped him across the face. Xiao Qingchen, stunned, covered his cheek and exclaimed, You. Xiaoyu trembled, her tone laced with frustration. You are Linger's brother. How can you not care for her and instead blame her for not marrying someone she does not love? Do you even consider your family? The warmth she had felt moments ago dissipated in an instant. How could this child, who knows nothing of love, be so ignorant of familial bonds?
Montaglin coldly remarked,
You may call me sister, but never third sister. Having only met Xiao Qingchen once, she felt no particular affection for this suddenly revealed brother. While she could accept harmonious coexistence, it was evident that this child was filled with selfishness, entirely disregarding family considerations. Mo Ling could not help but embrace Su Yun, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. You're still the best. Su Yun giggled. Sister is also wonderful. From beginning to end, this younger brother stood steadfastly by her side, offering her the courage to confide in their mother about her unwillingness to marry. Otherwise, shuddered at the thought of being wed to someone she did not love, forced to accept a life she did not desire. How woeful her future would be. Was taken aback, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Why, When the engagement concerned two families, was it treated so frivolously? This was not how things were meant to unfold. She had spoken in favor of, hoping to facilitate marriage. Rather than receiving accolades, she was met with a slap. How could this possibly be?
Cough.
The esteemed official from the Astronomical Bureau spoke up, noting that there were matters concerning the noble house that had caused today's disturbance. In 2 weeks, the National Master would be accepting disciples, and this was the invitation he had come to deliver. The family was indeed fortunate. In the past, there might have been fruitful outcomes. We shall take our leave, then. He inspected the restraints in his hands and found no issues before preparing to depart. Before leaving, the three of them presented gifts, one for a child deemed to possess great fortune, and another for one who had just reached the pinnacle of the sixth realm. The blessings of the family were well understood by anyone with a modicum of sense. They knew to cultivate. Cough. A good relationship. Eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the adoration surrounding, her heart swelling with resentment. It was him. It had always been because of him. That day, had he not been spared, she would not be facing this calamity. The visitors had disrupted her plans to withdraw from the engagement, preventing that wretched from taking the path of despair. Heart ached, her fists clenched in fury. Her opportunity had been utterly squandered by that detestable. As Shi Yaowei watched several individuals depart, she turned her gaze towards Xiao Qingchen, lamenting his lack of ambition. You understand nothing. Bring him to the ancestral hall. Let him kneel for 3 days. Before long, Qi Yanyan arrived at the Su family's ancestral hall. She intended to take the person away, yet the guards resolutely forbade her. Upon seeing Xiao Qingchen, whose face had turned pale from kneeling, her heart ached profoundly. Oh dear, how could that vile woman be so heartless? As a mother herself, how can she allow her own child to kneel? Lin Inger interjected, Qingchen is the child of Lady Shi.
Slap.
Qi Yanyan could not endure such a statement and retaliated with a sharp slap, exclaiming, I do not need your reminders. Lin Inger covered her face, glaring in resentment. For now, she was still weak and had to rely on her, or more accurately on her foster son, the heir of the Su family. Qi Yanyan felt an overwhelming sorrow. Oh dear, why did you provoke those wicked people? It breaks a mother's heart. Lin Inger found it peculiar. Wait, according to the situation. The young master should face no consequences, perhaps even rewards. How could he have angered Xiaowei? Lin Inger instinctively nodded. This is an opportunity. In the future, Su Muling shall perish.
Slap.
Qi Yanyan struck her face again, furiously declaring, It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Qingchen would not be suffering this great injustice. Soon, the ancestral hall was in chaos. Chapter 26. The 7 Emotions and 6 Desires. Once Xiao Qingchen was dragged out, Muling exclaimed with excitement, Mother, I have broken through in my cultivation. Shi Yaowei wiped her tears, her heart swelling with indescribable joy. Muling, my Muling is thriving. She grasped her daughter's hand, her consciousness delving in, exclaiming in astonishment, The cold poison has dissipated? For 3 long years. The mere thought of her daughter being afflicted by that lethal chill had brought her to tears, each moment fraught with dread. Yet now, there was not a trace of frost within Mo Ling. Her organs were robust and healthy, showing no signs of past injuries. Shi Yaoyu, overwhelmed with joy, embraced her daughter. Reluctant to let go, we must express our gratitude to the Qintian Bureau and to that wind cultivator. Mo Ling nodded softly. Yes, we should thank him. But... She lifted Su Yun. I feel we ought to thank my little brother even more. Shi Yaoyu, puzzled, inquired. Why is that? Mo Ling replied. I have always felt a warmth emanating from him. Perhaps it was he who dispelled the cold poison. Su Yun, sucking on his finger, pondered, Truly, women's intuition is remarkable. Yet at merely 3 years old, who would believe it, besides mother? Shi Yaoyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too believe our Yun'er is our family's lucky star. This was a world imbued with immortals, where profound destinies truly existed. Mo Ling's tears welled up once more. Mother, little brother, I too possess the ability to protect you. As she spoke, she gently waved her hand, and ribbons of ice danced gracefully, ethereally. It was not merely a technique, but a manifestation of the Tao. Though delicate, it resembled the simplicity of tofu in its elegance. Only a master could transform the intricate into the simple, lifting the weight with ease. Xiaoyu choked back her emotions. Yes, my Linga has grown up. From now on, you must protect your mother and brother from harm. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Adorably mischievous. Goodness, are we to keep the great villain away from bad people? Indeed, if one seeks to cleanse their reputation, the original protagonist shall inevitably be cast in darkness. With the assistance of fate, the protagonist commits heinous acts, murdering entire families, seizing wives, and usurping opportunities. The yolk of the egg is shaken loose, and the worm is cleaved upright. Yet, he remains virtuous, ultimately reaping the greatest rewards following the grand confrontation. In stark contrast, Su Yun, coerced by fate into the path of malevolence, becomes a despised villain. The tides of fortune have turned. Mo Ling proudly showcases a series of skills. Lifting Su Yun, then I shall sleep with my little brother tonight. Merely a single night's slumber dispels the chilling poison, propelling him to the seventh realm. What if I were to sleep several nights? Su Yun struggles vehemently. I refuse. I wish to sleep alone. The fear of being crushed in the dead of night outweighs all else. Although the activation of the frost spirit body may regenerate the chill, by then he would have cultivated his powers and sought methods for perfecting his constitution. Xiaoyu observes this sibling squabble with a sense of resignation. Enough. Since you have attained some cultivation, impart wisdom to your brother. The supervisor has secured for Yun the opportunity to apprentice under the national master. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. Mo Ling responds with a casual acknowledgement. But my little brother is only 3 years old. Can he comprehend? Xiaoyu counters. Whether he understands or not, learning is never in vain. Su Yun is taken aback. The national master? That national master of the 7 emotions and 6 desires? The Tai Su sect has aided the great emperor of Deqian in vanquishing formidable foes, with the current sect leader also serving as the national master. In the narrative, this particular national master is renowned for the title of 7 emotions and 6 desires, not merely reflecting the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, nor the 6 desires associated with the senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. It refers to the emotional void of the national master. Among the 7 emotions, only sorrow remains, while the other 6 are dominated by desire. Su Yun gasped in disbelief. I am but 3 years old. How can I bear such a burden? The national master is the pinnacle of strength in the great Qian, and my frail limbs are hardly sufficient to withstand it.
Ding.
The national master of the great Qian has shown you exceptional care, yet both have suffered injuries due to the machinations of treacherous individuals. She cannot suppress the supreme forgetting of emotions, resulting in the shattering of the seal, leading the Tai Su sect into the path of darkness. It transforms into the Taiyu sect, posing a threat to all realms. Everyone believes that the calamity originated from you. Please clarify your disassociation from the Tai Su sect. Mission difficulty, supreme. Mission reward, 10,000 beings guidance. Su Yun exhaled in relief. Fortunately, I have no desire to join the Tai Su sect. In this lifetime, I am already burdened. Why endure the hardships of being a disciple in a sect? Moreover, the national master's level of demonic influence in the latter stages is not inferior to my own. The potential for harm is equally formidable, if not greater. In the narrative, Su Yun joined the Tai Su sect and received the national master's protection. Initially, everything was harmonious until the protagonist, Fong, sought to create chaos for personal gain, beginning to interfere. Not only did he seize the imperial blood under the pretense of Su Yun's inability to cultivate, but he also sowed discord when the national master was still lightly tainted by darkness, leading to a rift between master and disciple. To save Su Yun, the supreme forgetting of emotions was broken, and the 7 emotions were overtaken by the 6 desires. Subsequently, the Tai Su sect fell into depravity, becoming a dark cult. Moreover, Su Yun's expression turned peculiar. This plot is excessively melodramatic. To pass the review, this is a work of pure prose, wherein even by the conclusion, the protagonist has yet to engage in any form of intimacy with a female character. Although the national master is the leader of the Taoist sect, he has accomplished nothing. Each time the Taoist sect commits wrongdoing, the blame invariably falls upon Su Yun, leading others to believe that had it not been for him, this prestigious sect would not have descended into decadence. In the narrative, the demon lord has long been tainted and coupled with a sense of guilt. He finds it inconsequential to bear additional blame. However, in this lifetime, she need not concern herself with the national master. Had she not joined the Taishu sect, its downfall would not have occurred, benefiting both parties. Su Yun immediately raised her head, declaring, "I refuse to become a disciple." Xia resolutely countered, "No. This is a significant matter. It cannot simply be dismissed at your whim." Su Yun felt an eerie familiarity with these words, insisting, "Regardless, I shall not." Xia lifted her hand, ready to deliver a light slap. Mo Ling produced a piece of bear-shaped spirit candy, asking, "Would you like some?" Instinctively, Su Yun reached out, exclaiming, "Yes." Mo Ling snapped her fingers, saying, "See, that wasn't so difficult, was it?" Su Yun, irritated, bit into the candy, grumbling, "You are scheming against me."
Yet,
She reasoned, this was not akin to the grave matter of marriage. Becoming a disciple bore no evident drawbacks. In the story, she had gained entry into the Taishu sect through devious means. Now, if she presented herself poorly, wouldn't that suffice? At that moment, Qing Man entered, exclaiming, "Madam, numerous gifts have been sent." She held a bag of holding, which contained yet another bag, filled to the brim with invitations and presents. Mo Ling's display had captivated many gazes. Those who wished to observe quietly upon witnessing the arrival of others felt compelled to present their own gifts. Xianbing Immortal Dew, Snow Fox Minggrass, Jianquan Bell, True Fire Vase. Xia, while tallying the offerings, expressed her astonishment. None of these are ordinary items. At the tender age of 18, she has already attained the sixth realm and awakened the great Tao, a maiden of unmatched potential. All factions are eager to win her favor, and in this fierce competition, they spare no effort. Mo Ling grasped Su Yun by the nape of her neck and said, "Come, my dear sister, I happen to have insights into the great Tao that I can share with you." Su Yun leaped down, her expression earnest as she responded, "Can't you see our mother is busy? As her children, how can we not lend a hand? Mother, please take a rest. I shall take care of storing the gifts." Shi Yao Yu felt a wave of emotion, touched by her child's compassion. Mo Ling felt a twinge of guilt, suddenly realizing, "You don't wish to attend the lesson,
do you?"
Without hesitation, Su Yun darted away. Mo Ling was about to chase after her when a soft voice floated from behind. "Linger, you once said you would rather marry Yun'er than the holy son of Liu Guang. But was that truly sincere?"
Chapter 27, Kyongxian nu Montag links Brititzt.
Her mind momentarily blank. "Mother, she stammered at a loss for words. Suddenly, Shi Yaoyu smiled gently, her aura like ice and snow melting away. "I was merely speaking casually. Do not take it to heart." Mo Ling chuckled softly. "Indeed, Yun'er is so young. What weight do her words carry?" With a thud, Lin Inger was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, her face bruised and battered. Her eyes glinted with resentment, though her disheveled hair concealed her expression. Qi Yanyan pointed a stick at her, her voice sharp. "If it weren't for you, how could Qing Chen have been punished to kneel at the ancestral hall?" Those guardians showed no respect, refusing to allow her to retrieve the child. Qi Yanyan watched as the 3-year-old knelt, her complexion paling until she finally fainted, and her heart ached with overwhelming sorrow. Xiaoyu is truly despicable, and you as well.
Qi Yanyu pøntet at Lin Ying excelleming.
How dare you propose such a foolish idea? Lin Inger trembled, forcing the resentment deep within her heart. "Madam, I can remedy this situation." Qi Yanyu rolled her eyes. "How do you intend to rectify it?" Lin Inger replied, "You must have heard. The National Master will hold a seminar to accept disciples in 2 weeks. At that time, she will present a drop of imperial blood to the newly appointed chief disciple. I can assist the young master in seizing this opportunity." Qi Yanyu gasped. "What did you say?" Imperial blood. Despite her limited strength, she understood the priceless nature of imperial blood. In the present Tianyuan realm, there were no emperors walking among mortals. Those ancient powerhouses had become legendary myths. A single drop of imperial blood could encompass the laws of heaven and earth, allowing an ordinary cultivator to ascend to greatness. If it could be bestowed upon her son, Qi Yenyu's heart raced. Tell me, how can we obtain it? Lin Inger covered her face. I know of a secret passage that leads to the Su residence's treasury. Inside, there is a vial of Qiongyu liquid that can enhance one's comprehension. If the young master consumes it, he is sure to win the national master's favor. Qi Yenyu, convinced, declared, if you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. Lin Inger immediately set off. Guided by the memories of her past, she located the entrance to the treasury's secret passage. In her previous life, she had done the same, sneaking in. However, that time, Lin Inger had stolen the Qiongyu liquid for her own use. During the subsequent disciple selection by the national master, she had awakened her innate sword body, achieving remarkable results, which allowed her to enter the Taoist sect. From that point on, she had accessed a broader world, seizing more opportunities and soaring to great heights. The precious Qiongyu liquid was stolen, and the bottle was discovered in Su Yun's chamber. This unfortunate child bore the stigma of being a thief, a reputation that could never be cleansed. For the young master of the Su residence, possessing a vial of elixir was trivial, yet theft was a heinous crime. This time, Lin Inger resorted to her old tricks. With a clatter, she moved the final stone. And indeed, the storeroom was unoccupied. The Qiongyu liquid is mine, she exclaimed with delight, having located the item from memory, swiftly taking it and fleeing. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a remarkably spirited young face. Behind him trailed a multitude of servants, burdened with an array of parcels and boxes. Su Yun blinked in surprise. He found it peculiar that his dual pupils discerned an extraordinarily powerful aura emanating from the ground, extending into the storeroom. It was akin to a marked player in a game, whose conspicuous outline remained visible even while hiding behind a wall. It turned out to be Lin Inger, the protagonist, here to enact the theft of the Qiongyu liquid. However, as she did not serve by his side, there is no way to falsely accuse him of being the thief. At that moment, a chime rang in Su Yun's ear. You are the demon lord, but have never engaged in petty thievery. In your youth, you were wrongfully accused, and as you rose, the tale spread across the realms, becoming a source of ridicule. Let the world know that the demon lord does not engage in clandestine actions. Mission difficulty, extremely high, mission reward, Qiong Immortal Do. Su Yun was taken aback. Is it possible for different missions to coexist simultaneously? In this era, surely no one would believe I am a thief. Thus, all that remains is. Su Yun pointed decisively. Thief. Swiftly, the guards reacted. Thief. Protect the young master. Bring this person here and apprehend her. With a clamor, the crowd surged forward. For this group of guards, dealing with a mere second-tier female was exceedingly simple. Before long, Lin Inger was subdued and pressed to the ground, her plight utterly tragic. Su Yun inquired, what did she take? The leader of the guards nodded without hesitation, stating, we found this on her. As he spoke, he handed over a vial of Qiongyu liquid. Su Yun glanced at it and found it to be an exact match to the one in the narrative. He uncapped the vial and downed its contents in swift gulps, remarking, this is just plain broth. What is the appeal? Hey. The leader of the guards attempted to intervene, but the swift hands of the young boy were quicker than imperial weapons, leaving him no time to react. Alas, young master, how could you consume a spiritual potion so recklessly? He lamented, slapping his thigh. What if it does not match your attributes? It could harm your body. Su Yun grinned mischievously. Thank you, Uncle Chen. I want to do it again next time. Faced with his radiant, sun-like smile, the leader of the guards found it impossible to maintain any semblance of severity. Su Yun casually tossed the empty vial aside and strolled away with his hands clasped behind his back. In the original storyline, he had been accused of being a traitor for discovering the vial in the bedroom. Yet in this life, he could freely indulge in the spiritual potions from the storeroom, even in front of everyone. Others were only concerned about overindulging themselves. Without so much as a glance at Lin Inger, Su Yun swaggered off, declaring, she is the thief. I am not. The leader of the guards chuckled. Young master, you jest. How could you ever be a thief? Who in Deqian would dare to be a thief? Especially you?
Ding.
Unbeknownst to you, what tremendous hardships you have endured to alter the reputation of beings across the realms. The demon lord only commits great evils.
disdainful of petty theft.
Stealing?
Absolutely impossible.
Mission accomplished. Mission reward. Cheong Xianlu. Su Yun's lips twitched as he trudged toward the storeroom. He initially intended to assist with the offerings for the inventory, but had unexpectedly noticed a flickering light on the ground. It seemed that as he acquired more extraordinary qualities, his fortune also increased, leading to a stroke of luck in his mundane life. He could catch petty thieves. Su Yun twisted open the Cheong Xianlu and took a sip. It did not evoke any significant sensation, merely a cooling effect on his skin. Upon examining himself with his dual pupils, he noticed his complexion appeared even fairer. A surge of inexplicable knowledge flooded his mind, and he instantly comprehended. This is the universal elixir that promotes youthful vitality, strengthens the body, optimizes physical condition, and enhances enlightenment. Oh! He also discovered that the Cheong Xianlu he had just tasted had replenished slightly. If it weren't for his keen dual pupils, he might not have noticed. This bottle can regenerate on its own? That could be given to his mother. If the family consumed it daily, it would surely be beneficial. This was not merely a solitary chance, but a blessing for his family. Filled with joy, Su Yun hopped excitedly, eager to find Xiaoyu. The head of the guard sighed. Alas, I still couldn't stop him. The child's hands were too swift. He had not even seen where the new bottle was drawn from. Uncle Chun, Su Yun suddenly turned. How should we deal with that little thief? He was curious about how such a fortunate protagonist, pinned to the ground, could possibly escape. The head of the guards hesitated, contemplating whether to share these dark matters with the child. However, considering that this is the heir of the Su family, it is necessary to hear some truths. Breaking limbs. Daring to enter the Marquis's residence, execution would not be out of the question. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated from the other side of the Su residence. The leader of the guards was startled and quickly positioned himself in front of Su Yun. Fortunately, no further calamity ensued. As soon reports came in, it was the villa of the Xiao family that had exploded. It seemed the eldest young master had fainted from kneeling, and Lady Qi had attempted to prepare a medicine for him using some kind of blood herb. However, she neglected the timing, resulting in a surge of spiritual energy that caused several rooms to collapse. Another report came. Chun, we had just broken that little thief's arms when we heard the explosion. In that moment of distraction, she managed to escape. Please punish us. Su Yun was taken aback. What a remarkable turn of events. In such a perilous situation, no one could save the female protagonist. Thus, fate orchestrated a chaotic explosion for the male protagonist, granting the other party an opportunity to flee. Truly impressive. Chapter 28. Imperial Blood. Understanding the true circumstances, Su Yun had no intention of punishing the loyal guards. He distributed rewards to each of them and handed the Cheong Xian due to Xiaoyu, considering the matter settled. Time passed slowly, and 2 weeks flew by in the blink of an eye. One early morning, Xiaoyu woke Su Yun and took him along in a carriage. This was his first outing since his transmigration. The little child was fascinated by everything, pulling back the curtain and gazing around. The young master is truly handsome. Here, take this candied hawthorn. Vendors along the road, upon catching sight of the cherubic face peeking out, couldn't help but feel fondness. They smiled and offered treats. Su Yun joyfully reached out. Thank you. The guards, scanning the surroundings, made no attempt to intervene. With a look of helplessness, Xiaoyu sighed. Oh, just take it. Chen Huyuan, the head of the guards, promptly proceeded to make the payment. Clad in splendid brocade and possessing a towering stature, he exuded an imposing presence. The sight of such a robust man purchasing candied hawthorn skewers created a striking contrast. Bystanders, intrigued by this unusual scene, gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the treats. 1.
Please.
Shopkeeper, I would like a candied hawthorn. I want the strawberry one. Give it to me. I was here first. The vendor, taken aback, soon found himself in a flurry of activity. Before long, all the candied hawthorns were snatched away. He steadied himself and bowed 3 times in the direction of the carriage, exclaiming, That young master truly is a harbinger of good fortune. The vast capital of Dakian sprawled across 10,000 miles, with a population exceeding 100 million. After traversing the intricately arranged teleportation arrays, they arrived at the Taishu Gate, located tens of thousands of miles outside the city. The mountains rose steeply, piercing the clouds, while the forests exuded an ethereal aura, grand and magnificent. The disciples guarding the mountain respectfully halted them, inquiring, "From whence do you come, esteemed guests?" Xiaoyu, accompanied by Su Yun, alighted from the carriage and presented the invitation sent by the supervisor, stating, "We hail from the Jinyuan Marquis residence." The guards were momentarily taken aback. The Jinyuan Marquis residence? Were they not already here? Another disciple chimed in, "Indeed, the matriarch of the Su family and the young master have already entered." Xiaoyu stood her ground, asserting, "I am the matriarch of the Su family." The guard scratched his head in confusion. "Madam, could there be a mistake? 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 You are the one mistaken," Su Yun exclaimed, baring his teeth. "Mother is indeed the matriarch of the Su family." The guard, perplexed, scratched his head, and the high-pitched voice of a child drew the attention of those in the distance. "The matriarch of the Su family? Yao Yu?" A woman adorned in splendid attire, as vibrant as peach blossoms, approached. Upon seeing a familiar face, her countenance brightened with joy. Xiaoyu also expressed her surprise. "Long Princess?" The newcomer was none other than the Long Princess of the Deqian divine dynasty, blessed with a natural fragrance and an enchanting presence that captivated all. Being the favored daughter of the late emperor, the two had once been intimate friends, sharing confidences in their youth. With an air of calm, the Long Princess remarked, "How is it that your eyes perceive so poorly? This lady is none other than the esteemed Madam of Jinyuan Marquis." The disciples of Shoshan were taken aback, hastily apologizing. "Madam, forgive us, it was our folly." The interactions between the Tai Su sect and Deqian were plentiful, and it was imperative to extend the appropriate courtesies. "Surely, this individual must be an impostor. I shall dispatch someone to apprehend them immediately." However, Xiaoyu interjected, "There is no need." It was evident that Qi Yenyun had brought Xiao Qingchen inside. Her emotions were tangled. It was truly disheartening that her own flesh and blood would disregard her sisterly feelings and push her towards a marriage with one she did not favor. Yet, today was the day the national master was to accept disciples, and Xiaoyu could not bear to deprive Xiao Qingchen of this opportunity. Should he be chosen, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune for him. She shook her head and addressed the Shoshan disciple, "If possible, let this count against the Jinyuan Marquis' quota." Originally, the slots were limited and could not be increased. However, considering the Long Princess and the supervisor's standing, the Shoshan disciple graciously replied, "Madam and young master, please proceed." The Long Princess then laid her eyes upon Su Yun, whose beauty was exquisite, radiating a hint of heroism. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out, "Come. Allow me to embrace you." Xiaoyu hesitated. "Your Highness, your noble stature is unmatched, while Yun'er is quite mischievous." The princess shot her a sidelong glance. "Yet you had no qualms about hurling mud at me back then, did you? How can you speak of nobility in front of the child?" Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. The princess, lacking decorum, burst into hearty laughter. "My son is absent, so come here, Yun'er, let auntie hold you." Left with no choice, Xiaoyu handed over Su Yun, unable to resist giving his little head a gentle rub, truly a blessing from the heavens. Initially, she anticipated some verbal sparring, but the child's exclamation instantly drew familiar faces, resolving the matter. However, at that moment, Su Yun regretted his outburst, thinking, "Why did I shout? Had he not been stopped, he wouldn't have to enter," thus avoiding digging his own grave. The princess, cradling Su Yun, marveled. "This child has such exquisite skin. What do you feed him, Yao Yu?"
Oh.
"Your complexion has improved as well. Have you been secretly indulging in some miraculous beauty elixir behind my back?" Xiaoyu too noticed that her skin had indeed improved significantly over the past few days. She had forgotten that the Su family storeroom contained such treasures. The peculiar bottle replenished itself after use. With a mindset of not wasting, Xiaoyu prepared various pastries for the family to enjoy. After 2 weeks of this, their health had noticeably improved. Women adore compliments about their beauty, and Xiaoyu's spirits soared as she playfully pinched Su Yun's cheeks, exclaiming, "Yun'er found some precious jade essence in storeroom, and we used it to make these delightful treats. You truly are a blessing, always uncovering such wonderful things." The crown princess took a moment to savor the fragrance of the young prince, pondering that such a fortunate star should be brought to the palace to pray for blessings for the great Qian. Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless, hesitating, when the crown princess lowered her head, playfully suggesting, "What do you think about living with your aunt?" Su Yun, with tear-filled eyes and a pitiful expression, inquired, "Will I still be able to see my mother?" "Oh, dear." The sight of the child's rosy lips and pearly whites melted the crown princess's heart. She placed a hand over her chest and reassured, "I was merely jesting. When the time is right, your mother will bring you to the royal residence for a visit." Su Yun nodded earnestly, clenching her little fists. "All right." The crown princess contemplated further. "And what of the Qiongyu liquid? It possesses rejuvenating properties?" The Su family seems quite affluent, employing a fifth-tier spirit herb to make pastries. Though Qiongyu liquid was costly, it was not considered rare within royal circles. As they walked, Xiaoyu asked, "What of the young prince? He must be 5 years old now, correct?" Xiaoyu found it peculiar. "The young prince belongs to the royal family. Surely it's permissible for the national master to take him as a disciple?" The crown princess sighed. "As for my child, alas, at 5 years old, he still plays all day, showing no ambition whatsoever. Today, I do not seek any particular opportunity. I merely hope he encounters other talented youths and feels a spark of diligence. If he could manage to place in the top 20 and become an outer disciple, it would be a commendable start." With that, the group ascended into the air carriage, heading toward the training grounds. Meanwhile, Qi Yenyun had already arrived early. Hearing that the national master would be accepting disciples today and even offering a drop of imperial blood, she could hardly contain her excitement and had eagerly taken Xiao Qingchen out. She had just unveiled the emblem of the Su family, declaring it to be from the Zhenyuan Marquise. The disciples of Shoshan immediately greeted her with the utmost reverence, escorting her to the esteemed seats. Many noble women had gathered for the occasion, and witnessing such a grand display, they were eager to ingratiate themselves. "Pray tell, where does this esteemed sister hail from?" The noble women approached her, their faces beaming with flattery. Qi Yenyun, with an air of pride, swept her hair back. "Behold, this is the heir of the Su family. Qingchen, it is a pleasure to meet all you esteemed aunts," said Xiao Qingchen, her face still bearing the marks of the dragon blood grass explosion. Yet apart from that, she remained impeccably graceful, resembling a jade-like young gentleman at merely 3 years of age. The noble women gasped, for they had recently heard much about the Su family's reputation, and they hastily offered their compliments. "Ah, so you are the matriarch of the Su household. It is an honor to finally meet you."
Wow.
"Is this truly the young master of the Su family? He is remarkably handsome, such poise. Today, he is sure to achieve great success. Indeed, who knows? He might even gain admission to the Tai Su sect and become a disciple of the national master." Chapter 29. The Tai Su transformation scriptures. The Su family has been flourishing of late. Those well-informed within the household have heard news of the recent victory at the Outer Great Wall. Not only had they regained their foothold beyond the borders, but they had also routed the enemy forces. The most significant contributor to this triumph, and the one most renowned, was none other than the head of the Su family, the Zhenyuan Marquise. Furthermore, 2 weeks prior, the Su family experienced a surge of advancement in their realms. In the capital, where talents are diverse, 6 realm cultivators are considered top-tier experts in the Tianyuan realm. However, this is merely the beginning. If such a 6th realm adept happens to be a young woman of merely 18 years, unmarried, and without offspring, it transforms the narrative entirely. Such a youthful prodigy, if one possesses wisdom, would naturally seek to foster beneficial connections. In such a flourishing family, the noble ladies exhibited immense enthusiasm, fervently vying for favor. Qingchen is truly a remarkable child, destined to achieve great heights. This time, he is certain to become the direct disciple of the national master, obtaining the finest resources. Who else but Qingchen possesses such fortune? "It's nothing extraordinary," Qi Yenyun huffed dismissively, continually refusing the accolades. Yet, the smile in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. "Oh dear, I have done nothing. It is merely Qingchen's own brilliance. Sometimes, fate is such that one leaps and finds the dragon gate." Humph. That wretched girl could never cultivate a child as exceptional as Su Qingchen. She could only raise the original children in her home. Qi Yenyun's expression darkened. You. Suddenly, a youthful voice chimed in nearby. Brother Xiao Qingchen, is that you? Previously, Xiao Qingchen could be likened to a dashing youth, possessing an air of elegance. However, when compared to Su Yun, he appeared as a mere, scrawny monkey. The noble ladies, upon hearing the clear enunciation, were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Qingchen, aren't you of the Su lineage? Xiao Qingchen replied with haughty pride, names do not change, nor do surnames. I am Xiao Qingchen. Another noble lady gasped in shock, covering her mouth. He is the wretched spawn. Qi Yenyun's face turned ashen. At that moment, a disciple of the Tai Su sect stepped forward, his expression devoid of warmth. Madam, please refrain from impersonating the matriarch of the Su family and engaging in improper conduct before the children. Were it not for Madam Xi's generosity, the Tai Su sect would have expelled you and refused your future visits. The noble ladies were taken aback. She actually dared to impersonate the wife of the Jinyuan Marquis to attend the apprenticeship ceremony? I had thought her status was quite elevated, but it turns out she is merely a fraud, deceiving the world. No wonder she exudes such a musty odor. It is utterly repugnant. Qi Yenyun sprang to her feet, exclaiming in fury, I am the matriarch of the Su family. I truly am. She wields the heir to command the Su family. How could she not be the matriarch?
Ha!
The Grand Princess let out a melodious laugh, saying, I truly had no idea when the matriarch of the Su family changed. Wasn't it widely rumored that the Jinyuan Marquis was fortunate enough to marry the most beautiful woman in the world? Yet this does not seem to align with that. As the noble ladies recognized the visitor, they all bowed down. Your Highness, we pay our respects to the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess waved her hand. Today, we are all mothers, so there is no need to kneel. However, as mothers, one should refrain from deceiving in front of their children. The noble ladies began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, how can one deceive, causing us to feign so many smiles? I have also heard that the wife of the Jinyuan Marquis is the most beautiful in the world. This woman is hardly worthy. The disparity is not trivial. No wonder her child does not measure up to others. The child's appearance pales in comparison, and now, as the mother stands before Xiaoyue, she feels akin to an ant facing a mountain, an insurmountable difference. Qi Yenyun's eyes blazed with fury. Yet, knowing she stood before royalty, the Grand Princess of Deqian, she dared not act rashly. She gritted her teeth and said, Qingchen, we shall leave. Xiaoyue sighed, Qingchen, you stay here. Her eyes shimmered with hope, longing for her own flesh and blood to choose to remain. There still remains an opportunity for change. One shall not be led astray by that woman. With a fierce glare, Xiao Qingchen cast a resentful look at Su Yun. The eldest princess was undeniably beautiful. It should be he who finds solace in her embrace. How fortunate it would be if his brother were to meet his demise. Xiaoyu, in anguish, closed her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she opened them. Her lovely gaze filled with determination. Yunner, secure the first place. Leaning against the eldest princess. No, the long princess. Su Yun shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, mother. This time your son must lose. Simultaneously, he glanced at Xiao Qingchen's retreating figure and stuck out his tongue, just a little. Upon his initial arrival in this realm, he instinctively harbored disdain for the protagonist as a mere antagonist. However, as his disposition gradually evolved akin to that of a child, Su Yun found himself increasingly empathetic towards familial bonds. He began to loathe the selfish entity destined to bring ruin upon the Su family solely for self-aggrandizement. The protagonist was a parasite of the world, perpetually siphoning the vitality of the natives to bolster his own strength. Yet, he could not allow the protagonist to claim the first position. An idea struck him. Before long, the Long Princess's son, a mere 5 years of age, emerged, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Mother, he murmured lazily. The Long Princess introduced, This is Lady Jinyuan Ho. You may call her aunt. This is Su Yun. You shall be friends from now on.
Auntie.
The young prince, though still tender in age, exhibited obedience upon encountering such a lovely elder. However, upon seeing the diminutive Su Yun, He immediately displayed disdain. Who is he? I refuse to befriend him. The long princess's irritation was palpable. Su Yun then produced a block. Would you like to play? Yes. The young prince's eyes sparkled with delight as a mischievous grin spread across his face. From now on, we shall be friends. I shall protect you. In no time, the two little ones were linked arm in arm. The eldest princess sighed increasingly with each passing moment. At the age of 5, how could one still be manipulated by a 3-year-old? Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly, yet felt a sense of intrigue. Did Su Yun bring building blocks when she left? The sound of 3 resounding bells echoed through the heavens, and a brilliant rift tore open in the firmament. More than a dozen figures stepped forth from the void, their forms ethereal, surrounded by a myriad of spiritual lights. The national master has arrived. At the forefront stood a woman of striking beauty, her visage both enchanting and otherworldly. She resembled the first light of the moon or the clarity following a fresh snowfall, exquisite and untouched by the dust of the earth. Clad in a simple, flowing robe, her garments danced with the wind, embodying the rhythms of heaven and earth. This was Mu Zhilian, the leader of the Taishu sect and the national master of the Great Qian Kingdom. Yet, for reasons unknown, her expression was devoid of emotion, casting a subtle veil of sorrow upon her countenance. It was as if she were the most solitary woman in the world, impervious to the approach of any soul. Su Yun mused inwardly. Is this what the texts refer to as the 7 emotions and 6 desires? The 7 emotions of humanity encompass joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Gifted with extraordinary talent, Mu Zhilian had ascended to the pinnacle of supremacy, a mere step shy of sainthood. With every gain comes a loss. She had relinquished 6 of the 7 emotions, retaining only sorrow. The void left behind was entirely filled with desire. Ahem, the specifics are best left unsaid. In any case, Mu Zhilian had practiced the technique of transcending emotions, decisively sealing away all feelings. She resembled a perfect automaton, executing her duties with impartiality. However, as she became ensnared by the schemes of the protagonist's faction, her mastery over emotion shattered, leaving her consumed by desire. Thus, she descended into the path of darkness, threatening the very fabric of the myriad realms. Su Yun found himself unjustly burdened with blame. In a bid to clear his name and protect his fragile 3-year-old body, he resolutely decided to abandon all pretenses. Opting not to join the Taoist sect was a decision that would benefit both parties. Soon, the children gathered in the training ground, ranging from the very young, like Su Yun and Xiao Qingchen, to those of 5 or 6 years, with the oldest nearing 10. Suddenly, with a graceful wave of his sleeve, the national master conjured tables and chairs from thin air, seating all the children in an orderly fashion. Before each child lay a jade tablet, emanating a mysterious glow. The assessment commenced. Within the span of 6 hours, the children would be ranked based on their comprehension, with rewards awaiting them. The top 10 would gain entry into the inner sanctum of the Taoist sect, becoming direct disciples, while the next 20 would join the outer sect to pursue knowledge and enlightenment. As the children grasped the jade tablets, one among them inquired, Taoist Zhao Huajing? Though the children were unfamiliar with it, the parents in the stands were well aware. A gasp echoed through the crowd. The Taoist Zhao Huajing. That is indeed an imperial scripture. Chapter 30. The Spring Fountain Pill. The Taoist Zhao Huajing is a genuine imperial scripture, possessing unparalleled power. It is said to have been crafted by the founder of the Taoist sect, and those who comprehend it can pierce through realms and reach the celestial domain. However, for millennia, only the founder has attained the highest realm. An imperial scripture, indeed. The Taoist sect is quite generous. The parents in the stands buzzed with excitement, discussing the significance of such a core technique being offered so freely. It was understandable, given that the attendees were either prodigious youths or heirs of significant factions. The Taoist sect likely sought to forge beneficial connections. Such boldness, however, was not to be taken lightly. Those who come here are either the prodigies excavated by the Taoist sect or the heirs of illustrious families and powerful factions. It is only fitting for these children to peruse the imperial scriptures, a gesture of goodwill, regardless of whether they gain entry into the Taoist sect. This kindness shall linger in their memories for the future. After a brief moment of astonishment, a glimmer of joy flashed in Shi Yaoyu's eyes.
Shuyun.
At such a tender age, is able to delve into the imperial scriptures and grasp the ancient rhythms and ripples of the great Tao, which will undoubtedly benefit his future cultivation. Observing her excitement, the Grand Princess could not help but jest. Are you so confident that your child will master it? This trial tests their comprehension. Those who can learn more shall earn their place in the Tai Su sect. Shi Yaoyu quickly waved her hand. With the young prince present, there is no room for us to make a fuss. Let us refrain from such antics. The Grand Princess sighed. My own child possesses abysmal comprehension and is exceedingly lazy. I truly wish someone could jolt him awake, guide him, and bring him to clarity. Shi Yaoyu smiled. Children must grow, after all. One day, when enlightenment strikes, they will understand everything on their own. The Grand Princess could only express a hope. Let us wish for that. Perhaps he may rank among the top 20. Alas, as long as he gains some insights, it will not be in vain. Suddenly, she exclaimed, What is your Su Yun doing over there playing? Shi Yaoyu turned to look, her anger flaring. Su Yun picked up a jade slip, glanced at it, and then set it aside. He rummaged through his pocket only to discover that his building blocks had been borrowed. With no choice left, he resorted to playing with his fingers, and before long, he became thoroughly engrossed. For others, this might seem filled with childlike charm. As Kixio Yu extracted the whip from the bag of the universe, she was ready to rush out, exclaiming, Unfilial child. This is a rare opportunity to delve into the imperial scriptures. How dare he squander it? The princess hurriedly embraced her, urging her to calm down. Do not be angry. If you rush out, the other children's understanding will be disrupted. Let us observe first. Perhaps he will take it seriously soon. Yet, she too felt that Su Yun was being excessively mischievous, failing to appreciate the significance of the moment. The other children grasped their jade slips, adopting various postures in hopes of garnering as much insight as possible. This was the imperial scripture, a treasure they rarely had the chance to encounter. Only the national master, the pinnacle of De Qian's martial prowess, possessed such profound knowledge. Even their playful little prince had his eyes tightly shut, murmuring incantations, evidently sensing the uniqueness of the imperial scripture and instinctively beginning to learn. Seeing the palpable atmosphere of enlightenment, Kixio Yu paused. Indeed, this was not the opportune moment for a mother's sword to strike her wandering child. Yet, Su Yun was infuriatingly uncharacteristic. He was usually so well-behaved. Why had he suddenly become so playful here? Her voice carried a tone of grievance. Usually Yun'er is very obedient. Why does he act so frivolously now? The princess could only soothe her. Be good. He is merely 3 years old. He will mature with time.
Min Wille, Lin Ying'er.
Concealed beneath her hood in the ordinary viewing area, lurked in the shadows. Demon Lord, just observe. Without me, what can you accomplish? In her previous life, after stealing the precious jade liquid, Lin Ying'er had achieved commendable results in the assessment. Xiao Qingchen had also made an impressive breakthrough, relying on the supreme sacred bone. As for Su Yun, at that time, having had his heavenly bone gouged and suffering from chaotic poison, he was utterly incapable of cultivation. Back then, she had secretly informed him that he could use half of his essence blood to exchange for a spring fountain pill that would enhance his comprehension. That foolish boy truly believed it, sacrificing half of his essence for a single elixir. With this elixir, he indeed secured the first position in the assessment, becoming the favored disciple of the national master, and also obtained the imperial blood. Yet, little did he anticipate that he would be unable to merge with the imperial blood. Lin Ying'er, reflecting on the events of her past life, found Su Yun utterly ridiculous and couldn't help but laugh. He was afflicted by chaotic poison, causing the imperial blood to reject him, preventing any fusion. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Qingchen intercepted the imperial blood and exposed Su Yun's engagement with demonic arts. At that time, Su Yun had merely begun to tread the path of darkness, yet had not committed any heinous acts. However, once this matter was revealed, he became the target of his fellow disciples' assassination attempts. Much later, when Lin Ying'er and Xiao Qingchen met again, they discovered that, unbeknownst to them, they had been aiding each other from the shadows. With mutual admiration, they communicated discreetly, coordinating their efforts to vanquish the demon lord. Without my assistance, you would merely be an unremarkable scion of a wealthy family. As for Xiao Qingchen, he consumed the spring source elixir, and in every aspect, he overshadowed you. This drop of imperial blood still belongs to us. Lin Inger harbored resentment, for when she sought the Qiongyu liquid, she unexpectedly encountered Su Yun. Though she narrowly escaped, she still suffered a broken arm. To regain the trust of Xiao Qingchen and her son, she had no choice but to sacrifice half of her essence in exchange for a spring source elixir. In her previous life, Su Yun had triumphed over Xiao Qingchen's sacred bone in the assessment with a single spring source elixir. In this life, having only acquired the sacred bone for a few days, he surely had yet to adapt. With the spring source elixir in hand, Xiao Qingchen would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Once he obtained the imperial blood, the damage from the absence of the sacred bone could also be repaired. Previous defeats were trivial. Securing the imperial blood was of paramount importance. Lin Inger lifted her head and beheld a 5-year-old child in the arena, surrounded by mysterious currents of energy. Has he truly reached the stage of subtle comprehension? She was taken aback. In her previous life, Xiao Qingchen had achieved this level of mastery. It is worth noting that the Tai Su Zhao Huajing is an imperial scripture, profound and intricate. For an ordinary cultivator, it requires a decade or even a century of contemplation to barely grasp the basics. Even the most gifted individuals must endure years of rigorous training to have a chance at reaching this level. To comprehend the Tai Su Zhao Huajing in a mere 6 hours not only signifies an extraordinary opportunity, but also reflects innate intelligence and capability. Lin Inger could not recall anyone else who had attained subtle comprehension. She cast a nervous glance at Xiao Qingchen. From the high platform, a voice exclaimed, "Your Highness, the young prince has succeeded. A manifestation has appeared. He has comprehended the Tai Su Zhao Huajing. The young prince, a prodigious talent, truly possesses exceptional gifts." The princess could hardly believe it. How could this child have suddenly flourished? She rubbed her eyes and looked towards the training ground. Indeed, clouds and mist swirled around the young prince. A proficient cultivator remarked, "Judging by that phenomenon, he has likely reached subtle comprehension." The young prince, often perceived as playful, was, in fact, remarkably intelligent. In just 1 hour, he had grasped the imperial scripture. Indeed, while others may toil for decades, he has achieved this milestone. The princess felt elated by the praise, yet her mind raced, unable to fathom the reason behind her son's sudden ascendance. Did she not know the boy's usual capabilities? His comprehension was average, his patience mediocre, and he lacked any extraordinary talents. How had he succeeded in understanding the imperial scripture? Is there no other opportunity? Wait. The princess gazed intently at Xiaoyu, her expression peculiar. Xiaoyu felt a shiver run down her spine under the scrutiny. What is it? It's nothing. The princess shook her head, yet her inner doubts swelled. Impossible to conceal. My son merely interacted with Su Yun briefly, and he has experienced such a surge in comprehension? She sighed. Yaoyu, your Su Yun is truly a harbinger of fortune. Xiaoyu sighed in response. A harbinger of fortune pales in comparison to a celestial star. The young prince has already delved deeply. It seems he is destined to secure the top position this time. Boom. At that moment, a formidable aura erupted in the arena. Chapter 31. Minor Phenomenon. Xiao Qingchen furrowed his brow, a mysterious energy swirling around him. The laws of heaven and earth resonated in harmony with him. White mist gradually dissipated, yet it also mysteriously coalesced in the air, transforming into countless stars. Other children exhibited some signs of mystical phenomena, albeit vague, akin to dreams, elusive and intangible. In contrast, the spectacle surrounding Xiao Qingchen was magnified tenfold, 100-fold. Compared to reality, it was indistinguishable. Minor completion. Lin Inger exclaimed, her eyes brimming with excitement. The phenomenon surrounding Xiao Qingchen had undoubtedly reached at least a minor completion. In just a few hours, he could comprehend the imperial canon to such a degree. This wondrous sight was truly unprecedented. It was worth my sacrifice of half my blood essence for the spring well pill. The destined child has not disappointed me. Yet, the cost seemed insignificant compared to the rewards. In his previous life, Su Yun had accompanied him to draw blood in exchange for the spring well pill, ultimately leading him to victory. Unfortunately, he could not merge with the imperial blood and was ultimately thwarted by Xiao Qingchen. In this life, enduring pain has allowed one to obtain the spring of vitality elixir, significantly enhancing Xiao Qingchen's comprehension. He is poised to directly acquire imperial blood and rise to prominence ahead of time. Alas, the Great Void Creation Sutra is a method for refining the body and tempering the spirit, lacking lethality. Otherwise, even a minor achievement would suffice to enter perilous secret realms and seize opportunities. Nonetheless, Lin Inger remains quite satisfied. Xiao Qingchen is a child of destiny, endowed with great fortune. By aligning with him and enduring some hardships, victory is assured. In contrast to the flourishing success of the Demon Lord, which is built upon failure, his path shines with a brilliance beyond compare. Suddenly, many in the audience sprang to their feet, their faces etched with astonishment. Minor achievement. Whose child is this? Who has managed to refine the Great Void Creation Sutra to such a level? Over the years, there had been no reports of anyone mastering a new technique so swiftly. A prodigy. This is the epitome of genius. Amidst the murmurs, Qi Yanyu sat among the crowd, filled with immense pride. That's my Qingchen, the heir of the Su family. Noble figures from various clans and factions gasped in unison. Is it truly the son of the Marquis of Jinyuan? A tiger begets no dog. What fortune! He is destined to secure first place. Their fervent praises caused Qi Yanyu's heart to bloom with joy, erasing the humiliation of being ousted from her esteemed seat. It remains uncertain whether this is a boon or a bane for the Su family. Shi Yaiwei wore a complex expression, casting a glance at Su Yun and sighing softly. Alas. The Grand Princess gently patted her shoulder. Yuner is still too young. It is natural for her to be unable to discern the gravity of the situation. Shi Yaiwei shook her head in silence, observing as the child continued to count fingers, showing no interest in the exquisite jade ornament on the table. That is indeed the imperial scripture, a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for contact. In the grand realm of the great Qian dynasty, how many among the multitude can behold the imperial scripture? Moreover, should this chance be missed, there would be no way to enter the Taisu sect. The national master is the foremost mentor within the great Qian, and under her tutelage, one could undoubtedly learn techniques rivaling those of the esteemed Jinyuan Marquis. Xiaoyu aspires to inherit the Su family legacy, specifically Su Yun. The princess of the Long Kingdom reassured her, saying, "Just wait and see. Perhaps Su Yun will awaken soon and commence her study of the imperial scripture." Unfortunately, as the final hours slipped away and the sun began to set, Su Yun remained unresponsive. The elders of the Tai Su sect, observing the proceedings, began to murmur among themselves. The candidates this time are quite promising. Indeed, especially that young master from the Su family, the one with the dark complexion, named Xiao Qingchen. If I recall correctly. Yes, indeed. To achieve minor success in merely 6 hours is a feat of unparalleled genius. They smiled, clearly pleased with the results. The Taisu transformation scripture harbors profound celestial principles, intricate and elusive. Even among the disciples of the sect, few can attain minor success. Among the children present today, one has achieved minor success, another has reached the realm of subtle comprehension, and several have grasped the basics. This has already satisfied the elders. With some nurturing, they could become the pillars of the sect, potentially revitalizing it in the future. It seems there is also a young master from the Jinyuan Marquis estate? Ah, yes. Named Su Yun, the one playing with her fingers. No extraordinary signs. It appears rather unimpressive. With 5 fingers of varying lengths, it is normal for dragons and snakes to dwell together. The elders, initially curious to gossip and discover if Xiao Qingchen had any other talented kin, lost interest upon recognizing that it was merely the child with the few fingers. The national master cast a glance. Having noticed the fair and delicate child who appeared both clever and astute from the very beginning, despite having cultivated the supreme forgetting of emotions, she could not help but feel a fondness for him. Alas, she shook her head. There were no extraordinary signs, nor any ambition to strive further. With such an appealing exterior, even if his innate talent were lacking, it would still be a pleasure to have him within the fold.
Ding.
The sound of the bell resonated 3 times, signaling the conclusion of the assessment. Some children remained entranced by the wondrous techniques, a faint aura of mystique surrounding them.
Yet,
These rudimentary manifestations were worlds apart from the ethereal phenomena swirling around Xiao Qingchen. As expected, the national master, poised and authoritative, gazed down at Xiao Qingchen. You, indeed, possess potential. Xiao Qingchen stood proudly among the children, hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At long last, the emperor's dignity could be freed from the trivialities that had plagued him. He could commence his cultivation and embark upon the path of ultimate virtue. The imperial bloodline shall return to me. In the stands, the parents were beside themselves with joy. Madam Qi, behold, it is indeed Qingchen, they exclaimed. Qingchen is a dragon among men, destined for greatness. Qi Yenyun beamed, unable to contain her delight. That is only natural. She cast a triumphant glance towards the honored seats, thinking, look at you, now you are merely on the losing end. Hee, my Qingchen shall surpass Su Yun 1,000-fold. The national master called out one by one, retaining the top 20. Upon hearing they could depart, Su Yun immediately scampered towards his mother in the stands. The maid Qing man, watching her adorable young master, felt a tinge of sadness. What a pity. The young master is too small to comprehend the significance of a direct inheritance. This opportunity provided by the supervisor, if missed, there may not be another chance. Gazing upon such a lively, adorable child, whose charm captivates all, it is truly lamentable to have missed such a significant event. Xiao Yu felt an even deeper sorrow. The emperor had been so close, yet she returned from Jinshan empty-handed. Her heart was undeniably heavy. Mother. Su Yun, a sprightly 3-year-old, nestled into his mother's embrace. He increasingly relished the warmth of her closeness.
Good boy.
Xiao Yu felt a twinge of regret, yet she uttered nothing in front of her child, merely stroking his head and offering praise. You performed splendidly today, sitting quietly in your place without wandering off. What would you like to eat tonight? Mother will prepare it for you. Su Yun eagerly nodded. I want roasted suckling pig, the kind that's crispy. Xiao Yu smiled gently. Very well, Mother will make it for you. She turned to the Grand Princess, saying, Your Highness, the young prince is either second or third. Perhaps he too may find a match. The Grand Princess felt a flicker of joy, yet in the presence of her regretful friend, she could not show too much enthusiasm. She could only respond subtly, that boy, who knows what kind of medicine he has taken. Xiao Yu smiled sadly, then I thank you, Your Highness. Once they departed from the viewing platform, the national master prepared to distribute rewards on the training grounds. Just as she stowed the jade pendant into her bag, a sudden expression of doubt crossed her face. Is it foggy? A white cloud drifted before the national master's eyes. The towering gates of a Taoist sect often hosted clouds, yet this training ground was enveloped in a grand array, its atmosphere pleasantly temperate, akin to spring. Where could this cloud possibly have come from? Chapter 32. All creatures under heaven. Cloud? Where did this cloud originate? The national master frowned. The Taoist sect is protected by an immense array, with each structure possessing its own maintenance enchantments. Today, the gathering consists predominantly of nobles and children. Consequently, a spring array has been activated, creating an ambience as warm and pleasant as the season itself. How could clouds possibly drift within such a formation? Observing the master's stillness, an elder inquired, What troubles you? Quickly present that extraordinary item to the chief disciple. The other elders nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed. That remarkable artifact is a rarity. We too wish to behold it. This chief disciple is truly fortunate. Indeed, indeed. I would gladly forfeit my memories to become a disciple of the master, one remarked. Oh, do not entertain such thoughts. Can you truly master the Taishu Transformation Sutra in just 6 hours? It seems unlikely, came the playful response. Laughter and merriment echoed among them, their spirits lifted. The Taishu sect only opens its doors to disciples once every 5 years, and to discover such a prodigious talent this time is indeed a blessing from the ancestors. Furthermore, the master fortuitously acquired a drop of imperial blood as a reward for the chief disciple. It is unfathomable to consider that a genius, having merely grasped the basics of the Taishu Transformation Sutra, could also possess imperial blood. What immense potential lies ahead. In the training ground, Xiao Qingchen spoke calmly. I am willing to become a direct disciple of the Taishu sect. He raised his head proudly, eagerly awaiting the master to bestow the imperial blood upon him. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the master ascended into the sky. The elders were taken aback. Master, where are you going? Will the reward still be given? Xiao Qingchen looked bewildered. Where has she gone? The master soared into the heavens, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, she had already traversed thousands of miles, reaching the depths of space. Gazing around, her heart felt as though it were gripped tightly. Even with the Taishang forgetting emotions technique, she could not suppress her astonishment, exclaiming, "A phenomenon!" The national master was astonished to discover that what he had just witnessed was no ordinary cloud. It was a resplendent nebula, condensed from the essence of countless stars. That was the Taishu. 1,000 miles of extraordinary phenomena unfolded before him. Countless Taishu nebulae encircled the Taishu Gate and the boundless regions surrounding it. The stars danced, weaving intricate incantations upon the earth. Vast pathways flowed, illuminating the mountains and lands with a soft radiance, echoing one another in harmony. The starry rivers mirrored the earthly streams, merging into a wondrous illusion, embellishing the cosmic tapestry of creation. The national master was profoundly shaken. Her consciousness was vast. She immediately discerned the core of the phenomenon. The source of all. Was it he? That young master of the Su family? That child was not devoid of manifestations. Rather, the enormity of the phenomenon rendered him utterly oblivious. Unaware of the true visage of Taishu, he remained confined within this mountain. At that moment, a sound resonated in Su Yun's ear. Surprisingly, you have managed to distance yourself from the Taishu Gate, and those beings who harbor deep animosity towards you actually believe it. Nonetheless, congratulations are in order. Your burdens have lessened, and you have successfully cleansed your reputation. At the very least, you are not responsible for the incident involving the 800-year-old lady crossing the Weakwater River. Task reward, all-encompassing spirit pointer. Su Yun felt a slight ache in his finger, sensing the presence of something indescribable. As he casually gestured, he touched a small flower on the mountainside. Suddenly, the flower sprang to life, startled and fleeing in panic. In places rich with spiritual energy, various spirits could be found, most of which posed no harm. The flower beds, fish ponds, and rockeries of the Sioux residents were home to many such spirits. The guardians of the courtyard often observe the surroundings. Upon noticing a thriving environment, they venture into the wilderness, leaving the weaker beings to coexist with the flora and fauna, allowing for a more vibrant ecosystem. Su Yun, however, gazed at his own finger in astonishment. Could this single act equate to a century of cultivation? The flora and fauna either possess ancestral lineage, granting them high-tier status from birth, or lack such heritage, requiring an arduous journey of tenfold or even 100-fold effort compared to humans to cultivate intelligence and spiritual prowess. The diminutive flower encountered earlier, even in the rich aura of the Tai Su sect, would take decades to transform into a spirit essence. Yet, with merely a gentle touch from Su Yun, it was instantly enlightened. How wondrous! It seems he could only enlighten plants and beasts, but that alone was remarkable. Su Yun was captivated. Just a simple touch could summon a multitude of companions. His future days would surely be filled with joy. However, it was somewhat exhausting. That single touch consumed more energy than an entire day of sitting. Xiaoyu, observing his carefree demeanor and cheerful spirit, seemingly unaffected by the missed opportunity of the imperial scriptures, could not help but feel exasperated. What are you smiling about? Su Yun quickly shook his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. Nothing. Oh, you. Xiaoyu lamented his lack of ambition. Why are you so happy about not entering the Tai Su sect to study? Su Yun pouted. It's just the Tai Su sect. One day, I shall establish an even more formidable one, with mother as the leader and sister as an elder. Xiaoyu was incredulous. What of your father? Su Yun replied nonchalantly. He'll be the gatekeeper. Xiaoyu was both amused and exasperated. You're just boasting. If the national master hears this, he might burst into laughter. Suddenly, Mu Jilian appeared before them. He wouldn't laugh at all. Xiaoyu was taken aback. The national master? Isn't he preoccupied with awarding his prospective disciples? How could he possibly be here? Yet, as her thoughts raced, she found herself saying, National Master, might my child be allowed to learn at the Taishu sect, even if only in the outer sect? Su Yun, perplexed, thought, after much effort to slack off, why must you inquire again? And you, Mu Jilian, what brings you here? He felt as if he were a child being led by an adult, approaching the teacher to inquire whether his child's achievements warranted admission. The national master gazed at the delicate, fair child, and even the aloof Taishang Wangqing found herself stirred. She knelt down, her voice imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. Do you wish to join the Taishu sect? While others might remain oblivious. The elders of the Taishu sect possessed profound spiritual awareness, perceiving the situation with clarity. That cold and regal national master, who barely acknowledged even the emperor of Dakian, usually adopted a frigid demeanor when accepting disciples. It was not due to a lack of care, but rather her intrinsic nature that made emotional comprehension challenging. Yet, now she displayed such tenderness towards the child. Anyone else would surely be overjoyed for years to come. However, Su Yun could not share in this joy. Was this a jest? He had promised to partake in the assessment solely to demonstrate to everyone that he was not a disciple of the Taishu sect. If he were to be called upon to enter now, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Su Yun resolutely shook his head. I refuse. Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with anticipation, was momentarily struck dumb by these words. Eh? Panic enveloped her as she exclaimed, National Master, children speak without a filter.
Please do not take it to heart.
In truth, Yunner is very eager to. Su Yun clutched her leg tightly. I want to be with Mother. The elders gazed on with a sense of lamentation. Such beauty is everything. So young, so handsome, so endearing this little one. Even the exalted sect leader could not help but feel moved. Such preferential treatment could only be bestowed upon this charming child. Yet, Su Yun was unyielding. I will not go, it won't be fun. Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears, Yunner.
Su Yun clutched her.
Sobbing loudly. Mother, I won't leave. Please don't sell me. Caught in a dilemma, Xiaoyu could only embrace him tightly, offering comfort. She expressed her deep regret. National Master, the child is far too young and knows nothing. We shall take our leave for now and return another day. The elders observed in astonishment. Truly a rarity. Even when invited by the Emperor of Deqian, the sect leader may not attend, yet today marks a precedent. In the past, when the prince and princess came for study, they did not travel back and forth daily. Alas, the lad possessed remarkable looks. But he was simply too young, having learned nothing and displaying no extraordinary signs. Very well, let us bestow the rightful first prize, the imperial blood. Suddenly, Mu Jilian spoke. Young Master Su, I am willing to bestow upon you imperial blood. Would you care to become a direct disciple of my Taishu sect? Chapter 33. Perfect realization. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Imperial blood? She felt somewhat bewildered. Of course, she had heard of imperial blood, the precious essence left behind by ancient emperors, each drop imbued with boundless power. Yet, she was unaware that the Taishu sect possessed such blood, nor did she understand why it would be offered to her child. What? The elders of Taishu sect exchanged puzzled glances. Was the sect leader losing her senses? The one who performed the best was that esteemed Xiao Qingchen. How could this relate to the child? Su Yun blinked as he observed a cloud drifting by. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he regretfully slapped his thigh. It was his mastery of the Taishu Zhao Huajing that had involuntarily manifested the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. During his last mission, he had dispelled the cold poison within Mo Ling's body and attained a pinnacle of comprehension. Merely casting a glance at Yu Ju had enabled his body to instinctively learn this art to its zenith. Before he had even set the jade pendant down, he had already achieved completion. If he were to diligently cultivate, it would not be long before he reached the highest state of unity. Historically, only the founding masters of the Taishu sect have achieved this level of unity, with merely 3 individuals throughout history attaining perfection. In just 6 hours, of which 99 was spent idly playing with his fingers, Su Yun had comprehended this art to its flawless realm. It was a tormenting experience, his heart bled. He had not anticipated the terrifying nature of ultimate comprehension. A mere curious glance had led to such an extraordinary outcome. It was akin to a college student unintentionally recognizing that 1 + 1 = 2, with the answer surfacing in the mind without any conscious effort to halt the thought process. The subjective experience had yet to be felt, yet the subconscious had already thoroughly analyzed it. Was this not excessively simplistic? It was clearly a trap. Su Yun lamented his predicament. Had he truly devoted himself to learning, he could have already devised an improved version of the Tai Su Zhao Hua Jing, rather than being discovered by Mu Zhilian. In a flurry of activity, Su Yun sought to rectify his misstep, his thoughts coalescing as he retracted all manifestations. Would you consider joining our Tai Su sect? Mu Zhilian's tone remained calm, yet there lingered a hint of sorrow. Embracing his mother's hand, and under her expectant gaze, Su Yun fervently shook his head. No. In jest, one muses that upon entering, the seal may rupture, and the 7 emotions may succumb to the 6 desires. At merely 3 years of age, with delicate limbs, how could one possibly contend with such forces? In the narrative, it is only upon reaching maturity within the Taishu sect that such events transpire.
Mu Zhilian paused momentarily.
Her tone remaining composed. Here, take the imperial blood and become my disciple if you will. The elders collectively inhaled sharply, bewildered by the National Master's intentions to bestow such a treasure upon a mere child. A jade purity vial was produced, which, even beneath layers of seals,
émanait d'un fearsome aura.
Recently, Xiao Yu felt her legs weaken, nearly succumbing to the ground. Suddenly, a warm current surged from her hand. Power flowed into her legs and permeated her entire being, sweeping away the earlier oppressive force. Xiao Yu looked down in astonishment to find Su Yun holding her hand. A wave of sweetness surged within her heart. No wonder the ancient adage states that having a child grants one the strength to confront all adversities. Su Yun felt nothing, pondering how anything could surpass the primordial blood of the heavens. He shook his head. No, it's not good, I don't want it. Xiao Yu was taken aback, tugging at her son's hand. Silly child. Do you even realize what this is? How could you possibly refuse? Tears welled up in Su Yun's eyes. Xiao Yu quickly reassured him. Oh, it's all right, darling, look closely. This is imperial blood, far more enjoyable than your toys. Su Yun tilted his head. More fun than toys? It seemed plausible. Throughout history, no one had ever considered imperial blood as mere playthings. Observing his lack of reaction, Mu Zhilian felt increasingly certain. Only those with extraordinary constitutions could remain unperturbed in the presence of imperial blood. To not faint or be frightened to death on the spot was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, she rubbed her hands, and the jade bottle instantaneously transformed into a plump little sphere. Mu Zhilian, with an innate understanding, flicked her finger, and the small jade ball soared forth, shattering a boulder into smithereens. Su Yun's eyes widened with excitement as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "How delightful!" Meanwhile, the elders were in despair, lamenting a calamity. The Taishu sect faces a dire crisis. How could we, the elders, use the imperial blood to amuse a child? How infuriating! That is imperial blood, not mere playthings. Xiao Yu hastily interjected, "Yuner, as long as you." Su Yun shook her head defiantly. "I will not enter the Taishu sect. I wish to stay at home." The National Master pondered for a moment. "I shall grant you the imperial blood. When you come to your senses, you may then join the Taishu sect." Su Yun looked up. "Mother, is that permissible?" Xiao Yu had never witnessed such a spectacle. The imperial blood appeared only once in a century. It was only within the perilous depths of secret realms that a single drop could be preserved. Whenever someone obtained it, they could decipher the underlying principles and rise to prominence. Many had grasped the essence of becoming an emperor through the imperial blood. Such a treasure is not something one could simply give away. The notion of treating it as a toy was merely to entice this 3-year-old child. It was never intended to be regarded as a plaything. Xiao Yu hesitated. "National Master, this is rather precious." Mu Zhilian offered the small jade ball with both hands. "Please accept it." Xiao Yu was taken aback. "National Master, this." Mu Zhilian replied calmly. "Do I need to plead with you?" Xiao Yu was startled. Yet she did not realize that the intent was not a threat, but rather a reflection that if pleading were of any use, she would be willing to implore this reincarnated master to accept her into the fold. Xiaoyu glanced around, yet no one provided a suggestion. Observing the other party's unwavering determination, she gritted her teeth and said, "Very well, I shall express my gratitude to the national master."
Juner.
Say thank you to your master. Witnessing such an adorable display, Mu Jilian's lips curled into a faint smile, yet her attempt to maintain composure ultimately faltered. She waved her hand dismissively. "Whether or not you are my master can be discussed later. For now, I extend my thanks to young Master Su." Xiaoyu was momentarily bewildered, unsure of who was thanking whom. She hurriedly added, "It is indeed the national master who should be thanked." Satisfied, Mu Jilian felt content. This child had grasped the essence of the Supreme Transformation Sutra upon their first encounter. With a little nurturing, she could become the second founding ancestor of a sect. Such extraordinary potential must be cultivated at all costs, ensuring her protection in the process. Su Yun, playing with a small ball, felt a twinge of anxiety. However, upon not receiving a notification of task failure, he relaxed, realizing that people still acknowledged him. He had not joined the Taoist sect, confirming his success. That is splendid. As the pinnacle of power and possessing beauty, Mu Jilian had no qualms about teaching him some profound techniques, provided it did not lead to excessive emotional turmoil. As your teacher, Mu Jilian gently patted Su Yun's head, "I must tend to your senior brothers and sisters junior brothers and sisters. Once he officially joins, he will undoubtedly be the foremost among them. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. This slight age difference is inconsequential." With a swift motion, she reappeared on the high platform. The elders exchanged perplexed glances, utterly bewildered by the recent developments. Had the sect leader lost her mind? Was she treating the blood of an emperor as a mere toy, bestowing it upon a child who had yet to manifest any extraordinary signs? The elder could not restrain himself and asked, "Why did you just?" Mu Jilian, now embodying the regal and aloof demeanor of a national master, replied, "You are not entitled to know." The elder was taken aback. "Am I not worthy of knowing? Then who is?" Mu Jilian replied coldly, "The founding ancestor of our sect." The elders were rendered speechless. "Now let us distribute the rewards." Ignoring the peculiar gazes directed at her, Mu Jilian declared, "The chief disciple, please step forward." In Chapter 34, crystal clear as jade spring, he stood proudly at the forefront of the training ground, bowing, "I pay my respects to the national master." Mu Jilian was pleased with his talent. At such a young age, he had already achieved a small success, a testament to the ancestors' blessings. Although he could not compare to another young master from the Su family, such a level of accomplishment was indeed commendable. Rewards must be given where they are due. She gently raised her hand, and a sword pellet, radiating a faint, ethereal light, descended from above. "This is a heavenly-grade weapon, refined to be usable at the first realm. From now on, you shall be the direct disciple of the Taoist sect." Most onlookers gasped in astonishment. A 7th-tier divine weapon. How generous of the Taoist sect. Such a divine sword bestowed upon a mere child was a display of genuine intention. Truly, it was a sect deeply connected with the Grand Xian dynasty, boasting profound foundations. How enviable! A 7th-tier, heavenly-grade weapon was enough to make many covetous. Yet, Xiao Qingchen was taken aback, showing no inclination to accept it. "Is this all?" Mu Jilian's expression remained impassive. "What do you desire? As long as it is within my power, I can grant it." While she acknowledged the boy's talent, she was not particularly fond of him. From the very beginning, there was an air of arrogance, casting away the other candidates with disdain.
Now.
With a face that exudes dissatisfaction, it is not the demeanor one would expect from a child of such tender years. However, since the other party has secured second place, they possess the right to make demands. Xiao Qingchen exclaimed anxiously, "Imperial blood! I demand the imperial blood! Where is my imperial blood?" The crowd was filled with confusion. Imperial blood? What is this imperial blood? The elders widened their eyes in astonishment. "You revealed it? How is that possible?" We all took oaths. Who would risk their soul as fragmentation to leak such secrets? The Tai-Su sect convenes once every 5 years. And while it is not entirely concealed, many are aware of it. If it were known that this session involved imperial blood, the entire Tianyuan realm would surely covet it. Even if one were to resort to forbidden substances, a shattered foundation and a child's cultivation would be an absolute necessity to secure the top position. This directly contradicts the original intent of the rewards. Mu Jilian furrowed her brow slightly. How do you know? She held no disdain for lying to a child, yet she was perplexed as to how the other party was aware of the existence of imperial blood. Xiao Qingchen grew increasingly anxious. Do not concern yourself with how I know. I simply want to know where the imperial blood is. All her efforts were for the sake of the imperial blood. A 7th-tier weapon, in the eyes of an ordinary family, is a divine artifact, yet to her, it holds no value whatsoever. Mu Jilian shook her head gently. There is no imperial blood. Xiao Qingchen's eyes widened in fury as she shouted, You are deceiving me. Mu Jilian remained calm. If I say there is none, then there is none. Suddenly, Qi Yenyun dashed out, pointing an accusing finger at Mu Jilian, shouting, You promised there would be great opportunities, and yet this is all we are presented with? My son spoke of imperial blood. Hand it over immediately, or I shall not hold back. Listening to the vitriolic tirades akin to that of a shrew, the noble ladies initially expressed their displeasure, only to soon engage in astonished discourse. Is there truly imperial blood? How fortuitous that the Taoist sect has opened its doors to disciples at such an opportune moment. Had I known, I would have administered the elixir to enhance comprehension to my child. Are you foolish? Unless it is a top-tier spiritual medicine, hastening one's understanding in a short span can lead to detrimental consequences. Such an act of promoting growth by hastening is utterly unthinkable. After all, it is imperial blood. The potential damage is well worth the risk. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Mu Jilan maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent. As she pondered her next move, a light chime resonated in her ears. The demon lord has his undertakings, and those he refrains from. In your youth, you were naive and deceived, exchanging your essence for the spring water pill and resorting to deception during the assessment. As a result, you were ridiculed by the world. The illustrious demon lord engaged in clandestine acts. Please redeem yourself, so that others may believe the demon lord will no longer resort to cheating. Task difficulty, extremely high. Task reward, pure ice spring. Su Yan uttered a soft exclamation. I did not cheat. How can I prove this? In the narrative, his circumstances were rather dire. Due to his tender age, he was oblivious to the world. After succumbing to chaotic poison, he was unable to cultivate and fell victim to Lin Inger's deception, using his essence to obtain the spring water pill. Ultimately, he cheated to secure first place in the assessment, acquiring imperial blood that he could not utilize, thus unwittingly becoming a pawn in Xiao Qingchen's wedding attire narrative. The tragedy of the situation was profound. Yet in this lifetime, he had not cheated. How could he demonstrate his innocence? As he was deep in thought, Su Yan suddenly clutched his abdomen and exclaimed, Mother, my stomach hurts. Upon hearing the sound, Zai Yuanyu immediately paused with concern. How can it hurt suddenly? It must be from the sugar-coated hawthorn you ate this morning. Su Yan's lips twitched. It has been 6 hours. It has long been digested. Zai Yuanyu prepared to lift him. Just endure for a moment. I will take you to the medical clinic.
Stop.
Su Gongzi. Do not move. I shall examine you, came the voice of Mu Jilian. This was the Taoist sect, where the master possessed near omniscience, particularly as the future elder brother, who had attained a profound understanding of the Taoist Transformation Sutra. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Zai Yuanyu was taken aback and slightly bowed towards the training grounds. Thank you, National Master. Mu Jilian extended her spiritual sense and soon gasped in astonishment. This child. His constitution is indeed extraordinary. To her perception, Su Yan's body appeared no different from that of an ordinary child. Yet both internally and externally, it exuded an enigmatic essence. It was as if even she could not discern the nature of his constitution, unable to ascertain just how remarkable it truly was. Mu Jilian, being a half-saint, was unable to see through him. What immense power did that imply? Moreover, the essence was quite pleasant. Zai Yuanyu, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, National Master, how is Yun'er? Su Gongzi, is Taishu. He has absorbed an excess of spiritual energy, and his body is instinctively expelling impurities, Mu Jilian replied, somewhat delighted. It was evident that his profound understanding of the Taishu Transformation Sutra allowed for the pure spiritual energy within him to circulate, instinctively expelling impurities. He would be fine after a short rest. Might other children also expel impurities? In the past, disciples had learned the Taishu Transformation Sutra, which is a gentle and harmonious imperial scripture, and had never exhibited such intense reactions. However, today has witnessed numerous extraordinary events. Mu Jilin chose to disperse her divine consciousness, descending upon each child present. The act of probing one's consciousness is regarded as an affront, hence it had not been conducted earlier. Yet, for the sake of the Tai Su sect, she deemed it necessary to proceed with the examination. One by one, her consciousness swept across the gathering. In the realm of the Netherworld Ghost Valley, Zhou Ji was unremarkable. In Jiangnan, Zhu Liankhan of the Zhu family posed no threat. In the sacred domain of Ling Mountain, Mu Yaxin was inconsequential. Within the great Qian royal family, Qin Chuan was harmless. As for the young master of the Zhenyuan Marquisate, Xiao Qingchen, Mu Jilin suddenly raised her head, a tempest swirling around her. Her voice turned frigid. Yongquan Pil. To resort to such nefarious means for the examination. This child's moral integrity is distorted. He shall not be admitted into my Tai Su sect. Chapter 35. The toy of imperial blood. Mu Jilin discovered a deeply concealed aura within Xiao Qingchen's dantian. Were it anyone else, they might not discern its nature. Yet, as the leader of the Tai Su sect and the national master of the Great Qian, Mu Jilin could immediately identify it as the Yongquan Pil, a sinister object that could momentarily elevate one's comprehension. Instantly, chaos erupted in the stands as people gasped in disbelief. Cheating? The one poised to claim the top position in the assessment had resorted to trickery? The Yongquan Pil? Is that not a path of wickedness? The young master of the Zhenyuan Marquisate has resorted to such means for the examination? No wonder he was aware of the imperial blood. A parent realized. Having been privy to prior information regarding the recruitment event, where the top candidate would be rewarded with imperial blood, he had taken the vile pill early in a bid for supremacy. Cursed be it, he nearly succeeded in his deceit. Such a calculating mind, unfathomable. To possess such cunning at merely 3 years of age. His parents are certainly not innocent, resorting to such self-destructive tactics. In the stands, the crowd initially watched as if it were a mere spectacle. However, as the discussion progressed, their emotions grew increasingly agitated. The first place in the assessment could yield a drop of imperial blood, prompting that young man to sabotage his own foundation, even resorting to deceit to secure the top position. This act gravely undermined the interests of all others, depriving them of their opportunities. Even securing a lesser rank would have drawn little ire. Yet this time, the pursuit of imperial blood ignited the ire of every parent yearning for their child's success. With a resounding slap, one individual rose and struck Qi Yenyun. Previously annoyed by her frantic escape and loud outbursts, his frustration only intensified upon discovering her cheating, causing his child to forfeit the chance at imperial blood, an offense worthy of punishment. "You dare strike me?" Qi Yenyun exclaimed, covering her face with rage-filled eyes. Another slap landed on her cheek. What of it? Cheating scoundrel. My son did not cheat. Qi Yenyun shouted in a frenzied rage. If you have the audacity to hit me, dare to reveal your name. Another slap followed. Xuanwu Alliance's leader, Shen Yi. Remember my son, Shen Yishir, and seek revenge in the future. To foster growth at the expense of a child's foundation. What a disgrace to motherhood. Qi Yenyun stood there, absorbing the blows, yet lacked the courage to retaliate. The Xuanwu Alliance is an overwhelming power in the northern domain, with its leader status surpassing that of a marquis in the great Qian dynasty. As a mere woman, she had no means to oppose such might. Moreover, injury to the foundation? Qi Yenyun gazed up in confusion. Since the sacred bone of Xiao Qingchen had been extracted, she had grown acutely sensitive to any harm to the foundation. Others scoffed derisively. The spring source pill has long been classified as a forbidden substance. Only those with nefarious intentions would dare to concoct it. It may offer a fleeting enhancement of one's abilities, but the cost is irrevocable damage to one's foundational cultivation.
Ha!
To administer such a vile pill to a mere 3-year-old, you as a mother are truly remarkable. Qi Yanyan suddenly whirled around, her gaze fixated on Lin Inger. Shrouded in shadow. It was you. You deceived me into believing it was a miraculous elixir. My son's injuries are your fault. As she screamed, she lunged forward, disregarding her dignity as they grappled.
No.
I never intended this.
Lin Ying erschrickt, retreating in Desperation.
Yet, having endured 2 broken hands, a gouged eye, and severed tongue, her cultivation fell short of that of the middle-aged woman. Before long, she was subdued and battered, her visage marred with bruises. I never wished for this. I never meant to harm young Master Qingchen.
Lin Ying erweilet.
She had sacrificed half of her blood essence merely to obtain the imperial blood. Who could have anticipated that the national master would conduct a physical examination? In her previous life, Su Yun had also cheated, yet no one discovered it. My child. My Qingchen. Qi Yanyan sobbed, releasing Lin Inger and hastily rushing outside to embrace Xiao Qingchen. How could you consume this pill without discerning its nature? You must take responsibility for yourself. He was not oblivious to the dangers of the spring source pill. Rather, he had hoped to acquire imperial blood, deeming it worth the risk. But now, where is the imperial blood? I shall reiterate, there is no imperial blood. Xiao Qingchen has committed fraud during the assessment, thus forfeiting his position as the chief candidate. The other children, of exemplary character, are all individuals of integrity and honesty. Mu Zhilan gently waved her hand, a soft breeze cradling Xiao Qingchen, guiding him downward. As Xiao Qingchen descended upon the mountain gate, he chanced upon Xiao Yu cradling Su Yun. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Imperial blood? In Su Yun's grasp lay a small jade orb, its seal emanating a faint yet captivating glow, while others remained oblivious. Xiao Qingchen, in his past life, had been an emperor. How could the essence of an emperor reside in the hands of another? A surge of rage and blood rushed through Xiao Qingchen, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. That was his possession. How dare it be taken from him? With a swift motion, Su Yun tossed the jade orb carelessly. What strength could a mere 3-year-old possess? It merely struck the ground, creating a small dent. Xiao Yu, exasperated, scolded. Even if it's a toy, it shouldn't be thrown about recklessly. She channeled her spiritual energy, and upon contact with the seal, it melted away like snow under the sun. A toy? Xiao Qingchen stood in stunned silence. This treasure, for which he would gladly consume a surge spring pill, was treated as a mere plaything? In a fit of rage, he fainted on the spot. On the mountain, Qi Yanyan witnessed her child being taken away. Her eyes filled with crimson despair as she cried out madly, "Return my son! Return my son!" The onlookers shook their heads at this ungraceful display. Could the master of the Void sect and the national master of Deqian truly kidnap your child? They merely found the situation distasteful and sent him down the mountain. With a swift motion, the Grand Princess rose, her eyes reflecting her disdain. She proclaimed, "The Qi family has failed in their duty to raise their child, feeding him poison pills, unworthy of motherhood. By my decree, I strip her of parental rights. Let Xiao Qingchen be entrusted to the matriarch of the Su family for proper upbringing." Qi Yanyan was momentarily stunned, her madness intensifying. "No. By what right do you take my son from me?" The servants of the Xiao family hurriedly stepped forward, covering the mistress's mouth as they led her away. While madam she could scold, the princess dared not to. If she truly lost her temper, it could mean death for the entire family. Qi Yanyan glared with bloodshot eyes, her face marred by bruises. In a whirlwind of anger and humiliation, she was forcibly dragged away. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Every misfortune had been thoroughly exhausted. Even without this chaotic scene, at least they could still raise their children. Now, however, this uproar had cost them custody. Xiao gazed at the unconscious Xiao Qingchen, having also learned of the incident involving the spring well pill, her eyes reflecting both pity and revulsion. Looking at the tender, fair child in her arms, a singular thought occupied her mind. Born on the same day, how could the disparities be so stark? Tomorrow, she would hire a more stringent tutor to ensure proper discipline. On the platform, as the farce concluded, the princess, satisfied after avenging her friend, settled back into her seat. At that moment, Mu Jilian's voice rang out. In light of Xiao Qingqin's disqualification, the position of chief disciple is now vacant. The chief disciple of this session will be replaced by the original second place. Qin Chuan, you are the first of the session. I hereby entrust you with this supreme divine weapon. Just as the princess sat down, she stood up in shock, bewildered. What? My son has become the chief disciple? Her foolish son, who had never shown any enlightenment, had emerged victorious among ancient families, hidden sects, and legendary sacred grounds? What an astonishing turn of events! It was simply unbelievable. A look of incredulity crossed her face as a delicate, fair visage suddenly appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, the young master of the Su family truly is a fortuitous star. At this moment, Su Yun was equally astonished. Indeed, I am a fortuitous star. Having done nothing but cultivate the Taishu transformation scripture at an accelerated pace, a fleeting pain in the abdomen signaled the completion of the task.
Ding.
You have exerted great effort to cleanse your reputation before the world. Even the malevolent demon lord would not act furtively during the assessment. The demon lord always relies on his own strength. Task completed. Task reward. Crystal clear spring, Su Yun nodded, acknowledging the effort involved. Chapter 36. The Time-Space Stone Qin Chuan. Henceforth you shall serve as the foremost disciple of the Taishu sect, learning under the Grand Elder, spoke Mu Jilian. The onlookers gazed with envy. The foolish young man from the royal family had remarkably secured the first position. The Taishu sect held its forum once every 5 years, granting entry only to those from illustrious families and esteemed sections. It was astonishing that an obscure young prince had claimed the top spot, truly a source of admiration. The Grand Elder of the Taishu sect appeared perplexed. Sect Master, should not the foremost disciple be learning from you? Why then under my tutelage? He too desired the position of the foremost disciple, as it represented the finest talent every 5 years. If he could successfully nurture such a prodigy, it would result in reverence for centuries to come, a splendid affair indeed. The others were all learning from the sect master, leaving the elders to select from the remaining 19 candidates. What was amiss today? Mu Jilian, regaining her icy demeanor, replied coolly, I have more pressing matters to attend to. She needed to find the most suitable path for the young master of the Su family. The other disciples were of lesser concern. The Grand Elder could only respond with an acknowledgement. Ah, that imperial blood. Suddenly, Mu Jilian turned sharply, her gaze icy. There is no imperial blood. The assembly of elders fell silent, hastily nodding in agreement. Indeed, there is no imperial blood. Uncertain of the master's motives, yet resigned to cooperate, the young prince pondered the significance of the imperial scripture. At merely 5 years of age, the spirited young prince, brimming with vitality, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. However, upon hearing the inquiry, he beamed with pride and declared, What's so difficult about it? I grasped it with just a glance. As he spoke, he began to channel his energy, and indeed, a manifestation of the void appeared behind him. The princess, with tears of joy in her eyes, felt a surge of relief. Her dear son had finally awakened to his potential. Her efforts had not been in vain. She retrieved a tome of techniques from her spatial pouch and presented it to him, saying, Take a look at this. The young prince eagerly accepted the book, flipping through its pages, only to suddenly collapse. The princess gasped in alarm. Chuaner, what has happened to you? The young prince then lifted his head, declaring, I feel so sleepy. The princess, exasperated, thought to herself, is it possible that he is weary after merely a glance? After encouraging her son to examine it a few more times, she observed no signs of comprehension. Puzzled, she scrutinized the content herself. It was evidently a basic first-level breathing technique. In her youth, she had mastered it in less than half an hour. Previously, the young prince had exhibited similar fatigue when attempting to learn it, and she had hoped that after studying the profound art of transformation, there would be a difference. Alas, it remained unchanged. The princess inquired, Why were you not fatigued when studying the imperial scripture? The young prince shrugged. I cannot say, it just felt so easy. I understood it at first glance. Unlike this book, which is far too challenging. The princess was left speechless. The young prince then patted his body and asked Mother, "Did you take my building blocks while I was asleep?" The princess questioned, "What building blocks?" The young prince replied, "The ones that little fellow gave me." The grand princess recalled that before the assessment, the young master of the Su family had given a block to the young prince. This child, who played with another's toy, had not even remembered the name of the owner. His name was Su Yun. Henceforth, may you become good friends. Suddenly, the grand princess was taken aback, an inexplicable thought flickering in her mind. Could it be that the block had led to her son's rapid enlightenment? Impossible. Even divine artifacts lack such capability, let alone a mere block. She dismissed this ludicrous notion from her mind. Surely, only a sacred and extraordinary object could suddenly enhance one's comprehension. Such treasures could hardly be treated as toys. She found it amusing, pondering what she was thinking. Perhaps it was indeed due to my son's compatibility with that imperial scripture. The young prince nodded. Yes, that lad is quite impressive. I acknowledge him. From now on, I agree to let him take the lead. The grand princess, with a resigned stance, placed her hands on her hips. Well, that seems acceptable. At least it marks a commendable beginning. That boy is indeed fortunate to have my foolish son elevated to such a position. I must ensure they interact more. I wonder if the Su family would desire this supreme divine weapon. A 7th-tier heavenly weapon is precious to others, yet holds little significance for the royal family. What the grand princess truly sought was the opportunity to learn from the formidable beings of the Tai Su sect. These minor rewards could simply be considered gifts for the Su family. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Yun, guided by the hints in his mind, retrieved the small bone and began to dig in the ground. Supreme sacred bone, I am meant to nurture an emperor, not to be used as a spade. Yet, his merciless master showed no sign of compassion. First, it transformed into a block, lent to others to enhance their understanding, becoming a cherished possession. Then it morphed into a shovel, unearthing a spiritual spring in the courtyard. The third daughter, Mo Ling, observed her younger brother at play with curiosity for a while. However, upon realizing that he was merely digging in the dirt, her interest waned. Nevertheless, before departing, she playfully tumbled him about. On the day of her broken engagement, she felt a tinge of melancholy. Which young girl is not filled with youthful longing? The end of a betrothal leaves one uncertain of when such an opportunity might arise again. Yet, after a night spent restrained by Su Yun, her sadness dissipated. Cuddling her brother to sleep, she awoke enveloped in warmth and exquisite comfort. With a cheerful smile, Mo Ling released him and set off to meditate and cultivate her skills. Her spiritual prowess grew daily, and perhaps in a few days, she might surpass the esteemed Lord Jinyuan. However, it is worth noting that Lord Jinyuan commanded an army of 100,000 elite soldiers, and his strength extended far beyond mere cultivation. After the third mist departed, the head of the guards, observing Su Yun digging, inquired, "Young master, shall we lend a hand?" Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. "No need." With a flourish, the little bone, being of the sacred grade and the pinnacle of its kind, effortlessly pierced the ground. Soon, a stream of cool spring water gushed forth, spreading throughout the small courtyard. The head of the guards exclaimed in astonishment, "Is there truly a spring beneath the Su residence?" A gasp escaped his lips. This was indeed a spiritual spring. Su Yun nodded inwardly. This was the reward he had just received, the ice-clear jade spring. The water was crystal clear, emitting a gentle blue glow, enveloped in pure white mist. A mere touch revealed its refreshing coolness, devoid of any biting chill. Even a plunge into its depths would not lead to frostbite. Instead, it would swiftly purify any impurities within the body, restoring vitality. Additionally, it promoted healing, mending hidden injuries, while its cool essence sharpened the mind and accelerated cultivation. Although not as efficient as the Qiong Xianlu, it excels in quantity, ensuring that everyone receives their fair share. Just as Su Yun was about to speak, a sound reached his ears.
Ding.
Redemption lies in various aspects. Please perform acts of kindness daily and treat others with benevolence. Daily limit, 5-5. Task difficulty, dynamic. Task rewards, determined by the disparity between the benefactor and their own strength. Su Yun held little regard for the task. Indeed, redemption requires a multifaceted approach. Engaging in daily acts of kindness could enhance his reputation and public image. However, was the disparity between the benefactor and his own strength not excessive? A twitch played at the corner of Su Yun's mouth. If the system were to manifest before the great battle, no one in the myriad realms would surpass him. Even in the specialized fields of alchemy and formations, finding someone stronger would be a rare endeavor. This meant that even if Su Yun performed acts of kindness daily, the rewards would be mere trifles. Yet in this lifetime, he was merely 3 years old. Surely, anyone he encountered would possess greater strength than he. Su Yun glanced at the head of the guards beside him. This individual was at the threshold of the 6th realm, a former personal guard of the Duke of Jinyun. While his realm was not particularly high, his combat prowess could surpass 1 or 2 realms through combined techniques, making him formidable. The gap between the half-step 6th realm and a child like me, who has yet to grasp the concept of qi, is vast. Su Yun pondered for a moment, quickly discerning the hidden injuries on the man's body with his dual pupils. He then spoke. Uncle Chen, this Wang Lingquan seems to possess remarkable efficacy. Would you like to scoop some water and give it a try? The head of the guards had already sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and was eager to act. Hearing the young master's words, he chuckled. Very well, allow me to test the waters on your behalf. With a flick of his spiritual energy, a sphere of water rose, enveloping his surroundings. Within moments, the head of the guard exclaimed, my hidden injuries seem to have improved significantly. This spiritual spring possesses remarkable efficacy.
Ding.
Daily good deed. 1-5 warning. Target's strength exceeds yours by 1,000. 10 0 0 0. 100 0 0 0. Error in multiplier. Task reward modification. Task reward. Time-space stone. Chapter 37. Irregularities in the monthly cycle. Su Yun expressed his astonishment. It truly is effective. Since the system had descended a millennium early, the world was now populated with individuals far stronger than himself. Each recipient of a daily good deed could receive unimaginable reward multipliers. How exhilarating! Su Yun could hardly contain his enthusiasm. He yearned to become a benevolent and dutiful child. If this had been before his transmigration, performing good deeds would have yielded subsidies in the billions. Those elderly ladies on the street could have been assisted all the way to the moon. Without further ado, Su Yun declared, I must go and perform a good deed. He dashed off eagerly. The head of the guard flicked his hand, causing the water to disperse completely, leaving his garments instantly dry. He called out, Young master, what shall we do with this spring water? Use it as you see fit, but remember to scoop some out. The head of the guard's expression turned peculiar, pondering. Indeed, such matters should be discussed with the lady of the house. How could I inquire of the young master? Yet in his demeanor he sometimes truly forgot his age. Indeed, the air of the Su residence is quite remarkable. A smile involuntarily crept upon the head of the guard's face as Su Yun, with his wide eyes, wobbled towards the storeroom. After a short while, he emerged again and found a maid. Sister, here. The maid, taken aback, replied, Young master? Thank you, but what is this? Su Yun explained, Your monthly cycle is irregular. Using this will remedy it immediately. The maid's cheeks flushed, her voice trembling. How do you know? If it had been any other man, she would have scolded him immediately. Yet, coming from the mouth of a 3-year-old, it felt entirely natural. Gazing into those clear, innocent eyes, the maid thought to herself, the lady has taught him far too much. He is merely 3 years old. Someone must have spoken carelessly for him to hear this. Su Yun pouted, If you don't want it, I will cry. The maid was momentarily stunned when Qing Tian passed by, looking exasperated. Young master has bestowed this upon you. You should accept it. The maid hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young master.
Ding.
Daily good deed. 2-5. Power multiplier error. 1,000. 10,000. Power multiplier error. Reward level correction in progress. Task reward. 9 turns spirit branch. Su Yun skipped away, soon finding another servant. He tossed a stone into a mouse hole. The servant exclaimed, Young master, I am catching mice. You are startling them. They will escape through another hole. Su Yun crossed his arms and replied, No, they are all inside. The servant, skeptical, dug into the mouse hole and gasped, "They are indeed here." A nest of mice lay still, for reasons unknown. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were devoid of breath and heartbeat, yet they appeared so lifelike. Though declared dead, they looked unmistakably alive. It was as if the surrounding space and time had been frozen, eternally suspended in this moment. The housekeeper was astonished. What had the young master just thrown in? It was simply miraculous.
Ding.
Daily good deed. 3-5. Task reward. Teleportation talisman. The housekeeper tossed the undying mouse into the corner refuse heap. Nearby, close to the secluded residence of the Shao family, Lininger passed by shortly thereafter. Utilizing secret techniques to subtly alter her appearance, she concealed herself within the Shao family's abode to evade the watchful eyes of the guards. Upon seeing the vividly animated mouse, she was momentarily taken aback. The laws of time and space? Who has employed the great path of time and space to seal a few mice? Though Lininger was devoid of any cultivation, her perception remained keen. These mice were ensnared within the eternal flow of time, rendered as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. Mere meat on the chopping block before the normal temporal flow of living beings. Even a high-level practitioner would stand no chance against such a trap. Who would use this to catch mice? Could it possibly be the Demon Lord? A shiver of dread coursed through Lininger, mingled with profound envy. In her previous life, the Demon Lord, unable to cultivate, had nonetheless carved out an invincible path through sheer will and innate talent. In this life, devoid of the influence of chaotic poison, he had access to even greater resources. Lininger's heart ached, steeped in regret. If only she had switched allegiances a little later, would not this time-altering artifact have belonged to her? Su Yun, oblivious to such matters, hurried to the vegetable garden and plunged the 9-turned spirit branch into the earth. In no time, the garden blossomed as if it were spring, with all the plants thriving vigorously. The snakes, insects, mice, and ants fled in indignation, leaving behind a scene of vibrant vitality. What a kind-hearted young master! The vegetable farmers incessantly praised. Indeed, he had used such a wondrous artifact to assist us, the lowly servants. Such a noble spirit. Su Yun chuckled softly, expressing his desire for fresh cucumbers that evening. The farmer, with a tender smile, bent down, replying, "Certainly. I'll pick some for the young master right away." Despite the fantastical nature of this world and the advancements in productivity, the complexity of nurturing spiritual herbs had simultaneously increased. These farmers continued to be overlooked, and it was considered a rare kindness that the whole residents of Jinyuan did not exploit them and paid their wages punctually. Yet, the young master remarkably utilized his magical artifacts to tend to the vegetable and herb gardens. In the entire capital, few young masters exhibited such compassion.
Ding.
Performing a good deed. Task rewards. Su Yun did not dwell on these matters. His sole intention was to complete the task and experiment with unfamiliar abilities, commonly referred to as testing skills. At merely 3 years of age, he was not required to engage in combat. With 5 opportunities for rewards each day, the accumulation would undoubtedly result in a considerable hoard over time. If he did not attempt a few tasks beforehand, what if he found himself unprepared when it truly mattered? Moreover, he sensed a delightful tingling sensation each time he accomplished a task. Previously, he had overlooked the various enhancements to his physique, but now the effects of the minor tasks were becoming increasingly apparent. Perhaps it was luck? Su Yun speculated, feeling a surge of joy. If it were indeed luck, accumulating it from the age of 3 until the narrative commenced at 18 would yield a significant reserve, sufficient to rival the fated protagonist. With a sense of satisfaction, Su Yun continued his benevolent endeavors. Naturally, this news soon reached Shi Yaoyue's ears. Qing Man remarked, "The young master has been bustling about today, assisting the servants with their chores, even vying to carry the trays. It's simply delightful." Shi Yaoyu found herself sweetly troubled. "Lord Jinyuan, what are you doing?" Nevertheless, she thought it might be beneficial for him to practice. She was not one to adhere to the decaying norms of strict hierarchy. Children should be exposed to more experiences. How could one inherit a title and mingle with soldiers without understanding the lives of ordinary people? Qing Man stifled a laugh. The household servants adore him. They all praise the young master for his kindness. Surely, he will grow into a great person. Xiao Yu felt a sense of pride, a gentle smile gracing her face. Yes, Yuner must become a great person. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and an elderly man stormed in, seething with anger. I cannot teach him. He is beyond redemption. The steward attempted to intervene, but before this seemingly unrefined elderly gentleman, his authority diminished. Xiao Yu waved her hand, signaling the steward to withdraw, and personally stepped forward. Mr. Hua, what happened to your head? Mr. Hua, his face a mask of fury, retorted. Who else but your young master? The heir of the Su family. Such a spoiled brat. I attempted to impart the classics to him, but he turned a deaf ear. I offered him profound principles. Yet he showed no interest. I taught him the laws of governance, and he dismissed them as mere trifles. He looks down on everything and dares to call me antiquated. I cannot teach this wretched child. Xiao Yu felt a sharp pang in her heart, her emotions swirling in complexity. After the Grand Princess revoked Qi Yenyun's guardianship, she had placed Xiao Qingchen in a separate residence, hoping to enlist a tutor to reform his character. Yet on the very first day, the teacher had been left bloodied and bruised. Mr. Hua exclaimed in fury. He refuses to listen to anything, exhibiting the most abominable temperament. Just look at my head. He is the one responsible for that. At that moment, a maid entered, a smile gracing her face. Madam, guess what? The young master has taken the estate's physician with him to provide free medical consultations. Such kindness. He truly embodies the spirit of a reincarnated bodhisattva. Xiao Yu cast her eyes downward, releasing a deep sigh. Born on the same day and raised within the same household, one child was tempestuous, while the other was benevolent. How could the disparity be so vast? Chapter 38. Proficient comprehension. Xiao Yu lamented the state of her own flesh and blood, pondering how they could have turned out this way. Yet, a new thought began to form in her mind. Since Su Yun was destined to inherit the Duke of Jinyuan's estate, it was high time he learned something of substance. A few days later, Xiao Yu took Su Yun to the Yingtian Academy. Yuner, starting today, you shall embark on the journey of reading and writing. Su Yun was struck, as if by lightning. Mother, are you abandoning your child? Xiao Yu felt overwhelmed. Why would you think that? With tears brimming in his eyes, Su Yun replied, If you are not abandoning me, then why place me in such perilous circumstances? Xiao Yu was at a loss for words. No excuses will be entertained if you refuse to study. Su Yun protested. Mother,
Ding.
the demon lord Ji-er weeps at night, his infamy widespread. Whenever a child misbehaves, the mother invokes the demon lord, warning that failure to study diligently may lead to becoming like him. Please seek a teacher, and the teacher must survive. Task difficulty. Extremely high. Task reward. Proficient comprehension. Su Yun, with utmost seriousness, declared, Mother, I adore learning. Xiao Yu, with a gaze filled with skepticism, she led Su Yun to the esteemed Master Yu. The Yingtian Academy was sprawling, housing scholars ranging from mere children to venerable elders. This Master Yu was renowned for his exceptional teaching, drawing the offspring of noble families to learn under his tutelage. Yuner, greet the master, instructed Xiao Yu.
Su Yun bowed gracefully, exclaiming, Greetings, master. Ding.
As the mightiest being across realms, you are entwined with countless threads of fate. It is indeed remarkable that the master remains alive after your reverence. Task reward. Max level reading comprehension, enhanced with age. Su Yun mused, fortunately. The system was set a millennium in advance. Otherwise, the task might have encountered a significant obstacle. Before the grand confrontation, Su Yun was burdened with karmic ties, each thread of fate binding him tightly. A mere mortal could hardly withstand a bow to an emperor, let alone someone of Su Yun's unparalleled stature. Even protagonists would find themselves unsettled by such homage. Though Su Yun may lack certain skills compared to others, the demon lord could only engage in discourse with him, never daring to regard him as a mentor. Yet now, despite possessing a touch of fortune, Su Yun remained, at his core, a mere child. He approached with sincerity, offering his respect. Others might even reap benefits from his earnestness. Master Yu stroked his beard and smiled. A good child, you appear quite clever. Xiao Yu humbly replied, Not at all. I am merely mischievous. Henceforth, I shall rely entirely on the master's guidance. These were mere pleasantries, and Master Yu understood as much. He possessed a unique method to captivate the attention of young minds. Pointing to an inscription, he inquired, Su Yun, do you know what the stele inscribes? The stele was filled with characters, yet no matter how one attempted to decipher them, they remained incomprehensible. It was through this very technique that Master Yu had captivated countless young aristocrats. He stroked his beard with a chuckle, anticipating that when the child claimed not to recognize him, he could respond with the words, then allow this old man to enlighten you. Consequently, the child would obediently follow him to the schoolhouse. The melody of nostalgia resonated within Ingwan as her melancholy thoughts meandered, evoking a sense of desolation. Su Yun blurted out, Master Yu. Xiao Yu hurriedly interjected, the child is merely speaking nonsense. Please do not take it to heart, Master. No, no, no. Master Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Have you studied this? Xiao Yu replied, huh? In the eyes of this venerable scholar, the renowned beauty of the Tianyuan realm held less significance than Su Yun. He puffed out his cheeks in surprise and grasped Su Yun's shoulder. Child, have you studied this? Su Yun scratched his head. Not at all. Master Yu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, then how do you know how to read it? Su Yun pointed toward the stone tablet. You must observe it this way. Envision it as a snail shell, continuously turning in circles. 4 characters in one turn, 5 characters in another, 6 characters. And then it is read. It was befuddling, not only for the child but even for adults who gazed upon it. The mother wore a perplexed expression, clearly having never encountered such a thing before. The implication was that this child comprehended it upon first sight. Xiao Yu, realizing this, could not help but ask, Yuner, when did you learn so many characters? After all, as a scion of the Marquis's household, he would receive some education in letters. Yet, she had not anticipated he would possess such knowledge.
Softly.
With his exceptional comprehension, how could he not recognize the characters needed to read the imperial scriptures? Master Yu, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, seized Su Yun's hand and rushed to another tablet. Child, tell me, what does this inscription mean? Xiao Yu glanced over. A young woman in yellow silk, the grandson's grinding mortar? She scratched her head, uncertain. Though she had received an education and had some experience, expertise lies in specialization. It is rare to find someone well-versed in all fields. Xiao Yu interjected, Master, Yuner merely fortuitously guessed the inscription on that stele, this one. Su Yun exclaimed, a truly exquisite phrase. Xiao Yu chuckled, my dear child, having read but a handful of poems, how dare you proclaim it an exquisite phrase?
Clap.
Master Yu clapped his hands, his excitement palpable as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. What he speaks of is the riddle's answer. The inscription solution is indeed exquisite phrase. Xiao Yu looked bewildered, huh? Master Yu's voice trembled with anticipation. Su Yun, do elaborate. Why is it exquisite phrase? Su Yun pointed at the inscription, Huangwan, where Huang signifies color and Wan denotes silk. Together they convey exquisite. Yofu refers to a maiden, thus representing wonderful. Weisun signifies a daughter's offspring, hence good. Lastly, Jiju is a mortar used for grinding garlic, which can withstand spiciness, thus it represents phrase. This is how it becomes exquisite phrase. Master. Master Yu beamed with joy, unable to contain his laughter. A genius. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that at my advanced age, I would encounter such brilliance? Come, Yuner, hasten and join me inside. From this day forth, you shall be the foremost scholar at the Yingtian Academy. Xiao Yu, holding the tuition fee with a bewildered expression, murmured, huh, Master. Master Yu waved dismissively. Away with you. Do not interrupt my lessons with Yuner. In the eyes of others, she was the most beautiful woman in the heavenly source realm, causing breathlessness upon sight. Yet, in the old scholar's view, who could rival Su Yun's fiery talent? Xiao Yu was taken aback. Could her own son truly possess such remarkable ability? Xiao Yu hastily urged, please, Master, do speak. Master Yu replied, come to fetch me later. I wish to converse further with Yun. Xiao Yu responded with silence. Su Yun smoothly integrated into the school, captivating a group of scholarly elders as if under a spell. After enduring a lengthy wait for class to commence, She finally found a moment of respite, only to encounter a few familiar faces. The young prince, Qin Chuan, patted Su Yun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You just started today? The last time you gifted me a toy, I reluctantly agreed to be your leader. Fear not, for in the Yingtian Academy, I shall protect you. Just refrain from dozing off in class, and for any other issues, seek my assistance."
ZZZZ.
During the lecture, Su Yun resolutely succumbed to slumber. Mastering reading comprehension and studying the three-character classic proved excessively monotonous. Observing Master Yu approaching, the young prince grew anxious. "Hey, wake up. I promise to help you with everything except sleeping in class." As Master Yu drew nearer, the young prince's heart raced in his throat. He feared nothing. Yet this master was known for administering punishment, rendering even his royal status ineffective. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, Master Yu closed the distance, prompting the young prince to shut his eyes, wishing to avoid witnessing a scene of brutality. How could one dare to sleep in class?
Crack.
Master Yu slammed his palm on the young prince's desk, his voice filled with ire. Trembling, the young prince stammered, "Master, I assure you, next time I will." With a flourish, Master Yu removed his outer garment and gently draped it over Su Yun's shoulders, saying, "It is uncomfortable to sleep in class. And what if one catches a cold? As a classmate, you must ensure his well-being." The young prince could only stare in bewilderment. Chapter 39. Filial piety is color. After class, the children were frolicking, and Su Yun gradually awakened. The young prince, looking as if he had seen a ghost, exclaimed, "How dare you sleep during the teacher's lesson?" He feared nothing in the world except for the Grand Princess and Master Yu. This teacher was cultured and knew the proper etiquette, yet he was also quite capable of administering punishment. The young prince had witnessed it firsthand. Even the royal princes were not exempt from a spanking, and even the emperor could not intervene. These learned scholars could neither be killed nor exiled without gaining a reputation. So enduring their wrath was a way of honoring the learned. Su Yun yawned and replied, "What's the big deal? If I want to sleep, I shall sleep. What can you do about it?" The young prince's expression was peculiar. "I am his older brother. If the younger brother sleeps, must the elder brother remain awake?" In the next lesson, he tentatively leaned on the desk and unexpectedly fell asleep. Master Yu, with an expression of indignation, proclaimed, "Cold as ice." The young prince felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were lying in the depths of winter. Instantly, he sprang up, wide awake. Master Yu, displeased, asked, "Qin Chuan, how do you interpret the character filial?" The young prince, still drooling, stammered, It's just a series of strokes." Smack. Master Yu slammed the table. "Stand up. Do you presume to sleep soundly in my class, believing you have mastered your studies or that you are exceptionally clever?" The young prince's eyes widened. "Master, I." Suddenly defiant, he pointed to the side. Why can he sleep? Su Yun was sleeping even more soundly than he was. The 3-year-old, with snot bubbles, lay on the desk like a soft little dumpling, utterly adorable in appearance. Humph. Master Yu let out an exasperated hum and leisurely approached Su Yun's desk. In the gaze of many onlookers, he gently patted Su Yun's back with the softest of motions, saying, "Yun'er, come awaken." Su Yun, still half asleep, rubbed his face and mumbled, "Master, is there something you need?" Master Yu smiled and inquired, "Is it chilly? Would you care to sleep in my room?" Su Yun waved his hand and replied, "Thank you, Master. Your lectures are quite the lullaby. The sounds of rain and water, along with the physics class ASMR, are more soothing than anything else." Master Yu smiled faintly, albeit somewhat awkwardly. "Well then, that is good." The young prince and the gathered nobles were left speechless, thinking, why is this so? Master Yu did not speak with severity, yet his demeanor was undeniably stern. How could one exhibit such tender consideration, appearing as if he were looking at his own grandson? At that moment, Master Yu posed a question, "Yun'er, how do you interpret the character filial piety?" Su Yun pondered for a moment and replied, "Color." Master Yu, perplexed, asked, "Oh? Why so?"
Su Yun responded,
"What does the master believe filial piety to mean?" Master Yu explained, "It is to be dutiful to one's parents." Su Yun chuckled and said, Zixia once inquired of Confucius what filial piety truly is. If children merely perform tasks for their parents and feed them, can that alone be deemed as filial piety? Thus, the student believes the essence of filial piety lies in color, specifically, in one's countenance. Master Yu clapped his hands in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are the foremost scholar of our academy, possessing remarkable wisdom and unique insights. Very well, Yunner, you may rest now. I shall pose more questions to you later." The young prince's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. "No, my friend, you truly possess remarkable skills." Master Yu turned and said, as warm as spring. With his words, the entire academy was enveloped in warmth. Su Yun comfortably settled down, anticipating a restful slumber ahead. Given the abundance of noble offspring, the academy's provisions were quite sumptuous. Following the morning's events, the young prince felt a lingering sense of embarrassment. How could one who aspired to be the leader find himself overshadowed by his juniors? He thus turned to Su Yun and declared, "Since I am to be your elder, I must impart to you some genuine knowledge." Intrigued, Su Yun inquired what knowledge. The young prince gestured ahead, attracting maidens. "Do you see that one? She is the legitimate daughter of the Bai family, a descendant of the illustrious Zhao Ming. Among this gathering, she is the most beautiful. Allow me to demonstrate how to win her heart. Afterward, you shall attempt to charm the second, most beautiful." Upon looking, Su Yun recognized Bai Qilua, the young girl of the Phoenix Nirvana physique. He noted that this petite lass, merely 2.5 years old, had yet to reach the age of enlightenment. Accompanied by her little black companion, she had come to find her brother and coincidentally partake in the meal. Dressed in a crimson garment with her hair styled in twin high ponytails, her rosy lips and large, dark eyes made her as adorable as a doll from a traditional painting. Despite her tender age, she stood out as the most exquisite among the students. Truly, she was destined to become the most beautiful in all realms. Su Yun couldn't help but marvel at her captivating charm at such a young age. However, in this life, Shi Yaoyu would not meet her demise. The question remained, to whom would the title of the most beautiful ultimately belong? It matters not. One may profess a preference for black silk yet forsake white silk, the elegant mature woman, the innocent young girl, the charming flight attendant, the diligent policewoman, the nurturing teacher, the devoted nurse, the diligent maid, the commanding queen, the delicate princess, the refined young lady, or the childhood sweetheart. Ahem, where was I? Each individual possesses a unique allure. How could one crudely compare them by mere numerical values? Su Yun inquired, "Are you certain you wish to pursue her?" The young prince, brimming with confidence, retorted with a dismissive hum, "I am no longer a mere child. Which elder brother lacks a woman? You stay here and witness my performance." With a determined stride, he approached with the audacity of one unacquainted with restraint. The young prince tossed his hair dramatically, his youthful visage suddenly bearing the weight of experience. "Madam, I hope to share a meal with you. I can offer you some milk." Bai Qilua revealed her small canine teeth, urging, "Xiaohei, bite him." Woof, woof, woof. Xiaohei transformed into a mischievous creature, baring its teeth and charging forth. Alas, the young prince fled in disarray. Surrounding scholars and children stifled their laughter, thoroughly entertained by the antics of these youngsters. The young prince returned, somewhat disheartened that Bai family's legitimate daughter, does not favor men. Otherwise, no woman could withstand my charm. Bystanders chuckled, amused by the innocence of one so young discussing men and women with such earnestness. Su Yun probed, "Are you truly certain?" The young prince, concerned for his reputation, insisted, "Of course. If you do not believe me, go ahead. She will undoubtedly set her dogs upon you." Su Yun merely wished to greet her upon seeing her and approached, calling, "Bai Qilua."
Woof.
Xiaohei, upon seeing Su Yun, joyfully bounded over.
Su Yun.
Wishing to avoid soiling his garments, coldly commanded, "Kneel." With a thud, both Xiaohei and Bai Qilua promptly knelt.
Oh, dear.
Su Yun helped the little girl to her feet, chiding, "Why are you kneeling? Why are you obedient at such a moment?" Bai Qilua, enraptured, inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "As long as my husband Yun plays with me, I shall be obedient." Su Yun chuckled, "I am Su Yun. You may call me Brother Yun."
Oh.
Bai Qilua nodded, uncertain how long she would remember this. Suyan noticed that Xiao He had also half-closed his eyes, intoxicated as he sniffed at Su Yun's pant leg.
Oh.
Could it be due to the celestial ancestor's blood? He suddenly realized why both Bai Qi Luo and Xiao He exhibited such fervent enthusiasm. Chapter 40. Run. The Six Desires Demonis. These two beings had both returned to their ancestral bloodline. Compared to humans, they resembled divine beasts more closely. The physical constitution of humanity is markedly inferior to that of beasts. However, due to their heightened comprehension, it takes merely a few decades of cultivation for them to achieve commendable prowess. Conversely, the physical attributes of beast kind far surpass those of humanity. Those formidable races are born at a high tier and can reach ancestral heights as they mature. Yet due to the balance of natural law, their growth takes longer and their cultivation efficiency diminishes. Bai Qi Luo, a divine beast cloaked in human skin, possesses a more intense perception and craving for her bloodline than that of humanity. Having previously acquired the celestial ancestor's blood, Su Yun elevated his own lineage to that of the ancestors, aligning it with the domain. To her, this was the finest tonic. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yun quietly procured a sharp object and made a small incision on his finger. Seizing the opportunity while stroking Xiao He, he squeezed a drop of blood into the dog's mouth. A multitude of extraordinary physiques caused the blood to heal almost instantly upon its release. First, experiments will be conducted on the Baiyu Feng dog to ascertain the possibility of activating its bloodline. If successful, the next endeavor will be to awaken the Holy Phoenix Empress, potentially allowing for the earlier cultivation of immortal guardians to protect my family. Bai Qiluo's eyes radiated purity. She genuinely cherished the man she referred to as her husband. She inhaled the comforting aroma, rising on her toes. The young prince was left speechless, witnessing his younger brother claim the woman he himself could not attain. With a single utterance, he compelled her to kneel before him. Then, with the domineering demeanor of a master, he lowered his gaze and gazed deeply into her eyes. The fragile beauty found herself cornered, with no avenue for retreat. Ultimately, she succumbed to his overwhelming presence, reluctantly bestowing a kiss upon his cheek. If even my younger brother can win over a woman, how can I, the elder, maintain my dignity? Meanwhile, Su Yun's expression darkened. He realized he had miscalculated. Their initial acquaintance had already led to a kiss, and should they truly marry in the future, would it not lead to even more intimate encounters? In the afternoon, the young prince's whereabouts were unknown. He looked at Su Yun, his eyes filled with hope. Su Yun satisfied his curiosity. Where did you go? The surrounding schoolchildren, upon hearing this, were instantly aglow with excitement. Wow, the young prince is truly remarkable. Almost forgetting, they recalled that the young prince was the chief disciple of the current Tai Su sect. Incredible. The young prince beamed with pride, aware of his esteemed identity as the foremost disciple of the Tai Su sect. His elevated status commanded respect from all practitioners of the De Qian, who would bow in deference upon meeting him. He regarded Su Yun, his satisfaction evident. Did you see that? Your elder brother possesses extraordinary capabilities. Stick with me, and you shall have a share in the Tai Su sect as well. As the elder brother, how could one endure being consistently outperformed by younger peers? A curious student inquired, I have heard that the esteemed leader of the Tai Su sect is personally instructed by the national master. Are you also one of his pupils? Your Highness? After a moment of hesitation, the young prince resolved not to deceive. My mentor is the Grand Elder. The national master is of such high status that merely meeting him is a challenge. Even the emperor must give prior notice to secure an audience. The students, captivated by these revelations, widened their eyes in awe. Wow, the national master is truly remarkable. The young prince is learning from the Grand Elder, which places him just beneath his majesty. The princess, too, seemed to have improved, as she was now capable of being the young prince's mother. The young prince, amused, remarked, So now you all understand who reigns supreme in the academy, do you not? The students enthusiastically chorused, the leader. The classroom erupted in astonishment. Is that the national master? The national master has come to the Yingtian Academy? How extraordinary! The arrival of the national master was marked by a serene expression, yet her beauty remained ethereal. Clad in a flowing robe of pure white, she appeared as if she had descended from the moon's embrace, or emerged after a fresh snowfall, untouched by the world's grime. It was none other than Mu Jilian, the national master of the De Qian and the head of the Tai Su sect. The crowd gathered around the young prince exclaimed in delight, "Your Highness, the national master has come to see you. Hurry, it must be to impart wisdom." The national master had made the journey to the academy, which surely indicated her regard for him. The young prince rose in astonishment. "The national master is here for me?" Earlier that afternoon, the grand elder of the Tai Su sect had ascended the mountain and engaged him in conversation along the way. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an advance meeting, allowing the grand master to encounter him. The young scholar's face radiated with excitement. "Elder brother, quickly enlighten us." The young prince straightened his attire and strode forward with utmost dignity. He aimed to present himself in the finest manner for the meeting with the Grand Master. "What are you doing?" Master Yu furrowed his brow. The young prince instinctively replied, "The Grand Master has come to see me." The moment the words left his lips, he found himself seated. Master Yu turned around, his expression transforming into a brilliant smile. "Come, Yuna, you shall remain here. The Grand Master will personally impart wisdom to you." The young prince's eyes widened in disbelief. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, only to erupt into fervent discussion. "What nonsense! The Grand Master is here to find who? That person?" Su Yun had only just arrived, and many had yet to memorize names. "It is Su Yun, the heir of the Jinyuan Marquis." Wait, wasn't he supposed to meet with the young prince? Why is he seeking out Su Yun instead? Unbelievable. The Grand Master is not instructing the chief of the Tai Su sect, but is instead imparting knowledge to another individual? Listening to the cacophony of discussions, the young prince felt tears welling up. What is happening in this world? The Grand Master, who was exceedingly esteemed and scarcely met even by the royal uncle, had personally come to the academy, intending to converse privately with Su Yun's younger brother about profound teachings. Soon, various noble families arrived to collect their kin. The Grand Princess picked up her son and casually inquired, "How was your day? Was the academy enjoyable?" "Not enjoyable at all. Not even a little." The young prince, with teary eyes, declared, "I shall never return." The Grand Princess was perplexed. "Aren't you the king of children? Why would you not come back?" The young prince wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Who is truly the chief? Who is the real leader?" Meanwhile, Xiaoyu received a message from Su Yun, expressing her concern for her son on his first day at the academy, questioning if he might face any bullying. "How was your day? Was the academy enjoyable?" Su Yun nodded vigorously, declaring it was fun. "I will return tomorrow." Xiaoyu was perplexed, wondering if the academy was truly that captivating. At that moment, Mu Jilian approached. "Madam Shi, may I share some teachings with young Master Su?" Taken aback by the honor, Xiaoyu swiftly handed Su Yun over. "Of course." Su Yun, digging into his ear, felt a tinge of resistance. However, considering that Mu Jilian had not yet fallen from grace, he found no reason to decline. Reluctantly, he rose to follow her, murmuring, "All right." Soon, they found themselves in a small room. Mu Jilian sat across from Su Yun, commencing her discourse. She explained that cultivation and study were two distinct paths, both capable of leading to greatness. Therefore, most children would engage in both learning and refining their energy until they discern their strengths and advantages.
Mu Jilian,
preoccupied with the reincarnation of this esteemed ancestor, longed to impart her wisdom fully. Su Yun rested his head on his hand, feeling somewhat bored. His exceptional comprehension allowed him to grasp Mu Jilian's teachings instantaneously, rendering it all rather simplistic. Nevertheless, having received the imperial bloodline, he saw no harm in indulging her, agreeing to participate. After all, sleeping was the same no matter where one lay. Stealing a glance at Mu Jilian, he slyly popped a piece of candy into his mouth, wondering if she would notice his subtle movement. Just then, a chilling alert echoed in his ear.
Danger.
The great battle is imminent. How could you be caught red-handed by Mu Jilian? Although you are the most formidable being across the realms, the enigmatic Six Desires sorceress remains a source of distress. Ensure your own safety. With the impending cleansing of your reputation, cease to provoke unnecessary strife. Task difficulty, extremely high. Task reward, shadow reflecting mirror. Su Yun was taken aback. What? Ensure my own safety? Even the demon lord suffers when entangled with the six desires sorceress? A sudden wave of perspiration washed over him, yet a glimmer of hope flickered in his mind. The ancient national master's forgetting affection seal from a millennium ago remains intact. I should be safe and worry not. At that moment, Mu Jilian abruptly transported herself before Su Yun. She extended her jade-like fingers, grasping his chin, exhaling a fragrant breath. Young Master Su. Chapter 41. Eruption of Desire. Su Yun's eyes widened as he beheld Mu Jilian, radiant as the moonlight, appearing before him. Young Master Su. Her fingers, without restraint, invaded his mouth. No, my pristine virtue. Su Yun lamented. Who could have anticipated that the six desires sorceress, a millennium later, would act thus? With a swift motion, Mu Jilian extracted a saliva-coated candy from Su Yun's mouth. Her expression remained impassive as she remarked, Young Master Su, please refrain from consuming candy while lecturing. With that, she severed the silver thread and placed the candy on the lectern. Resuming her seated position, she commenced her lecture once more. Su Yun covered his mouth. Candy? Was it merely for candy? He clutched his chest, exhaling a long sigh of relief. What a fright. I thought I was in for something serious, only to discover it was due to a classroom snack. It is not as if it were an infidelity. Must one be so concerned?
Fortunately, Su Yun scrutinized Mu Jilian,
confirming that there were no exceptional circumstances, and thus felt at ease. He was merely frightening himself. The national master would not fall from grace for several decades. Why should he worry about trivial matters? Moreover, this time, neither he nor the protagonists had entered the Tai Su gate, providing her with even less reason to become emotionally detached. Su Yun took his seat and commenced earnest attention to the lecture, only to inevitably succumb to slumber.
Zzz.
Lacking any sweet stimulus to awaken him, he soon found himself entranced.
Mu Jilian sighed.
Casting a melancholic glance at Su Yun, this child possesses such extraordinary talent. Why can he not muster any enthusiasm? During the last assessment, he exhibited the same behavior. Despite achieving perfect comprehension, he squandered his time playing with his fingers. A mere quarter hour of cultivation equated to decades or even centuries of effort for others. Yet he remained disinclined to invest his energy in the righteous path. Perhaps he remains unaware of what the righteous path truly entails. Mu Jilian roused Su Yun. Young Master Su, do you still wish to listen to the teachings? Startled, Su Yun sheepishly rubbed his head. I apologize, National Master. I shall not fall asleep again. Mu Jilian, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, Young Master Su, if consuming sweets can awaken you, then please do so. Su Yun brightened. Is that true?
Mu Jilian lowered her gaze.
After the discourse concluded, she bid him farewell and waved as she departed. Xiao Yu inquired, Why does the National Master appear somewhat discontented? Did you provoke her? Su Yun shrugged off the concern. It was merely a piece of candy. Yet, in an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, National Master, discontent? How could the National Master, who has cultivated the utmost emotional detachment, possibly experience displeasure? A terrifying thought exploded within Su Yun's mind. The only sorrow from the 7 emotions of the National Master has permeated the air. Are not the remaining 6 desires also?
Ding.
Congratulations, you have narrowly escaped a calamity, preserving yourself from the clutches of the 6 desires sorceress. However, such matters can only be conducted at noon. Otherwise, trouble will surely arise. Reward, shadow reflection mirror. Su Yun abruptly turned his head. The half-eaten candy on the podium had vanished without a trace. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he hurriedly assessed the mirror he had just acquired. This was a defensive talisman capable of withstanding attacks from those below the rank of sage. As Su Yun's cultivation improved, its power would increase correspondingly. Seeing her son as fear, Xiao Yu could not help but inquire, What troubles you? Nothing, Su Yun replied, feeling somewhat reassured by the mirror. There are always mischievous individuals seeking to harm me. Time swiftly passed, and a week had gone by. Su Yun, during his time at the academy, had not left empty-handed. Although his comprehension and understanding were commendable, the targeted guidance from the old scholar allowed him to acquire knowledge from a broader perspective. Furthermore, there were many children of similar age here. At merely 3 years old, Su Yun's mind was filled with thoughts of play. With so many companions, each day was filled with joy, except for the young prince. For the past few days, the young prince had been in a state of profound gloom, even contemplating distancing himself from Su Yun. As the leader of the Qingtian Academy, how could he allow himself to be overshadowed by a younger brother? The young prince, feeling his confidence shaken, was utterly dejected. Even at noon today, he chose not to join Su Yun, instead sitting alone, indulging in the solitude of manhood. Meanwhile, a few older scholars glanced at Su Yun and remarked, "Shao, is that not the heir of the Su family?" Shao Erk sat among them and, upon seeing Su Yun, furrowed his brow. What sort of heir is he? Merely a misplaced wild seed. My Qingchen is the true heir of the Su family, the sole successor. At the age of 18, he is the second son of Qi Yenyun. Originally, he was studying with an elderly scholar in a small town, achieving some progress, but lacking the resources to rise. When his younger brother was discovered by the Su family, Shao Erk too basked in the glory, gaining admission to the finest academy in Deqian. Initially, a certain scholar remarked, "A wild seed? The Zhenyuan Marquis's residence harbors such secrets. One cannot help but wonder what sort of wretched woman bore this wild seed." Shao Erk's expression darkened immediately. "Enough of that. Since we have encountered him, we must seek justice for Qingchen. Are you coming or not?" Though residing in the academy, he had heard that his mother had been stripped of her custody rights, and Shao Qingchen was confined by that vile woman at home. Now that he had encountered Su Yun, it was imperative to vent his frustrations. A few unruly scholars chuckled. Why not? The teacher may not be able to contend, but a child is surely no match. They were ordinary nobles, hailing from merchant families, with little love for study, forced into the academy, spending their days idly alongside Shao Erk. Seeking amusement, the initially hesitant scholar finally stammered, I prefer not to fight. You all should go. Coward." Shao Erk scoffed, rising to approach Su Yun. "Hey, child." A group encircled the 3-year-old, drawing immediate attention. "Quickly, summon the teacher," cried a child from the Enlightenment class. Shao Erk smirked disdainfully. "What use is calling the teacher? As a member of the Taoyuan Marquisate, even if I were to strike Su Yun, it would merely be an internal matter of the Marquisate. What could the scholars from the academy possibly say?" Su Yun lifted his head. Shao Erk? He recalled this character. After the protagonist's rise, he was relegated to a lesser realm as its sovereign. He committed heinous acts, indulging in tyranny and plunder, solely to later allow the protagonist to showcase justice through a modicum of punishment. By that time, however, Shao Erk had reigned as a tyrant for 5 centuries in that small world, his victims' blood sufficient to fill an ocean, and dismembered limbs piled high enough to form mountains. The so-called punishment meted out by the protagonist merely confined Shao Erk to his palace, yet he severed the tyrant's soul, allowing his avatars to continue wreaking havoc upon the young and innocent, all while turning a blind eye.
Ding!
A notification echoed in Su Yun's ears. "Farewell, Shao Erk's avatar. Your fate is unforeseen. This beast, merely because he is a favored child of destiny, can wreak havoc for millennia. Should you capture this scoundrel, it would undoubtedly cleanse your reputation and bolster your endeavors. Yet, Shao Erk's soul is fragmented, with his avatars dispersed across various realms. You must seize all of his avatars, compelling the populace to enact justice. Task difficulty, supreme. Task reward, literary talent." Shao Erk extended his hand toward Su Yun, grinning malevolently. "You little wretch."
Slap.
Su Yun fell to the ground in response. Shao Erk paused, gazing at his own hand. Did I actually touch him? A fleeting translucent glow enveloped Su Yun. It was the shield of the mirror of reflection. Striking himself resulted in the shield manifesting. He covered his face, wearing an expression of grievance. "Boss, save me." The young prince suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes a tumultuous blend of excitement and fury. How dare his younger brother declare himself the leader? And to think he had been bullied by an outsider. Boldness. With a resounding roar, the young prince pointed at Shao Erk. "Brothers, charge forth."
Suiken, I shall assist you.
Chapter 42. The pen's might, words manifest power clatter. A flock of spirited children, The youngest merely 3 years old and the oldest 6 had no choice. Any older ones would disdain the elementary class. They surged forward, clashing with a group of adult scholars. Xiao Erk was taken aback. "You little rascals, have you lost your minds? How dare you strike my face? You have been given grace, and yet you retaliate." Initially, the scholars were caught off guard. No one expected these children to be so audacious. However, as the skirmish escalated, the adults' physicality proved overwhelming, and several children were soon left wailing after receiving a few slaps. Xiao Erk raised his hand, ready to retaliate against the young prince. "You little brat, you too shall be punished." What a dreadful day it was. The one who had bullied his brother had yet to face retribution, and instead, he had been struck by a swarm of children. Consumed by fury, he prepared to unleash his wrath upon their leader. "My mother is a princess," the young prince bellowed. Suddenly, Xiao Erk's hand froze in midair. "What?" "My father is the Marquis of Wuan," one child shouted, causing the scholar who had just struck him to tremble in fear. "My uncle is the Grand Commandant," another child proclaimed, rendering the scholar beneath him motionless with dread. "My mother is a lady of the 3rd rank. My grandfather is the Duke of Loyalty and Valor. My sister is a lady-in-waiting of the 5th rank to the Empress Dowager. My grandmother is..." As the children began to speak, the once lively battleground fell into silence. The scholars involved in the fray turned pale, their eyes wide with astonishment. They were ordinary officials and merchants who, when compared to those from humble backgrounds, still held some semblance of confidence. Yet, how could these children possess such formidable connections? The force of their blows seemed not directed at the children, but rather at the very hilt of a dragon's guillotine. Xiao Erk was bewildered. "What is the purpose of your gathering here?" Panic surged within him. He had only intended to confront Su Yun. Yet here he found himself amidst a throng of nobility. Just moments ago, he had been prepared to strike the very son of the Grand Princess, sister to the reigning emperor. With a resounding slap, another blow landed on Xiao Erk's face. "Stop. Enough." His head spun. As scholars, they could only resort to words, not actions.
Ugh.
A child gleefully spat at him. "Where was your bravado when you were bullying others? Now you wish to remember you are a scholar?"
Su-yun.
The young prince's eyes sparkled with determination as he reached out to lift Su-yun. "As the elder brother, I will protect you from now on." Despite being superior in every way, he still regarded himself as the elder brother. This bond was one he recognized and embraced wholeheartedly. Su-yun's eyes brimmed with brotherly affection as he clasped his hand tightly. "Elder brother." The young prince's voice quivered with emotion. "Indeed." Meanwhile, the scholar beneath the children exclaimed, "Can you not be so moved? I haven't even been struck yet. Could you kindly let me up?"
Buzz.
"I am in the dining hall." The voice of Master Yu coincided with his appearance. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene around him, he erupted in anger. "Why are you fighting in the academy?" The young prince pointed at Xiao Erk, preemptively declaring, "They bullied Su Yun, so we retaliated." Master Yu cast a glance and noticed only 2 children clutching their behinds, while the older scholars bore bruised faces. It was absurd. Who would dare to strike these children? Master Yu furrowed his brow. "Their faults are theirs alone. Why did you resort to violence?" The young prince, anxious, replied, "I did not. They struck first." Master Yu scoffed. "Why did they target you, and not others?" He could easily discern right from wrong. Yet since the incident had transpired, it was prudent to make use of it. These noble offspring, accustomed to a certain arrogance, could benefit from a lesson on propriety. It was only reasonable that they should not engage in brawls. Therefore, a measured punishment of 50 strikes each would serve as a fitting reprimand, and once the education was concluded, fair judgment could be enacted, achieving a harmonious resolution.
Ding.
A voice whispered in Su Yun's ear. "Ah, you have swiftly located all of Xiao Erk's avatars, and have allowed the populace to enact punishment upon him. Excellent. After this affair, your reputation will undoubtedly soar. The people of this world shall express their gratitude." Task reward, literary talent. A warm sensation filled Su Yun's chest, a feeling of contentment devoid of the muddiness associated with grains. It was pure energy, knowledge, and virtue shining forth. Had the task been accomplished? It was remarkably simple. Although Xiao Erk's innate talent was quite lacking, he had nonetheless reaped numerous benefits through his role as the protagonist. If this were placed before the grand showdown, it would have been exceedingly difficult to seize. However, with a millennium of advance, let alone a doppelganger, he has only just embarked on his journey of cultivation. This group of children, perceived by others as descendants of nobility, are, from the perspective of the demon lord, merely larger-than-average ants, common folk. Their few blows could be considered a form of retribution. "And you, Su Yun," Master Yu began. He had a particular fondness for Su Yun and could not bear to see him bullied. Yet, regardless of the inscriptions or ancient texts, they posed no challenge to this exceptional student. Master Yu seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to Su Yun. One hand alone cannot produce a sound. If a conflict arises, you share in the blame. The young prince, still naive, did not comprehend the old scholar's sophistry and felt a pang of injustice. "Little brother, it is my failure to protect you." With a sharp motion, Su Yun stepped forward and struck Xiao Erk. Master Yu's eyes widened in shock. "You?" Su Yun, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Master, does this not demonstrate that one hand can indeed create a sound?" Master Yu sighed, recognizing that this child was still too young. He had initially been in the right, yet now his reasoning had faltered. It would be best to administer equal punishment to both parties and instill a lasting lesson. Xiao Erk remained oblivious to the fact that he was facing an utterly biased situation. Rather than becoming enraged after receiving a slap, he felt a strange delight. "Su Yun, you dare strike someone in front of the master? You little rascal. You court death." Su Yun retorted. "Then why not give it a try?" Suddenly, the entire academy trembled. In the center of the academy stood a statue of white jade, seemingly resonating with Su Yun's words, emitting a low, vibrating hum. Meanwhile, Xiao Erk's body stiffened, trembling uncontrollably, as if he was desperately resisting. Yet his right hand involuntarily rose. With a fierce slap, he struck his own face repeatedly.
Slap, slap, slap.
Xiao Erk, in a state of sheer terror, realized with horror. My hand is moving on its own. Help!
Ah!
Stop hitting, it hurts." Master Yu watched, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could hardly pay attention to Xiao Erk's hand, which continued to deliver merciless blows to his own face until it resembled that of a pig. Instead, he turned with astonishment. "Wen Dan?" The spirit of the literary sage manifests, resonating with the essence of words. Master Yu distinctly felt the pure energy within Su Yun resonate powerfully with the scholarly atmosphere of the academy. The force left behind by the literary sage in the academy unexpectedly aided such a young child, enabling him to achieve the miraculous phenomenon of his words becoming law. This was Wen Dan, one of the extraordinary attainments most sought after by scholars. Just a few days prior, when the national master sought him out, Master Yu lamented that such a promising talent as Su Yun was destined to pursue the path of Tao. Yet in just a matter of days, he had successfully refined Wen Dan. Against those of lower realms, its suppressive power exceeded that of Tao techniques. However, when confronting stronger opponents, one often suffers injuries upon uttering their words. Yet, with Wen Dan, one possesses an awe-inspiring vigor. Henceforth, no matter how exaggerated the declarations made, be it the fall of sages or the resurrection of emperors, they would not undermine their own foundational path. Within the vast realm of scholars in Tianyuan, only 3 possessed the ability to condense Wen Dan. As Su Yun successfully refined Wen Dan, the pure energy of the academy would instinctively assist him, granting him the ability to speak words that become law. A mere 3-year-old child commanding a 9th-grade scholar within the academy. What a miraculous feat! Perhaps in a few days, he might even cultivate a discerning heart.
Yunair.
When will you refine your Wen Dan? Chapter 43. The relics of the Buddha's kingdom and the sacred bones of rebirth. Master Yu was in high spirits, marveling at his ability to nurture such a prodigious talent. Although he had only taught for a few days, there was indeed a bond of teacher and student. With a child like this, what need was there for punishment? Even if he were to relieve himself on the statue of the Book Immortal, it would hardly matter. Su Yun shrugged, saying, "Just a moment ago." Master Yu chuckled, pondering that the essence of literary talent could not be forged in merely a few days. Perhaps it was merely a moment of emotional fervor that had triggered a resonance with the spirit of literature. Xiao Erk. Master Yu's mood shifted abruptly, turning icy as he recounted the tale of the sage of books who had once comprehended the Tao under the blooming peach blossoms in a single night. You should also venture to the back mountain to admire the peach blossoms. Xiao Erk's countenance turned ashen. This was not a mere excursion to enjoy the flowers, but rather a threat to his academic standing. I am in the dining hall. With a swish, the headmaster of the Yingtian Academy appeared, his presence commanding attention. He surveyed the scene and, like Master Yu, grasped the entirety of the situation. The headmaster addressed the issue of the larger bullying the smaller, and the smaller disregarding their elders. Xiao Erk, sensing a glimmer of hope, shouted, "Headmaster, I am the foremost scholar from the southern 3 provinces. This year, I intend to bring glory to the academy in the grand examinations. That Su Yun is no good. He is at fault too. Punish him by sending him to the back mountain to view the peach blossoms. I am determined to achieve the highest honors." The headmaster perceived the nature of his character, but chose not to expose it at that moment. Everyone must face punishment.
No, headmaster.
Master Yu interjected. Su Yun cannot be punished, nor can any of these children. The headmaster furrowed his brow, puzzled. What? Do you not wish to seize this opportunity? Master Yu, filled with fervor, exclaimed, Su Yun possesses literary talent. The room erupted in astonishment. With a sweeping gesture, the dean declared, Xiao Qingchen, dare to slander the head of our institution. Expelled from Yingtian, and none of the 4 great academies shall accept you. Xiao Erk was taken aback. The dean continued indifferently. Xiao Erk remains at home, having forgotten the path to the academy.
Buzz.
After losing her guardianship, Qi Yenyun wept daily, cursing her fate, confined within her chamber. Suddenly, a living figure startled her. Upon recognizing the face, she exclaimed in astonishment, Erk, what are you doing here? Xiao Erk clutched her head, overwhelmed with pain. I have been expelled from the academy. I seek justice, Meanwhile, the dean and Master Yu were in fits of laughter. 3 years of literary talent. In the future, you shall become a sage of Confucianism and Taoism. No, becoming the emperor of Confucianism is not out of reach either. In a few divine empires, the academy still holds its place. Outside, there are merely various martial artists who know only how to cultivate their skills and neglect the nurturing of the heart. It is time for the academy to rise anew. The more he contemplated, the more dissatisfied the dean became with the student who had just acted out. Who among you sought to harm the head? Step forward. Several bruised and battered students trembled in fear and involuntarily raised their hands. It was I. I was incited by Xiao Erk. I wanted to strike that Su Yun. So did I. The dean's nostrils flared in anger. This is not merely an attack on the head, but a slap to the face of the sage of literature. You shall be expelled from the academy, never to be employed again. Return to your homes. Whoosh. With the dean's pronouncement, several individuals were teleported away, leaving an empty circle on the ground. The scholar who first recognized Su Yun could not help but swallow hard. That was close. He nearly fell prey to Xiao Erk's instigation and acted against Su Yun. Fortunately, a sudden flash of insight struck him, convincing him that it was inappropriate to bully a child. Otherwise, he too would have faced dire consequences. The dean cleared his throat. Scholar Sheng, please compose a formal complaint. These treacherous officials, disregarding the emperor's grace, have dared to harm the auspicious star of Deqian. I beseech the court to take heed and deliver severe punishment to the instigator. Let us eradicate this evil, serving as a warning to others. A beam of clear light flickered, soaring towards the capital's government. The initial scholar trembled in fear. How fortunate, truly fortunate. He nearly ended up in prison alongside his father. Yunner, do enlighten us. How did you awaken your literary talent? The 2 elderly men inquired eagerly. Yet, despite their persistent questioning, they gleaned no answers. Su Yun claimed it was a recent acquisition, but none believed him. Perhaps this is the descent of the literary star, sighed Master Yu. The dean squinted and smiled. Dear child, do you not know that at the dawn of humanity, one's nature is inherently good? Master Yu, puzzled, interjected, why are you reciting the 3-character classic now, after having taught it? The dean, resembling a cunning old fox, remarked, "History shall record that on a certain day in a certain year, the dean of Ingtian Academy taught the young literary fairy to read. On that day, the young literary fairy awakened his talent."
Aha.
Master Yu's face flushed red. "You are despicable." The dean vanished into the northern wilderness to tend sheep.
Buzz.
The dean disappeared from sight. However, Master Yu's joy was short-lived as another voice echoed. Master Yu found himself trapped in the whirlpool of the South Sea.
Buzz.
Master Yu too vanished from view. "I am in the dining hall of the academy." The dean appeared, laughing heartily. "With you, dare to." The furious voice of Master Yu echoed. "The dean has invaded the Buddhist kingdom of the western regions, trampling upon the ancient relics of the Buddha."
Buzz.
The dean vanished, leaving behind a spray of saliva. "Old scoundrel, you are despicable."
Ah.
"It was not I who shattered your relics. Go seek the culprit." The remaining individuals in the academy wore expressions of bewilderment. Both the dean and Master Yu had disappeared. Were they still going to have class? The young prince rubbed his hands together, feeling a mix of joy and melancholy. "Suyun, I didn't expect you to be so formidable." There was no need for assistance from his little brother. A single person could manage a scholar. Moreover, he enjoyed the favor of both the master and the dean, far surpassing those children who only knew how to clumsily throw punches. "Big brother." Suyun clapped him on the shoulder. "Without you, I wouldn't have had a chance to speak." "Big brother, thank you." The young prince's eyes widened in surprise. "You really consider me your big brother?"
Suyun 나리dernishi. ing.
The young prince felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Grasping Suyun's hand, he called out loudly, "Look, this is my brother. Call him second brother." The children chorused, "Second brother." Suyun thought to himself that this little rascal was too easy to persuade. The young prince, still elated, said, "Suyun, since you acknowledge me as your elder brother, I'll take you to a wonderful place shortly." The voice of the princess rang out. "What wonderful place?" The young prince paused. "Is it time to leave school? Then I shall take you to a wonderful place tomorrow." Suyun waved goodbye to him. Xiaoyu arrived to fetch the child. "Where is Master Yu?" Suyun replied, "He has been suppressed in the whirlpool of the South Sea." Xiaoyu laughed heartily. "What a joke." Suyun replied, "I am not jesting. The teacher has vanished, and no one has informed Xiaoyu about the matter concerning Wendai." Madame Hua, holding Bai Qilua's hand, with Bai Qilua leading Little Black, stood at the entrance. Xiaoyu hurried to greet them. "Oh dear, why are you at the door?" Madame Hua smiled. Her brother went to participate in the literary competition, so she came over to play. Xiaoyu nodded. "Welcome, welcome. Yuner, entertain our guests." Suyun picked his nose. "What do you mean by entertain guests?" Bai Qilua bounced around like a little rabbit husband. "Let's continue playing house."
Suyun.
Still digging at his nose, remarked, "You still haven't remembered my name. I shall be the mother, and you shall be the father. Little Black needs a wife too." Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat exasperated, called out, "Someone, go fetch Qing Chen. He has been away for several days. Let us see how he performs now." Lin Inger, having noticed the Bai family arriving, also spotted Little Black. She immediately sought out Xiao Qing Chen. "Young master, an extraordinary opportunity has presented itself. I recall that the Holy Phoenix Empress has a spiritual beast she raised from a young age. It possesses the bloodline of the Phoenix ancestor. Should you drink its blood, not only will you evade death, but you may even regenerate a piece of sacred bone." Chapter 44. Your wife is truly obedient. Your wife is truly fragrant. Xiaoyu and Madame Hua had barely conversed for a short while when they heard a commotion outside. "Xiaoyu, come out. Why has your Suyun driven heir Ku out of the academy? You wretched creature, come forth." Qi Yanyan pushed and shoved her way into the main hall, shaking her head as she scolded. Madame Hua?" Upon recognizing someone familiar, her tone faltered. After all, that was none other than the future mother-in-law of her beloved Qingchen. She ought to maintain decorum in her presence. Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. "What are you saying? When will Yun be able to expel someone from the academy? Even if the sage favors him, he is still a student. Expelling him is within the teacher's jurisdiction." Qi Yanyan could no longer contain herself. "How can you even ask? Why don't you inquire about your beast of a son?" Is still in the room, unable to utter a single word. I warn you, go to the academy immediately and clarify things with the sage. Let Urk return to his studies and expel Su Yun from the academy. Furthermore, Qi Yanyan turned to Madame Hua. Qing Chun is the heir. He is the one deserving to unite with the Bai family. Madame Hua, wouldn't you agree? Madame Hua furrowed her brow, remaining silent as she wrestled with whether to adhere to the ancestral agreement. Yet that Shao Qingchun truly was. At that moment, Shao Qingchun was brought forth. His expression was calm, and he offered a slight bow to Xi Yaoyue. Madam, the previous injuries had healed, and he appeared once again as a refined young gentleman. Qi Yanyan did not expect to see her son, and exclaimed in delight, Qingchen, you are out? Mother. Shao Qingchun merely responded casually, continuing, Qingchen acknowledges his mistake. I should have respected Sister Muling. I should not have been led astray into taking that dubious pill. From now on, I am willing to amend my ways and become a modest gentleman. Xi Yaoyue felt a pang of disappointment at his continued reluctance to address her as mother. Yet he felt a pang of remorse, and his spirits lifted slightly. Just as she prepared to speak, Qi Yanyan interjected anxiously, Qingchen, you must speak on behalf of your mother. That rascal Su Yun has slandered in front of the master, causing your second brother to be expelled from the academy. Tell me, isn't it his fault? You are the heir of the Su family, the master of the household. It is your prerogative to decide. Cast Su Yun out and restore your brother's honor. Silence. Shao Qingchen exclaimed furiously, is this truly the time for such discussions? Her youthful face was etched with discontent. Su Yun is my brother. Can he truly be at fault? If my second brother has been expelled, then he must bear some responsibility. Our mission today is to slay the Bai Yufeng dog and seize its essence. At such a critical juncture, you expect me to intercede for someone who has wasted their education? Nonsense. Qi Yanyan stammered, I
did not mean it that way.
Xi Yaoyue opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. He still had not changed. As for the children of the Su family, Shao Qingchun had previously spoken favorably. But what of Shao Erling? Was he not family? Must every judgment still be debated? Yet such resoluteness was merely another form of heartlessness. She spoke of caring for her family while prioritizing her own interests. With a sigh, Xi Yaoyue waved her hand. Let this matter rest for now.
You may go and play.
Before Madame Hua, she wished to refrain from elaborating further. Qi Yanyan shot Xi Yaoyue a fierce glare but held her tongue. I shall settle the matter of Erlang with you later. Su Yun, Bai Qilua, and Shao Qingchen resumed their playful antics.
Bai Qilua remained adorably navet.
Unable to comprehend the intricacies, pointing at Su Yun, you are like a father. Once again, pointing at Shao Qingchen, you are to be the wife of Little Black. Shao Qingchen smiled faintly, very well. Hearing such a humiliating remark, Qi Yanyan clenched her fists in anger. Enough. You will inevitably face the day of your arrival. When that time comes, I shall have Qingchen turn you into a mere dog. This time, Shao Qingchen played along, truly engaging with the two children in a delightful manner. With a beaming smile and an air of gentility, he exhibited no sign of anger. Bai Qilua leaped into Su Yun's embrace. Husband, dear husband, give me a hug. Shao Qingchen remained unperturbed. Bai Qilua pressed her cheek against Su Yun's. Husband, give me a kiss. Again, Shao Qingchen showed no sign of irritation. Bai Qilua then took Little Black's leash and urged Su Yun to grasp the other end. You hold one, and I shall hold one. Let's take the dogs for a walk. With a sudden crash, Shao Qingchen threw something to the ground, glaring furiously at Su Yun. Damn it! My mother will assist me in reclaiming my engagement. She will fulfill our vow. She is to be my future wife. The intensity of his gaze frightened Bai Qilua into tears. Husband, dear husband, hold me. Su Yun gently patted Bai Qilua's fair back, soothing her. There. However, husband is not a name. I am Su Yun, all right? Shao Qingchen's eyes blazed with fury. She is my wife. Who are you to lay a finger on her? Su Yun pinched Bai Qilua's cheek playfully. And who am I? He then pointed at Shao Qingchen. And who is he? As Su Yun affectionately ruffled the dog's head, he remarked, your wife is truly remarkable.
Bang!
In a fit of rage, Shao Qingchen stood up abruptly. What is going on? Xi Yaoyue rushed over, her eyes darting with concern. Shao Qingchen smiled. Madam, we are merely playing. Earlier, We were engaged in a game of house. Oh, came her understanding reply. Xiao Yu departed with a sense of unease. Xiao Qingchen exhaled deeply, reminding himself to endure, to persevere.
Sonontai yun pushenter aki sondai kilu estik, exclaiming.
My wife is truly delightful. Little Black, being astute, recognized the playful nature of their game and promptly approached Xiao Qingchen. Su Yun nodded approvingly, giving a thumbs up to the small dog. Your wife is also quite charming. Su Yun. Xiao Qingchen's eyes blazed with fury. Su Yun chuckled with pride. Little rascal, who are you addressing? In the storyline, even the Holy Phoenix Empress pays you no mind. In this life, do you still aspire to turn the tides? Xiao Qingchen forcibly suppressed his anger. Let us proceed. Su Yun nodded. Remember, my name is Su Yun. My wife is exceptionally well-behaved. He then addressed the little dog. Your wife should be well-behaved too. Xiao Qingchen, leading Little Black, paused momentarily before hastening his steps. Why haven't I noticed any signs from the Bio Phoenix Hound? Logically, after consuming the ancestral blood, there should be some ancestral traits manifesting, shouldn't he there? Is additional stimulation necessary? Soon, Xiao Qingchen and Little Black arrived at a quaint courtyard. Lin Inger awaited them, her eyes sparkling with both delight and determination. Indeed. It must be it. Having never seen the Bio Phoenix Hound in its true form, she only knew that the Demon Lord had once vanquished it. The immortal bloodline of the Phoenix could also meet its demise, underscoring the formidable power of the Demon Lord. Young Master, while it remains unawakened, swiftly collect its blood. Not only will you attain immortality, but you shall also regenerate your sacred bones. Lin Inger was exhilarated. After such prolonged scheming, she was finally on the verge of accomplishing a significant endeavor. The Bio Phoenix Hound, no matter how formidable it may become in the future, was merely a small dog before awakening. Slaying it would be a trivial task. The Demon Lord, I remain a step ahead of you, Lin Inger thought to herself, feeling a sense of pride. In contrast, Xiao Qingchen's eyes glimmered with greed. Splendid, truly splendid. The intelligence provided by Lin Inger was entirely accurate, however. Every attempt to implement it was invariably met with various troubles. Xiao Qingchen harbored resentment within, yet he understood that such trials were merely tests of fate. If everything unfolded smoothly, how could one strengthen their resolve and achieve greatness? Yet, if one were genuinely targeted by destiny, how could a continuous stream of opportunities present themselves? Xiao Qingchen suppressed his anger, vowing that once he accomplished his grand ambitions, he would surely punish this foolish band of subordinates. But the pressing matter at hand was to transform the extraordinarily rare Biofeng dog into his own source of power. To his astonishment, this exotic beast was so feeble at this time. Your power shall be mine. Rest assured, your master will also belong to me in the future. I shall treat her well and enjoy her fully. Xiao Qingchen chuckled with pride, knowing time was of the essence, and hastened to take action. You come.
No, I shall come.
Anger boiled within him, for his beloved wife had been so intimately involved with another man. Even if she was merely 2.5 years old at this moment, it was unacceptable. Let this rage be borne by your dog. Little Black, with its round, glistening eyes, showed no wariness towards its master's companion. Xiao Qingchen raised his blade, aiming for the puppy's heart, and plunged it in with sudden ferocity. Madame Hua, do you harbor concerns? Xiao Yu inquired. The last time Little Black visited, it exhibited traits of a divine beast, even injuring itself. This visit was specifically to observe any changes in Little Black and to discern if they were in any way related to that young master of the Su family. I must be overthinking things. Madame Hua smiled. How could anything possibly go amiss with the children?
Boom.
The earth trembled, and a terrifying roar echoed from outside. Chapter 45. Awakening of the Bloodline, the Enlightenment Tea Tree.
Oh.
What brings you here? Madame Hua exclaimed upon seeing Su Yun and Bai Qi Luo playing in front of the living room, far removed from the direction of the explosion. Bai Qi Luo, carefree as ever, replied, I was sleeping with my husband. Su Yun, in all honesty, added, Madame Hua, we have been here all along. A pang of anxiety struck Madame Hua's heart. Little Black, is it not because the young master of the Su family has awakened his bloodline power? It wouldn't suddenly go berserk and harm others, would it? In haste, she hurried towards the scene of the explosion. Upon arrival, her heart sank as she beheld Xiao Qingchen sprawled on the ground, 2 enormous bite marks on his chest, blood gushing forth. He groaned in agony, utterly horrified. That spiritual beast, its bloodline has actually been activated. Madame Qi rushed in, wailing, "Qingchen, what has happened to you?" Her heart ached at the sight of her son drenched in blood. Who dared to harm my son?
Crash.
From beneath the rubble, Linning Heir struggled to crawl out. Standing at a distance, her cultivation level spared her from severe injuries. Xia looked at her, a sense of familiarity washing over her despite the woman's unfamiliar face. Upon seeing Xiao Qingchen covered in blood, seemingly with several broken bones, she commanded, "Bring someone to treat Qingchen." The attending physician immediately rushed forward to tend to Xiao Qingchen's injuries. Qi Yenyun wept inconsolably. "Qingchen, my precious child, who has done this to you? Speak up, and I shall seek justice for you. Whoever harmed you will pay with their life." The leader of the guards spoke sternly. "Young master, please tell us what you have seen. Who is attacking the Ho residence?" Bai Qilua, pulling Su Yun along, was utterly unaware of the situation. She bounced over. Her curiosity piqued. Attacking the Ho residence? Who is it? Suddenly, several guards radiated brilliant golden light, forming a combined attack formation that descended from above. "Captain Churn," one guard exclaimed, "we have found the culprit. It is a mysterious beast of unknown origin." Everyone turned to look, their eyes widening in astonishment. A majestic black creature, imprisoned within the formation, roared furiously. Its powerful physique bore wings, while its dark fur shimmered like the night sky, interspersed with glimmering runes that added an air of mystique and elegance. It seemed poised to take flight, embodying a harmonious blend of ferocity and grace. Its sturdy head, elongated snout, and formidable fangs projected a fierce demeanor, resembling a wild, divine wolf. Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock, "A spiritual beast? How did it enter the Su residence and injure someone?" The leader of the guards suddenly knelt, saying, "Madam, it is due to our inadequate patrol that this beast has invaded. Please punish us." The onlooking servants and maids were all horrified by the creature, which appeared both stunning and terrifying. Such a fierce beast could only be faced by a martial artist of considerable skill. Yet, at that moment, the youngest among them, Bai Qilua, had already bounced forward, little black, completely oblivious to the chaos. She was only aware that someone had been hurt and failed to connect it with her beloved pet. Still cheerful, she rushed toward the suppressing formation. "Miss Bai, danger." The guardian of the courtyard was taken aback. This extraordinary beast possessed immense spiritual power, its strength both terrifying and profound, subtly intertwined with mysterious principles. Had it not been for its low combat desire and the fact that the guardians were all seasoned veterans withdrawn from the battlefield, they might not have been able to subdue it without combined techniques. This little girl, no larger than a bean, would be finished with just a touch from the beast's claw. "Miss Bai, please step back." The guardian hastily intervened, attempting to carry her away. "It's all right."
Shuyuna bir.
Positioning herself between the two. "Young master?" The guardian hesitated, only to witness Bai Qilua rushing forward, reaching out to touch the beast. The creature was not entirely subdued. Even a slight movement of its claw could spell disaster for the Bai family's legitimate daughter. "Yuner, how could you?" Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. To her surprise, the once ferocious beast calmed under Bai Qilua's gentle touch. It comfortably closed its eyes and then, with a playful panting, the beast gazed at her with eyes as large as lanterns, resembling a dog in demeanor. Xiaoyu turned in astonishment. "Madame Hua, what is this?" Madame Hua replied with a bittersweet tone that should be little black. "It was found in the courtyard on the day Luoer was born. We thought having a dog would bring prosperity, so we kept it. Who would have imagined that it would turn out to be a spiritual beast?" Xiaoyu glanced at Madame Hua, then at Bai Qilua. A dog transforming into a spiritual beast? How astonishing! Could it be that, due to its juvenile stage and unawakened bloodline, it merely happened to manifest today? The legitimate daughter of the Bai family, witnessing her dog grow so large, not only recognizing her but also showing no fear? Xiaoyu's mind was in disarray, leaving her at a loss for words. Su Yun quietly remarked, "She truly fears nothing." Bai Qilua resembled a divine beast more than a mere human. Thus, even though the Bai Yufeng hound had undergone a change in appearance, she could still detect her familiar companion through its aura and bloodline. The guardian, placing a hand on his chest, sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. Young master, please refrain from such actions in the future. We were fortunate this time, but who can say whether the exotic beast will cause harm next time?" Su Yun, with a cherubic smile, replied, "All right, thank you, uncle." Bai Qilua suddenly turned her head. Xiao Qingchun observed Bai Qilua, intimately entwined with the black spirit beast, and his fury ignited. Despite his weakness from blood loss, he rasped, "That beast suddenly went berserk during our play. I did nothing, yet it bit me. If the madam does not believe me, she may inquire with her." Meanwhile, Lin Inger, who had sustained lighter injuries, was momentarily taken aback, then vigorously nodded. Indeed, the feral beast lost its senses, and the young master was unable to evade its bite. Such a creature must not be spared. The revelation that the divine beast had activated its bloodline caught her off guard. It was imperative to slay it before it fully awakened and seize its bloodline. Once set free, the opportunity to approach would be lost forever. Xiao Yu focused intently, sensing a strange familiarity in this unfolding scene. Xiao Qingchun accused someone of having harmed him, and a maid echoed his sentiment. This scenario felt oddly reminiscent. Qi Yenyun, in a fit of rage, pointed at the little black beast and cursed, "Beast, how dare you harm my son? It must be killed, and at once. Is it not a spirit beast? Slay it, and use its blood to nourish Qingchen." Bah! What sort of family has raised such creatures? Madame Hua's expression darkened as she sighed heavily. She speculated that the little black creature was a spirit beast, perhaps intended for a test at the Su family. However, she never anticipated it would cause harm. Upon hearing the rising tide of curses, Bai Qilua gradually began to comprehend. Her lovely eyes widened in shock. "Mother, they want to kill the little black one?" Madame Hua hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, the little black one bit someone. It must face the consequences." This reflects a fundamental belief in pet ownership. Animals that injure others without provocation must be dealt with. Once blood is shed, the animal must be put down, especially when it involves the child of the Marquis of Jinyuan, which complicates matters further. Bai Qilua's fear deepened. "We cannot kill the little black one. It is so well-behaved and would never harm anyone. Mother, I don't want the little black one to die." She cried bitterly, tears streaming down her face, clinging to Madame Hua's skirt and refusing to let go. "Calm down." Madame Hua found herself at a loss for words to console her daughter. She turned to Lady Qi, expressing her regret. "Madam Qi, the little black one has harmed someone. We are reluctant to take this course of action. However, I will persuade Qilua to visit and formally apologize. To execute a beloved pet, especially one that is a spirit beast, pained her deeply. Yet, the sudden aggression that resulted in injury to another's child necessitated a decisive example. Lady Qi Yenyun intended to further curse. "Do not think you can escape unscathed." Yet, Xiao Qingchun's eyes widened in surprise as he grasped his mother's arm. "Mother, enough. This is a splendid opportunity. Although I was bitten, I can leverage Madame Hua's guilt to foster a connection with Bai Qilua. A 2.5-year-old child can easily mesmerize anyone. Subsequently, just as one might coax Su Yun out of the city, they could also lead Bai Qi Luo away. Then, they could summon the same group of people to extract the blood of the Phoenix Nirvana body. The essence of Xiaohe would belong to them, as would that of the Holy Phoenix Empress. A win-win situation. A double triumph. Xiao Qingchun revealed a victorious smile. "Very well, I consent." Madame Hua let out a sigh of relief and nodded toward the guards of the Su family. "You may handle this." "Wait a moment, Luo. You go down first." Bai Qi Luo stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. I don't wanna harm Xiaohe."
Madame Hua seid, Luo.
"When one errs, one must take responsibility." Bai Qi Luo kept retreating, her small head shaking like a rattle. "Xiaohe did nothing wrong." "Brother Yun, you said Xiaohe is good. Isn't that right? Xiaohe 1T bite, you said so, didn't you?" She looked at Su Yun. clinging to him like a lifeline, her large eyes swollen and red, filled with sorrow and grievance. Such a pitiful sight would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Yet, it remains a fact that no matter how endearing Xiao He may be, it is merely a spirit beast. If it were to go berserk and bite, it must be dealt with, regardless of the circumstances. Su Yun clapped his hands, about to speak when a soft chime reached his ears. The Holy Phoenix Empress is kind and benevolent, blessing all realms. Moreover, she steadfastly honors her vows, unwilling to abandon them even when tempted by the path of darkness. Yet she has been ambushed by the Son of Destiny and is imprisoned within the demon-locking tower. Daily, her essence is extracted to forge an undying legion. If you can rescue her, it would undoubtedly restore your reputation immensely. Chapter 46. She carries my flesh and blood. To Su Yun's astonishment, there exists a task here? Prior to the grand showdown, the Holy Phoenix Empress had indeed been confined within the demon-locking tower. That realm is a chaotic distortion of rules, where time fractures and destiny spirals into disarray. Even the mightiest beings across the myriad realms would hesitate to tread there. The Holy Phoenix Empress found herself unable to escape, and Su Yun faced insurmountable challenges in entering. Rescue seemed utterly impossible. However, Su Yun cast his gaze aside. The 2.5-year-old Holy Phoenix Empress was right beside him. With a mere flick of his hand, wouldn't he be saving her? Yet, without an assignment, he had no intention of relinquishing the Bayou Phoenix Hound.
Shuyun Pander.
After all, it bore his own flesh and blood. No, rather, it was his marrow and blood. Moreover, such a divine beast could serve as a formidable ally in the future. How lamentable it would be to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Bai Qilua wept inconsolably, tugging at his sleeve. Brother Yun, please save Little Black.
Luer.
I implore you, rescue Little Black. You finally remembered my name. Su Yun felt a surge of emotion. He gently patted the little girl's head, donning a confident smile. Leave it to me. This task was the most arduous one he had ever faced. Su Yun lifted his head. Uncle Chen, look at Little Black's belly. The head of the guards had already drawn his great sword, but upon hearing the young master's words, he momentarily froze. Belly? He glanced at Little Black, hesitating. You. Stay still for now. Little Black was quite anxious, yet upon sensing Su Yun's presence, it managed to calm down slightly. After a moment's hesitation, it cooperatively elevated its body, revealing its abdomen. The head of the guards was taken aback. How is there a knife? As the crowd observed, astonishment washed over them. Was there a knife embedded in the belly of the little black dog? No, it was the heart of the dog. I comprehended then. Someone intended to slay the little black one, yet instinctively, it activated its bloodline. Madame Hua gasped in surprise. This elucidated everything. In the face of life-threatening peril, the little black's bloodline awakened, leading to this sudden realization. Therefore, it was wounded in the heart, and in a moment of desperation, it retaliated by biting its assailant. The situation was, indeed, that simple. Any discerning observer could surmise the general circumstances. Someone had stabbed the little black dog, not anticipating that it was a mystical beast, which instantly awakened its bloodline and launched a counterattack. And as for the perpetrator of the stabbing, the crowd turned to gaze at Xiao Qingchen, whose body still bore the remnants of the wound. Shi Yaoyu's complexion turned ashen. She understood more than anyone else. That knife was unmistakably of the Su family design. Who other than a member of their own clan would wield an unremarkable knife to stab a small dog? And this individual, aside from Xiao Qingchen, could only be her. Qi Yanyan shouted vehemently. What are you all staring at? It's not my Qingchen. What are you thinking? It was someone else. Someone else stabbed it, and that beast came to bite my Qingchen. The crowd fell silent. No one had explicitly accused Xiao Qingchen. Why did she confess? Qi Yanyan pointed at Su Yun, venomously berating. It was you, without a doubt. How else would you know that beast had a knife in its belly? Humph. Bai Qilua, observing the knife lodged in the dog's belly, yanked it out effortlessly. Oh dear, Miss Bai. The head of the guard watched with a twitching mouth. The blade inserted into the heart. How could it be removed so effortlessly? What if the spirit beast, in its pain, were to bite you? Yet, to my astonishment, The little black creature remained unscathed, panting like a dog. The wound on its belly healed instantaneously the moment the knife was withdrawn. Such is the power of a high-level spirit beast. The leader of the guards could not help but express his astonishment. Bai Qilihua hurled the knife to the ground with a clatter and shouted at Xiao Qingchen. "Why did you harm the little black one? You are its wife. Why would you hurt your husband? How could it possibly be enough for you to merely bite you? You should have been killed. You vile creature. Who else but you would dare to stab the belly of this dog?" The little black one showed mercy, only biting you once before fleeing in a panic. This formidable spirit beast, capable of overwhelming even the elite guards of the Jinyuan Marquis with mere formation tactics, could tear apart not just a child, but even an adult cultivator in mere moments. Bai Qilihua turned to Madame Hua with hopeful eyes. "Mother, can we spare the little black one?" Madame Hua hesitated. Perhaps. It could be spared. The situation became clear. The little black one had only retaliated out of pain and had not gone mad with rage. Moreover, the Bai family had become the victims. It would be unreasonable to punish them further. Hooray! Bai Qilihua embraced Su Yun, showering him with fervent kisses, declaring, "You are the best, the finest person in the world." Su Yun was left bewildered. "Don't you remember my name?" Bai Qilihua leaped down, pointing at Xiao Qingchen. "You are the worst person in the world. I hate you. I shall hate you for a lifetime." Xiao Qingchen lay on the ground, his expression dark and murderous. He glared fiercely at Su Yun, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. "Why do you speak now, only to realize the blade, once the dog has perished?" Xiao Qingchen seethed with resentment. She merely wished to eliminate a dog. What sin had she committed? Why must fate toy with her so cruelly? Shi Yaoyu raised her hand. "In that case, let us proceed with impartiality." Her heart had turned to ashes. This child was beyond salvation. Suddenly, Lin Inger cried out, "No, it is not as it seems." The crowd turned, their gazes laced with displeasure. What more could this habitual liar possibly say?
Lin Yinger trembled,
yet gritted her teeth to speak. That beast launched a sudden attack on young Master Qingchen. In his defense, he struck it with a blade, causing it to flee. Young Master Qingchen is innocent. That creature must perish. She could not comprehend why the companion spirit beast of the sacred Phoenix Empress had awakened its bloodlines so prematurely. Clearly, it would remain feeble for centuries to come, easily dispatched by the demon lord. Yet now, even after the chosen one had pierced its heart, it continued to thrive. This declaration was her final gambit. Even if Xiao Qingchen had acted first, the beast could not speak. Others would lack the means to verify the truth. As long as the situation remained ambiguous, she would bear no responsibility. Hope flickered in Qi Yenyun's eyes. Indeed, what she speaks is the truth. At that moment, I found myself before Su Yun. If the other party felt uncomfortable, I would maintain a slight distance, ensuring I remained in view.
Buzz.
Following a string of trivialities, 3 figures suddenly appeared before the assembly. They were taken aback, glancing around in confusion, unable to recognize one another, and simply turned in circles, clasping their hands in greeting. "I am Qing Qixing from Ingtian Academy, pleased to meet the head of the academy and the esteemed lady of Jinyuan Marquis." "Who is the lady of Jinyuan Marquis?" Xiaoyu did not anticipate this turn of events and quickly responded, "Master Cheng, you are too kind. I am Xiaoyu. What brings you here?" She was puzzled as to why Ingtian Academy had come to her home. Was it Su Yun who had caused trouble? Master Cheng handed a small pouch to Su Yun, smiling as he said, "Today, Su, the head of the academy, has awakened his literary talent. Coincidentally, the dean and his mentor have gone to the South Sea and the Buddhist kingdom, respectively. They entrusted me with bringing some items to encourage young Yun." Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment before bursting with joy. "Yun, you have awakened your literary talent?" Su Yun replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing much." Overwhelmed with joy, Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming urge to lift her son and shower him with kisses. It was truly a source of immense happiness for a mother. She suddenly recalled a small detail. Her son had mentioned that his mentor had gone to the South Sea after school today. She had not expected it to be true. Observing the chaotic scene, Master Cheng could not help but inquire, "What has happened here?" The head of the guard scoffed. "A spirit beast harmed someone. But the testimonies are inconsistent, and we are unsure how to proceed." Master Cheng asked, Are there any witnesses? The head of the guards gestured towards Lin Inger. That one. This was straightforward. Master Chung invoked the authority of his words. Speak the truth.
Buzz.
Lin Inger stiffened. Instinctively speaking, I and young Master Qingchen sought to extract the essence blood from the spirit hound, so we used a knife to pierce its heart. Unexpectedly, her bloodline suddenly awakened, causing her to bite young Master Qingchen in pain, sending me flying before she fled. In a bid to evade punishment, I falsely claimed that the vicious dog had attacked first. Alas, as soon as she uttered those words, she immediately covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror. However, it was too late. All eyes turned toward her, their gazes icy. Chapter 47. Are you not going to give birth to another? She spoke. She revealed everything. Su Yun. Why is it you again? Lin Inger fumed. How could you possess such literary talent? Is the Demon Lord's innate gift truly so remarkable? In her previous life, Su Yun was deprived of his heavenly bones, afflicted by chaotic poison, stripped of all opportunities, and scorned by his family. Yet he still rose from obscurity, relying on his ruthlessness and resolve, standing atop the myriad realms. Little did Lin Inger anticipate that Su Yun's talent would soar to such heights. In his past life, he had left Xiao utterly disheartened, preventing her from entering the academy, forcing her to pick up discarded books from Xiao Qingchen to learn to read in solitude. Yet in this life, merely a few days into the academy, he had already felt the surging energy of literature and gained literary talent. These should have been mine. Lin Inger was filled with both hatred and rage. Had she not so hastily followed the destined one, she too could have enjoyed the respect of the scholars. She might even have had the opportunity to obtain the Academy's supreme artifact, the Spring and Autumn Brush. Why had these opportunities slipped through her fingers? Did following the destined one inevitably lead to setbacks? Bai Qilua pointed at her, declaring angrily, "You are wicked, the second most wicked person in the world. Mother, she is a great villain. She wishes to harm Little Hay. Those who harm others are called villains. What about harming a dog? It hasn't even succeeded yet." Qi Yanyan gazed at the group of scholars and suddenly realized, "You are from the Yingtian Academy. My second brother was wronged by you and cast out. You seek to annihilate him completely and to make Qingchen bear the blame, do you not? What that woman said is true, is it? She is lying. Qingchen is not the kind of person to commit wrongdoings." Yet no one paid her any heed, all shaking their heads. Just moments ago, they had spoken of believing Lin Inger, yet now everything she uttered was dismissed as falsehood. Such a display of spring and autumn brushwork, fabricating rumors, was hardly worthy of trust. Xiao Qingchen seethed with resentment. If a mere glance could kill, Su Yun would have perished 1,000 times over. Just a fraction more. She was so close. How did Su Yun discover that knife? This little brat possesses such keen senses. Were it not for him, she could have obtained the essence blood and seized the opportunity to draw near the Holy Phoenix Empress, instead of being the target of scorn. Qingchen, mother will not allow anyone to harm you. Qi Yanyan wept. Your second brother has been wronged by villains, and mother will not let you suffer the same fate.
Bang!
Xiao Qingchen, enduring excruciating pain, shoved her away. Leave. Second brother should go too. If it weren't for that useless second brother, failing to resolve matters with Su Yun at the academy and allowing trouble to come to our home, I could have at least navigated the situation smoothly. Qi Yanyan stared blankly at her son. Qingchen Yu. Xiao Yu, unable to bear it any longer, waved her hand. Take young Master Qingchen away. Confine him in the small courtyard. He is not to leave without orders. Last time, he was moved to another residence. Qi Yanyan, in a fit of madness, shouted, Xiao Yu, you cannot do this. You cannot treat my son this way. You cannot separate us. Cheng Fuji, hands clasped behind his back, murmured softly, remained silent. Buzzing. Xiao Yu, you shall not have peace. Qi Yanyan's mouth opened and closed, yet no further sound escaped. She remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, while others deemed it unnecessary to inform her. She flailed about like a performer in a silent play. Xiao Yu turned her gaze to another side, declaring, this wicked servant incites the master to commit evil and delivers her to the authorities. Such a person, remaining in the Su residence for even a day, is a blight upon the heir. Lin Inger widened her eyes in shock. unprepared for such an outcome. She had offended the Marquis of Jinyuan's estate. Regardless of which court she was sent to, it would be a certain death. No, Madam Shi, I am innocent. I possess information. I can tell you before she could finish her plea. Chung Fuji interrupted, weary of the noise. You are in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Buzzing. In an instant, Lin Inger vanished, reappearing in a dim, damp cell. No, I do not wish to enter the prison. She cried in despair. My opportunity. In the final moment before her transportation, Lin Inger glimpsed Su Yun opening a bag sent by the academy, extracting a crimson spiritual fruit, and directly handing it to Bai Qilua. That should have been her fortune, one she was entitled to enjoy. Another voice inquired, what if she refuses to confess without clarification? Refuse to confess? The first jailer sneered. If her testimony does not align tomorrow, it will be deemed disruption of the judicial process, compounding her sins. Once the farce concluded, Xiao Yu expressed her regrets. Madame Hua, it is my failure in discipline that allowed that rebellious child to injure the beloved dog of the Bai family. After Little Black calmed down, its form gradually diminished, and the mysterious runes and wings that adorned its body vanished without a trace. It panted with its tongue lolling out, and the wound on its belly had healed, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary dog. Madame Hua, far from being angry, expressed her gratitude, saying, I must thank you for activating Little Black's bloodline. It had appeared in the courtyard on the day of Luo Heir's birth, unexpectedly revealing itself to be a spiritual beast. The Bai family had gained a spiritual beast without any sacrifice, which was indeed a significant fortune. However, Madame Hua sensed an inconsistency in her words and reiterated, I am grateful to Su Yun, not that young master Qing Chun. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the commotion, the other party did not pursue the matter. What did you thank Yun Heir for? Of course, it was because he had uncovered the truth and had not wronged Little Black. Madame Hua blinked, pondering. What a fortunate star indeed. Last time, Little Black exhibited traits of a spiritual beast. Although this visit had no direct connection to Su Yun, it inadvertently activated its bloodline. Who would believe he isn't a fortunate star? After a moment of contemplation, Madame Hua spoke up. By the way, Madame Shi.
Please go on, Xiao Yu replied.
Madame Hua directly inquired, do you have any intention of having another child? Qi Yenyun, seething with anger, found herself ignored by those around her. Upon hearing this, her sharp voice cut through the silence. What are you planning? It is Qing Chun who is to fulfill the marriage contract with the Bai family. Xiao Yu's expression changed dramatically. What did it mean to have another child? It was merely a reflection of Madame Hua's disdain for Xiao Qing Chen's exceedingly poor conduct today. The Bai family is bound by a marriage contract with the Su family, thus they must seek another worthy suitor. Hence, one must prepare immediately to bear another legitimate son for the Su family, who would then wed Bai Qilua. But what of Yun'er? What shall become of her? Xiao Yu's expression turned solemn. Madame Hua, why do you hold Yun'er in such disregard? Today, you must provide an explanation. Disregard? Madame Hua exclaimed in astonishment.
What are you talking about?
Xiao Yu furrowed her brow. Then, why do you pose such a question?
Madame Hua replied nonchalantly, Yun Heir is truly remarkable.
Just to mention one thing, she awakened her literary talents at such a young age. She will undoubtedly become a paragon among her peers. Mai Qilua has no reason to fear association with her. Confusion engulfed Xiao Yu. What do you mean by that? Madame Hua clapped her hands. I mean, you should bear another child, and when Yun'er and Qilua's offspring are born, then align with the Su family. Ahem, to fulfill the wishes of our ancestors. Xiao Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. No, your thoughts are so bizarre. To have another child and marry them to my own grandchild? Admittedly, cultivators have long lifespans. A few decades difference is inconsequential. However, wouldn't that disrupt the generational order? Chapter 48. I hate you. Don't come home tonight, Madame Hua, unfazed, declared. Regardless, I have set my sights on Yun'er, and no one shall take her away. Since you disagree, then the matter shall be left to the Su residents. I have facilitated the union between the Bai and Su families. As for how to honor your ancestors, that is for you to figure out. Qi Yenyun interjected passionately. Qing Chun is the true heir of the Su family, the sole successor. Bai Qilua can only marry Qing Chun. Xiao Yu had heard enough. Madame Qi was weary as well and ordered her to be taken away. Qi Yenyun was dragged off, continuously screaming. Qing Chun is the only grandson of the old lady. Shi Yaoyu clenched her fists slightly before slowly relaxing them. She turned to Madame Hua and inquired, so, what about the marriage? Madame Hua patted her chest, exclaiming, it must be Su Yun. She had long been concerned that Su Yun, lacking the bloodline of the Su family, might be rejected by the Bai family. Now, this matter had finally reached a perfect conclusion. Even if Su Yun was not blood-related to herself or her sisters, so what? He was family, destined to remain with them forever. As for Madame Hua's suggestion of arranging a marriage between a Su family member and Su Yun's child, well, perhaps Meng Ling and the others could bear children.
No, wait.
Xiaoyu suddenly recalled that she had initially denied an early engagement, but after being interrupted by Qi Yenyun and her group, she inadvertently began to vie for Su Yun's marriage. She still needed to inquire about Su Yun's own thoughts. Come, Yuna, your mother wishes to ask you. Master Qing approached with gifts as a reward for Su Yun's awakening of his literary talent, encouraging him to continue striving forward. Amidst the earlier chaos, Xiaoyu had not had the chance to organize her thoughts or express her gratitude. Turning around, she found Su Yun already opening the gifts and handing the ethereal fruits to Bai Qi Luo. The fruits were strikingly red, exuding a captivating fragrance. Just a whiff was enough to invigorate the spirit, indicating their high quality. Yet, Su Yun, without a hint of reluctance, offered such precious gifts to another child. There was no need to ask further. Xiaoyu felt a headache coming on. Such a valuable gift, given away to a girl. Was there truly no regard for her own preferences? She sighed. Yuner, you are exceedingly generous. Su Yun placed her hands on her hips. You will understand when you reach my age. He had rewards from the system. Such trifles gifted by others held no appeal for him. However, this crimson fruit perfectly aligned with the attributes of the Phoenix Nirvana body. Giving it to Bai Qilua would enhance her foundation and facilitate a better awakening of her bloodline. Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. What age can a tiny being like you comprehend? Literary talents are a rarity that appears only once in a century. Overjoyed, Xiaoyu embraced Su Yun, exclaiming, you are truly a treasure to me. Only a few days after arriving at the academy, and you've already made such significant news. Su Yun's future is bound to be brilliant. A sudden slap. Bai Qilua knocked her mother's hand away. Lady Hua was taken aback. Daughter, why do you? Humph. Bai Qilua pouted. If you want to harm little He, I can't help but resent you.
Ah.
Lady Hua felt a pang of embarrassment. Her thoughts had indeed been overly simplistic, as she instinctively assumed that little He had injured someone. Yet, who would imagine that a 3-year-old child would wish to harm a dog? Observing the adorably soft and innocent little girl express such love and hatred, Xiaoyu found it quite amusing. Nevertheless, with her future in-laws facing difficulties, she spoke up, Luo I believe. But Bai Qilua, with utmost seriousness, interjected. If you think my husband is good, I also think he is good, and I somewhat like you. Therefore, I have decided to dislike you, for 3 days. Bai Qilua hopped over and pulled Su Yun away from Xiaoyu's embrace, declaring, I will live with my husband. Lady Hua looked to Xiaoyu for help. Xiaoyu shrugged. If that is your wish, then so be it. Madame Hua sighed. However, your aunt will be coming tomorrow to prepare glutinous rice dumplings. Bai Qilua hesitated for a long while before reluctantly saying, then, I will resent you for an entire night? Madame Hua extended a finger. Pinkies swear. Pinkies swear. Xiaoyu chuckled. Yuner, take your sister inside.
Ding.
A voice echoed in Su Yun's ear. Holy Phoenix Empress. All beings who have received her grace will pray for you. Simultaneously, the dark facade of the Chosen One was unveiled, bringing to light many obscure truths. Congratulations, your reputation has significantly improved. Reward, Enlightenment Tea Tree. Su Yun sighed. This is perhaps the most arduous task I have faced in a long time. He had painstakingly conveyed a message to the guardian of the courtyard, only to accomplish it after much hardship. It was truly a formidable challenge. Bai Qilua, with a beaming expression, grasped Su Yun's hand. Husband, I will sleep with you tonight. Su Yun, exasperated, shook her off. You still haven't remembered my name, have you? Mr. Chung took his leave, and Madame Hua, with a carefree heart, entrusted her daughter to another family. What mischief could a 2 or 3-year-old get into?
Shuyun.
With a child spirit, soon began to play happily with Bai Qilua. However, his joy was short-lived. Xiaoyu picked up the 2 little ones. Let's go take a bath together. Su Yun's eyes brimmed with tears as he clutched the door frame tightly. I don't want to bathe together. I don't want you to wash either. I am a grown man. He was ruthlessly taken away. Bai Qilua was impeccably clean and fragrant, resembling a delicate doll. Upon hearing such words, she immediately bared her teeth in indignation. Who are you? I want to sleep with Brother Yun. Mo Ling dismissively waved her hand. Little one. Whose child are you? Go away. Bai Qilua clung to Su Yun's head, wailing. I want to sleep with Brother Yun. Mo Ling promptly pinched her toes. Let go. Release the little brother. By the time Xiaoyu arrived with a whip in hand, Su Yun was already gasping for breath. She pulled Mo Ling away. You're old enough to stop competing with a child for a brother. Go on. Give the little sister a chance for one night. Su Yun felt dizzy. Does this girl even know her own name? Does she realize when to call for whom? Bai Qilua shooed away Mo Ling, contentedly sniffing. Husband, you smell wonderful. Su Yun pondered for a moment and decided to bite his finger, squeezing a drop of blood into her mouth. Open wide. Chapter 49. I still desire immortality. Su Yun was also curious to see if his ancestral blood could awaken the phoenix rebirth body. After all, Xiaohe had successfully activated his bloodline during his first awakening, achieving an impressive strength of around 5 realms. The degree of activation continued to rise until he transformed into an extraordinary divine beast capable of creating worlds. However, Su Yun was ultimately disappointed. Bai Qilua smacked her lips. Nothing had occurred. Delicious. She gazed longingly at Su Yun's finger. I want more. You are still too young. Su Yun pushed her away. In the short time that passed, his finger had already healed. To obtain more blood, he would need to cut it again. Ouch! Moreover, it seemed that the Phoenix rebirth body had higher standards, making activation rather complex. If ancestral blood could be casually activated, then Su Yun would have nothing to do in the future. He could simply draw blood daily, nurturing beings, ensuring endless generations to come.
No.
Su Yun smacked his head, realizing his description resembled a defeated seedbed. Bai Qilua gazed at his finger with a pitiful expression, but I still want to eat. Children truly are a hassle.
Shuyun firmly refused.
You don't share with me. Why should I share with you?
Snap.
The child's hand moved swifter than imperial weaponry, and Bai Qilua had already thrust her finger into her mouth, biting down. Su Yun's eyes widened in shock. Bai Qilua, with tear-filled eyes, extended her bloodied finger. Husband.
Eat.
Su Yun chastised himself with a slap on the face. What nonsense are you saying? Oh, dear. Don't cry, I will. Reluctantly, he placed her finger, as pure as jade and soft as tender grass, into his mouth. It was no other intention. Adults do this. Saliva serves as a disinfectant. Meanwhile, on the other side of Su's residence, in a secluded, cold courtyard.
Hihi, slow down a bit.
Hurry and deliver the bath beans to the bathing room. The little ones are making quite a ruckus. Xiao Qingchang grimaced in pain, furrowing his brow. What's causing such commotion outside? The doctor who was bandaging him raised an eyebrow. Young master, allow me to inquire. After all, he was the bloodline of the Jingyuan Marquis and the direct grandson of the matriarch. It was unthinkable for him to bleed to death. The lady had arranged for them to bathe, and the 2 little ones were causing a stir. A maid brought some calming incense to help them sleep early, hoping to prevent too much late-night commotion.
Puff.
Xiao Qingchen spat a mouthful of blood, the puncture wounds left by the canine teeth on his chest oozing profusely. He glared fiercely in the direction of the main house. Together, bathing? And later, sleeping together? That is my betrothal, my lifelong wife.
How dare you? How dare you?
In a fit of rage, Xiao Qingchen seized the candlestick from the table and hurled it at the physician. The physician dodged, and the candlestick landed on the bed, igniting a significant hole in the meager straw mat. Fortunately, a greater disaster was averted. The physician, wary of further provocation, quickly attempted to extinguish the flames. Young master, please rest for now.
Bang!
A maid burst through the door. Dr. Chu, come quickly. There's been an incident with the young master. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingchen's spirit soared. Karma will catch up with the wicked. You thought you could revel in your triumph, but calamity has struck. The maid, in a state of urgency, replied, the young master is fine, but it's the daughter of the Bai family. She somehow injured her finger, and the young master, sigh, the young master has been licking it, making quite the mess. You must hurry, or it will heal. Dr. Chu bowed to Xiao Qingchen and hastily exited. Xiao Qingchen stood in his room, remaining motionless for an interminable period. Injured finger? Saliva as a disinfectant? He murmured to himself, isn't this akin to absorbing blood? A single drop could create trillions of undying blood servants, and it has been obtained by Suyan? The blood of the Holy Phoenix Empress. The Luan Phoenix Nirvana body is all mine. Xiao Qingchen, in a frenzy, howled, you all deserve to die. He seized the few meager belongings in his shabby abode and began to smash them in a fit of rage. The guardian of the courtyard seemed indifferent. In this world teeming with cultivators, one needn't concern themselves with tidying the abode, as simply picking up a residence from the ground would be a trivial task. If the young master wished to smash something, he could do so with great abandon.
Bang!
Xiao Qingchen shattered the inkstone into countless pieces, yet his frustration remained unabated. Breathing heavily, he tore a piece of stitched cloth from the inside of his garments and retrieved a talisman. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and tore the talisman apart. There was no time for a gradual approach. One must seek fortune amidst peril. The following day, Su Yun luxuriated in comfort, stretching lazily, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. Alas, no more sleeping alongside a child. It was akin to being ensnared by an octopus. He was utterly vexed, having had a restless night. I must sleep with the elder sister, the particularly grand elder sister. As for Mo Ling, her refusal was understandable, for she was still but a child, her sleeping posture a chaotic affair. However, Su Yun sensed a warmth rising in his abdomen. A sneeze erupted from him, releasing a cascade of, the Great Void Transformation Sutra? Su Yun recognized the celestial cloud composed of countless stars at once. Wasn't it that scripture which, upon merely gazing at it, one could attain mastery, perfecting it with the mere flick of a finger? Inadvertently, he had unleashed an extraordinary phenomenon. He hastily attempted to retract it, only to be drawn to another sight. Was that a phoenix? As Su Yun beheld the vast expanse above, a magnificent xianfeng soared gracefully, its wings unfurled, stretching for miles, with each feather gleaming like stars, as if the Milky Way itself had cascaded down. Merely a glance at this spectacle left onlookers breathless. Was a phoenix manifesting within this phenomenon? Suddenly, a realization struck Su Yun. The Luan Phoenix rebirth body had been activated. Although Bai Qilua's bloodline remained dormant, the few drops of blood that had entered Su Yun's mouth began to take effect, bolstered by his extraordinary constitution. This implied that he too could be deemed immortal? Astonished, Su Yun pondered. It must be connected to the phoenix from the vision. Each one represented a life. So I have 1, 2, 3, 10, 10, 10. As he counted, despair began to swell within him. What lay beyond 10? With only 10 fingers? How could he account for so many phoenixes? Oh, and there are 10 toes. But that still wouldn't suffice. In a secluded corner of the capital, a cloaked woman adorned with feathers sensed the extraordinary aura and abruptly lifted her head. The Xianhuang phenomenon. It was the breath of the phoenix ancestor. Could the Xian bird clan be on the verge of resurgence? She must swiftly report to her grandmother and summon the morning radiance immortal amber. Meanwhile, Shi Yaoyu was preoccupied with urging her son to attend school, oblivious to the unusual energy. She scolded Su Yun, who not only refused to wear shoes but also ran into the garden to plant trees, appearing filthy, much like a fox. With tears welling in his eyes, Su Yun pleaded, "Do not drink the enlightenment tea leaves anymore." His emotions flared and subsided just as swiftly. In a moment of secrecy, he had pricked his finger, allowing his mother and sister to consume tea infused with the ancestral blood of the heavens and the essence of the Luan Phoenix. The human race exhibits a lesser dependency on bloodlines compared to the beast clans, showing little reaction to it. Su Yun could only hope that they might possess a few more lives. Upon arriving at the Yingtian Academy, Su-yun first assisted the chef in the dining hall by carrying trays. Oh, please take your time. There's no need to help. Oh, thank you, little one.
Ding.
Daily good deed. 2-5 reward. Dragon liver and... Su-yun nodded, realizing that the chef in the dining hall could indeed drop food items. He discovered that the daily good deed tasks provided rewards based on the individuals he assisted. For example, aiding the guards would yield time stones, meteor needles, and other weaponry. Helping farmers would result in various rare materials, while assisting merchants would grant spiritual stones and antiques. Occasionally, other items would drop, but the general trend remained consistent. Thus, Su-yun was eager to lend a hand to different individuals, curious about the treasures they might yield. This little one from the Enlightenment class truly understands, the chef remarked. The others, observing the sunny, well-mannered child with rosy lips and white teeth, who was so considerate and eager to help, could not help but smile warmly. After the morning lessons concluded, the young prince quietly approached. Do you remember what I told you? I'm going to take you to a wonderful place. Chapter 50. The everlasting body, Su-yun inquired. Where? The young prince replied, behind the academy. Su-yun asked, are we sneaking out? Is it possible? The young prince patted his chest confidently. Just watch me. He approached the academy's guards and declared, I am the son of the Grand Princess, and I must go out now. The guard glanced at him and remained unmoving. The young prince, growing anxious, exclaimed, Hey, why aren't you stepping aside? Before the younger brother, how could one possibly lose face? Su-yun gazed for a moment, then tentatively approached, her adorable eyes sparkling. Uncle, may I go outside? The guard hesitated for a brief moment before stepping aside. The young prince was bewildered. How did you manage that? How could someone who can deter even the son of the Grand Princess yield to Su-yun? Su-yun, equally perplexed, directed her curious gaze at the guard. After a pause, the guard explained, the chef in the dining hall is my brother.
Su-yun exclaimed, Oh.
Thus realizing the virtue of daily good deeds. The young prince pouted. Why is there such a vast disparity among people? Once the others had distanced themselves, the guard said, You take over here and inform the dean. Is the dean still engaged in battle with the Buddhist kingdom? Go report to the other instructors and then notify the parents. There were many aristocrats in the academy and numerous individuals yearning to escape. The guard could not afford to offend anyone, so he could only turn a blind eye. As they walked along the back mountain of the academy, the young prince appeared somewhat dejected. He had just regained his former glory and earned Su-yun's approval. How could he suddenly find himself in such an embarrassing situation? Elder brother,
Su-yun inquired, What are we going to see?
The young prince gestured animatedly, a peculiar black stone that feels chilly when you stand on it. Su-yun thought to herself that it hardly seemed intriguing. But considering this was a fantastical world, it might hold some significance. She asked, Will there be any danger? Hearing her sincere question, the young prince immediately perked up. He pounded his chest confidently. Absolutely not. Rest assured, no matter what happens, elder brother will protect you. The guard from the academy, lingering at a distance, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. These children indeed appear quite impressive. However, the rear mountains of the academy pose little danger aside from that furtive figure in the distance. After a moment's contemplation, the academy guard decided to approach the shadowy presence. Since the two young masters had ventured out to play, it would be prudent to dismiss any idle onlookers. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation washed over him as he passed through an enigmatic veil. In an instant, his surroundings transformed. When he lifted his gaze once more, the elusive figure had vanished without a trace, an alarming turn of events. Behind him, the two young masters had also disappeared. Unaware of the unfolding events, the two children strolled along the mountainside. The young prince scratched his head in confusion, exclaiming, How odd. That black stone was right here. We saw it last time. Where could it have gone? Su-yun, with arms crossed, scanned the area before pointing decisively, Let's investigate over there. Through the lens of his dual pupils, a radiant beam of light soared into the sky, suggesting a fortuitous opportunity. Before long, the two children arrived at the bank of a small stream, where they encountered a bloodied little white fox.
Ding!
A miracle! You have discovered the pristine, everlasting essence body. It was the only one in the myriad realms, and it perished a millennium ago. The everlasting essence body is a cherished creation of heaven and earth, capable of boundless harvesting without depleting its roots. Yet it is coveted by various factions. Throughout its existence, however, it has received no care whatsoever. Please nurture this celestial being. Caution: the everlasting essence body, born from the shattering of the myriad realms, requires an immense amount of energy for nurturing due to the surge of spiritual essence. Please assess your capabilities wisely, lest you exhaust yourself entirely. The difficulty of the task, supreme. The reward, Ling Shu Tu Chui method. Su Yun's mind momentarily stalled. Then he suddenly recalled. The ever-enduring body? Perhaps it is the ever-generative body. This concept had not appeared in the narrative. It was merely mentioned in passing while introducing other characters. When the realms intersect, the clash of energies creates an opening. The ever-generative body serves as this living entrance, capable of continually absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to repair and enhance itself without compromising its foundation. Yet, due to this principle, it easily attracts the covetous eyes of various powers. A living being that can infinitely produce resources has been humorously dubbed the ever-generative body by readers. Its absence in the plot is due to the fact that it perished a millennium ago. Su Yun understood. It was merely a matter of chance that I encountered it. Or was it? The black stone referred to by the little prince was not found in its original location. Perhaps it was not a mere coincidence, but rather a discovery made by the reversal eye amidst the vast mountains. The little prince expressed disappointment. Why is it just a corpse? Su Yun, sensing the aura, replied, Do not be anxious. He crouched down, took out a pill from his pocket, and administered it. Then, using a small bone, he fetched water from the river and caught a koi to feed to the fox. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun gently stroked the fox, allowing the celestial Tao rhythm to mend its damaged essence. Logically speaking, the fox's fur was rather coarse, less pleasant to the touch than that of cats or dogs. However, in this fantastical realm imbued with spiritual energy, the little white fox felt surprisingly delightful to the touch. Soon, the wounds on the little white fox healed, and its aura gradually revitalized. The little prince clapped in wonder. What did you just feed it? The recovery is astonishingly swift. Su Yun pondered for a moment. I believe it is called the Jade Gold Pill. The young prince burst into laughter, declaring, I'm just joking. I recognize this name. It's the Holy Grade Elixir. Su Yun shrugged, neither confirming nor denying, assisting the old man in the medicinal herb storeroom with inventory. He had acquired the sacred elixir, yet he remained uncertain about its curative potential.
Ding.
Selflessness and altruism, you are truly magnificent. In this fractured realm of myriad worlds, your extraordinary contributions to the ever-abundant body shall not go unnoticed by heaven and earth. Mission reward, Ling Shu Tu Chui method. Additional reward, your fortune shall be greatly enhanced. Su Yun exhaled deeply. It was still the same. A millennium hence, he had shattered countless domains, causing the fabric of the universe to splinter. The spiritual essence that flowed forth could instantaneously fill myriad star rivers. However, at present, the myriad worlds remained largely intact, and the cosmos was orderly. The spiritual essence emanating from the ever-abundant body was still within acceptable limits. The strength required for reciprocity was a mere fraction of future potential. With a sacred elixir in hand and the harmonics of the celestial pathway to guide him, all would be well. Suddenly, the little white fox opened its eyes wide. The young prince clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Oh, little brother, you are truly remarkable. It has awakened. Upon noticing the presence of others, the little white fox's bewildered gaze turned to one of terror. In an instant, it darted into the underbrush, vanishing without a trace. The young prince sighed in disappointment. The white-eyed fox, alas, shows no gratitude. Little brother, it is truly regrettable that we did not encounter any treasures on this outing. I am disappointed we could not find that black stone.
Shuyun Chakel Sofli.
We have already stumbled upon something valuable. The young prince expressed his yearning for more excitement. If only we could encounter some more amusing things.
Boom.
Roar. Suddenly, the great tree was torn asunder, and the massive boulder shattered. Before the two, a colossal tiger, towering 5 stories high, roared into existence. The young prince's eyes widened in disbelief. No, No, this is not what I wanted. The roar of the tiger echoed through the forest, the sheer force of its bellow causing the two to stagger unsteadily. The young prince's face turned ashen with fear, on the verge of tears. Little brother, what do we do? We're finished. Chapter 51. The consequence of misjudgment. Such a gigantic tiger was clearly a mythical beast. Its claws alone could reduce the two children to mere pulp. However, Su Yun remained unfazed, fixating his gaze upon the tiger for a moment before retrieving a small bone. The young prince found it somewhat familiar, but now is not the time for contemplation. Little brother, it's not the time to play with blocks.
Run.
Su Yun unfurled the small bone and suddenly brandished a gleaming, formidable sword. A chilling aura of bloodlust surged forth, akin to a mountain crashing down or a tsunami sweeping across the land. The frigid pressure was so intense that it forced the 5-story tiger to cower. The cold blade, a weapon wielded by the great Qian's general, it had claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands on the battlefield, drinking deeply of vengeful blood. Those who fell beneath this blade bore no lingering resentment. Instead, they transformed into an endless stream of murderous intent. In the realms of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, the military and the officials were intertwined. Though merely a weapon of earthly rank, it was tempered through the art of warfare, forged into a divine armament that commanded respect from 10,000 foes. The giant tiger hesitated, instinctively retreating. A flicker of humanity sparkled in its eyes. As if deep in thought, the young prince exclaimed in delight, No, elder brother, you've frightened it. It thinks we can defeat it.
Ah.
My esteemed brother, your prowess is truly remarkable. Su Yun cast him a sidelong glance. Did he not see the tiger deep in contemplation? Who would conspire aloud, revealing their own weaknesses? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence.
Roar.
The tiger let out a thunderous roar and abruptly turned to flee. A resounding clap of thunder echoed throughout the entire back mountain. Before them, a flurry of figures appeared, numbering in the hundreds. The young prince was filled with elation. Salvation had arrived. With a flourish, the princess descended first, hastily approaching with an expression of urgency etched upon her face. Having narrowly escaped death, the young prince opened his arms, crying out, "Mother!" Smack! The princess pushed him away, seizing Su Yun's shoulder instead. "Su Yun, are you unscathed?" The young prince stood in stunned silence, murmuring to himself, "Who is truly your son?" Just as he was about to be overwhelmed with tears, "Mother, you still love me." What if something happened to Yun'er? The young prince lamented. Xiao Yu also opened her senses, confirming that all was well. Before adopting a stern demeanor, "Who permitted you to venture out? Did you realize the error of your ways when you ran off during school?" Su Yun cried out, "Mother, I was just attacked by a beast. Can we please refrain from striking me?" The princess was taken aback. A beast? The young prince gestured, attempting to convey the enormity of the creature. It was a beast of such size. The princess suddenly knelt, confirming Su Yun's condition. "Yun'er, did you encounter a beast? Are you unharmed?" The young prince could hardly bear to witness any more. What sort of beast was this? Master Yu descended from the heavens, his countenance ashen. It was not due to anger, but rather the oppressive nature of the icy domain of the South Sea, which hindered the smooth flow of his vital energy. Xiao Yu, feeling anxious, spoke up, "Master, they say they encountered a beast." Suddenly, a vast surge of pure energy swept through, rendering the surroundings ethereal and transparent, as if everything were laid bare. Then, the ephemeral figures of 2 children materialized, lingering for a moment before the adults searching for them descended from the sky. Upon discovering the children's disappearance, the guards promptly notified the academy and their families. Fortunately, no misfortune had occurred. They were quickly located, unharmed. Master Yu shook his head gently. It is unlikely that the 2 young masters encountered a demon. There is not a trace of demonic aura upon them, nor the scent they described, the smell of foxes. Moreover, the protective talisman on the young prince has not been triggered. It appears to be merely an illusion, the specifics of which warrant further investigation. The 2 parents breathed a sigh of relief. However, the young prince remained unconvinced. "But I clearly saw a great tiger." Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile. "If there were a giant tiger beast, where are the footprints? Where are the fallen trees?" The young prince stammered. looking around in confusion. The objects, still influenced by the spoken magic, remained transparent. Yet, there were no trees or boulders broken by a giant tiger. However, the young prince scratched his head, insisting, I definitely saw it. And Su Yun even mentioned that it made the fox's belly swell. Shujun? Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened immediately. What did you just say? The young prince responded, I saw that fox. Its belly was larger than before. Is that also a fabrication? He sensed the small bone storage. Indeed, the jade gold elixir had been consumed, and what he had just observed was in complete alignment with his own perception. The tiger was a fabrication, while the fox was genuine. However, would the jade gold elixir cause that little white fox to swell? Would it later come to him, belly protruding, seeking refuge? Contemplating this, Su Yun felt a twinge of guilt. Xiaoyu shook her head, asserting, impossible. Yun'er is merely 3 years old. How could she possess such capabilities? Nonetheless, she added fiercely, why did you bring out the cold Rome Dao? General Wang's treasured blade lay aside, continuing to exude a menacing aura. Su Yun retorted, that belongs to me. Uncle Wang gifted it to me. Xiaoyu, exasperated, put her hands on her hips. What kind of adult gifts a child a weapon? Especially one of such formidable power. Fortunately, the young prince possesses imperial blood. Had he been from an ordinary family, he would have been frightened to the core, potentially ruining his life. I do not care how you acquired it. It is confiscated. Xiaoyu stored the blade in her Qianquan pouch. Many divine weapons could be absorbed into one's body, and given Su Yun's extraordinary talent, it was not surprising that he found a way to bring it out.
Yet,
He must not be allowed to handle it again. Su Yun whimpered, Mother. Unable to withstand his aggrieved expression, Xiaoyu relented, saying, You may only play with it at home. Su Yun's face lit up with joy. Yes. At that moment, Master Yu spoke sternly. The guard who allowed you to come out will also face severe punishment. The captain of the guard, relieved to have located the 2 children, hung his head in despair upon hearing the judgment. Seeing this, the young prince's heart softened, and he pleaded, Mother, Auntie, please do not punish that guard, okay? He is innocent. The dean shook his head slightly, remarking that it was fortunate he was not imprisoned, given his inability to distinguish the gravity of the situation. Su Yun expressed his concern, pondering briefly before speaking. When entrusted by others, one must act with loyalty. That uncle, who stood guard for the academy and facilitated our release, has indeed failed in his responsibilities. However, should he defy orders, it would be an act of disloyalty. In comparison, negligence can be somewhat excused. Yet, the loss of a loyal guardian due to this negligence is a significant detriment. The dean's eyes brightened as he exchanged a glance with Master Yu, filled with satisfaction. Well said. Truly, you possess the talent to cultivate literary brilliance, loyalty, and responsibility. Indeed, loyalty holds greater significance. Very well, I shall heed your counsel.
Riqui.
The captain of the guards immediately knelt on one knee.
Dean.
The dean replied calmly, Young Master Su has interceded on your behalf, and you shall reflect upon your actions within the academy, relearning the essence of responsibility. Once you have comprehended it thoroughly, you may assume the responsibilities of a leader. The captain of the guards cast a grateful glance at Su Yun, bowing with emotion. Thank you, Dean. The young prince, astonished, exclaimed, Why does his plea carry weight while mine does not? He lingered in disbelief for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. Oh well, recognizing such an elder brother is not a loss after all. At that moment, a throng of children and parents rushed in, having heard that the children of the Marquis of Jinyuan and the Princess Chong were missing. The concerned parents hurried over to assist. Upon seeing that the 2 were unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Elder brother. The group of children from the Enlightenment class rushed before the young prince, bowing and greeting. Once again, addressing Su Yun, the young prince exclaimed, Second brother. With a swift motion, he corrected the child before him, saying, Incorrect. The child, bewildered, questioned, What is wrong? The young prince pointed at Su Yun, declaring, He is the eldest brother. Address him correctly. The children paused momentarily before turning to Su Yun and calling out, Eldest brother. The young prince, satisfied, gestured to himself, proclaiming, I am the second. The children's voices resounded, Second. The people from the academy at the foot of the mountain turned their heads in curiosity, wondering what sort of second was so grand. After being carried down the mountain, Suyun took a few deep breaths, feeling invigorated. The Ling Su Tua Chui method? Chapter 52. Uncomfortable in arms, Xiao Yu expressed her gratitude to the academy members before departing with her son in her arms. Meanwhile, Suyun inhaled and exhaled, savoring the sensations brought by the newly acquired Ling Su Tua Chui method. Inhale, exhale. With each breath, the essence of metal and wood filled his nostrils, refreshing and enlightening, while simultaneously offering a soothing comfort to his heart. As a practitioner, Xiao Yu had no need for sleep. However, having rushed over, she had continuously employed her spiritual sense to scan the surroundings for several miles, exhausting her energy and rendering her complexion slightly pale. Yet, after just a few breaths, she felt her lungs cool down completely, and her previously pallid face gradually regained its rosy hue. From a distance, the Princess of Chong observed curiously, "Yao Yu, is it just me? Or has your breathing stabilized in such a short time?" Xiao Yu, equally puzzled, replied, Perhaps it is because I found Yuner,
and my mind is at ease now.
Suyun chuckled, covering his mouth. The Ling Su Tua Chui method is truly remarkable. This passive breathing technique allowed each breath he took to act as a supreme elixir, healing all the injuries within his body. Regardless of illness, poisoning, or injury, all are treated with equal attention. From the perspective of a panacea, it exerts its influence, coupled with the ethereal resonance of celestial beings. It is akin to a walking aura of healing, is it not? Suyun, endowed with the essence of celestial resonance, possesses the innate ability to mend the imperfections of all things, bridging the gaps of deficiency. Internally and externally, they interact in harmony. The surroundings of Suyun are in a perpetual state of restoration, constantly reinforced. Upon returning home, Xiao Yu had fully recovered. She shot a disgruntled glance at Suyun, exclaiming, "You are grounded."
No commands, no excursions.
With tear-filled eyes, Suyun felt helpless, yet fared better than Xiao Qingchen, for at least he could roam the courtyard. Feng Zhongyu had also visited once. This disciple of the overseer, after inspecting the restrictions on Suyun's palm, chuckled lightly. The young master may indeed have the favor of the heavens. The demonic power seems to be suppressed without any resistance. In 3 days' time, he would be able to extract it, thus alleviating any lingering concerns. The national master, Mu Zhilian, upon learning of Suyun's confinement, took the initiative to visit and impart wisdom. Since it was offered freely, Suyun complied and absorbed some of the teachings. Although somewhat elementary, accumulating knowledge could lead to deeper understanding. During one of the lectures, Suyun casually produced a piece of candy, remarking, "National Master, do try this and see how it tastes." Unaware, Mu Zhilian accepted it and nonchalantly tasted. "This one is a bit sour." Suyun felt a chill run down his spine. That last piece of imported candy had indeed been with trepidation. Suyun endured the 3rd day, feeling bored in the courtyard and yearning to venture outside. However, the guardians of the estate steadfastly refused, no matter how pitifully he pleaded. As Suyun, consumed by sorrow and indignation, climbed to the top of a tree, Mo Ling suddenly popped her head out and inquired, "Little brother, would you like to see a courtesan?" Suyun, perplexed, asked, "What is a courtesan?" Mo Ling hesitated before responding, "Well, she is a performer of arts." Intimate arts are also arts. Human body art is also an art form." Suyun's eyes widened in realization. She meant an emotional worker. Mo Ling continued, "The colorful courtesan has risen from the Jiangnan region, her dance silencing the entire city, with flowers blooming on the mountains, creating a breathtaking spectacle, boundless and magnificent. The Spring Full House in the capital expended great effort to invite her to perform. Today, we shall see just how beautiful she truly is.
Well,
It is said that she has intricate ties to the Hehuan sect, though it is uncertain whether this is true. Do you wish to go?"
Suyun nodded decisively.
"Yes." Mo Ling giggled, "Call me third sister." Suyun obediently complied, "Third sister." Mo Ling then leaned in, "Give me a kiss."
Suyun dutifully pecked hash.
Feeling the soft and tender lips, Mo Ling delightedly stomped her feet. This little brother is simply too adorable. With a grand gesture, Mo Ling enveloped Su Yun in her embrace. Su Yun squirmed. Can we change locations? Mo Ling, puzzled, asked, What's wrong? Su Yun mumbled, It's uncomfortable.
Ah,
How infuriating. Mo Ling seethed, You are driving me mad. Yet, she secretly tucked away a few items and left a note. To the house servant she instructed, My little brother is sleeping, do not disturb him. Then, she led Su Yun around the courtyard and stealthily slipped out the door. As they stepped onto the bustling street, teeming with people, Su Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, darting from side to side. Mo Ling, radiating sunshine and vitality, was an epitome of youthful purity and charm, embodying the quintessential image of the girl next door. In her arms, she cradled a cherubic child, heightening the contrast that compelled passers-by to pause and admire the delightful scene. Sister, I want to eat that, Su Yun exclaimed, pointing at a stall selling stinky tofu. Mo Ling reached into her pocket, only to suddenly change her expression. Oh no. I forgot my bag. After days of cultivation with no need for belongings, she had left her bag at home. Su Yun's expression fell. Wah. At that moment, a short, stout merchant approached, offering a candied hawthorn skewer. Young master, have this, no charge. Su Yun, quick as a flash, replied, Thank you, uncle. However, Mo Ling hurriedly interjected, Wait, we can't accept it without paying. The jovial merchant waved his hands dismissively. No need to pay, no need to pay. That day I gave the young master a skewer, and my business has flourished ever since. You are truly a lucky star. After listening for a moment, Mo Ling realized the connection. On the day Su Yun visited the Tai Su sect, the merchant, charmed by his cuteness, had bestowed upon him a skewer. Little did he know that this act of kindness would bring him tremendous fortune in business thereafter. The merchant chuckled, I even bought a shop now. All thanks to the young master. Mo Ling politely declined. Fortune is elusive. We cannot accept such gifts without due cause. In response, the merchant picked up another skewer and punctured the candied fruit with several small holes. He exclaimed in dismay, This one's presentation is terrible. Nobody would want it. It's a shame to toss it away. If the young master doesn't mind, you may take it. Given the situation, Mo Ling could only accept it, saying, Take your time eating. Su Yun chuckled sweetly. Thank you, uncle. Her delightful tone brought about a sense of ease to the stout merchant. Across the street, a tall and slender merchant, burdened with a bundle of candied hawthorn skewers, gazed upon them with envy. Humph, he scoffed, always claiming that offering candied hawthorns to the little lucky star would ensure prosperity in business. What nonsense! His own business had previously outperformed that of the stout merchant, yet now he seemed possessed, selling out daily. In less than a month, he had accumulated enough to purchase a shop, which was utterly infuriating. That lad. Was he truly the so-called lucky star? The tall merchant pondered. I shall give it a try, and if it fails, humph. He extracted a candied hawthorn skewer but felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of giving it away. Instead, he wiped it against the ground, staining it with invisible grime before approaching. Young master, he feigned a smile, I have candied hawthorn too, do indulge, and may it bring me good fortune. Upon hearing the voice, Mo Ling turned her head. Who is speaking? Suddenly, the tall merchant stepped onto a pile of dog droppings, tumbling forward. In that instant, the candied hawthorn, now smeared with gutter water, found its way into his mouth, filling it entirely. The impact caused his box to burst open, scattering a packet of powder across the ground. An old man picked up a pinch and sniffed it. Corn flour. The more you eat, the more you crave. Upon purchasing the ill-fated item, the buyer was instantly consumed by rage. Beast. I wondered why the taste was mediocre, yet still felt compelled to indulge. It turns out foul play was afoot. Scoundrel. Prepare to face my wrath. I shall report this to the authorities. A cacophony of blows ensued, as the tall, slender merchant clutched his head in despair, exclaiming, What a misfortune! Instead of a blessing, I have summoned a calamity. In the midst of this chaos, Su Yun, ever the benevolent soul, handed the half-eaten candied hawthorn to an elderly man. Grandfather, how astute you are! The old man, unperturbed by the state of the treat, chuckled as he accepted it. Thank you, dear child. Diligent acts of kindness. 1/5 a millionfold. Task reward. Detoxification pill. Mo Ling observed the bewildering scene of the altercation, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as Su Yun continued to share half-eaten treats with others. She hastily embraced him, eager to escape the tumultuous scene. Before long, the duo arrived at Chunman Tower. Inconspicuously situated at the street corner, a pair of fluttering eyes caught their attention. Chapter 53. Early training. Chunman Tower was bustling with activity, a veritable hive of excitement. The rustic wooden tables were adorned with an exquisite array of culinary delights, while the throngs of visitors surged like a tidal wave, creating an atmosphere of vibrant energy. Fortuitously, the magical enhancements allowed for vast expanses of space. Even a single hall spanned several acres. Ethereal plants exuded a misty aura, and various magical artifacts shimmered with opulent luster, epitomizing extravagance. As a group of scholars strolled by, fanning themselves, their faces were alight with anticipation. The renowned colorful silk courtesan is making her second appearance. How thrilling! Her dance skills were said to astonish all, rumored to be intertwined with the life-affirming techniques of the Hehuan sect. Whether this was true or not remained a mystery. To witness her performance today would render one's life complete. Mo Ling eagerly anticipated, "Younger brother, do you truly believe that the dance of the colorful silk is as mesmerizing as they say? It is indeed a rare sight, akin to encountering a legendary courtesan once in a century. What a pity it would be to miss it." Su Yun, filled with curiosity, replied, "Perhaps. There is no character named Colorful Silk in the narrative, but one can never predict unexpected delights." At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. "Miss Mo Ling?" She turned, her hopeful expression instantly cooling as she beheld Chu Xingzi. The newcomer was none other than Chu Lingxiao from the Radiant Light Sacred Land. Clad in a well-fitted long robe that accentuated his tall stature, he exuded an air of subtle arrogance that aligned perfectly with the public's perception of a holy son. Beside him stood another man, silent and bearing a similarly lofty demeanor. "Miss Mo Ling," Chu Lingxiao began earnestly, "that day, I was short-sighted and failed to appreciate your genuine affection." On the day of the annulment, he had endured immense pressure. Who would have thought that a lifelong cripple, confined to the third realm, could shatter his limitations and ascend to the seventh realm, becoming a first-rate master? Moreover, he had just come of age. In the prime of youth, with a future that was immeasurable. Such a perfect woman would be coveted by any powerful faction, willing to pay any price to claim her. In the aftermath, Chu Lingxiao had been thoroughly reprimanded by the Lord of Radiant Light. "Miss Mo Ling," he continued, unveiling a supreme divine weapon from his cosmic bag. "I offer this as a token of my sincerity." The exquisite divine weapon shimmered brilliantly, instantly drawing the attention of those nearby, who gasped in astonishment. Witnessing Chu Lingxiao's gallant demeanor, reminiscent of a scion of a great power, and his honest attitude, onlookers couldn't help but express admiration. What a romantic soul! A perfect match for such a talented beauty. My dear girl, his sincerity is palpable. Why not acquiesce? He claims to be a son of the sacred land, yet he speaks in such a humble tone. Truly, one would forsake power for beauty. Were I in your position, I would undoubtedly agree. The surrounding voices buzz incessantly, urging him on. With a countenance brimming with earnestness, Chu Lingxiao appears as a paragon of nobility, leaving no room for reproach. Yet, upon observing Mo Ling's prolonged silence, one might conclude she is misplacing her affections. Mo Ling feigns a smile, shaking her head gently. She is no longer the naive girl of yesteryears, having seen through Chu Lingxiao's facade. "As for you, sacred son, the gifts are unnecessary," she states coolly. "Since you deem my abilities inadequate and have come to annul our engagement, why utter words that could be misconstrued? From this moment forth, you shall tread your path of sunshine while I traverse my solitary bridge. We shall remain entirely unconnected." The onlookers are left in a state of astonishment. Oh, the woman has been cast aside? A collective gasp follows, for the aura surrounding her is ethereal. Her poise seemingly effortless. She is either a master of the refined abyss or an embodiment of Tao harmony. It becomes clear. The woman, once of lesser standing, has risen in her cultivation, prompting the man's regret. Wait, this tale sounds familiar. Could it be the daughter of the esteemed Jinyuan Marquis from the Liuguang Sacred Land? As whispers circulate, it emerges that a decree had recently been issued in the capital, leading some to enlightenment. A few inquiries reveal that the Liuguang sacred son had sought to end their engagement, only for the woman to experience a breakthrough in her fury. Instantly, the crowd's perception shifts from viewing Mo Ling as ungrateful to deeming Chu Lingxiao as unworthy. To break an engagement simply because one feels mismatched in status? Such a man is better left behind. In a fit of anger, Chu Lingxiao retorts, "You all." "What of it?" Mo Ling let out a disdainful hum, stepping back 1,000 paces. "If you truly possess sincerity, how could you find yourself in such a place?" Onlookers were thoroughly entertained as the beautiful woman tore into the scoundrel. How could one seek merriment in this springful house? "Chu Xingzi, my mother mentioned your arrival. I shall descend at once." "I apologize for the wait," a sweet voice chimed. A woman, adorned elegantly yet modestly, approached and entwined her arm with Chu Lingxiao's. "Rest assured, I shall attend to your every comfort," she assured him. The atmosphere was immediately filled with disdainful murmurs. Proposing in front of a courtesan, this radiant sanctuary was indeed a venue of remarkable talent. Chu Lingxiao's expression darkened. "Miss Mo Ling, you misunderstand. She may possess my body, but only you hold my complete heart. Is that not sufficient? Moreover, I am willing to bestow upon you the supreme, divine weapon." With a swift motion, Su Yun drew forth a cold blade, a chilling aura emanating from it, momentarily overshadowing the supreme divine weapon. Chu Lingxiao's pupils constricted. "A divine weapon of the martial realm." Su Yun teased. "Pfft, the supreme divine weapon at my home is merely a firewood stick." This was indeed true. The last time, the young prince received the top score in the Taishu sect's examination, rewarded with a supreme divine weapon. The royal mansion lacked such an armament, and thus the princess gifted it to Xiaoyu. The Su family certainly possessed a supreme divine weapon, and did not require another. As for the cold blade, it was simply an item Su Yun had stealthily brought along. Onlookers were astonished. The Su family was indeed affluent. This child possessed a divine weapon of the martial realm. It was quite normal for the Duke of Zhenyuan to wield such weaponry. The divine weapons of the military are no match for the supreme divine weapon when it stands alone. However, the situation changes dramatically when soldiers coordinate their efforts. Who would have thought that the esteemed supreme divine weapon, an 8th-tier treasure, would find itself in such a forsaken state, unwanted by anyone? The onlookers engaged in fervent discussions, noting that even children from the Su family could wield such a weapon, rendering the gifts from the radiant light sacred land utterly insignificant. It is neither love-stricken folly nor lack of reason that leads one to agree. With indignation, he turned away, exclaiming, "Humph, I have come here solely for pleasure. And you, a woman, have entered the springful house. Is it not to sell yourself?" His voice was not loud, yet anyone with a modicum of cultivation could hear it clearly. Mo Ling's breath caught in her throat, her chest swelling with rage. Such words were deeply insulting to an unwed woman. Yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for a retort.
Ha ha.
Su Yun clapped his hands in laughter, reveling in the audacity of the statement. He said it himself. Those further away were oblivious to the unfolding drama, but the child's clear voice drew their attention. Chu Lingxiao's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "What did you say?" Su Yun continued to laugh heartily. "You said it too. You are selling yourself." The gazes of passers-by turned curious and bemused. To indulge in such preferences is one thing, but to be so brazen about it is quite another. With a swift motion, Chu Lingxiao clarified, "I did not mean myself. I meant his sister." Instantly, the eyes of those around him filled with disdain. Everyone was aware of the true purpose of their presence there. Yet, to expose such a truth would ruin the facade of elegance they sought to maintain. The woman, dressed and adorned as she was, clearly belonged to a reputable family seeking to join in the revelry. Yet here stood a man, publicly humiliating her with such venomous curses.
Indeed.
It is a lamentable decline of morality, utterly reprehensible. However, Chu Lingxiao quickly realized her misstep and hastily attempted to amend her words, stating that her sister resembled those who sell themselves here.
Slap.
The emotional worker, who had been holding her arm, immediately wore a displeased expression. "Young Master Chu, Since you look down upon us, sisters, please seek out someone more befitting. With that, she turned and walked away. Chu Lingxiao stood there, utterly bewildered. What had she done wrong? Bystanders who had witnessed the entire exchange secretly gave her a thumbs up. This child had merely echoed the other party's words, and had, in an instant, turned the situation around. Truly astute. Mo Ling let out a long sigh of relief, feeling immensely satisfied. Glancing at the fair and delicate Su Yun, she couldn't help but exclaim, men are truly worthless. Well, except for father and brother. Mo Ling pondered. The men outside are unreliable. Perhaps it would be better to mold her brother into the finest version of himself? Suddenly, she covered her face. I wasn't thinking anything, just considering that my future husband should have a reference. Su Yun, perplexed, asked, Third sister, why are you blushing? At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted down from Chunman Tower. This young gentleman does not seem to regard us highly. Kai Sha, it's time. Chapter 54. The Gathering of the Flower Deity. Before them, a woman appeared, barefoot and dancing in the air, leaving trails of golden symbols as she gracefully descended. Her figure was enchanting, her skin a light shade of wheat, and her seemingly ordinary movements exuded an extraordinary allure. Gossamer fabric draped over her like soft light, connecting with armlets, rings, ankle bands, and toe rings. Unlike the grandeur of Dakian, the exotic charm here bestows an endless allure. Kai Sha, a true gem of the realm, captivates the entire Spring-Full Tower with her mere presence. This purple cloud spirit mushroom is a treasured possession of my clan. I offer it to you for a smile. One suitor declares. The starry sand, unearthed from ancient secret realms, is a rare find indeed. I hope the illustrious Kai Sha will not scorn it. Another boasts. Having slain a dragon in the icy depths of the South Sea, I present to you this ancient dragon crystal. Hoping for but a glimpse of your dance. Kai Sha's entrance prompts a flurry of tributes from all directions. Likening the scene to a gathering of fervent fans at a celebrity meet and greet. It is no surprise. Only the most exceptional emotional artisans are chosen as courtesans, their value soaring. Kai Sha not only possesses unparalleled dancing skills that summon celestial phenomena, but also radiates exquisite beauty, exuding grace and elegance. Despite being immersed in the mundane world, her eyes shine with a refreshing clarity, devoid of any worldly taint, which naturally draws the admiration of many. Moreover, the most intriguing rumor circulates among the crowd. This esteemed courtesan, Kai Sha, is indeed a refined companion. The capital has exerted considerable effort to prevent her from entertaining clients from Jiangnan, who will be fortunate enough to claim her as a guest this time.
Chu Lingxia,
His eyes wide with awe, suddenly speaks. The radiant light sacred land wishes to present this supreme divine weapon to you, my lady. Solely to witness a dance that stirs the heavens, this life shall have no regrets. The previously bustling Spring-Full Tower quiets momentarily. As astonished glances are exchanged, a supreme divine weapon? Such generosity. Only those in the closest circle comprehend the true significance of his words. With a triumphant expression, Chu Lingxiao declared, a twofold victory. Just moments ago, I intended to present the supreme divine weapon as a betrothal gift to Mo Ling, but she declined.
now.
Bestowing it upon Kai Sha subtly implies that Mo Ling shares a similar status. Moreover, my earlier remarks may have displeased the esteemed courtesan. Offering a treasure of immeasurable worth should surely appease her. Yet, I fear the Lord of Flowing Light may be inclined to take drastic action against me. Kai Sha gently parted her cherry-red lips, and an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Esteemed guests, your gracious intentions are well understood by me, and I am truly humbled. To elicit a smile from such distinguished gentlemen is a fortune I have accrued over 3 lifetimes. I dare not ask for more. However, I implore you not to overextend yourselves. As a mere songstress, what merit do I possess to warrant such lavish gifts from sovereigns? Her words were perfectly articulated, skillfully weaving flattery and charm that left the guests elated. Although devoid of any overt allure, she stirred a longing within their hearts. Indeed, this courtesan possessed remarkable talents. Yes, indeed, take it, dear lady. If it doesn't please you, cast it aside. The sound alone makes it worthwhile.
Kai Sha sợ mai ra đi anti.
Then I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Meanwhile, Mo Ling, irked, bit her lip in frustration, regretting her decision to join this raucous gathering. Encountering such a brazen scoundrel must surely be the result of misfortune accrued over 8 lifetimes. I cannot see, came a voice from below. Mo Ling glanced down to discover it was Su Yun, whom she had set down earlier. Su Yun looked up. I cannot see the courtesan sister. Mo Ling paused, suddenly recalling that she had brought her younger brother to witness the festivities. Distracted by that bothersome man, she nearly forgot her purpose. Come here, let me carry you. Mo Ling extended her hand. Suddenly, the colorful silk on the stage burst into laughter, exclaiming, If you cannot see, then come up. Her eyes sparkled with brightness as she quickly spotted the little Su Yun amidst the crowd. What manner of woman visits a brothel while accompanied by a child? This lively little boy, strikingly handsome, bore a hint of youthful vigor that was utterly endearing. Moreover, having caught snippets of the ruckus below, the courtesan could not help but appreciate such a clever child, one who cherished his family. Most importantly, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from him, a connection that transcended mere emotion and resonated deeper within her essence. Mo Ling was taken aback. Is this appropriate?
Why should it not be?
The courtesan replied with a smile. If she could see him, it was evident that he could see her as well. Her prior remarks were merely a pretext. Once the courtesan had spoken, it was hardly a trivial matter. Immediately, a mother took Su Yun away, placing him right on the stage. The spring-full tower was vast, sprawling over several acres. Had it not been for the purpose of merriment, it could have been even more expansive than a grand estate. The throngs of spectators below displayed expressions of envy, each noble and dignitary merely able to gaze in awe.
Yet,
this child had the rare privilege of close interaction with the courtesan. However, no one was inclined to compare themselves to a child. It would be far too embarrassing. Except for Chu Ling Xiao, who seethed with irritation. That little rascal is ruining my plans. If it weren't for this imp, Mo Ling would not have mustered the courage to take the initiative to withdraw from the engagement last time. This instance was no different. Not only had he suffered public humiliation, but he had also encroached upon his own good fortune. He wielded a supreme divine weapon, yet all he received was a mere expression of gratitude from the crowd. Meanwhile, this insufferable child had single-handedly maneuvered himself into the courtesan's vicinity. Line up.
Ha!
Do you like it?
Geisha suddenly inquit.
Su Yun gazed at the supreme divine weapon, nodding obediently. In adulthood, admitting to liking another's possessions might invite accusations of greed. Yet, for a mere 3-year-old child, even expressing a desire for the dragon throne would merely be perceived as innocent whimsy. Kaisha flicked her slender fingers lightly. Then it shall be yours. Su Yun, unreserved, grasped the supreme divine weapon with ease. Although it was an 8th-tier magical artifact, ordinary individuals would experience a myriad of strange sensations merely from proximity. However, Su Yun seemed unaffected, casually toying with it. Chu Ling Xiao glared fiercely. How dare you? That was a treasure bestowed upon Kaisha, meant for a distinguished guest. How could this little imp simply seize it? Kaisha remained composed and gracious. I have just stated that to elicit a smile from you esteemed gentlemen is already a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. How could I dare to wish for more? The various young masters, sect cultivators, and core members from the major sacred lands all wore expressions of intrigue, truly believing that this minor could reclaim a gift. Chu Ling Xiao found himself momentarily at a loss, wishing to retrieve it, but feeling reluctant to voice his desire under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In a swift motion, Su Yun tossed it away. Third sister, this is for you. A 3-year-old lacked the strength, and the divine weapon was about to plummet to the ground. Mo Ling formed a spell with her fingers, causing it to float beside her, and inquired, For me? Su Yun nodded vigorously. Elder sister gave it to me, so I can give it to you. The parrot-like mimicry, though simple, proved remarkably effective, drawing smiles from the onlookers. Though some felt a tinge of jealousy towards the child for taking the stage, they could not help but admire her rosy lips and pearly teeth, especially the radiant son, who sought to win favor through generous offerings. Unbeknownst to many, the gift was swiftly passed on. This supreme weapon, after traversing various hands, has unexpectedly returned to the possession of Mo Ling. However, The significance it embodies stands in stark contrast. Chu Lingxiao gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze on Mo Ling, yet found himself unable to utter a word. Instead, he could only speak through clenched teeth. The flower of colorful silks dazzles with her extraordinary dance. Now that we are all here, why not showcase her talents? Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with intrigue. Indeed, let us witness the performance. We have gathered here for this very dance. We cannot leave empty-handed. Yes. The flower of colorful silks, please commence your dance. At that moment, an elderly woman chuckled and said, "Today, the flower of colorful silks is unwell and unable to dance, for which we extend our sincerest apologies." However, the audience, rather than feeling disheartened, stood taller. The elderly woman continued, "Should there be any skilled physician among us who can diagnose and cure her, they shall be granted entry to the fragrant pavilion to enjoy the dance of the flower of colorful silks." Immediately, several individuals stepped forward. "I am Chen Yongning from Shoren Hall, willing to examine the young lady. Ouyang He from the Qing Medical Institute, ready to prescribe a remedy. Xing Shuliang from the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion, specializing in gynecology. The ailment is indeed genuine, and the advance notice was also truthful. Chunman Tower incurred significant costs to secure the flower of colorful silks, only to find her afflicted with a strange illness, rendering her immobile. If she cannot dance, how can they command a high price? Thus, the debut performance also serves as a call for medical assistance, hoping to discover a reliable prescription for her swift recovery." Chu Lingxiao took a deep breath. "Mu, I rely on you." Behind him, the previously silent man nodded imperiously. "I, Mu Chongkong, claim that my medical expertise is unrivaled in Deqian. Even if I were to rank second, none would dare to contest it." CHL Nxo disdainfully observed the stage. "Commence the diagnosis swiftly, and remove that wretched child." Yet, Syn perceived a chime by her ear. This acacia, poisoned for a millennium, has finally reached the twilight of its existence. Its seeds and fruits, following the shattering of the Tianyuan realm, have salvaged countless souls. Ahem. Although you were the architect of the Tianyuan realm's ruin, rescuing this divine tree could indeed redeem your reputation to some extent. Restore the acacia tree. Task difficulty, extremely high. Task reward, detoxification pearl. Syn was astonished. So, it is that acacia? The rumors of its association with the Hehuan sect were indeed misconstrued. The colorful thread is the flower goddess. Chapter 55. If only you were in my embrace. The news of the courtesan's arrival in the capital spread in tandem with the necessity for physicians. Thus, among the throngs of onlookers today, many doctors and pharmacists were present. If they could effect a cure, not only would they gain the courtesan's favor, but they could also elevate their respective medical establishments to great renown.
Consequently,
these physicians were eager to showcase their skills. Chen Yongning from Shurintang stepped forward, slightly hesitant. A young man approached. The old woman had prepared golden threads, one end tethered to the colorful thread on the wrist, the other end extending to the stage below. Indeed, what could be cured in Jiangnan could also be cured in the capital, and what could not be cured in Jiangnan could likewise be addressed here. It was a pity that this opportunity with the courtesan was seemingly a free gift. Chen Yongning wore a confident smile. He too yearned for a taste of her grace, but was acutely aware that he was merely serving the officials within the court. To heal her would mean sacrificing a single night of romance, yet it could expand his medical establishment tenfold. He could hardly wait to grasp the golden thread, just about to suspend it for diagnosis. Suddenly, from behind Chu Lingxiao, Mu Chongkong strode forth with an air of arrogance. "With such skills, you ought to spare yourself the embarrassment. Deqian is nothing extraordinary." Chen Yongning's eyes widened in disbelief. "You, poisoned?" Without a hint of modesty, Mu Chongkong replied, "Indeed." Chen Yongning exclaimed, "When did you administer the poison?" Mu Chongkong sneered, "If you do not even know when you were poisoned, how could you possibly antidote the poison of the courtesan? Depart at once, or rather, bow thrice, and I may grant you the antidote."
who do you think you are?
Ouyang He from the Qingyi Pavilion indignantly retorted. Mu Chongkong cast a glance at him, and within mere moments, Ouyang He spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. A collective gasp resonated among the crowd, as they instinctively recoiled. fearful of succumbing to the same fate. Mu Chongkong reveled in their terror. Standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority, Hongxing Cliff, Mu Chongkong, disciple of Zhou Baijing. A sharp intake of breath followed among the doctors and apothecaries present. Someone inquired, "What does that signify?" All who enter the realm of learning can become a master healer. Such a divine physician, even if caught in the act of relieving himself in the royal court, would be spared from execution by the emperor. And Zhou Baijing is the sage of this generation in medicine. With a single stroke of his hand, he summoned death, eliminating the 13 sixth-tier powerhouses of the Qi family who dared to insult Hongxing Forest without a trace. This Mu Chongkong is truly his disciple. It seems that in Deqian, few can rival him. Mu Chongkong waved his finger dismissively. It is not that few can rival him. Rather, there is none at all. Who else wishes to contest with me? They should first consider whether they can discern when the poison was introduced. The remaining physicians and pharmacists fell silent, exchanging glances, none daring to step forward. The esteemed figure of the red apricot Cliff, the medical sage, holds an unparalleled status. Even though Mu Chongkong exudes arrogance, they do not dare to oppose him. As the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, the physicians and pharmacists indeed retreated. Only an elderly man remained, standing resolutely. He chuckled softly. "I am but an old man, my vitality waning, devoid of the ability to concoct medicine. I merely wish to witness a few more cases. Surely you do not suspect me of poisoning?" Mu Chongkong snorted, but allowed the elder to take the pulse before he proceeded. With a delicate twist of golden threads, he quickly deduced, "The deathly aura has entered the body. It is treatable. Fetch me 3 tails of linksy grass, half a vial of moonlight dew, a spoonful of blood jade royal jelly, and a single feather from the golden crow. Also, procure a high-quality medicinal cauldron, silver needles, and a blank jade talisman." The old woman disapproved of the elder's demeanor, yet upon hearing that the lavishly acquired courtesan might be saved, her expression brightened with joy. "I shall procure these items at once." The Spring-Full Tower, known for its wealth, promptly prepared all the necessary materials. Mu Chongkong, confident and composed, summoned the true fire of samadhi to refine the herbs into elixirs. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron. Simultaneously, he inscribed various healing formations on the jade talisman, creating a series of therapeutic symbols. Observing the seamless execution of these actions, Chu Lingxiao felt a surge of excitement. Truly, he is worthy of being from the red apricot cliff. My hospitality has not been in vain. Today, I shall not only bask in the radiant beauty of the courtesan but also secure a formidable ally for my illustrious sacred land of radiance. In the mystical realm of Hengze, many young scions of various families fell victim to the rare toxin of the earth element. They had no choice but to pay a hefty price to solicit assistance from Hongxing Cliff, ultimately awaiting the arrival of Mu Chongkong. Upon hearing that a courtesan had come to the capital and was afflicted with an illness, Chu Lingxiao decided to let his poisoned cousins linger in their precarious state for a few more days. He intended to have Mu Chongkong perform a small favor, securing the colorful silk before proceeding to the radiant light sacred land. As it stood, everything seemed to unfold seamlessly, a picture of perfection. Mu Chongkong, though proud, was not particularly lecherous and did not feel the need to share a beauty. Marrying an emotional worker was a source of mockery. Yet this colorful silk had garnered significant attention from both Jiangnan and the capital, proving its capacity to blossom with life. This situation could be likened to Emperor Qin viewing T's triumph over T1, an exhilarating victory. As Chu Lingxiao reveled in his self-satisfaction, his gaze shifted, and he suddenly froze. "Wait, what are you doing?" On the stage, Su Yun, having reviewed the system task, finally realized the colorful silk was, astonishingly, that acacia tree, the flower deity. At the onset of the narrative, the Tianyuan realm was already home to a divine acacia tree. Su Yun had clashed with the protagonist multiple times, sustaining injuries that were mended by the fruits of this tree, enhancing her cultivation. This acacia tree served as a constant airdrop point, enduring until the climactic battle. Even when the Tianyuan realm faced annihilation, it continued to thrive, using its fruits to save numerous survivors from shattered worlds. The book did not elaborate on this, and Su Yun now comprehended. So, The acacia tree had already taken on a corporeal form. Yet it had been poisoned, causing it to regress into a tree. For a millennium thereafter, it had been subjected to this toxin? Was it all premeditated? The task prompt indicates that the acacia tree has been poisoned. Su Yun, now possessing the ability of clairvoyance, perceives everything with remarkable clarity. Within Kai Sha's body, where lies the toxin? Immaculate. From whence does this poison, a millennium in the making, originate? Su Yun's gaze shifts towards Mu Changkong, who is concocting elixirs in the vast hall. Who else could it be? Indeed, this individual is destined to be a future ally of the protagonist, tasked with providing various toxins. The Demon Lord, already infamous for his ruthless reputation, slays with impunity, unperturbed by whom he offends. The Chosen One, concerned with their reputation, invariably eradicates all suspects. Such is the unfortunate nature of human affairs. To eliminate one often necessitates the annihilation of an entire lineage. Little did one anticipate that Mu Changkong had already commenced his poisoning endeavors prior to the unfolding of the narrative. This time, he seeks to seize the opportunity of healing to manipulate Kai Sha, exploiting her life-affirming dance. Subsequently, as she becomes incapacitated, he will persist in his toxic schemes, relentlessly plundering. Through her dance, she merely unleashed her potential, igniting a cascade of blossoms throughout the city, enhancing all forms of life, ultimately depleting her own vitality and rendering her frail. Thus, to fulfill her mission, all that is required is. While awaiting, Kai Sha engages in a drinking game with the guests. Talented suitors, like peacocks displaying their plumage, vie for the courtesan's attention through means beyond mere medical treatment. Therefore, Kai Sha merely needs to wait for the men to finish their discourse, smile, applaud, and offer a few flattering remarks. Seeing Su Yun as warm and endearing, she takes him into her embrace, treating him like a talisman, seated beside her. Occasionally, she feeds him tidbits and peanuts. The suitors' hearts are heavy. How they wish it were themselves leaning beside Kai Sha. Suddenly, the cauldron erupts, releasing a fragrant aroma of elixirs and a refreshing breeze. Mu Changkong, with a face full of pride, declared, "The elixir is ready. We can commence the treatment." Just then, Su Yun's expression turned peculiar. Did I complete my task? The Ling Shu Tu Chui method could flawlessly address the deficiency of vitality. Su Yun sat beside Kai Sha. Each breath he took was absorbed, gradually replenishing the life force of the courtesan, bit by bit. Suddenly, a notification chimed. This divine tree, capable of enveloping the entire world, has had its toxins eradicated by you? Your actions are commendable and will surely earn the admiration of life itself. The departed are gone. The past is immutable. Who does not relish a reformed demon lord? Task reward. Detox Pearl. Chapter 56. Such a marvelous being, elixir complete. Mu Changkong exclaimed, abruptly opening the alchemical furnace. A torrent of white mist surged forth, accompanied by a delightful fragrance that invigorated all present. Yet, they quickly covered their noses, eyeing Mu Changkong with caution. His silence hinted at potential malice, leaving everyone uncertain of his next move. From the elegant floating compartments of Chun Man Lu, several discontented glances were cast. No one wished to be outdone by an arrogant outsider. However, with so many witnesses, taking action was not feasible.
All right, epafekerimu.
The success of this endeavor rests on your shoulders. Chu Ling Xiao expressed his delight, excitement, and desire gleaming in his eyes. Mu Changkong, brimming with confidence, assured everyone that the courtesan was already within his grasp. Shall we begin the treatment? He asked casually. The elder woman wore a complex expression. Indeed, we shall treat her. Chun Man Lu found themselves in a predicament. The courtesan they had hired at great expense was, in truth, flawed. A moment of spring night is worth a fortune, and the value of this colorful silk is indeed astronomical. To let it go so easily is truly heart-wrenching. Yet, without the divine talent for flourishing life, the world does not lack for women. In pursuit of future gains, Chunman Tower has made its bold move. The matron respectfully announces, Kai Sha, please come forth. Kai Sha gives a subtle nod and rises gracefully. She is acutely aware of the events that are about to unfold, yet she feels no excess emotion. For plants, such occurrences are commonplace, happening thousands of times each year. The human race's fixation on it appears rather strange. Kai Sha is merely driven by instinct, attempting to restore her vitality. Chu Lingxiao swallows hard, his eyes filled with urgency. Mu Yaoshi. Mu Changkong waves his hand dismissively, striding onto the stage with an air of arrogance. His gesture is not a rejection but a declaration of the need for no further words. Instantly, all eyes are drawn to him. With a gulp, countless spectators swallow their envy, admiration, and a mix of resentment and unwillingness. If the courtesan is cured, the opportunity for her first grooming will slip away to another. Mu Changkong scoffs, casting a disdainful glance around. De Qiankong possesses vast territories, yet lacks even a decent pharmacist. It is nothing more than that. Reluctantly, he turns to Kai Sha. Come now, heal quickly, do not waste time. The expressions of the crowd grow increasingly dissatisfied. The people from Hongxing Cliff are excessively arrogant. Yet, they can only watch as Kai Sha gracefully sways her hips, radiating endless charm as she approaches. Alas, why must good fortune be monopolized by them? My heart aches for the courtesan, and no one can intervene, leaving us powerless. The crowd shakes their heads in profound sympathy. In that moment, Kai Sha suddenly came to a halt. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she were sensing something. Mu Changkong's fingers moved subtly, leaving an imperceptible mark on the elixir seal. A courtesan was inconsequential, yet capable of stirring life, the courtesan of the blooming city. Such control held significant value. This elixir indeed possessed the ability to restore life, albeit with a hint of ulterior motives. Noticing her pause, he was instantly displeased. You sought my aid for healing, so why the hesitation? The elderly woman urged. Kai Sha. Hurry. Only by healing can you continue to dance. Kai Sha suddenly lifted her head. I feel as though I am cured? Chu Lingxiao was engulfed by an ominous premonition. What nonsense are you speaking? He vaguely recalled someone he believed to be poisoned, who had experienced a sudden recovery. Could it be that history was to repeat itself? No, that was impossible. Chu Lingxiao chuckled dryly and shook his head. Last time it was the disciple of the overseer who provided the remedy, but this time, no outsider could assist. Kai Sha tilted her head, and with a sudden wave of her hand, a fragrant breeze swept through, prompting gasps of admiration from the guests below. So beautiful. Logically, it was merely a gesture and did not constitute a dance. Yet in the eyes of the onlookers, Kai Sha's posture was utterly natural, seemingly igniting a primal impulse deep within their souls. It was the vitality of the soul, awakened by a pure life force. Even without mastering any seductive arts, Kai Sha could become the most enchanting courtesan. Snap! Snap! The guests exclaimed. The platform has collapsed. But soon someone realized it has not collapsed, rather. The platform is growing. The wooden tabletop has been polished and waxed countless times, immaculate and tidy, with not a single splinter in sight. Yet now, branches have suddenly sprouted forth, adorned with lush, glistening buds. In the blink of an eye, the table takes root in the ground, akin to a long-dead tree, reawakening its vitality. Has the table come to life? Could this be the astonishing dance of the colorful yarn? With a mere gesture, the flora flourishes. Guests are utterly captivated, the colorful yarn in their eyes becoming even more enchanting. Such a wondrous entity, who truly deserves to possess it? Mu Changkong's eyes glimmered with anger. His voice low. Madam, do you still wish to forego treatment? His fury stemmed not only from his own untreated condition, but also from the audacity of the other party to claim they were healed, a blatant affront to the art of medicine. Furthermore, his meticulous preparations and covert manipulations had seemingly come to naught. The elderly matron grew anxious. Miss Kai Sha, this esteemed healer hails from the Red Apricot Cliff and possesses extraordinary medical skills. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. You would do well to heed his counsel. Kai Sha gently shook her head. Mother, I am truly well. As she spoke, a delicate floral fragrance wafted through the air. Snap! The onlookers were astonished to witness the surrounding flora and trees unfurling their beauty, growing at an observable pace. In mere moments, the hall was transformed into a veritable spring, teeming with blooming flowers and vibrant greenery. There existed no lack of spells to invigorate the plants, yet these were imbued with an unmistakable essence of life. As if nourished by a divine spring, a mere glance brought comfort, and a whiff rejuvenated the spirit.
Snap.
A curious young man plucked a flower and placed it in his mouth. As I savored the moment, my eyes squinted in astonishment. My spiritual energy had surged by at least 20%. It seemed as though the bottleneck I had faced was beginning to loosen. In a flash, he dashed outside. The onlookers stood in stunned silence for a moment, before their eyes sparkled with excitement. With a flurry of activity, the newly sprouted flora was stripped bare. The elderly woman watched in disbelief. These items held little value and posed no need for restraint. Yet, the enthusiasm of the crowd was overwhelming. With a crunch, one individual consumed a common spiritual fruit, exclaiming in surprise, "My latent injuries, they show signs of healing." Another, who had ingested a handful of tender grass, marveled, "This is astonishing. My efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy has dramatically increased." A less experienced practitioner, whose hands moved slowly, managed to peel only a single layer of bark. Upon consuming it, their aura surged. "I have reached the second realm. I have broken through to the true essence stage." The exhilaration ignited the atmosphere. The crowd soon realized that with a mere wave of Kai Sha's hand, all the ornamental plants and the fruits and vegetables laid out on the tables suddenly brimmed with vibrant life, bestowing immediate benefits upon those who partook. Those of lower cultivation could significantly enhance their spiritual energy or even make breakthroughs, while the more experienced could find solace and heal old wounds. Previously, they had only heard whispers of Kai Sha's astonishing dance, which had caused blossoms to bloom throughout the city.
Now,
they understood why she was rightfully hailed as the foremost courtesan of Diqian. The elderly woman, astonished, inquired, "Kai Sha, is it truly you?" Her voice quivered with disbelief. "But how did you achieve such mastery?" A woman possessing such extraordinary talents and abilities was a rarity in the world, endowed with boundless potential. But who could possibly heal this ailing, extraordinary woman so suddenly? "Is it you, young doctor?" Chapter 57. Nature of One's Being. Suyan nodded decisively. "It is I. The Ling Shu Tua Chui technique can cure the vast majority of ailments, and it is perfectly suited for this humanoid acacia tree." Kai Sha contemplated for a moment, instinctively entwining her arm with Su Yun's and lifting him up. She inhaled deeply, instantly feeling a wave of comfort enveloping her. Initially overlooked, upon focusing her attention, she discerned the subtlety. The life force she had just released was replenished entirely within merely 2 breaths. With her gentle, doe-like eyes, Kai Sha exclaimed, "Young doctor, you truly have healed me." As a plant, she appeared poised and graceful, yet in truth, she was carefree and unreserved. Whatever thoughts she harbored, she expressed candidly. Her indifference to the gifts from guests stemmed from her botanical nature, further complemented by the decorum instilled by her upbringing. Below the stage, Mo Ling appeared utterly bewildered. Yun Heir possesses such capabilities? Could it be that his constitution is indeed extraordinary? Mu Chongkong's brows knitted in displeasure, his irritation clearly evident. "What do you mean? You ask me to intervene yet refrain from seeking treatment? Do you truly consider the renown of Hong Shing Cliff to be mere window dressing?" Kai Sha responded with grace. "I am grateful to this pharmacist for his assistance. However, the young lady has already recovered and requires no further treatment. Should there be any costs, please speak up. I shall harbor no grievances."
Ha! Mu Changkong scoffed.
"Thinking that a mere sum of money could settle this? Are you insulting me and by extension, Hong Shingcliff? A mere child dares to speak of healing?"
Ah, yes.
Although the guests were discontented, they nonetheless acquiesced to this assertion. A child, who healed the courtesan that even the skilled physicians of Jiangnan could not save. It sounded like a mere excuse. Yet, the pretext of Kai Sha was rather too simplistic. Mu Chongkong was utterly enraged. "Today, you shall be treated. If not, I shall still take action." The atmosphere became palpably tense. The underlying implication was clear. If he failed to administer treatment today, he would resort to poisoning. The elderly matron appeared anxious, caught in a dilemma. "Oh dear, look at the ruckus this has stirred. Kai Sha, why not compromise a little? Perhaps we could." An aged voice interjected. The crowd turned to see the previously smiling old man. Soo-yun recognized him as well. He had been present when she enjoyed the candied hawthorn, and he had even received half of her treat. The old man cheerfully remarked, "I am also a physician. Let us take her pulse once more. Whether she has recovered can be determined with a simple examination." Mu Chong-kong scoffed. "I have yet to act. How could she possibly be cured? If you wish to examine her, it will only result in embarrassment." He perceived clearly, understanding Kai Shaw's condition. She resembled a wooden boat, sun-bleached and seemingly intact, yet hollow and decayed all around. A mere touch would cause her to disintegrate. Mu Chong-kong was confident that only he could restore her vitality in the most suitable manner. The elderly matron, seeing someone mediating, swiftly retrieved a strand of gold thread. One end was wrapped around Kai Shaw's wrist, while the other was offered to the old man. The old man merely touched it and exclaimed with a smile, "The courtesan has already recovered. There is no significant issue."
Impossible.
Mu Chong-kong immediately retorted loudly, "You are talking nonsense. Who are you? How dare a mediocre physician speak so arrogantly?" The old man smiled slightly and replied, "I am Han Yufeng. By seniority, you should address me as Sherbois." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience as the physicians and herbalists who had been unable to intervene exclaimed, "Master Han, the legendary physician who has served 3 generations of emperors and presided over the Imperial Medical Institute for centuries. He must be nearly 700 years old, yet he still lives. Good heavens, it is said that he once ventured beyond the Great Wall and vanquished 100,000 foreign foes, earning renown throughout the world. Such a legend appears here." Upon hearing his name, people recalled this reclusive divine healer whose disciples were spread far and wide. His mastery of both medicine and poison had earned him immense accolades, rivaling that of Zhou Baijing from Hongxing Cliff. However, he had faded into obscurity over the past few decades. Han Yufeng winked at Soo-yun and said, "Young doctor, thank you." Soo-yun, puzzled, asked, "Thank you for what?" Han Yufeng stretched his limbs and chuckled, "Without you, how could I have absorbed so much life essence? Next time, could you assist me in treating ailments as well?" He had merely wished to observe the spectacle, never anticipating that on this day of waning vitality, he would unexpectedly gain a surge of life force.
Soo-yun nodded decisively.
Of course. To his surprise, this septuagenarian was still able to frequent brothels, a sign of disrespect toward his age. Upon overhearing their conversation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Can that young boy truly heal? What did he do to achieve such a miraculous cure? Uncertain. Yet Master Han has asserted it, thus it must be true. Could it be that he possesses a unique talent akin to that of the colorful brocade courtesan? Mu Chong-kong's expression darkened. Han Yufeng. This elder, who had contended with my master for an entire lifetime, has unexpectedly appeared here. He understood that he had lost any justification for action. Upon witnessing the life force of the colorful brocade bloom with divine powers, Mu Chong-kong, as a physician, found himself increasingly covetous of such abilities. Yet, the next opportunity to administer poison would likely not present itself so favorably. Mu Chong-kong cast a glance at Soo-yun, harboring a secret loathing. "You wretched brat. You have thwarted my grand designs." He was uncertain how that young man had treated the matter, yet he was certain that he had meddled. In a fit of rage, Mu Chong-kong discreetly gestured, unleashing a colorless and odorless toxic mist.
Clink.
Just as Soo-yun believed the ordeal had concluded and that a mere antidote pearl would suffice, a faint sound suddenly reached his ears. Mu Chong-kong aided the destined child, employing divine pestilence to transform the world they traversed into a graveyard, thereby impeding the advance of the demonic army. Since none escaped, and ultimately the demonic forces were compelled to expend time eradicating the plague, he was regarded as a slaughterer of worlds. Conversely, Mu Chong-kong managed to remain aloof, portraying himself as a healer and savior. Please expose his true nature and cleanse your own reputation. Note: do not act independently. Those slain by the demon lord are already regarded as heroes across realms. Task difficulty: extremely high. Task reward: soft stone powder. Soo-yun gasped. How on earth am I to accomplish this task? If I cannot act on my own, am I to entice Mu Chong-kong to admit that he secretly administered poison? At that moment, Mu Changgong's invisible toxin had already surged towards Su Yun. Little ghost, if you truly possess the ability to cure ailments, then why not detoxify yourself? He scoffed coldly, directing the poison towards Su Yun. Humph! Who dares to harm my little brother? Below, a chilling aura that could freeze the very soul surged forth. Mu Changkong sensed an intangible force approaching him. He chuckled coldly. Is that all you've got? A mere ice spell to freeze me? As Mu Changkong continued to unleash toxins, he leisurely expanded his protective aura. What can a trivial icy wind do to me?
Crack.
Mu Changkong's eyes widened, all his astonishment crystallized in that eternal moment. The poison surged forward relentlessly. Yet as the icy wind swept through, it merely grazed past Su Yun. In that instant of Mu Changkong's stillness, an innocent guest directly in the path of the spell was struck.
Ah!
The guest, spewing blood and fury, exclaimed, "You dare to poison me, Mu." But Mu Changkong was already beyond hearing, frozen in shock. His body remained motionless, still releasing protective energy, while emitting toxic mist. It was not his body that was frozen, but time itself. The elder Han Yufeng extended his hand, plucking up the crafted pill. After a cursory glance, he chuckled and casually discarded it.
Some skill, but not much.
How can one aspire to the great way while still contemplating poison during the healing process?
Jing.
Task completed. Chapter 58. Dance at the Fragrant Pavilion Ding. Su Yun heard the sound. You actually ventured into the heart of the Chosen One's domain and found Mu Changkong. Moreover, you successfully uncovered evidence of his poisoning and cleared your name. Your efficiency is remarkable. The task reward is soft stone. Su Yun sighed, expressing that he had done nothing at all. Mu Changkong, it seemed, seized every opportunity to poison. However, his poison was intangible and formless. Unless he confessed, it would be difficult to hold him accountable. Yet Mo Ling's freezing pathway was, in essence, a conceptual rule capable of freezing even time and space. With this move, even Mu Changkong, despite his considerable cultivation, was caught off guard. Meanwhile, Han Yufeng, the elder who had remained passive throughout the unfolding drama, sought to lend a hand after replenishing his vitality. Now, with Mu Changkong's poisonous mist frozen and the elixirs on the ground harboring toxins, everyone knew this physician was, in fact, a nefarious character. The task was naturally completed. However, what left the audience more astonished was Mo Ling's displayed abilities. Was that not the path mastered by the three daughters of the Duke of Jinyuan? The power to freeze even spells. Such was the supreme rule, heralding the rise of the Su family. Their son was exceptionally gifted. Indeed, the Su residence was fortunate. Upon witnessing Su Yun's deliverance, Mo Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing praises, her heart swelled with joy. If it were not for her younger brother, she would not have attained her current level of cultivation. She felt grateful and content, whether it was from those few nights of slumber beside Su Yun or the golden rain pill he had forcefully placed in her mouth. One of those had cured her cold poison, granting her the possibility of cultivation. Since the criminal has surrendered and the evidence is irrefutable, let us take him away. A middle-aged man's voice rang out. Su Yun looked up and was immediately delighted. Grand Pali, you too are visiting the brothel? At the elevated private box. Minister Li's smile froze instantly. Could such serious matters be called a casual visit? This is a display of pretentious elegance. He could not reproach the child. Little Yuner, how have you been lately?
Su Yun nodded. Well.
Then I shall rest easy, said Li Shongshu, waving his hand like an ordinary elder. Bring forth the criminal who recklessly spread poison in the city. Immediately, the divine guards of Qian approached and shackled the frozen Mu Changkong with restraints before escorting him to the Ministry of Justice's prison. Chu Lingxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. You cannot take him away. He had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Hadn't Mu Changkong already driven away all the physicians and apothecaries? Why had he still been unable to cure the illness? Instead, he had been discovered for his nefarious deeds and imprisoned? If his kin were poisoned and not rescued, the exploration of the sacred realm had left many afflicted. For the sake of Kai Sha, Chu Lingxiao had already delayed for several days. But with Mu Changkong now imprisoned, wouldn't his brothers perish in agony? Su Yun, Mo Ling, you have thwarted my grand ambitions. Chu Lingxiao exclaimed, almost frenzied. Especially that young lad, who had twice disrupted his opportunities in inexplicable ways. This vendetta must be avenged. Old Granny Inha, Chu Lingxiao bellowed.
Boom.
The elderly woman concealed within the crowd erupted with the aura of the seventh realm. The overwhelming force rendered Mo Ling's complexion pale. She was still at the sixth realm, far from being a match. However, Mo Ling stood resolutely in front. Yuner, no matter the cost, I will protect you. Chu Lingxiao roared, Old Granny Inha, break their arms and see if they dare to meddle further. Li Xiangshu's expression darkened, for someone actually had the audacity to cause a disturbance in Deqian, even a formidable celestial pivot expert. Yet, the moment the divine guardian departed, that single step was perilously close. Granny Silver Crane smirked. Child, you can only blame your ill fortune. I shall take this arm. In a flash, she struck with ferocity. Mo Ling's complexion turned pale as she summoned all her strength, bracing herself against this high-level assault. The guests could not help but close their eyes, for a seasoned 7th Realm warrior was pitted against a newly ascended 6th Realm fighter. It was undoubtedly a brutal massacre awaiting them. Who dares to take my disciple's arm? In an instant, a calm voice resonated. Granny Silver Crane was momentarily taken aback, her body halting. Who? The tranquil voice replied. The one who intends to take your arm. Swish. Granny Silver Crane's expression twisted in agony. She attempted to support her torn body, but was utterly powerless. 2 arms had already been severed. Mo Ling exclaimed in joy. Master. Taoist Jingheng. Granny Silver Crane finally comprehended the identity of the newcomer. The master of the Asking Sword sect, Taoist Jingheng. With a single person and a single sword, he guarded the heavenly gate, annihilating the vile demons. To the extent that the newly emerged fiends lost their lineage and forgot the prowess of the Asking Sword sect, ultimately being severed from their heritage. Even the holy son of the Flowing Light Sacred Land had once joined the Asking Sword sect, hoping to receive guidance from Taoist Jingheng. After failing, he left in resentment, expressing his dissatisfaction through a broken engagement. And now, this overwhelmingly powerful figure had appeared here. Even a mere trace of his aura could easily subdue a 7th realm celestial pivot as effortlessly as one would slaughter a chicken or a dog. Taoist Jingheng's calm voice echoed, Holy Son of Flowing Light, considering you were once a disciple of the Asking Sword sect, you shall have 3 days to flee. Afterward, I will strike a sword on behalf of Mo Ling regardless of how many blows you can withstand. The previous grievances will be erased. The onlookers marveled, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the legendary swordsman, Taoist Jingheng. They were equally astonished by Taoist Jingheng's fierce protectiveness. Chu Lingxiao's face turned ashen. A single sword strike from Taoist Jingheng was enough to deter even the lord of the sacred land. How could he possibly evade such a threat? Taoist Jingheng's voice resonated. In the realm of Daqian, I have inevitably caused some offense. Should there be any harm, feel free to seek compensation from the sword sect. Minister Li and the guests in the suspended pavilion exchanged glances and chuckled. If no harm has befallen the people of Daqian, then what damage could there be? Taoist Jingheng replied with a calm demeanor. Mo Ling, since you have broken through, it is time for you to continue your studies in the frost-quiet sword technique. She felt too embarrassed to admit that she wished to spend more time with her younger brother, delaying her training. Taoist Jingheng continued, You should leave the city first. I will explain the essentials to you briefly. Mo Ling inquired, Master, what is the matter? Nothing of concern, Taoist Jingheng replied placidly. She suddenly sensed that even had she refrained from acting earlier, her disciple would not have encountered danger. Nearby, Su Yun scratched his chin and gently patted the trembling little bone. Indeed, from now on, should any trouble arise, you shall fly out to protect my family. With the shadow mirror and the supreme sacred bone at hand, even Taoist Jingheng might struggle to inflict harm upon Su Yun and his family. Not to mention Granny Silver Crane, the guardian of the Radiant Flow Sacred Land. At that moment, Kai Sha suddenly proclaimed, according to the rules, the little doctor shall heal my ailments. The young lady will perform a solo dance for him in the fragrant pavilion. The guests widened their eyes in astonishment, glancing between Su Yun and Kai Sha. Wait, are you serious? You truly intend to take that child to the fragrant pavilion for a dance? No, he is so young. Does he truly comprehend what it entails? It seems there is nothing particularly wrong with it. The gaze of the suspended elegant chamber, after a brief moment of astonishment, surprisingly shifted to one of satisfaction. This child not only chastised the arrogant countryman, but also became one of the two individuals, alongside the third daughter of the Su family, to grace the fragrant pavilion, yielding a favorable outcome for all. Mo Ling initially intended to bring Su Yun along merely for amusement, yet she never anticipated such a significant turn of events.
Now,
She is to be ushered into the fragrant pavilion. Is this a good thing? Surely not. She contemplated refusal, but then considered that such a momentous incident might indeed reach the Su residence. With a resigned sigh, Mo Ling conceded, "Since it is the master's request, I must comply. Yunner, you may enjoy yourself here for the time being." Amidst the envious gazes of all, Su Yun was cradled by Kai Sha into the fragrant pavilion. Chapter 59. The Benefactor. Su Yun, held by Kai Sha, exhibited no fear, her wide eyes surveying the surroundings with keen curiosity. Yet, she swiftly felt a pang of disappointment. It was merely an ordinary room. She had expected some extraordinary decor, only to find it was simply an opulently adorned commonplace chamber. It is understandable, as those who frequent this place must engage in refined pleasures and cannot be overtly direct. Kai Sha gently placed Su Yun upon the soft couch, skipping any prelude and commencing her dance. Though she appeared to be a graceful figure, she was, in truth, a transformed tree. Her emotions were rather subdued, and her movements were methodical and precise. She spoke only what was necessary. Had it not been for the teachings of the elder matron, she might have been even more forthright. With garments flowing like the rosy hues of twilight, Kai Sha danced gracefully, her sun-kissed hands and feet sweeping through the air, her steps light and ethereal, reminiscent of a startled swan or the delicate branches of willow swaying in the breeze. A gentle mist rises within the room, enveloping the touched fruits, potted plants, and even the wooden table and bed, all of which begin to sprout tender shoots, brimming with the vitality of verdant life. Every movement of the dancing figure is imbued with the allure of life's essence, causing the very soul to tremble. Life, in its most cherished form, thrives naturally. The acacia tree, with each sway, bursts forth with an intense life force. This impulse influences all beings, bestowing strength and swiftness, genuine strength and swiftness. Were there outsiders present, they would surely be awestruck, engraving this exquisite moment upon their hearts. Yet here lies Su Yun. Still at an age where monkeys captivate more than celestial maidens, he merely appreciates the elegant dance and thinks no further.
Twilly?
The divine tree brings forth a vigorous vitality. If one were to combine the sprouting green technique with the blossoming dance of the divine tree, might it not create a perpetual motion? If she were to be planted at home, would the ice-clear spring be further strengthened? Lost in a tangle of idle thoughts, Su Yun eventually drifted into slumber. Thud. Even as his head struck the table, he did not awaken.
Kai Sha pauset momentia.
Having transformed less than a year ago, she was still learning the customs and ways of humanity. Yet she knew well that never had anyone overlooked her dance. Even the mere act of blinking seemed a luxury, lest a second be missed. And now, this child has truly fallen asleep out of sheer boredom. The onlookers outside would surely be infuriated, exclaiming such a waste of beauty. Kai Sha, indifferent in her emotions, merely contemplated for a moment before ceasing her dance. She approached gently, cradling Su Yun in her arms, softly swaying him to soothe his slumber. The Ling Shu Tu Chui technique possesses the remarkable ability to cure most ailments, including the frailty that arises from excessive vitality release by Kai Sha. She yearned for Su Yun's every breath, akin to a pursuit of raindrops and sunlight. In the unfolding narrative, Su Yun consumed a considerable number of golden acacia fruits, instinctively feeling a sense of familiarity and sleeping soundly. In an instant, the fragrant pavilion fell silent, leaving only the two steady breaths. Suddenly, Wan Lu pushed the door open and softly inquired, "Sister Kai Sha, are you truly asleep?" She had only just tidied herself and had already befriended the newly arrived Kai Sha. Startled by the silence within, The 3-year-old child pondered whether she truly understood what to do. Sure. Kai Sha gestured for silence. Wan Lu stared for a moment, then said, you really are asleep. She shrugged her shoulders and retreated outside. The sisters outside were curious, asking, what are they doing in there? Wan Lu shrugged, sleeping. What else could they be doing? The sisters gasped in astonishment. That child, so young yet. It took Wan Lu some time to clarify the situation. The sisters found it amusing. Kai Sha, a renowned courtesan, was indeed lulling someone to sleep as if caring for a child. How peculiar. One named Lian He, however, scoffed. I could never do that. Soothing a man is one thing, but what use is a small child? Wan Lu paid no heed to their remarks and, after a while, stealthily opened the door again. Kai Sha remained motionless, still cradling the slumbering Su Yun. Feeling a pang of compassion, Wan Lu decided to enter. Since he is asleep, let him rest on the bed. Kai Sha gently shook her head. This way, he is more comfortable. She sensed that the child appeared most at ease when held in her embrace. Wan Lu gazed at the other's chest, inwardly murmuring her discomfort. She extended her hand, stating, allow me to hold him for a moment. It must be tiresome for you to remain on your knees. Kai Sha, with a rather indifferent demeanor, handed over the child without a second thought. Wan Lu received Su Yun, and only then did she observe this adorable little one up close. His fair skin, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, cast a golden outline, presenting an image both striking and pure. His delicate nostrils flared rhythmically, enchanting in their beauty. Wan Lu felt the pain of her menstruation diminish. If he were to stay, she could cradle him to sleep. Such a delightful child, which girl could possibly resist? However, before long, Wan Lu sensed something amiss. Was it the fragrant incense that possessed medicinal properties?
No.
It was this child. Each month, Wan Lu endured excruciating abdominal pain, requiring substantial medication for relief. Yet, after merely holding Su Yun for a brief moment, she realized the discomfort in her abdomen had lessened. This child truly possesses healing abilities? Wan Lu's eyes widened, her exquisite face brimming with astonishment. Everyone had just heard Kai Sha refer to Su Yun as Little Doctor, believing he had alleviated her ailment. She had previously pondered if it was the apothecary from Chunman Lu, thinking that the arrogant healer would not share his remedies with others. Little did she know, this child indeed held the power to heal. Wan Lu, half in disbelief, lifted her skirt. Suffering from a condition that flared up in poor weather or when she felt unwell, she was currently in a period of heightened sensitivity. And now, was it truly gone? To her astonishment and delight, there was nothing. This morning, her thigh had been marked by a large red patch, itchy and numb. Now, her thigh was smooth and unblemished, as flawless as an egg. Is this really a little brother? Wan Lu gazed at Su Yun with an intense fervor. He was indeed a benefactor. While other patrons offered money, this particular benefactor was bestowing life itself. Although Chunman Lu appeared resplendent and vibrant, bustling with activity, every lady there was adorned in lavish attire, giggling and living a seemingly blissful existence. Yet, beneath the surface, who among them was free from their own afflictions? If only they could all be healed. Wan Lu spoke a few words towards the window, instantly attracting a throng of onlookers. Ji Yun, perplexed, inquired, is it true that by holding this young master, one can be cured? Wan Lu proudly raised her chin, unable to part with him. You need not ask. Kai Sha, the courtesan, has already proclaimed it in public. Without hesitation, Ji Yun extended her hand. Come, let me try. Upon closer inspection, this young master is indeed remarkably handsome. It seems to be genuinely effective. Could someone check my back to see if the bruise is still warm? Before her lay merely a sleeping 3-year-old, and the ladies were nonchalant. As they peeled away the gauzy garment, gasps erupted. It's gone. No, wait, there is still a trace, but it's fading. Ji Yun's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. It truly works. Chapter 60. All in companionship. After Ji Yun had twisted her waist, her back had often been plagued with pain. Years of enduring discomfort seemed to dissipate in mere moments. Her most exquisite feature was her butterfly bones. If they were perpetually bruised and painful to the touch, how could anyone appreciate her beauty? In an instant, Miao Ling extended her hand. Quick, quick. I've been suffering from a toothache these past few days. Let me have a hug. She snatched Su Yun away, cupping her cheek with excitement in her eyes. It's incredible. My tooth no longer hurts.
Ouch.
But I can't press it too hard. That still stings. However, it truly alleviates discomfort. Miaoling is a rare married young lady, possessing a unique talent, clutching the marriage contract, rendering others spellbound. When her teeth ache, her professional abilities seem to diminish by half. Beside her, Rueishuan clutches her chest, her exquisite oval face radiating gratitude. Standing beside the young master brings her immense relief. Having nearly drowned in her childhood, she has since struggled with her breathing, requiring prolonged rests for any endeavor. Patrons are drawn to this vulnerability, seeking confidence in moments of despair. Although Rueishuan will eventually lose this characteristic, she remains profoundly grateful to Su Yun for her health. Let me come. Let me embrace you. Step aside. It's my turn. Sisters, I've been feeling quite anxious these past few days. May I have a hug? The young lady's eyes sparkle as they rush forward in eager anticipation. This delicate, enchanting child, with her striking features and grace, astonishingly possesses the ability to heal ailments, making her utterly irresistible. They lament, reflecting on why they did not heed the courtesan Kaisha's words sooner and bring this young master to their quarters. The hidden afflictions that torment them day and night may finally find relief. Just days ago, Su Yun's wish to share a bed with the elder sister has also been fulfilled. Oh, do not speak. My abdomen feels warm, and my cold womb has truly improved. I, too. My face has been covered in blemishes these past few days. Indeed, the young master is remarkable. Look, several have disappeared. Quiet now. Do not awaken the young master. As they gaze upon the peacefully slumbering Su Yun, the young ladies are filled with affection, greedily inhaling the sweet scent of the cherubic child. Almost all the young ladies of Chunmanlo were stirred into action, gathering around the fragrant pavilion. Meanwhile, the one named Lianhe found herself in a quandary outside. Should she go in, or remain outside? She felt a sense of shame, having just proclaimed that she would rather entertain others than care for a child. Yet, in an instant, all the ladies in the building rushed over, eager to dote on the little one. Lianhe herself bore a hidden ailment, which was why she had been commanded to serve the courtesan. She felt embarrassed. Yet witnessing the others receiving treatment made her feel the situation was unjust. Why should everyone else be treated while she remained sidelined? With a firm resolve, Lianhe pushed past the ladies before her and forced her way in, declaring, "It's my turn." Kaisa had been sitting quietly to the side, and when the crowd of women gathered, she said nothing. However, upon seeing someone charge in with such fervor, she immediately raised her hand to block the way. "The young doctor is resting. Please be quiet." Initially, Wanlu frowned, remarking, "No one said you couldn't come, but didn't you just say you didn't like children?" Lianhe defiantly replied, "I like them now." Wanlu, wishing to maintain harmony, gently suggested, "Come on then, but be careful not to wake the young master." Lianhe, unable to contain her excitement, reached out to take Su Yun. "That's not permitted," Kaisa interjected suddenly, keeping her hand raised in front of Lianhe. Annoyed, Lianhe shouted, "Why not?" Kaisa paused before responding, "Because he is my guest, not yours." Lianhe was clearly displeased. "What about them? What gives them the right to enter?" Wanlu attempted to mediate. "Well, Lianhe, perhaps you could adopt a more amiable attitude. Kaisa, the courtesan, can understand." Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically. "What have you applied?" Upon catching a whiff, the other young ladies immediately reacted with astonishment, exclaiming, "The fragrance of pear blossom incense. You must be mad. The young master is merely 3 years old, and you dare to use such an aroma. It might have been tolerable under different circumstances, but in the presence of such a young boy, how could you even think of employing incense? This is madness." Liang He, realizing she had been discovered, became frantic. "What is the issue? He is, after all, a guest of a courtesan, just like anyone else. I have no fondness for children and cannot entertain them. Is there any fault in using incense to make him like me?" Kaisha maintained her composed demeanor, responding with grace, "Please escort her out." Wanlu's gaze was filled with sorrow as she remarked, "Liang He, you have lost your mind. Young Master Su is indeed a guest, yet one deserving of our respect. You do not belong here. Please leave. The ladies observed her, some with regret, others with hostility. Young Master Su possessed extraordinary talents, and they felt honored merely to be in his presence. To seek to possess or harm him would be a betrayal of gratitude. Such incense could be harmful even to adults, let alone a child. You all. Liang He, witnessing the lack of understanding from anyone, trembled with indignation. Fine, waste your time here. If I do not leave, then the guest belongs to me. With a toss of her head, she stormed off toward the main hall. The spring-full building was vast, yet an unsettling atmosphere pervaded the space. Patrons sat sipping wine and nibbling on delicacies. Yet not a single lady was present. Each person wore a peculiar expression, glancing toward the depths of the incense pavilion. They had already envied the young master of the genuine Marquise, who had been escorted in by the courtesan. As time gradually slipped away, a young woman emerged, her face alight with excitement as she conveyed some news. The girl outside, engaged in spirited revelry, unhesitatingly abandoned her guests and dashed into the fragrant pavilion. Before long, even the girls from the smaller rooms hurriedly adjusted their attire and joined the fray, leaving behind bewildered patrons, their curiosity piqued. Was Chen Minluo no longer conducting business? Chu Lingxiao had yet to depart. He was engulfed in anxiety, having received a 3-day ultimatum from the Taoist Qingheng. However, 3 days for escape was not a significant burden. He needed to compose himself and sought solace in the company of a girl. "Where are the girls?" he called out. Instantly, a nearby patron pounded the table, voicing his displeasure. "Old madam, where are your daughters? Why have they all vanished?" The madams wore expressions of despair, murmuring about the girls' circumstances. The patrons shouted back, "What circumstances could warrant such a disappearance? Where have they gone?" Glances of confusion were exchanged among the customers. Was this lad, perhaps, extraordinarily fortunate? A courtesan had danced solely for him, while the other girls had seemingly followed suit. One inquired, what on earth could they be doing? A young attendant shouted, "Naturally, they are off to share a bed with that young Master Su." "What nonsense!" the madam retorted, delivering a sharp slap. The young attendant, clutching his face in indignation, protested. "But it truly was just sleeping. I witnessed it myself." The patrons exchanged horrified looks, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could such a young child possess such prowess? With a crash, the cup in Chu Lingxiao's hand shattered on the floor, his gaze filled with shock. "Is it that Suyin? He has taken all the girls? By what right does he claim them? Does such a young child truly understand the game he plays?" In the entire building, the young ladies seemed solely devoted to serving him alone. Within Chu Lingxiao's heart, an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction brewed as he consumed cup after cup of wine. Eventually, the cultivator from the fifth realm drank to the point of his face turning crimson, his gaze becoming hazy. "Young master." A voice, soft and sweet, emerged. "Shall I attend to you?" Lianhe gently approached. She had already observed that Chu Lingxiao was the son of the sacred land, though it felt somewhat humiliating. His status remained intact. With her own lack of distinctiveness, how could she possibly engage with someone of such high standing? If she did not seize the opportunity while he was momentarily incapacitated, future chances would be scarce. Humph, Lianhe mused, those foolish girls still fawning over a mere nobody. This Chu Sun is undoubtedly the finest potential match. Chu Lingxiao, noticing that others merely sat idle while a lady inquired after him, felt a surge of joy. Under the influence of alcohol, he pulled her closer, exclaiming, "Good, good."
"It shall be you."
Lianhe seized the moment then. "Shall I play the zither for you, young master?" Chu Lingxiao, with unrefined hands, replied, "Playing the zither is splendid. It requires practice." She felt triumphant, ready to showcase her talents. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chu Lingxiao struck her, sending her spinning like a top. "What is this nonsense?" Covering her face, Lianhe was taken aback. "Chu Sun, why?"
Chu Lingxia.
Looking at the sticky substance on his hand, seethed with anger. "With no one in Springful building, do not send such wretches to humiliate me. Is this the test for the sun? Which sun can withstand such indignities?" In a fit of rage, he succumbed to the intoxicating effects of the wine, falling into a deep slumber. When he finally awoke, it was already the following night, and less than half the time remained to retrieve the sword. Lianhe clutched her chest, the scars born from years of using fragrant pear oil in her tent. Hatred glimmered in her eyes. If they refuse to cure me, can I be blamed?
Men,
Regardless of age, will always show favoritism. Chapter 61. The nectar of flowers. When Su Yun awakened, darkness enveloped the sky. His heart raced in alarm. Oh no. Upon rising, he was struck with astonishment. My word, so many people. The fragrant pavilion was filled to the brim with charming young ladies, each adorned with enchanting smiles, truly bringing forth the essence of spring. Quickly, Su Yun scanned himself from head to toe, relieved to find no missing pieces. Thankfully, they did not take advantage of my slumber. My innocence remains intact. Yet, he noticed several prompts from the system. Daily good deeds, 2-5, task reward, charisma 1 daily good deeds, 3-5, task reward, charisma 1 daily good deeds, task reward. When had he completed these tasks? Su Yun was utterly perplexed. After merely taking a nap, how had he gained a few points in charisma? The young ladies, noticing his vigilant expression, could not help but giggle. The young master of the Su family was simply adorable. Su Yun rose to express his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Huakue. Beside him, Wanlu blinked her lovely eyes. Young Master Su, will you come again next time? Without hesitation, Su Yun replied. Certainly. As Kaisha escorted him out, the young ladies erupted into a fit of laughter. In the future, when the young master visits, I shall not charge a single penny. I would gladly pay him.
Ha!
You are far from attractive. Do you truly believe you could win his favor? Even the mesmerizing dance of the colorful silk courtesan could not rouse the young master from his slumber. He is not a superficial individual. Fear not, for I shall impart to him the art of sophistication. The colorful silk led Su Yun through the spring-abounding pavilion, drawing forth a wave of envy. The silk, ever attentive, remarked, Very well, then you shall rest upon the bed of the fragrant dreams pavilion. At that moment, the voice of Xiaoyu rang out. Take another step and you shall regret it. With the supreme divine weapon in hand, her exquisite visage was marred by fury, whereas the cold blade. Su Yun, rummaging through his belongings, resignedly surrendered the treasured weapon. Well, now you are unarmed, she proclaimed, preparing to unleash her formidable skills, ready to face the consequences of her actions. In a panic, Su Yun exclaimed, Stop! You're attacking a child. Help! A child is being attacked. Passers-by turned their heads, not out of concern for the supposed assault, but rather to behold the two unparalleled beauties standing there, akin to lotus flowers emerging from the water, breathtakingly exquisite. Moreover, despite being in front of the spring-abounding pavilion, neither appeared to belong to such a place. Their purity and grace starkly contrasted with the surroundings, rendering them even more enchanting. After a brief skirmish, the elder lady finally found the opportunity to explain. Today, the young master has not been frivolous. He has been of tremendous assistance to us. Quite remarkable indeed. Xiaoyu, intrigued, inquired, You can also heal? She lifted Su Yun, inhaling deeply, and indeed felt invigorated. When did you acquire such a talent? She asked in astonishment. Su Yun counted on his fingers 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Mother, may I borrow 2 of your fingers? Xiaoyu pointed at his right hand. Is this hand not usable? Su Yun was overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, This hand is so delicate. It's impossible to count the fingers once used. Xiaoyu sighed but quickly came to a realization. Perhaps it was the awakening of the literary spirit after 2 days? Could it be that the supreme sacred bone fused with the body so adeptly that it activated these innate abilities all at once? She embraced Su Yun, filled with joy, exclaiming, Wonderful! My Yun'er is becoming increasingly capable. For reasons unknown, Xiaoyu's thoughts drifted to another child.
Sigh.
Her heart, once elated, dimmed slightly. His behavior had been acceptable these days, as long as he no longer entertained thoughts of harming his siblings. A few shops and some fields to ensure a stable life would suffice. Kaisha offered a slight bow, saying, Greetings, Madam Shi. The young doctor had cured the little girl's ailment, but today he was asleep, leaving me still in debt for a solo dance. Kaisha presented a small flower to Su Yun, saying, Young doctor, Let this be a token of gratitude for today. Instantly, his vitality surged anew. Looking down, he noticed some nectar within the flower's core, which he eagerly sampled. The sensation engulfed him, akin to being immersed in warm water, refreshing and soothing. It was nectar brimming with life force. He observed that after the nectar was consumed, the flower's core gradually replenished it, much like the endless Cheong Xian dew, restoring itself with each passing moment. What a treasure! In the narrative, he had never possessed such a precious item. At that time, Kaisha had already been poisoned, devolving into a mimosa tree, rendering her incapable of producing such a wondrous gift. If the demon lord possessed a means to replenish vitality at will, the destined child would face an army of demons tenfold, or even 100-fold, long since turned to dust. Suyun found the treasure quite appealing and extended her hand. Mother should have some too. Xiaoyu conversed with the old matron, inquiring about the day's specific events. Suyun clutched the golden acacia flower, her expression contorted. No, nothing at all. Xiaoyu, puzzled, continued to speak. Suyun gazed at the small flower. Her expression conflicted. I recall. The flower is the reproductive organ of a plant? The nectar, is it not akin to? If it were ordinary nectar, the crab's roe, distanced from the human race, would evoke no feelings. However, it has transformed into colorful threads. With a troubled visage, Suyun tucked the flower away. Perhaps it would be best to consume it once clarity dawned. Shi Yaoyu suggested. You should board the carriage first. I will converse a bit longer. Suyun replied. Is it the carriage at the alley's entrance or the one at the door? Shi Yaoyu instinctively responded. The one recently seen, adorned with the Su family emblem. After a while, having learned about the day's happenings, she bid farewell to the old matron and departed. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped Xiaoyu. Which carriage are you referring to? Today, I only rode one. She swept her consciousness toward the carriage at the alley's entrance, and her blood ran cold. There was no sign of Suyun on it. Moments earlier, Suyun had approached the carriage at the door. Chen Huyuan bowed. Young master, please board the carriage. Suyun paused for a moment, but ultimately climbed aboard. The carriage did not wait for Shi Yaoyu and creaked away. Suyun inquired with curiosity. Where are we headed? She boldly stated. But weren't you abducting me? Young master, such jesting is not to be taken lightly. Chen Huyuan exclaimed in alarm. However, the other party's expression showed little change, and his panic gradually subsided as he chuckled. How did you know? Suyun replied, No one in the Su residence calls me young master. With a sudden clap, he remarked, I didn't expect this little brat to be so perceptive. He produced a gourd, asking, thirsty? Suyun drank heartily, finishing it in a few gulps. Chen, the caretaker, waited for a moment, then another, and yet another, confusion evident on his face. How come? Suyun giggled. The drug isn't working on me? Chun clapped his hands in genuine astonishment. How did you know? How are you unaffected? His intention was to render the child unconscious to prevent any cries or struggles that might attract the attention of the divine guards. Yet, Suyun possessed a poison-repelling pearl, rendering worldly toxins utterly ineffective. Moreover, his keen eye had discerned the substance within the gourd, leading him to speak with precision. He remained unperturbed, saying, You've been following me for several days, haven't you? You must have seen that I cured the courtesan. Chen's eyes flickered with realization. You possess such extraordinary talents. Who would have thought that one with a heavenly physique could yield such miraculous effects alongside a sacred bone? After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly tore away his disguise, revealing a striking woman beneath. With the removal of her facade, her form transformed to resemble that of an ordinary woman. This elegant woman was undeniably beautiful, her eyes sparkling with vitality, exuding a hint of carefree audacity akin to a roguish hero. Yet, a prominent scar marred her visage, rendering her countenance fearsome and grotesque. The woman inquired, If you can heal, can you also mend this scar? Suyun scrutinized the situation closely and nodded. It is possible. But you have suffered burns from the fire elemental technique, which has damaged your essence. The entire face must be removed for complete restoration. The woman immediately rejoiced. Years ago, she had attempted to steal a scroll from the Wine Immortal sect, only to be discovered by an elder, who scorched her visage with true flames. Now that a remedy was within reach, she exclaimed with delight. Excellent. Please heal me. Without hesitation, she took a small knife and removed her entire face. Eagerly, she urged, Hurry, it can be healed. Su Yun blinked. Ah, I seem to have misjudged. It appears it cannot be healed. The Ling Shu Tusi technique is passive, but it is represented as a spinning icon that can be deactivated. The woman. Chapter 62. You resemble a black silk dominatrix. Ultimately, Su Yun chose to assist the woman in her healing. After all, bearing a bloodied countenance made it quite difficult to eat. Furthermore, Su Yun recalled the identity of her character. Indeed, a voice echoed in her ear. I do not understand why you wish to resurrect Wan Qianhuan from the river of time. After you killed her, the Xianyuan prison lost its final guardian. The corrupted shadow spawned forth, wreaking havoc in all directions, posing significant danger. Since you have resurrected Wan Qianhuan, the possibility of resealing the Xianyuan prison has emerged. Please lend your aid to reseal the corrupted shadow. Task rewards are linked to the sealing integrity of the Xianyuan prison. Each one increases rewards tenfold. Task difficulty, extremely high. In the narrative, she is merely a background character. It is precisely due to the connection with the protagonist that such an impressive background exists. Su Yun could not help but express her disdain. The woman named Wan Qianhuan had undoubtedly kidnapped her, and the reasoning was quite apparent. In the original narrative, she merely played the role of an ordinary supporting character, tasked with assisting the protagonist with various chores. Following the rise of the Demon Lord, she, along with a multitude of henchmen, was swiftly eliminated. Yet, just as the Demon Lord prepared to eliminate the protagonist as well, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Wan Qianhuan was revealed to be the guardian of the Xianyuan prison. Her demise would shatter the seal. The void eclipses surged forth, obstructing the Demon Lord and preventing the continuation of the pursuit against the protagonist. The Child of Destiny seized this opportunity to escape and regroup. The spread of these void eclipses became an undeniable proof of the Demon Lord's malevolence. It is often said that where the protagonist resides, opportunities abound. Any attempt on his life would invariably be met with unforeseen circumstances. However, at this moment Su Yun's expression turned peculiar. But now, the integrity of the Xianyuan prison seal stands at a perfect 100, does it not? This implies ding. Assisted Wan Qianhuan, Xianyuan prison integrity 100, bonus, 100-fold. Mission reward. Wall-piercing talisman of spatial incantation. A slight itch graced the back of Su Yun's left hand as an intricate and resplendent rune materialized. With mere focus, it could manifest or vanish. Su Yun tested it, allowing her arm to effortlessly pass through the carriage. The rune immediately lost one stroke, leaving 9 remaining. 10 uses per day. This surpassed the capabilities of a one-time wall-piercing talisman. Su Yun was elated. This task was intricately linked to the integrity of the Xianyuan prison. In a millennium's time, each one would demand an immense expenditure of resources and effort. Yet now, the seal's integrity stands at a flawless 100. Each time, the rewards are 100-fold. Su Yun couldn't help but feel elated as she took out a small bone, opened it, and retrieved a large apple, offering it forward. Sister, please have some. Wan Qianhuan caressed her smooth, unblemished face, her disbelief palpable. Had she truly regained her former beauty? Although she possessed the art of disguise, allowing her to alter her appearance at will, it was never truly comfortable to merely wear a mask. Moreover, which woman would wish to bear scars on her face? Doomed to perpetual unattractiveness? Have I truly returned to my former self? Wan Qianhuan gazed into the mirror, her reflection seeming surreal. Sister, please eat. A sweet, youthful voice chimed in nearby. Wan Qianhuan turned her head to see bright eyes, pulley teeth, and charming dimples adorning the child. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. Ah, thank you. Before she could fully comprehend, she found herself holding the large apple. Oh, dear, what am I doing? Wan Qianhuan lamented, slapping her thigh in frustration. I am, after all, committing an act of kidnapping. Just moments ago, she had inexplicably believed the child, truly cutting away her own mask. There was an undeniable charm about him. So youthful, yet so convincingly persuasive. Although, even if she removed the mask, she could still rely on rare materials to restore her visage. Yet without him, the scars would remain unhealed. Ordinary wounds could be mended with elixirs, but the attacks of high-level cultivators could inflict irreversible damage. Without the right opportunities, scars could indeed linger for a lifetime. Wan Qianhuan's gaze turned peculiar. "Little brother, thank you. You know." Su Yun playfully interrupted, "No need for thanks. I should be the one expressing gratitude to you."
Ding.
Assistance to Wan Qianhuan has been granted, with the completeness of Xian Yuan's prison at 100, bonus, 100-fold. Task reward, cosmic bag. Su Yun was elated. He finally possessed a cosmic bag. Previously, Xia had remarked that he was too young to utilize such a treasure, which compelled him to ingeniously transform his little bone into a container to hold various trinkets. Wusher Daog, are you a sack? Then you must be able to hold a lot. Supreme Sacred Bone. Now, Su Yun had acquired his own spatial artifact, eliminating the need to rummage through little bone each time. This sleeve-like cosmic bag could be activated simply by wearing clothing, far surpassing the capabilities of a traditional cosmic bag. Without hesitation, Su Yun produced a bottle of wine, exclaiming, "Sister, drink."
Ding.
100 times. Task reward, bamboo leaf green drunken star brew. He then retrieved a fan, declaring, "Sister, cool off."
Ding.
100 times. Task reward, masterful hands, speed 100-fold. Su Yun presented a sacred pill, saying, "Sister, take your medicine."
Ding.
100 times. Task reward, sunflower seed golden granules. Alas! Su Yun exclaimed in dismay. What a loss. It turned out that the 100-fold benefit did not refer to the items he offered, but rather to the drop rate of Wan Qianhuan. Nevertheless, the items he had gathered were still commendable, and occasionally seeking her assistance for daily tasks would be beneficial. Su Yun nodded to himself in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wan Qianhuan, holding an assortment of items, looked utterly bewildered. "Little brother, do you know what I do?" Su Yun obediently nodded. "I know. You're a kidnapper." Wan Qianhuan stared at the items in her hands, even more perplexed. "If you know, why do you cooperate so willingly?" In Chunman Building, Xia felt embarrassed to confront him publicly. Well, perhaps embarrassed to strike him too harshly. Wan Qianhuan gazed in bewilderment. Have children truly grown to such an extent? The thought filled her with a tinge of sorrow. Such a splendid child, yet it seemed inevitable that he would be. For reasons unknown, the streets teemed with Shun Qianwei, yet the carriages navigated smoothly. Before long, they exited the city, and upon passing a certain clearing, it felt as though they had traversed a veil. A brightly lit tower emerged before them. Wan Qianhuan ushered Su Yun inside and instructed the thugs present, "Ensure he is settled." The thug, upon observing Su Yun's tender, fair visage, found it starkly at odds with the brutishness of the surroundings. "Welcome to hell," he sneered, raising his hand to deliver a slap, intending to subdue the young boy. Suddenly, a thud echoed. The thug winced in pain as a dagger, no longer than a child's arm, pierced through his shoulder blade, pinning him to the wall. "Why, dear sir?" he gasped, suspended in midair, his legs flailing as sweat beaded on his brow. Wan Qianhuan replied coldly, "This young lad is a guest of your boss. If he is harmed, will you take responsibility or shall I?" The thug, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, "I will take responsibility. I dare not, I dare not." He knelt in submission, repeatedly nodding. However, his eyes glimmered with malice, wishing nothing more than to devour both the woman and child alive. "Once she departs, I shall teach this brat a lesson." With a swift motion, Wan Qianhuan thrust her dagger through the thug's throat. Cough, gasp. Blood bubbles erupted from his throat, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wan Qianhuan remarked coldly, "You were rather loud." Regret seeped into the thug's gaze as he struggled briefly before succumbing to death. Wan Qianhuan then stated, "Brother, you surely cannot be oblivious to the thoughts these men harbor. Spare lives. Once matters are concluded, depart." "Who is that child?" "I shall escort him over." Yan Qianhuan hesitated for a moment. "Senior brother, this child is rather extraordinary. Treat him well."
Ha!
Li Kuichuan couldn't help but chuckle. How extraordinary could a mere child be? He shook his head and led Su Yun to the dungeon. Upon arrival, Su Yun raised an eyebrow. The floor was strewn with straw, exuding a foul odor of decay. In the corner lay a filthy chamber pot, dark and repugnant. Apart from that, there was naught but a stark simplicity reminiscent of a dilapidated tavern. It was clearly a fantastical realm, where productivity had greatly advanced. These individuals were exceedingly lazy, Su Yun remarked. Li Kuichuan confined him within, casting a scrutinizing glance. Extraordinary? Showing no fear in the presence of the deceased, that exhibits a modicum of courage. After a night of hunger, he shall behave come morning. He shook his head and turned to leave. Su Yun surveyed the squalid surroundings, feeling no disdain. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. Which hero has not resided in a cell? Experiencing such rusticity was quite delightful. Embracing the moment, he lay upon the straw mat and soon drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, a stealthy figure crept into the dungeon. Benefactor, benefactor. The figure nudged Su Yun, then paused abruptly.
Ah.
The figure hesitated but instinctively spoke. Do I appear more divine or human to you? Su Yun dreamt of his time at Chunmanlu and, upon awakening, was startled to find himself surrounded by a throng of fluttering maidens. In a state of drowsiness, I subconsciously recalled a dream, a figure standing at approximately 175 meters. Fair-skinned and breathtakingly beautiful, with ample bosom and a slender waist, long black hair cascading down her back, possessing an unparalleled beauty, wielding extraordinary powers, and exuding an alluring charm. The voice fell silent for a moment before murmuring in confusion. Ah.
Bang.
Chapter 63. What to do when the pregnant girl goes home as dawn broke.
Su Yun awoke in a haze.
Upon opening his eyes, he was engulfed in darkness. Alas, I have gone blind. The shadows parted to reveal a stunning visage, yet the expression was tinged with uncertainty. My lord, you are awake? Despite her regal demeanor, her tone was exceedingly soft. Realization dawned upon Su Yun. I am not blind. What has obscured my vision? Feeling a movement beneath him, he discovered a pair of beautiful black-clad legs emerging. It then struck him that he had fallen asleep on a knee pillow. A further exploration revealed he was situated on an opulent Qiangong Babu bed. What is a Qiangong Babu bed, you may ask? It is a grand structure, layered 3 times over, complete with corridors, windows, tables, and stools, spacious enough to groom oneself and even host guests for drinks without leaving its confines. The level of luxury is evident. This enormous bed was placed within a stark dungeon, reminiscent of a modest machine case. With a swish, the black-clad beauty sprang into action upon noticing Su Yun had awakened. She rummaged through a pre-prepared food box, setting out an array of teas and pastries. My lord, you must be hungry. Please have some breakfast, she timidly suggested, a stark contrast to her figure. Su Yun observed for a considerable time, his brow furrowed. The productivity of this fantastical world has indeed surged, allowing for the creation of cough. However, he turned to the elegant lady and inquired, are you that little white fox? Her long, straight black hair and stunning beauty, coupled with her impressively slender yet curvaceous legs, momentarily left Su Yun speechless. Just a day before his confinement, he had indeed discovered an injured little white fox behind the academy. Could it be that she had come to repay his kindness? The lady, slightly embarrassed, responded, actually. Suddenly, a magnificent, multicolored tail unfurled behind her, as resplendent as silk. Su Yun clapped his hands in delight. Aha, I was right. With a tail so grand, it must be a fox. Yet, the lady hesitantly continued, I am a koi. Su Yun was taken aback, memories flooding back. On that day, he had fed the little white fox a jade elixir and then scooped up some water and even caught a fish for her. Could it be that the one repaying him was a koi? He glanced at the tail, which shimmered like satin, and it indeed resembled the tail of a koi. After a long moment, as Su Yun enjoyed his breakfast, the pieces began to fall into place. The elegant lady was still the little white fox, now imbued with the attributes of a koi. During the time he was fishing, the essence of myriad beings had simultaneously taken effect, granting the koi spirit life and enabling it to take shape. Subsequently, when Su Yun gently touched the little white fox, she too began to transform. The unending essence of life, a living gap within heaven and earth, facilitated the merging of the two souls into one. The little white fox acquired the memories of the koi, albeit only for a mere 7 seconds, while the koi had been revived in another form. Su Yun then asked, "So, how did you come to be here?" Upon discovering that the window was ajar, a sudden sound echoed from the entrance. What is that delightful aroma? It seemed to emanate from the child's cell, prompting me to investigate. Alas, a pang of discomfort gripped my stomach, compelling me to postpone my inquiry. The footsteps drew nearer, only to swiftly retreat once more. Su Yun mused, "The memories of the koi are scant, yet they possess a unique ability to attract fortune. A solitary fish may harbor minimal luck, but upon teaming with them can accumulate a measure of it. The little white fox, being a vessel of boundless vitality, can continuously yield inner elixirs without compromising its essence. In terms of its fundamental nature, it bears little distinction from other creatures of the realm. However, once endowed with the traits of the koi, a portion of the celestial energies transforms into fortuitous luck. Thus, the unfortunate little white fox metamorphoses into the auspicious koi fox. The enforcer, merely 3 steps away from unearthing the truth within the cell, inexplicably abandoned his patrol under the influence of fortune. Should you inquire? Is this place far from the capital? He nodded, aware of the leader's powers. Yet uncertainty lingered. How did you come to find this place? Gu Su Su, with an innocent demeanor, replied, I have been following my benefactor all along. Last night I noticed that my benefactor was not sleeping well, so I ventured out in search of a bed. Su Yun responded with an O, realizing that this little koi fox had been tailing him since morning, inadvertently crossing paths with the kidnappers. However, upon closer inspection, the timid and fragile appearance seemed rather incongruous with the alluring facade. How could this little creature, possessing the heart of a child, transform into such a striking figure? Gu Su Su felt a sense of embarrassment. Benefactor, perhaps. I could escort you outside? Su Yun repeatedly waved his hand. I have matters to attend to. Firstly, he was waiting for someone, and secondly, he could take advantage of the situation with Wan Qianhuan. Has that fellow awakened yet? At the end of the corridor, Li Kuichuan's voice echoed. It's hard to say, but he has probably regained consciousness. Gu Su Su promptly stood up, about to pull open the iron window. Huh? She tugged fiercely, yet the window remained immovable. Xiao Jinli, in a fluster, broke into a cold sweat, her long black hair bouncing as fluffy white hairs popped up. Why yes, benefactor. The window was clearly open just now. Why is it locked? Su Yun gazed at her in bemusement. Her propensity to panic at the slightest provocation was a stark contrast to her otherwise stunning elegance. He too pulled at the window, confirming it was securely locked. Using spatial incantations, unnecessary. Su Yun suddenly recalled, how did you replenish your spiritual energy before? Gu Su Su replied blankly, I tried to stay close to human settlements to absorb their vitality. The reading estate has even better energy. Healing there is much faster. Su Yun nodded in understanding. The barbaric nature of the demon clan made them favor the wisdom of humankind. Absorbing vitality could enhance one's cultivation, while the essence of literature condensed human principles was a significant boon. However, this timid little fox must have only dared to linger from afar in the past. The vitality she could absorb was not only murky and mottled, but also exceedingly thin. Su Yun then suggested, then draw from me. Gu Su Su was taken aback. No, I cannot harm the benefactor. Su Yun, unfazed, replied, if you cannot leave, who will ensure my safety? Gu Su Su hesitated for a long time, her heart in turmoil. In order not to delay her benefactor, with a firm resolve, she approached Su Yun and took a deep breath. A rush of refined literary essence surged from Su Yun's being, penetrating the nostrils of the little Jean Li. She had never encountered such pure literary energy before, and it caused her to shiver involuntarily. Su Yun also noticed a sudden shift in the little Jean Li, as if something within her had leaped forth. To ensure safety, he suggested, inhale a bit more, accumulate some fortune. Gu Su Su's expression reflected resistance. No, I cannot harm my benefactor any further. Should you check it lightly? But I am quite all right, am I not? He possessed a literary core, with literary energy that would never deplete. Should he cultivate Confucianism? He could engage in debate for 3 days and nights without tiring. A flicker of desire flashed in Gu Susu's eyes, yet bound by her benefactor's command. She reluctantly inhaled once more. The experience was intoxicating, sending tremors through her very marrow. To the little child before the white fox, she was more enticing than a piece of dragon meat, eliciting a mouth-watering response. Oh, remember to only report safety, and instruct them not to seek me out just yet. Gu Susu trembled as she pushed open the window, struggling to climb out. Su-yun found it curious that, despite being a fox spirit, her movements were so clumsy. Hiss, what was that? The little Jean Li had already leaped outside, unnoticed, and continued to run further away in fear. Only then did Su-yun clearly observe that her previously flat abdomen had swelled considerably, resembling that of a woman nearing term. Pregnant, was she? No. It was not pregnancy. It was an inner elixir. Su-yun was taken aback, wanting to shout but finding no time. The ceaseless experience of Heng-yun continuously absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, storing it within the inner elixir. This energy was extraordinarily pure, representing the primordial force of the myriad realms, applicable in any context. Thus, the inexhaustible essence of Heng-yun is coveted by all, leading to a tragic conclusion. The previous injury by the creek was undoubtedly the work of a certain party. Ancient Susu, serving as a conduit for the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, requires external force for sustenance. Much like a water pump, to draw forth water, it must first consume fuel. Typically, it shuns crowds, resulting in a meager intake of vitality and literary essence. The size of the inner elixir it produces is no different from that of other creatures. Yet now, Su-yun possesses literary ambition, holding the most potent and refined literary energy. This absorption is akin to fueling a modest vehicle with rocket fuel, causing a dramatic surge in the conduit of spiritual essence. The characteristics of the koi have already diverted half of this energy into fortune, while the remaining half continues to surge violently into the inner elixir. The enormous inner elixir has distended ancient Susu's abdomen. Su-yun was astonished. This stone is indeed colossal. No wonder the young prince remarked that he seemed to notice the fox's belly enlarging. Could it have been an inner elixir? Yet later, it was consumed as fortune? A bitter taste lingered in his mouth. A girl with a protruding belly ran home, telling her mother that she was fine. Chapter 64. I am not the heir of the Su family. Li Kuei-chuan went to check on Su-yun's condition. After a night and a morning, a 3-year-old child must be starving. Isn't that remarkable? He felt a chuckle rise within him. Even adults must yield, let alone a little one.
Bang!
Li Kuei-chuan pushed open the door. Little rascal, you must be hungry.
Ah?
He beheld a colossal bed of exquisite craftsmanship resting within the cell. One side adorned with terrifyingly intricate carvings, while the other appeared as rudimentary as a 180p design. The stark contrast left Li Kuei-chuan bewildered. Where did the bed come from? The enforcers exchanged confused glances. We have no idea. We didn't see it last night. A pang of anxiety gripped Li Kuei-chuan. Could he have escaped? As he stepped inside, he was once again taken aback. Su-yun sat at the small table in the room, devouring shrimp dumplings, her mouth glistening with oil. The fragrant aroma made Li Kuei-chuan involuntarily swallow. Bring some milk, Su-yun stated without hesitation. Li Kuei-chuan muttered an order. Go heat the milk. The enforcers hesitated. Where's the milk from? Find it. Li Kuei-chuan barked angrily. The enforcers hurriedly dashed out. Li Kuei-chuan gazed at the enormous bed and the exquisite breakfast, his mind racing. Where did these items originate? Su-yun candidly replied, the elder sister in black silk brought them last night. Black silk? You refer to the garments abundant in the western regions. Li Kuei-chuan, akin to a sudden epiphany, slapped himself across the face. What was I saying? Who brings such things in? He conducted a thorough search, but found nothing. Xiao Jinli casually tugged, and the window happened to click shut. Ants on the ground, having discovered the fallen pastry, swarmed in a frenzy, obliterating any trace of footprints. The thatch absorbed the scent perfectly. Fate is indeed wondrous, defying logic. Fantastical occurrences. With good fortune, anything is achievable. Su-yun shrugged. That's your problem. You. Li Kuei-chuan found himself at a loss for words. He could neither strike nor argue with a 3-year-old child, especially one on the verge of death. He huffed, turned to leave. Lock the door and keep watch. All doors and windows must be secured. The henchman inquired, "What about these items?" Li Kuei-chuan hesitated before replying, "Let us keep them." He sensed that the child was extraordinary.
Possession indéfinable aura.
After indulging in a few drinks at the dining hall, his junior sister, Wan Qianhuan, approached him. "Do you now realize that the child is no ordinary being?" Li Kuei-chuan feigned indifference. "He's just average. Had it not been for the need to preserve his life, I could have easily subdued him with a single strike." Suddenly, a childish voice chimed in, "Uncle, where's the men's restroom?" Li Kuei-chuan, growing impatient with the child, retorted, "I don't know." Su-yun then turned to Wan Qianhuan, asking, "Sister, where's the men's toilet?" Li Kuei-chuan's annoyance grew. "She is my junior sister. Why is she referred to as sister while I am called uncle?" In disbelief, he spat out his drink, eyes wide. "Why you? How did you escape?" Su-yun clutched his stomach and replied, "I urgently need to relieve myself. The chamber pot in the room is filthy. I also need to use the toilet." Outside the dungeon, the henchman remained obliviously stationed, unaware that someone had slipped away. Li Kuei-chuan quickly said, "Come with me to the cell." He raised his hand, unsure whether to strike or merely intimidate. Yet, Su-yun was not intimidated in the slightest. "I won't go." Li Kuei-chuan was at a loss, scratching his head in frustration. "All right, little brother, I will take you there. The restroom in my room is clean and has running water. Do you want to go?" Su-yun looked at her disdainfully, trying to take advantage. "No way." Wan Qianhuan appeared hurt, while Li Kuei-chuan was utterly exasperated. In a fit of irritation, he shackled the pesky little imp and contemplated replacing the restraints with a more potent spiritual sealing charm. This is indeed his treasure, crafted by the divine artisans of Tianqin. Capable of both offense and defense, unyielding and indomitable, it can ensnare opponents of even a higher realm, thereby establishing a formidable reputation. If not for his profound frustration, he would not resort to employing it against a child. Li Kuei-chuan observed intently for a considerable time. Su-yun was genuinely rolling on the bed, showing no signs of escape.
Clap, clap, clap.
He applauded, feeling reassured. "Humph, let us see how you manage to flee now." As anticipated, throughout the entire day, Su-yun remained obediently in his cell. Li Kuei-chuan visited several times, detecting no anomaly. When the moonlight ascended, he made another appearance. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed Su-yun lying on the bed, appearing unremarkable. Perhaps I have overthought it," Li Kuei-chuan mused. "A mere child managing to elude capture even once is quite remarkable. Now I can be at ease." Suddenly Su-yun turned his head. "Uncle, could you please fetch me a towel?" Li Kuei-chuan furrowed his brow. "What do you need a towel for?" Su-yun pointed to his damp hair. "My hair is wet. It's hard to sleep." Li Kuei-chuan responded with an "oh," saying, "Just a moment, I'll have someone bring one."
Wait.
He widened his eyes. "How is your hair wet?" "There's no water in the cell. To drink, one must request it from the guards." Su-yun indicated the window. "I took a shower." It was then that Li Kuei-chuan detected a subtle fragrance of soap in the room. Combined with the sweet scent of a child, the aroma was quite pleasant. But that is not the crux of the matter. Li Kuei-chuan was taken aback. "How did you manage to escape? How did you get out of the curtains?" Suddenly, a small hand poked at his leg. Li Kuei-chuan looked down. Bai Qilua tilted her head innocently and asked, "Uncle, could you please help me open the door?" Li Kuei-chuan found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, unable to recall how the door had been opened or why it needed to be opened at all. Regardless, the two little rascals climbed onto the bed and began a playful pillow fight. This place was no longer a prison cell. It had transformed into a veritable playground. "Where did this girl come from?" Su-yun maintained a serious demeanor. "I brought her from the Zhaoming Manor. I was taking a bath there." Lady Hua, upon realizing his disappearance, had both entertained and informed the Bai family. Noticing his disheveled appearance, she had taken it upon herself to give him a wash. Reluctantly, Su-yun had finally managed to escape when he sensed the murderous intent of Xiaoyu, which left his hair still damp and unkempt. As for Bai Qilua, She was simply a delightful companion, as the current atmosphere had grown somewhat tedious. Li Kuei-chuan felt as though his worldview had been shattered. Was this a kidnapping? Who could enlighten him on the origins of this child's remarkable abilities? No, that was incorrect.
Suddenly,
It dawned on Li Kuei-chuan as he dashed frantically to the corner of the room.
no.
He cried out in despair. The manner in which Su Yun had traversed through the wall and passed through the curtains was beyond comprehension. The incision was as smooth as glass, leaving one to ponder the extraordinary weaponry involved. This was a high-level magical artifact that had endured countless battles over the decades without a scratch. Oh, old hemp, oh, old hemp. Li Kuei-chuan wept as he clutched the sealed spiritual hemp tightly. Little Gu peeked out slightly from Su Yun's shoulder, brimming with pride. That sealed spiritual hemp was indeed of the sacred grade, possessing only the powers of a saint. Meanwhile, the supreme sacred bone, an artifact of the highest caliber, was the only one capable of withstanding such sanctity within this realm. Uncle, could you please step aside? A commanding voice resonated. A tall and exquisite beauty, clad in the distinctive black silk of the western regions, gracefully entered while holding a basin. She circled around Li Kuei-chuan and knelt down to wash Su Yun's feet. Li Kuei-chuan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Who are you? Why do you also call me uncle? After you reported your safety, what did your family say? Moreover, the capital of Dakian spans thousands of miles. Without the use of a teleportation array, returning home is utterly unfeasible. And now I am expected to remain here to recuperate. Fortunately, I had the luck to shake them off. However," she glanced at Li Kuei-chuan, feeling somewhat anxious in the presence of a stranger up close, "but luck seems to have turned against me." The abdomen of the little Jean Li shrank again, becoming smooth and taut. The correlation between luck and the size of the internal elixir is significant. If fortune favored him, even if Li Kuei-chuan spent 9 hours, he would not reach the prison. Li Kuei-chuan, utterly perplexed, felt as though he were a wronged wife. You are bullying me. This is a dungeon. How can one come and go as they please? And you brought a companion, a maid. Is there no law, no sense of justice? Can the heir of the Su family simply bully others? Su Yun exchanged glances with the two ladies and replied, "I am not the heir of the Su family." Li Kuei-chuan? He was astounded. "Then who are you?" Su Yun shrugged. "I am the youngest child of the Su family. Technically, I am not the heir." "Right?" Bai Chi Luo nodded. "It seems. The heir refers to another person." She huffed. "What a villain." In a haze of confusion, Gu Su remarked, "I overheard the housekeeper say that the Su family intends to establish their young master as the heir, but not yet." Li Kuei-chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Have they apprehended the wrong person? The leader of this group had commanded the capture of the Su family's heir. Yet, this child. He could not spare a moment to dismiss the unwelcome intruders and hurriedly sought out Wan Qianhuan. "Junior sister, we have apprehended the wrong individual." That very night. Chapter 65. I am the true sovereign of your leader. Xiao Qingchun had been confined in a small courtyard for half a month, simmering with frustration while awaiting favorable news. He had already torn apart the talisman to convey his orders. Soon, the individuals who had previously extracted Su Yuntian's bones would strike again. Xiao Qingchun remained imprisoned within a cramped chamber, guarded at the entrance by the protective retainers. Even if he were the reincarnation of the emperor, he found himself utterly powerless at this moment. "Su Yun, when we meet again, you shall be but a fish on the chopping block." With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of defiance. "And I shall be crowned as king. The emperor may falter, yet he shall not falter eternally." He reclined upon the hard bed, drifting into a deep slumber. "Is it him?" "Indeed," I inquired with those outside. "This Su family heir is somewhat darker in complexion."
Damn.
"That group is utterly unprofessional. They brought us here and provided erroneous guidance. The main issue lies in the ugliness of the portrait." The Su residence had already heightened its defenses, yet the heir was surprisingly guarded with the most lax of measures. The darkness beneath the lamp was fortuitous. Gather the men, and depart immediately, guarding the path to the heavens, ambushing the prodigies, seizing resources, and achieving greatness for oneself. Suddenly, Xiao Qingchen, filled with arrogance, abruptly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Where am I?" Lying amidst a heap of straw, surrounded by filthy confines, the ground was a mire of mud and filth. In one corner of the room stood a chamber pot, exuding a foul stench, rife with the remnants of its previous occupant. Had I been kidnapped? A wave of horror washed over Xiao Qingchen. In the last moment of his recollection, he was within the halls of the Jinyuan Marquis' estate. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a dungeon. Who could abduct him so silently without the Su family noticing? Such a feat could only be accomplished by someone of extraordinary prowess. Could it be? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xiao Qingchen gradually regained his composure. He surveyed his surroundings with a measured gaze, noting a group of rough-looking individuals seated beyond the iron door. Though their faces were unfamiliar, Xiao Qingchen formulated a plan. Clearing his throat, he called out, "You there? Release me. You have mistaken your captive." The voice of a 3-year-old child carried an air of seasoned calmness. The thugs exchanged glances, and one of them rose to approach. Confidence shimmered in Xiao Qingchen's eyes as he asserted, "Open the door. I wish to speak with your leader."
Slap.
A thug delivered a stinging blow. What audacity these little brats possess. Xiao Qingchen clutched his reddened cheek, disbelief etched upon his face. "You dare strike me?" The thug sneered. "What? He.S. off limits, but you aren't he." Xiao Qingchen, momentarily perplexed by the reference to he, merely cradled his face, his gaze icy. "Once I escape, your demise is assured." The thug raised his fist, declaring, "You won't be getting out." As the situation escalated, another individual intervened, advising caution. Although Xiao Qingchen had not encountered him before, he immediately recognized that this man possessed formidable strength. "It must be the little leader here," he immediately exclaimed. "You came at the right time. You've apprehended the wrong person. Do you not realize that?" Li Kuei-chuan was well aware of the error in apprehension. Otherwise, why would he have risked his life last night to extricate someone from the Su residence? He had no desire to find himself in peril, as a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, although the Su residence was heavily guarded, the courtyard where the heir resided was surprisingly understaffed, allowing Li Kuei-chuan to execute his plan with remarkable skill. He furrowed his brow and said, "What are you saying? Stay put." Xiao Qingchen, undisturbed, casually clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, "Your leader is named Xiao Qintiger." Li Kuei-chuan immediately turned his head, intrigued. Seeing that he had captured the other's attention, a smile crept upon Xiao Qingchen's lips. This matter had been meticulously orchestrated by him. It was not merely a simple task to enlighten the other party regarding the current situation. With an air of pride, Xiao Qingchen declared, "You have apprehended the wrong person. Summon Xiao Qintiger to meet me, and the truth shall be revealed." Li Kuei-chuan scrutinized him for a moment longer. Xiao Qingchen, slightly vexed, urged, "What are you still dawdling for? If I were not informed, how could I possibly know that name? Open the door."
Li Kuei-chuan frowned.
Suddenly shaking his head as he turned to leave, pondering, how strange. Where did the information leak from that everyone seems to know? Upon witnessing Li Kuei-chuan's departure, Xiao Qingchen was taken aback and hurriedly leaned against the iron gate, calling out, "Hey, did you hear me? I know Xiao Qintiger. He is one of my subordinates."
"Whom I sent on a task."
"Let me out. I must see Xiao Qintiger."
"How could this be?"
Xiao Qingchen was also bewildered, wondering why there was no response whatsoever. He stood before the iron gate, lost in thought, when suddenly a sound pierced the silence. Yes. The curtain outside was a manifestation of Qiu Qinhis's extraordinary abilities, seemingly named Dark Veil. He was at the zenith of supremacy, though his actual combat prowess exceeded that. It was then that Xiao Qingchen noticed a prison cell diagonally opposite. However, a massive wooden structure obstructed his view, preventing him from seeing anyone at first. It was only when the child seated at the table began to shake his head vigorously that Xiao Qingchen was horrified to realize Su Yun. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. The plan had succeeded. Su Yun had been captured. Were it not for being cornered into a desperate situation, Xiao Qingchen would have preferred to play this precarious card more cautiously. He envisioned a gradual strategy, permeating the situation slowly, to cultivate his own fruits from the sustenance of the Jinyuan Marquis' estate. Yet, unexpectedly, He found himself compelled by an ordinary mischievous child to exhaust his contingency plans prematurely. However, Xiao Qingchen's expression began to shift. As he listened to his brother's words, his astonishment grew. How did he know? Su Yun babbled away, engaging in idle chatter. Opposite him, Wan Qianhuan expressed her astonishment. You truly know this? I had no idea. She and her senior brother were hired to kidnap the child. Though they had previously acted covertly, they had never undertaken such an endeavor. However, the remuneration offered was simply too enticing. I also know that Chiu Kinhis has recruited a band of thieves from the Redwater River. Those who were robbed referred to them as the Redwater Bandits. But they called themselves the Imperial Return Society. Wan Qianhuan regarded him with suspicion. You wouldn't have orchestrated this abduction, would you? Su Yun's three responses. I am not. I have not. Do not speak nonsense. Yet, Wan Qianhuan remained unconvinced, easily discerning the kidnapping and possessing a thorough understanding of the bandit's circumstances. Who would believe that there was no connection? How could he possibly know so much? Xiao Qingchen was astonished. There were many matters he was oblivious to. He never inquired about where Qingtian who recruited or where he sought manpower. The information Su Yun divulged was so foreign that even he, the instigator, found it bewildering. With a clatter, Xiao Qingchen shook the iron door and called out, Bring Qingtian Hu to me. The truth shall be revealed. A henchman approached with a derisive sneer and opened the iron door. Before Xiao Qingchen could rejoice, he was brutally kicked to the ground. The henchman mercilessly cursed you? A dying man, wishing to see the boss. Xiao Qingchen glared furiously. Just wait. When I get out, you are finished.
Xiao heir.
Su Yun's childish voice rang out. The henchman was taken aback and hurried over, fawning, Young master, what is your desire? Su Yun extended his hand. Where is my milk? The henchman hurriedly fetched it, presenting it with utmost reverence. It has been prepared and warmed for you, young master. Su Yun patted his shoulder with satisfaction. You have worked hard. The henchman smiled obsequiously. Young master knows all of us. You must have the boss's utmost trust. Please remain patient and stay a few more days. Xiao Qingchen was left in utter disbelief. I am the true boss here. Chapter 66. Exploiting Wan Qianhuan's resources, Xiao Qingchen was rendered speechless. Chiu Qin Tiger was once his subordinate, having previously been instructed to launch a surprise attack and extract Su Yun's celestial bone. However, at that time, the plan was executed gradually to exonerate himself from suspicion, and he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. In the blink of an eye, Chiu Qin Tiger had transformed into Su Yun's subordinate. This is mine. Everything here ought to belong to me. Xiao Qingchen clenched the bars tightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Suddenly, he felt a pressing urge to relieve himself, his stomach rumbling ominously. From the previous night until now, the discomfort had become unbearable, akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Ignoring all else, Xiao Qingchen shouted, Open the door. I need to use the restroom. One of the enforcers cast a disdainful glance. Clearly displeased, there's a chamber pot right beside you. Is that meant for human use? The enforcer scoffed. If not, then just soil the ground. No one will care. Gritting his teeth in fury, Xiao Qingchen exclaimed, How dare you? Top. Wan Qianhuan took Su Yun's hand and headed toward the end of the corridor. If you need to use the restroom, you should have spoken up sooner. Why wait until you can't hold it any longer? Come to my room. It's clean and has running water. Su Yun scratched his head. I forgot. Wan Qianhuan inquired.
Do you want me to take you?
Su Yun wrinkled his nose in disdain. No, wicked woman. Wan Qianhuan feigned injury. Xiao Qingchen stared in disbelief. Wait. Why is he allowed to leave? He's just going to the restroom, right? Indeed, he's going to the restroom, isn't he? Why isn't he using the chamber pot in the cell? The enforcer shrugged. Do you think we can stop him? Xiao Qingchen gaped in astonishment as he observed Wan Qianhuan and Su Yun, arm in arm like kin, gradually disappearing from his sight. Were they not the subordinates of his subordinates? Such remarkable skills. Was it not she who had stealthily extricated him from the Su residence the previous night? Why had she chosen to confine her employer while tenderly attending to the captive? Amidst the foul stench, Xiao Qingchen waited until nearly noon. Despite the repulsive atmosphere surrounding him, His stomach grumbled incessantly. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "I am famished. Bring me something to eat." The henchman, albeit begrudgingly, tore a half-piece of dry steamed bun from his hand and tossed it into the cell, saying, "Here, eat." Though his attire and provisions had diminished, he still bore the lineage of the Sioux family. The Duke of Genuin's residence could hardly lack for sustenance. As he gazed at the dark, unappealing bun, he retorted, "What is this swill? My grandfather demands seared pork chops, blanched mustard greens, and lychee wine." The henchman chuckled. "You rascal! You refuse the wine and ask for a dagger instead. It's merely a bun. Take it or leave it." The henchman's laughter faltered at once. Xiao Qingchen, filled with indignation, bellowed, "I am hungry." Li Kuichuan contemplated for a moment and then remarked, "Give him the leftover beef head from lunch." The henchman was reluctant but dared not resist and promptly went to fetch the beef head. Upon seeing the greasy, unsightly dish, Xiao Qingchen's appetite waned. Pinching his nose, he declared, "I shall not eat beef." "Unappreciative fool." Li Kuichuan frowned. "It is only the beef head." Xiao Qingchen reiterated, "I will not eat." With a wave of his hand, Li Kuichuan commanded that the beef head be placed in the cell. "It is only the beef head. Take it or leave it." Xiao Qingchen maintained a stern expression, his countenance vividly conveying his discontent. Yet, those around him paid him no mind, engrossed in their own tasks. "Damn it!" Xiao Qingchen inwardly cursed, recalling the ebb and flow of fortune. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Just wait. As he was about to pick up the ox head, he noticed a woman clad in black silk, gracefully carrying a food box. Unperturbed, she glided past the guards and effortlessly opened the door to Su Yun's cell, stepping inside. Moments later, the black-clad woman unveiled the food box, releasing a radiant golden light, reminiscent of a master chef at work. A delicate mist enveloped the entire cell, and Xiao Qingchen, positioned diagonally across, inhaled the fragrant air deeply, savoring it entirely. Dishes of roasted dragon meat, spirit mushrooms sautéed with star grass, purple crystal lotus soup, and emerald bamboo shoots emerged, each crafted with exquisite precision. Every platter shimmered with an ethereal glow, clearly made with the most potent ingredients. Su Yun picked up a chopstick full of food, her satisfaction evident. "Delicious." Goose Susu, holding a wet towel, chimed in. "Hey, the benefactor hasn't washed his hands yet." Xiao Qingchen stared in disbelief, eyes wide. "Am I still a captive?" The exquisite aroma wafted into his nostrils, causing him to shudder with delight, invigorated by the scents. It was evident that each dish contained rare ingredients, imbued with remarkable spiritual essence. Xiao Qingchen swallowed hard, glancing at the dark, unappetizing buns and the filthy ox head on the ground. He couldn't help but shout hoarsely at the guards. "Hey, did you see that? Why does she have someone bringing her food, while I do not?" The guards, finally realizing, scratched their heads. "Huh? That woman went in again? Well, there is a delightful aroma. It seems she has indeed entered. Strangely, I have yet to see anyone. At most, I catch a glimpse of a retreating figure. It simply will not do. I must take a look." Ugh, the beef from lunchtime was undercooked. Oh dear. I feel unwell. The enforcers have been led away by others, and no one seems inclined to investigate further. It is peculiar that, despite the woman possessing neither skill nor prowess, she managed to infiltrate openly without anyone intercepting her. Whenever I attempt to take a closer look, I am either beset by stomach pains or struck by bird droppings from outside. Always failing. Xiao Qingchen stared in disbelief. "Are you not going to do anything?" The enforcer shrugged, exclaiming, "How could we intervene? Is there food?" Wan Qianhuan, grinning playfully, dashed into the prison to scrounge for a meal. Those who harbored no intention or lacked the ability to expel the little Jean Li were minimally affected by fortune. Thus, Wan Qianhuan merrily entered, seeking sustenance. Goose Susu, with hunched shoulders, introduced with a lack of confidence. "This is dragon liver and phoenix marrow, prepared by the chef of the Charm Fragrance Boat. This is the Drunken Star Brew, personally decanted by the proprietress of the Lingxiao Tavern. 9 turn ear roots, dressed with a secret sauce from Yunmiao Fishing Village." Wan Qianhuan devoured the feast, her mouth glistening with grease. Utterly entranced. How much would it cost to dine like this in haste? Su Yun, perplexed, responded, "Money?" The The Su residence dines like this daily, without regard for expense. Wan Qianhuan gasped in astonishment. The Jinyuan marquis residence, such wealth. What is the purpose of being employed, if not for money? Had I known this child's family was so affluent, I would not have allied with these bandits. However, even after abducting the heir, hostility would still ensue. Wan Qianhuan sighed, turning to Su Yun. I want to dine for free. Here, take this small trinket. As she spoke, she produced a piece of facial skin and draped it over the child's face. In the blink of an eye, Su Yun transformed into Wan Qianhuan. Her countenance strikingly beautiful, yet imbued with an air of carefree nonchalance. However, the adult head appeared somewhat oversized, creating a disconcerting mismatch with her neck. Alas, this would not do. Wan Qianhuan adjusted the disguise, and Su Yun metamorphosed into Gu Susu's form. Resplendent and exquisite, yet with an innocent gaze that lent an intriguing contrast. Yet, in terms of disparity, none could rival Gu Susu herself. That timid expression, juxtaposed with the demeanor of a mature woman, would surely ignite the interest of anyone over the age of 3. It was perplexing to contemplate why this particular visage had emerged. Observing the incongruity of the neck, Wan Qianhuan remained unsatisfied. Let us change again. What to alter?
Aha.
She noted that, in the adjacent cell, the heir of the Su family also bore a 3-year-old appearance. Though a tad darker, the skeletal structure was comparable. Wan Qianhuan adjusted the disguise, once more, and Su Yun assumed the likeness of Xiao Qingchen. With a playful giggle, she peeled off the facial skin and handed it over. Here, take this to play with. But be careful not to tear it. It can be used multiple times. Su Yun felt a twinge of unease, but being a child at heart, found the art of disguise amusing and accepted it. After all, there was no harm in indulging. He couldn't help but cast a glance at the hidden treasures within his sleeve.
Ding.
Assisted Wan Qianhuan, Xian Yuan's prison integrity. 100 bonus. 100 times. Mission reward. Golden gourd seeds. 100 times. Xian Zi grass. 100 times. Qing Xin wine yeast. With every bite Wan Qianhuan took, Su Yun was met with a 100-fold critical hit. What extraordinary materials and treasures, spiritual artifacts and elixirs, were being carelessly poured into the mix. Su Yun packed all the ingredients she had previously acquired, such as dragon liver and scales, along with the items lost by Qian Qian, and entrusted them to the little fox spirit, urging her to seek out a master to prepare a meal. Living in this place, the standards for dining must not be compromised. Qian Qian admired. How fortunate is the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence. They can enjoy such delightful delicacies every day. It truly tempts my heart. Xiao Qingchen gazed at the steamed buns and the beef head, grimacing as he swallowed hard. Does the Su residence really possess such exquisite offerings? Su Yun disdainfully pushed aside the 9-turned spirit pig intestines, lamenting, Alas, we can only feast on chicken one moment and bread the next. Intestines alone cannot satiate one's hunger. Chapter 67. Lullaby. Xiao Qingchen painstakingly endured until nightfall. As dusk fell, the cold, silvery moonlight poured through the iron bars, casting an atmosphere devoid of warmth, rendering him desolate. Finally, the moment to sleep had arrived. With all necessities confined to the prison cell, he could only bear the torment of his surroundings. Sleeping would be a blessing, at least granting him several hours free from the suffering of his environment. After lying there for a while and feeling uncomfortable, he called out, "Bring me some water. I wish to wash my face." Though there was water available, it was scarce and murky. Water? A bath? Upon hearing his request, the guard scoffed. Such is the nature of a young lord. The demands are indeed plentiful. Let me inform you. Dream on. Clenching his fists, Xiao Qingchen understood that it was futile to argue with them. He declared loudly, "There is a small stream outside. I can wash there. If you are concerned, feel free to keep an eye on me." The guard, unbothered, turned away, muttering to himself. The night watch was already tedious enough, without the presence of a mere child. Xiao Qingchen coldly stared for a moment before turning away and sitting on the ground. Endure, he told himself, just a little longer. I am unable to bathe. It seems that Su Yun is also. Tap, tap, tap.
Su Yun passes by.
Suddenly, Xiao Qingchen stands up, incredulous, and exclaims in a shrill voice. He ran out. Someone come. The henchman turns at the sound but does not even rise to his feet, displaying an air of indifference. What's the fuss? Quiet down. The young master is heading to the Bai residence? Su Yun shakes his head. Not today. My mother is stationed there. I shall go to Chunman Tower. I can bathe there as well. Su Yun nods in agreement. Of course. The henchman responds with an uninterested "oh" and resumes his previous lack of attention. Outside, Goose Susu has transformed into a small golden fox, her belly slightly rounded. Su Yun leaps onto the little fox, who promptly vanishes into the wilderness. Xiao Qingchen, bewildered, mutters. You just watch? The henchman shrugs. What can we do? Even Li Kuichuan and Wan Qianhuan couldn't stop him. What chance do we have? He is engulfed in confusion. Why is it that, despite being prisoners, their treatment is worlds apart? Why does Su Yun enjoy the freedom to come and go? Even to bathe, while he is confined behind iron doors, stripped of all liberties? Xiao Qingchen retrieves the Qianquan bag, which Li Kuichuan had not confiscated but placed under a restriction, rendering it unopenable. Perhaps it was meant to retain a semblance of warmth before his demise. Xiao Qingchen lifts his gaze, his eyes filled with fierce resolve. As long as the hatred of Qingtian Tiger's ritual is activated, everything will improve. What I need to do now is to sleep. He flings himself onto the bed, determined to endure this wretched day.
Top, top, top.
The colorful courtesan held him close, curiously surveying the confines of the dungeon. Little doctor, why not stay at my fragrant pavilion? In the presence of a dungeon, a rational person would have rushed to report to the authorities. Yet, those who arrived were either devoid of intellect or lacking in common sense. Each individual merely found the dungeon intriguing, none perceiving the inherent danger. Su Yun shook his head. No, this is a rare opportunity. Having been kidnapped, how could I not relish the experience? The courtesan responded with a soft "oh," clearly puzzled. She gently placed Su Yun upon the grand bed, tenderly caressing his back to lull him to sleep. The henchman watched with envy, while Xiao Qingchen seethed with jealousy, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Why does he have a bed? Why does he have someone to comfort him to sleep? In daylight, the full extent of the surroundings remained obscured, but with the flickering candlelight illuminating the dungeon at night, it became evident that it housed an enormous bed, enveloped in layers, complete with tables and chairs. It even had the semblance of a room. Was this truly a dungeon? Such indulgence seemed unfathomable. And that woman. Though Xiao Qingchen did not recognize her, with the discerning eye of an emperor, he sensed her immense vitality. She must be a being of innate essence, perhaps intimately connected to the entire realm. Such a spirit was now soothing Su Yun to sleep. With a swift motion, the courtesan retrieved a small flower from her sleeve. She placed it upon Su Yun's lips, allowing the nectar to trickle down, gifting the already drowsy child with a touch of sweet dreams. From across the corridor, Xiao Qingchen caught a whiff of that profound life force. He fixated on the flower, realizing that such pure energy might very well mend the damage to his spiritual roots caused by the use of the spring essence pill. How wondrous it would be to possess that. Xiao Qingchen clenched his fist until it turned white, his heart shattered with resentment. Reluctant to gaze any longer, he leaned against the wall, tightly shutting his eyes, forcing himself into slumber. Su Yun, cherish this final warmth.
Creak.
The door to Su Yun's cell swung open, and Goose Susu hurriedly approached him, panic etched on her face. Benefactor, something has happened. Kai Sha, indifferent in her emotions, sensed no malice from the other party and did not intervene. Su Yun, bleary-eyed, inquired, "What is it?" Goose Susu replied, "I went to report your safety as you instructed, and this time the Su residents did not stop me." Su Yun suddenly jolted awake. It's over. He paced anxiously within the room. This is bad. This is really bad. Fortunately, the streets were teeming with divine guards, yet none noticed the invasion of the demon clan. Su Yun lingered outside the courtyard, hesitant to step inside. Goose Susu questioned, "Benefactor, why not go in?" Su Yun, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Ahem, it is simply the nervousness of returning home." Goose Susu lowered her head. "Oh, I sometimes think of the 10,000 demon kingdom, seeing her on the verge of sorrow. Su Yun quickly reassured her, "Fear not. The 10,000 demon kingdom will be rebuilt in a few years." Gu Susu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really?"
Shuyun
Yet inwardly mused, "But by the time the story begins, it will be erased by the demon lord." After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "The Shao family's villa is sparsely populated. I will sneak in from this side. If the atmosphere with my mother is still favorable, I shall reveal myself."
Today.
Wan Qianhuan had extended a gesture of goodwill, and Su Yun decisively donned the guise. "Very well, take me inside, and then you hide." Gu Susu carried Su Yun into the Su residence. Here lies the residence of Shao Qingchen, where Su Yun discerned the direction and moved forth into the distance. "Ah, Emperor, you are also here?" Came a rugged voice from behind. Qiu Qinhua, stout and powerful, with a complexion dark as night, appeared with excitement etched upon his face. "Emperor, I have concealed all traces with the dark veil. News has arrived that the heir of the Su family has been abducted. Your plan is on the verge of fruition." The emperor, having reincarnated into this realm, had lost all cultivation and techniques, resembling an ordinary child. Yet, Qiu Qinhua dared not underestimate him in the slightest. This was the emperor, revered by countless prodigies, a guardian of the celestial path for countless epochs, possessing a power that could shake the ancient and shine like gold. To be summoned to this world, to continue serving his grand endeavor, was indeed an unparalleled honor. With a swift motion, Qiu Qinhua activated the dark veil, enveloping Su Yun entirely, erasing all traces of his presence. As the curtain descended, a slight tremor coursed through, but it soon settled back into calm, an occurrence that Qiu Qinhua paid no mind to. Qiu Qinhua placed Su Yun in the finest chamber, feeling somewhat fatigued. "Summon those two," he commanded. "The dark veil will not hold for long. The ceremony must be completed tonight." Chapter 68. Su Yun, I have triumphed once more. As Qiu Qinhua's orders were relayed, he stepped out of the room only to spot Qian Qianhua peeking from a distance. Taoist Qian, he acknowledged with a nod, pleased with the hired aid. Her skills in disguise were unparalleled, her cultivation commendable, making her an adept at executing infiltration tasks. Qian Qianhua reciprocated the gesture. Taoist Qiu,
She,
along with her senior brother Li Kuei-chuan, required substantial funds to maintain the sect's grand formation. This band of thieves is led by a formidable chief, lavish in his expenditure, possessing treasures of heaven and earth that have never been seen in the Tianyuan realm. While Wan Qianhuan had previously engaged in covert activities, she had never stooped to the act of stealing a child. The dying admonition of her master and the fate of a child weighed upon her. Ultimately, she chose the former. Qiu Qihu spoke. "A ceremony will be held shortly. Please gather in the hall." He gestured towards the room. "This esteemed individual is my superior. I ask both of you to maintain respect and refrain from causing any trouble." There was a glimmer of counsel in Qiu Qihu's eyes, but it bore more the weight of a warning. Wan Qianhuan nodded in acknowledgement. Engaging in transactions for remuneration, a modicum of respect does not equate to a betrayal of dignity. Qiu Qihu continued, "Come here first. I will require your protection shortly." His innate divine ability, known as the Dark Veil, could conjure a curtain that obscures perception. Were it not for this ability, the genuine Marquis would have discovered their whereabouts long ago. However, to shield against all forms of scrutiny is a tremendous drain on one's energy. Qiu Qihu was utterly fatigued, nearly reaching his limits, and required assistance. Wan Qianhuan nodded affirmatively, understood. Qiu Qihu departed to set up the formation, while Wan Qianhuan gazed curiously into the room, pondering who resided within. The wooden door creaked open, revealing Su Yun, who had just stashed the dough into his sleeve, drenched in sweat. Would his mother come after him? He had no time to react before being taken away by Qiu Qihu. The moment the dark veil descended, the primordial Dao bone immediately began to function. Timeless and eternal, transcending fate, I alone endure. This extraordinary entity could effortlessly pierce through the veil without relying on cultivation. Su Yun hastily suppressed it, seeking to avoid premature exposure. He had emerged only 2 days prior, solely to await Qiu Qihu. The talent of Qing Tian who, cloaked in the guise of dark silk, conceals one's essence, capable of deceiving even those of higher cultivation. In the unfolding tale, He served as a protector for the destined one in the early stages, exerting considerable effort. It was he who unearthed his own celestial bone and cast it into the Yulan pool. He should first greet Xiaoyu. After several days away from home, he could hardly escape the sword of his affectionate mother. Hiss! Upon witnessing Su Yun emerge through the door, Wan Qianhuan instinctively gasped. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It is truly you. You are indeed the mastermind. It is unfathomable that such a 3-year-old child is, in fact, the revered one of Qingtian who, indeed, Wan Qianhuan's thoughts crystallized. He is the youngest of the Su family, thus the motive to abduct the heir of the Su clan. As she gazed at the diminutive Su Yun, a sense of trepidation gripped her. I recall whispers suggesting he lacks the Su family bloodline. Should he succeed, he could rightfully inherit the Su family. Could it be that the path to succession has already reached the age of 3? Wan Qianhuan felt a cold sweat bead in her palms, realizing that she had mistakenly apprehended the wrong individual, inadvertently capturing the superior of her superior. Although this young master appeared to possess modest cultivation, he harbored enigmatic abilities. He could summon attendants at will, indicating a status of extraordinary significance. Having to sleep in the dungeon for the past 2 days, could it be a sign of his dissatisfaction with her lack of initiative? Would she face retribution for this oversight? Wan Qianhuan swallowed hard, striving to conjure a smile. Well, esteemed one, shall I escort you below?
Upon recognizing a familiar face, Su Yun,
without a second thought, responded cheerfully, yes, dear sister. Just a couple of days prior, Wan Qianhuan found the child as affectionate address of sister to be both sweet and heartwarming. Now, she is engulfed in fear. A fear that perhaps only a smiling tiger can evoke. Previously, Wan Qianhuan dared to embrace or hold Su Yun's hand, but now she refrains, dutifully leading the way to the hall adorned with the array of symbols. Upon encountering Qiu Qin Tiger once more, Wan Qianhuan is immediately struck by a sense of dread. They have wrongfully kidnapped the master of their adversary, mistakenly apprehended the wrong individual, and now reside in a prison cell. What a grave error. Particularly concerning is Qiu Qintiger's profound cultivation and his inscrutable abilities. Inciting his wrath would be unwise. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Qianhuan speaks earnestly. Qiu Daoyu, we misheard the orders earlier and have apprehended the wrong person. Wrongly captured? Qiu Qin Tiger immediately turns his head.
Wan Qianhuan hastily gestures. No.
We have rectified the situation and brought the young master of the Su family. He is over there. Qiu Qin Tiger pivots, his gaze aligning perfectly with Su Yun, who stands by the door, holding a small vial. He nods approvingly. Well, as long as the outcome is correct, there are no issues. You have performed admirably. The skill of these disciples in infiltrating the Jinyuan Marquis' residence is indeed commendable. Qiu Qin Tiger observes Su Yun with an impassive expression. The emperor has decreed that as long as Su Yun lives, he can never ascend to the status of young master. This parasite must be eradicated, ensuring that all sustenance from the Su family is preserved for the emperor. That is well, thinks Wan Qianhuan, her perspective focused on the prison cell of Shao Qingchen, who is equally perplexed by the dialogue. Bring him to me, quickly. A henchman glances over, sneering. A person on the verge of death, yet still so arrogant. With a flick of his hand, he activates the silencing runes on the iron door. Despite the dilapidated state of the dungeon, its foundational infrastructure remains intact. Shao Qingchen glares intently, his fists involuntarily tightening. Qiu Qin Tiger, your incompetence has led to my misfortune. The life of that henchman has begun its countdown. The adversary, Qingtian, who has proven to be utterly inept, allowing himself to suffer such a significant loss. Yet, with the target merely 10 meters away, Shao Qingchen's spirits lifted slightly. Once they meet, the truth will undoubtedly be revealed. With a decisive step, Li Kueichuan approached the door, casting his gaze to the other side. I am aware of everything. I apologize for any previous offenses. Shao Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, only for a smile to blossom in his eyes. Indeed, there are still discerning individuals. With a wave of his hand, Li Kueichuan commanded the iron door to swing open. Please follow me. I will clarify this matter with my friend Qingtian. As Shao Qingchen beheld the gaping entrance, a weighty burden lifted from his chest. The torment had come to an end. He steadied his emotions before striding confidently out of the dim, filthy cell. Momentarily halting, he chose not to seek out Qing Tianhu but instead made his way to the adjacent cell housing Su Yun. Gazing at this brother, devoid of blood ties, he couldn't help but display a victor's grin. Su Yun, I have triumphed once again. Su Yun turned his head. Huh? Chapter 69. The 9 yuan blood-seizing technique. With hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Qingchun remained composed. Su Yun, you possess good fortune. And with the protection of the Su family, you have indeed caused me considerable trouble.
Su Yun, bewildered, replied. Eh?
Xiao Qingchun continued. As I mentioned, the sacred bone resides with you. I hope that your body, having developed the heavenly bone, retains sufficient vitality to nourish my sacred bone. Su Yun scratched his head. Brother Qingchun, what are you talking about? Xiao Qingchun couldn't help but chuckle at the other's feigned innocence at such a moment. This is a life-and-death struggle, where there can only be one victor. Xiao Qingchun pressed against the door, seething with malice. Su Yun, I shall seize everything from you. Your parents, your friends, your talents, and all your opportunities, all shall belong to me. Su Yun raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, pointing to his ears. Am I deaf? Xiao Qingchun, engulfed in fury, retorted, feigning ignorance. Once I harness your power to obliterate all that you hold dear, you will come to realize your folly. What is this? As he exerted force, he noticed ripples emanating from the palm that pressed against the iron door. Xiao Qingchun was momentarily stunned, then bewildered. Silencing runes? Su Yun clapped his hands, confirming he could hear, then pointed to Xiao Qingchun's mouth with a playful grin. It is you who is mute. Damn it! Xiao Qingchun stomped his foot in frustration, a storm of anger brewing within him. After delivering such a lengthy proclamation, it turned out he had been unheard. Just wait, he snarled. Once I meet with Qin Tiger, all your little tricks will be laid bare. Suddenly, he pivoted, and out of nowhere, a talisman flew towards him. After opening the door, Li Kuichuan joined Wan Qianhuan and Qin Tiger. He observed both of them busily engaged in arranging runes, their spiritual energy visibly depleted, fatigue etched on their faces. Particularly, Qin Tiger, the burly man, appeared somewhat pale. Clearly, maintaining the veil and constructing the formation demanded immense energy. After a moment's hesitation, Li Kuichuan finally spoke. Friend Qin, shall we eliminate that child today? Without turning around, Qin Tiger revealed a weary smile. Eliminate? Swiftly, he unleashed a talisman, which traversed the winding corridor and instantaneously detonated within Su Yun's cell.
Boom.
The violent explosion obliterated the entire cell. Listen. Qiao Qing Tiger remained unfazed, while Li Kuichuan was momentarily taken aback, hearing the faint whimpers of a child amidst the rubble. What is this? Qiao Qing Tiger clapped his hands. That is the child of destiny, sheltered by the will of heaven. Even with a knife to his throat, he can escape death. To kill? Such a feat is unattainable. However, one might extract something from him. He wiped the sweat from his brow and settled onto the ground. Well, that lad won't perish. But he is surely injured. Precisely, he will lack the strength to struggle soon. Fellow Taoist Li, please bring the young master of the Su family here. Fellow Taoist Wan, kindly invite my esteemed master. Qiao Qing Tiger closed his eyes, continuing to maintain the grand formation. Though utterly exhausted, a spark of exhilaration flickered within him. Things are proceeding so smoothly. My master must be quite pleased with me. Xiao Qingchun stood at the entrance of Su Yun's cell, having absorbed the full impact of the explosive talisman. By mere happenstance, the enforcers had deactivated the cell's formation, and the iron door swung open just in time to shield him from the direct blast. Yet, Xiao Qingchun was still struck, as if by a battering ram, leaving him disoriented and with shattered bones. Lying amidst the debris of the explosion, he writhed in agony, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Qiao Qing Tiger, you worthless scoundrel! I shall see you dead. Su Yun stood in place, casting a regretful glance at the fragments of the 1,000 craftsmen's bed. Such a pity. He wondered where the little Jinxia had procured this item. Nonetheless, it ultimately amounted to nothing more than a well-crafted mundane object. The long-lived monk, if he so desires, has ample time to carve his destiny. Following the recent explosion, Su Yun was immediately enveloped in a flicker of dim black light. The shadow-reflecting mirror, acquired from the teachings of the National Master, shielded him from all harm. This mirror, impervious even to the might of saints, was certainly unaffected by a mere ordinary explosion talisman. Observing the chaos around him, with the corridor in ruins, Su Yun opted to traverse through the walls instead. "Friend Xiao has summoned me. Please follow," he proclaimed, nodding in anticipation of what was to come. At that moment, Li Kuei-chuan also cleared away the debris, assisting Xiao Qingchen to his feet. "Why such brutality?" he inquired, furrowing his brow, yet astonished, for indeed, she was the destined child, having suffered minimal injury. It was not that Xiao Qingchen was unscathed, rather, any ordinary person would have been reduced to mere powder by such a blow. Yet this child, remarkably, had only sustained severe injuries, with half her bones fractured, a mere trifle in comparison. Trembling in pain, Xiao Qingchen insisted, "I must see Qiu Qing Tiger." Li Kuei-chuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. It is him you must see." Gritting her teeth, Xiao Qingchen declared, "Very well." In the span of just a few meters, she had encountered numerous obstacles. Yet, this was to be her final trial. Upon meeting Qiu Qing Tiger, the truth would be unveiled. That fool would soon realize he had apprehended the wrong person. Limping forward, she made her way towards the central hall. 1 step, 10 steps, 100 steps. Her vision brightened as she finally beheld the burly figure. "Qiu Qing Tiger." Xiao Qingchen bellowed, "You imbecile. I demand you act immediately and heal my wounds." Qiu Qing Tiger was focusing his spiritual energy, his eyes closed, emanating a soft glow that resonated with the runic array beneath him. He slightly tilted his head, apologizing. "Forgive my inadequate service. I have caused you suffering. Please, lie upon the stone bed, and I shall commence the ritual immediately." The immense knot in Xiao Qingchen's heart finally unraveled. Now that he had encountered Qiu Qing Tiger, what further surprises could await him? Enduring the pain, he decisively ascended the stone bed, his eyes reflecting relief and exhilaration. "Su Yun, I have triumphed." Seated within the array, Qiu Qing Tiger's innate mystical veil dispersed, cloaking him from the majority of perceptions. He sensed a few lives entering the formation, but neither saw nor heard them. The Emperor truly suffered within this realm. Qiu Qing Tiger empathized to some extent, yet he aimed more to appease Xiao Qingchen. The previous incident of extracting Su Yun's celestial bone and casting him into the Yulan pool had not eradicated the menace. The Emperor must harbor resentment, and he needed to soothe him to avert any rebuke. With a deep breath, Qiu Qing Tiger manipulated the array with the mystical veil, realizing that the children had already reclined on the stone beds. A faint smile graced his lips. This endeavor is progressing so smoothly, the Emperor must surely be pleased. Focusing intently, he prepared to execute the most crucial part of the ritual. Qiu Qing Tiger raised his hand, and instantly, the array radiated resplendent brilliance. The runes flowed, and spiritual energy surged wildly. At once, the sky within the veil shifted dramatically, a scene both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Carefully, Qiu Qing Tiger retrieved a celestial bone from a small box. The infinite celestial bone. It was the precious artifact extracted from the heir of the Su family. To absolve Xiao Qingchen of suspicion last time, Qiu Qing Tiger had taken this treasure beforehand. Upon learning of the retaliation from the Jinyuan Hofu, which resulted in the theft of the Supreme Saint Bone, Qiu Qingtian swiftly devised a plan to bestow the celestial bone upon Xiao Qingchen. However, the prior loss of the bone had adversely affected the foundation of the Supreme S path, rendering the celestial bone weaker by 1 rank. Thus its efficacy fell short of that of the Saint Bone. In a bid to rectify this deficiency, Qiu Qingtian employed the 9 yuan blood extraction technique, a supreme secret art conceived by Xiao Qingchen, the exalted emperor. This technique allows for the extraction of human essence to enhance external objects. Moreover, Su Yun, who had nurtured the celestial bone, possessed the flowing blood of celestial quality within him. This presented the ideal supplementary material. By depleting his resources, one could reap a bountiful harvest. The concentrated celestial blood would indeed fortify the celestial bone beyond comparison. At this moment, everything hinged on success. Once all blood was extracted, Su Yun would be rendered a mere husk, minimizing any potential backlash from the heavenly Tao. The emperor would then rise again as a sovereign. Contemplating this, Qiu Qingtian felt a surge of exhilaration. Upon completion of this endeavor, I too shall become a trusted confidant of the emperor. Meanwhile, Li Kuichuan observed Xiao Qingchen ascend the bed, his surprise evident. He pondered whether the child had succumbed to despair and reconciled with reality. Shaking his head, he quietly shifted his gaze to the other side. Xiao Qingchen, lying on the stone bed, felt considerable pain in his body, yet found solace within his heart. Once the enhanced celestial bone entered his body, the previous damage to his foundation would be largely restored. Regardless of Su Yun's fate, whether alive or dead, he could no longer pose a challenge to him. As the sole scion of the Su family, Xiao Qingchen could leverage an abundance of resources to pave his path to ascendance. This time, no one would stand in his way.
With a smile,
Xiao Qingchen watched as the formation activated, streams of blood essence swirling forth. Indeed, it was the 9 yuan blood extraction technique. After his reincarnation, he lost all his cultivation and techniques, yet he retained an understanding of the operation of the laws. This was the supreme secret art he had created to seize the talents of others. At last, he had arrived at this moment. Xiao Qingchen reclined comfortably for a while, only to suddenly feel a wave of fatigue. Following the direction opposite to the flow of his blood qi, he looked down.
What?
Why is it my blood qi being absorbed? Xiao Qingchen's eyes widened. Qiu Qingtian, you shall pay for this. Chapter 70. Celestial Bone. Xiao Qingchen's eyes grew wide as he witnessed his blood qi being gradually siphoned away. What began as a mere trickle soon became a torrent, surging forth with increasing ease. This was not how it was supposed to be. Xiao Qingchen struggled incessantly, but it was too late. The exodus of his blood qi robbed him of his strength, leaving him powerless to intervene. Qiu Qingtian, you imbecile! Xiao Qingchen cursed vehemently. You've got it all wrong, beast. Meanwhile, Su Yun observed the countless strands of blood qi coalescing, gradually losing their dark red hue, transforming into a brilliant sphere of energy. However, his attention was not on this spectacle, but rather on the small, spinning bone beside him. The ashen bone was inscribed with intricate innate formations, stunningly beautiful and profoundly enchanting. The infinite celestial bone, Su Yun's innate anomaly. Having been extracted by Qiu Qingtian, it now reappeared before him. He had waited 3 days for this moment.
Ding!
A sound echoed in his ear. Infinite celestial bone. Has it not already fused with a child of destiny, becoming a weapon against you? The infinite celestial bone shares the same origin as you, connected to your very essence. Even when excised, it cannot be obstructed. Without this formidable weapon, the child of destiny would have long perished at your hands. Similarly, relying on the boundless celestial bone, the child of destiny, after committing disgraceful acts, leaves behind your essence to frame you. It is the Demon Lord. Mission difficulty, incalculably high mission reward, longevity pill. Upon the commencement of the narrative, the Demon Lord loses all trust from the Su family. Xiao Qingchen becomes the true and sole heir, yet remains unsatisfied. He integrates the celestial bone and, while pilfering from a great clan's treasures, seizes the opportunity to leave behind the essence of the Demon Lord, laying the groundwork for his framing. Furthermore, due to the celestial bone and the Demon Lord sharing a common origin, the Demon Lord acquires tremendous fortune and will, through an unseen connection, nourish the celestial bone. By the eve of the grand confrontation, the celestial bone has already surpassed the holy bone, evolving into an unparalleled celestial artifact. However, all these advantages rest firmly in Xiao Qingchen's grasp. In the unfolding tale, Xiao Qingchen ascends to become a colossal entity. Even extracting a single foundational elixir from his possession demands a considerable price. Yet now, Su Yun gently extends her hand, disdainfully brushing aside the resplendent blood aura, and tenderly grasps the celestial bone.
Ding!
You have succeeded. You have truly seized the reliance of the child of destiny. This arduous struggle shall not be in vain. The myriad realms will ultimately comprehend that the child of destiny has also sinned. Mission reward. Longevity pill. Su Yun is not at all surprised. The task is accomplished. The celestial bone, held within her grasp, instantly evokes a sense of kinship, as if bloodlines are intertwined. Su Yun feels a surge of vitality within her, a profound sense of fulfillment. Simultaneously, the essence of the celestial bone surges, various wondrous powers radiating from it. The dispersed blood aura, relentless and insistent, strives to encircle the celestial bone, desperately seeking to merge with it. Su Yun made 2 attempts to disperse the energy, but ultimately gave up. Although he did not particularly care about the additional energy, it was, after all, a lineage born from the sacred bone, and having a bit more was certainly advantageous. Fortunately, it was not a direct blood transfusion, which would have been rather unsettling. He cast a glance at the longevity pill. An increase in lifespan? Not necessary for now. He was merely 3 years old. What purpose would extending his life serve? He tossed it into his sleeve universe, and then retrieved the supreme sacred bone. The innate formation on the heavenly bone emitted waves of light, seemingly expressing discontent. The sacred bone trembled slightly, filled with grievances. The Tao bone came to bully me. And now the heavenly bone comes to do the same. Was my arrival in vain? Su Yun paid it no heed and fused the 2 bones together. From now on, you shall be known as Little Bones. With the primordial Tao bone already within him, he transcended fate and was unbound by constraints. These 2 bones would serve as his magical artifacts.
Buzz.
The supreme sacred bone transformed into a dagger, then into a longsword and a giant axe, continually reshaping itself according to its master's needs. Meanwhile, the infinite heavenly bone enveloped his palm, forming an imposing and robust bone gauntlet. It could also be transformed into a shield or armor as required. Su Yun tested them and felt quite satisfied. Finally, it is complete. Next, it was time to depart. With his tasks accomplished, he had no reason to linger. However, how to leave? Qiu Qinhui was still nearby casting spells. And, as soon as he opened his eyes,
Boom.
suddenly, the formation hall erupted in a violent explosion. Qiu Qinhui roared in fury, "Traitor!" Whoosh! With 2 swift sounds, Quan Qianhuan and Li Kuichuan seized Xiao Qingchen's arms and leapt into the sky. The 2 individuals, lacking communication, inadvertently moved in opposite directions, nearly tearing Xiao Qingchen asunder. Fortunately, their timely realization allowed them to unite their efforts. Wan Qianhuan expressed her astonishment. "Senior brother, how could you?" Li Kuichuan cleared his throat twice, stating, "We are not virtuous beings, yet the act of harming children remains beyond our capabilities. Junior sister, do you also?" Wan Qianhuan nodded and addressed the situation below. "Friend Qiu, that should suffice. Let us not take any lives. We have already absorbed considerable vitality. It is wise to withdraw." Qiu Qing Tiger raised his head, gritting his teeth. "Traitor!" With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a formidable strike, the violet-black energy surging forth like an arrow released from its bow, instantly targeting the 2. Such strength! Wan Qianhuan's pupils constricted as she hurled Xiao Qingchen away, urging her senior brother to protect him. With a resounding crash, the small tower shattered under the onslaught of the 3 powerful beings. Yet, Wan Qianhuan and Li Kuichuan, akin to kites severed from their strings, were swiftly overwhelmed. Gasping, Wan Qianhuan coughed up blood, exclaiming, "Incredible, truly formidable." Both were cultivators of the 7th realm, regarded as formidable figures coveted by various factions, yet this pair of siblings specialized more in stealth and reconnaissance, lacking substantial combat prowess. Faced with a peak cultivator of the 8th realm, they found themselves utterly defenseless. In fact, Qiu Qingdager's combat capabilities surpassed his realm. With a single strike, despair took root within them. "Having taken my possessions, you still dare to act disloyally." Qiu Qingdager's gaze turned frigid as a violet-black demonic flame surged forth from him, seemingly rising from the depths of hell. His overwhelming murderous intent enveloped him, rendering him akin to a demonic sovereign descended upon the mortal realm. With each step he took, the earth cracked beneath him, as if unable to withstand the weight of his fury and hatred. Li Kuichuan and Wan Qianhuan exchanged a glance, and a single word escaped their lips. Escape. Suddenly, a searing purple-black flame surged forth, singeing their robes. Qiu Qin, whose voice was hoarse as he taunted, "Where do you think you can flee?" In response, Wan Qianhuan decisively commanded, "Friend Qiu, It is precisely because we excel in stealth and evasion that you engaged us. Now that your goal has been achieved, there is no need for total annihilation. If we truly wish to escape, you would find it quite impossible to capture us. Chiu Qin, who let out a cold laugh. You are within my shadowy veil. Do you think you can escape without consulting me? Wan Xianhuan's expression changed dramatically. Chiu Qin, who glanced around and suddenly turned, enveloping Su Yun in a swirl of purple-black flames. He bellowed, "Release him at once, or I shall take his life."
Don't.
Wan Xianhuan instinctively called out, only to feel a sense of bewilderment immediately afterward. She exchanged a glance with Li Kuei-chuan. What? He intends to kill his own.
Master?
The two of them were unable to bear the thought of harming a child and had intervened to save the sacrificial Shao Qingchen. Was Chiu Qin, who truly mad enough to use his master as leverage? Creaking sounds interrupted the tension. Chiu Qin, who turned his head, bewildered. What are you doing? It was late at night, and the child, unable to sleep, sought something to eat. Su Yun casually produced a biscuit from his sleeve, crunching away as he listened to their conversation. Eating. What nonsense. Chiu Qin, who swatted the biscuit away and tightened his grip around Su Yun's neck with the purple-black flames, exclaiming, "Your life rests in my hands. Yet you dare to act so brazenly? The Su family truly proves to be ineffectual, allowing the heir to be captured without any response." Su Yun expressed some regret. After all, it was a cake crafted from heavenly ingredients. He pointed to the top of his head. Who claims there is no reaction? Here comes someone. A crisp sword aura tore through the dark veil and burst in. Su Yun, I know you are here. Su Yun looked up, his eyes brimming with emotion. Mother. Indeed, in times of peril, the first to come to the rescue must be a mother. Shi Yaoyue, wielding a sharp sword, shouted fiercely. Su Yun, having been absent from home for several days, come out and face your doom. Su Yun's expression changed abruptly. Uncle, quickly close the dark veil. Drive her away. Chapter 71. Resurrection in place. Wang Quan and Qianhuan rejoiced at the tearing of the dark veil, but hesitated upon seeing the face. Wang Quan murmured, Is she not Su Yun's mother? Oh no. That day in the carriage, she saw Shi Yaoyue approaching to find Su Yun. It was she who intercepted and took her away, not realizing she had made a grave mistake. If Su Yun is the master of the vengeful tiger, then this woman must also be in league with him. Upon seeing Li Kuei-chuan holding Shao Qingchen, Shi Yaoyue noted the latter's haggard demeanor and listless gaze. On that small face, a few wrinkles began to appear, resembling a person afflicted with dwarfism. Though mature, the body remained diminutive. Shao Qingchen felt immensely weak, unable to utter a word for the moment. All he desired was to escape swiftly, for his subordinates were as foolish as pigs, entirely incompetent. He extended his hand, his voice barely a whisper, save. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Xiaoyu's heart. How could you be this? She had spent considerable time tracking the woman with the watermelon belly who had gone to the Su residence to report safety, ultimately locating this area. Su Yun had been absent from home for several days, yet frequently appeared at familiar spots. She had assumed he was merely indulging in play, perhaps having run away with some companions. Little did she know, he had unwittingly stepped into such peril. Xiaoyu abruptly turned, and upon seeing Su Yun ensnared by Qiu Qintian's demonic flames, she erupted in fury. Return my son. She brandished her long sword and charged forth. Shao Qingchen's hand froze midair, his expression blank. Qiu Qintian, too, found himself in disarray. How could a smoothly unfolding ritual encounter such a disruption at the last moment? Moreover, the emperor had been abducted as well. The two cultivators from the Tianyuan realm possessed average strength, yet they were adept at thievery. Qiu Qintian sensed something amiss. Why did the Su family heir beside him show no signs of weakness, while the abducted emperor seemed nearly drained of vitality? He scoffed coldly. Humph. A mere fifth realm dares to act so audaciously. With a sudden flourish, Qiu Qintian unleashed another wave of purple-black flames, warping the very fabric of space and melting all in the terrifying heat.
Boom.
A resounding explosion echoed as myriad rays of light emanated from Xiaoyu.
Yet,
even with such immense power, she was forced back 1,000 meters. The earth cracked, creating deep ravines. This strike vaporized all the Redwater bandits within the small tower into ash. They scurried about, bustling to serve, believing that upon the successful completion of their task, they would earn the leader's favor and indulge in a life of luxury. Little did they know, regardless of success or failure, Qiu Qingtian would leave no survivors. A mysterious force descended from the heavens, and the most enchanting beauty of the celestial source realm, Xiaoyu, seemed to have garnered the favor of the great Tao. Radiating a soft and gentle glow, she pressed her hand against her chest, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. So powerful. Qiu Qinhui furrowed his brow. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. Even if she has advanced, she remains but a larger ant. It was only then that Xiaoyu realized, have I broken through to the sixth realm? She had been trapped in the fifth realm for several years, believing she would remain there for life. Was it due to the blazing moonflowers Yuna had gathered? Those flowers, placed in her room, released their fragrance daily, gradually loosening the bottleneck. Just moments ago, her blood surged, and she unexpectedly ascended to the sixth realm. Xiaoyu's yearning for her precious treasure intensified, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit. He is at least at the seventh realm, but I have also reached the sixth. I am not without the strength to fight. Qiu Qinhui appeared puzzled, yet soon a sinister smile spread across his face. Seventh realm? I am the Supreme. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Supreme? The Supreme is the pillar of every force, each possessing the extraordinary power to turn the tide and uphold the crumbling edifice. Such a formidable being would resort to thievery against two children? She gazed at the sword in her hand, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her eyes. Did I withstand a blow from a supreme powerhouse? Whether at the fifth or sixth realm, she felt like an ant in the face of the eighth realm. It was unimaginable why she had not been reduced to mere pulp. Yet, Xiaoyu quickly steeled her resolve. Yuner, no matter who it is, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Meanwhile, Wan Qianhuan stood by, momentarily overlooked. Upon hearing these words, a wave of confusion washed over her. Which side is this woman truly on? Is she saving Su Yun? But isn't Su Yun the master of Qingtianhu? She couldn't help but glance at Xiao Qingchen. Could it be that both Qingtianhu and I have been misled? This action was imbued with profound emotion. At this moment, Su Yun opened her eyes and gazed at Xiaoyu. Just moments ago, during a cataclysmic strike, two ethereal shadows manifested upon the most beautiful woman of the Tianyuan realm. One was the reflection mirror, a sacred artifact capable of illuminating several dozen miles. Su Yun could envelop whomever she wished within its radiance. That previous blow had naturally struck against the shield. However, in addition, a sacred phoenix shadow also emerged around Xiaoyu. The ancient divine beast, standing at the inception of time, unfurled its wings. In an imperceptible instant, it shielded Xiaoyu. It was the manifestation of the phoenix rebirth. Su Yun was thrilled. Previously, he had secretly added his blood to the tea, allowing his family to consume it. That strike was lethal enough to end Xiaoyu's life, yet it triggered the phoenix rebirth. One could liken it to the effect of resurrection armor. If it were to strike true, it would immediately restore her to life. Even a single extra life would bring solace, sparing one from the arduous task of resurrecting those with whom they share deep karmic ties from the river of time. Even the demon lord would find it challenging to revive Xiaoyu, with the system designating the task as difficulty as infinitely high.
Now,
with his mother and family granted additional lives, facing a few more Qingtian who would pose no fear, Su Yun scratched his head. It is best to resolve this swiftly. With the heavenly bone in hand, there was no need to squander time. Just as he contemplated taking action, Qingtian who suddenly sneered, "Do not presume that breaking through the surge of spiritual energy has allowed you to escape this calamity. It will not serve you in the next encounter. Regardless of the fifth or sixth realm, it is merely a matter of a single strike." Subsequently, her fortune waned. Qiu Qinhui, exuding supreme majesty, was enveloped in surging purple-black demonic flames.
Boom.
In the next moment, the previously cracked earth erupted with ghostly fire soaring to the heavens. From this inferno emerged countless terrifying monsters, each towering dozens of feet, sculpted from dark stone, with menacing horns adorning their heads. Each creature possessed the strength of the sixth realm, and some even reached the seventh. Thousands of these beasts roared in unison, lunging towards the few individuals suspended in the air. Wan Qianhuan's complexion turned pale. What shall we do? She and her senior brother were not adept in combat, and beside them stood only one cultivator of the sixth realm. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught of fiery monstrosities, they were likely to face utter annihilation.
Roar!
The monsters unleashed frenzied howls, charging fiercely towards the group. Qiu Qinhui scoffed disdainfully, remarking that a few mere ants were unworthy to oppose him.
Oh!
Is that truly the case? With a voice of astonishment, the rift in the curtain widened further. Su Moling, adorned with cascading icy crystal ribbons, descended from the heavens like a celestial being emerging from the mortal realm. She radiated purity, her surroundings shimmering with dazzling brilliance, captivating all who beheld her beauty. Chapter 72. Frozen Time and Space. Suddenly, the previously clear skies were engulfed by dense, white mist. Li Kuei-chuan, puzzled, touched his fingertip, only to be astonished to see the oily skin being stripped away. Yet the wound bore no sensation of pain. The once howling infernal beasts, as if silenced by an unseen force, fell utterly mute. Their eyes retained an evil glare, yet gradually grew hollow. The raging inferno that had consumed the ground, wildly thrashing, abruptly fell still, like radiant velvet embedded in every crack of the earth.
Montagling.
Step by step upon the icy steps, gazed at Qiu Qinhui, her fingers forming a sword, gently slicing through the air. Frost's stillness enveloped the scene. Qiu Qinhui felt nothing, yet a sudden alarm resonated deep within him. He erupted with all his might, tenfold demonic flames bursting forth from his body.
Crack. Crack.
The flames seemed to transform into shards of ice tinged with purple-black pigment, colliding with one another, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. How formidable is this path? A wave of horror surged within Qiu Qinhui as he seized Su Yun and retreated abruptly. The spot where he once stood still bore the imprint of a person. Fortunately, he acted swiftly. Otherwise, that overwhelming force could have invaded his being, freezing even his own space-time.
Bang. Bang.
At that moment, the fiery creatures that had soared into the sky came crashing down. They resembled their former selves, but had lost all vitality. Transformed into lifeless entities, they shattered upon hitting the ground. Su Yun blinked. Third sister. Xie Yao was equally astonished. Mo Ling, what brings you here? Just days ago, Mo Ling had stood before the Seven Realms celestial pivot, devoid of any power to resist. Yet, spurred by urgency, she had diligently trained under her master for several days. Now, she could wield the time-freezing power of the Frost Spirit True Body, combining it with the supreme secret technique of the Frost Still Sword from the Sword-Seeking sect, unleashing an attack that even the Supreme found unexpected. Mo Ling's expression was weary as she spoke to Xie Yao. Mother, upon seeing you depart, I followed you closely. Indeed. Tears welled in her eyes. Little brother, do you know how arduous our search has been? In recent days, who in the Su family has not been anxious? Had it not been for the instances of little brother appearing in the Bai family, the entire household would have been driven to madness. Su Yun shrank his neck, feeling quite guilty. Xiao Qingchen gradually regained some strength and was utterly astonished by the scene before her. Su Moling. Was it not said that she would be unable to control the cold poison, ultimately transforming into an ice sculpture? Yet she had begun to wield the cold poison, transforming it into her own power? A mere sixth realm had managed to injure an eighth realm. This was beyond mere genius. Such extraordinary talent ignited a fervor within Xiao Qingchen, third sister. Suddenly, Moling turned her head, her tone indifferent. I am not your third sister. Xiao Qingchen was taken aback. Qiu Qintiger, having suffered a minor setback, could not help but marvel. To comprehend such profound rules is no simple feat. This was not merely a freezing technique, it was the ability to even immobilize concepts. His own shadow was frozen, and if he were not careful, his true self could also be ensnared. That young girl appeared vibrant with youth, yet her strength was not to be underestimated. However, Qiu Qintiger's expression grew serious. Her potential is commendable, yet she remains merely at the sixth realm. The opponent's full-force strike had already depleted her power. The demonic flames surged like tidal waves, leaving a path of molten earth in their wake, causing the very ground to liquefy. Even though Wan Qianhuan soared high in the sky, she could still feel the terrifying heat. It was as if her very soul had been ignited, her entire being threatening to melt into a puddle of viscous fluid. Supreme. This is what it means to be supreme. Wan Qianhuan's face turned pale, a wave of despair rising within her. That Qiu Qin tiger, in his endeavor to inscribe the formation, had already expended a significant amount of spiritual energy. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, he could reduce them to mere ashes. The two cultivators from the Su family had only managed to elicit a few words from him. Qiu Qin tiger would no longer hold back. Their doom was imminent.
Run!
Wan Qianhuan shouted to Li Kuichuan. The dark curtains were torn open, revealing the final hope for escape. Yet, the purple flames of the abyss had gathered their strength, surging forth with an overwhelming inferno. It was over. Wan Qianhuan despairingly closed her eyes, already feeling the stinging pain upon her skin. Suddenly, a resounding clash of metal echoed before her.
Ha!
Wan Qianhuan opened her eyes, instantly engulfed in astonishment. Before her, a transparent barrier had materialized. Though the spiritual energy was not particularly strong, the purple flames of the abyss rampaged wildly, yet it could only sway precariously. Unable to break through. This is a military combined formation. Wan Qianhuan was taken aback. Below, Qiu Qinhui's gaze was filled with wariness. Who are you? With a flourish, Lord Su Chang'e of the Jinyuan Marquisate descended from the sky, adorned in a scholar's cap and a flowing white robe, wielding a folding fan. He appeared ethereal and unearthly, more like a scholar than a general. Calmly, he stated, "You have taken my family captive, yet you still inquire about my identity? Ah, indeed. You look down upon the sixth realm. So, do my brothers of the second and third realms not merit your regard either?" With a thunderous roar, the heavens darkened behind Su Chang'e, shaking the very earth. A bolt of lightning illuminated an army of 100,000. Each soldier donned silver armor, grasping long spears, exuding an overwhelming presence, as if capable of devouring the heavens and extinguishing the earth. Although their individual realms were not high, averaging merely the third realm, with some lesser commanders reaching the fourth or fifth, their collective might instilled trepidation even in higher-tier experts. A massacre might ensue between high-tier cultivators and low-tier ones, but one circumstance proved to be an exception: a combined formation, or rather, an army. Once the combined formation was established, various dynasties rose like mountains from the earth. The high-tier masters can effortlessly slay tens of thousands, yet when confronted by a multitude of soldiers, their only recourse is to flee. Low-tier soldiers can concentrate their strength at the core of their formation, thereby unleashing a power that far exceeds the mere sum of its parts. A group of soldiers at the third and fourth tiers, commanded by a fifth-tier captain and under the leadership of a sixth-tier general, can muster enough strength to withstand seventh-tier foes and even impede the might of eighth-tier experts. This embodies the essence of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, the martial arts of the military officials. What of your cultivation? He suddenly noticed that the strength of his wife and daughter had significantly improved. Shi Yaoyu remarked, "It is rather curious. Each day, inhaling the essence of the blazing moonflower, that Yunar Pix has seemingly loosened the bottleneck."
Linear, to.
Mentioned that after playing with little Yunar for a few days, the chilling poison seemed to have vanished. Su Chang'e clapped his hands in joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Each member of the Su family possesses extraordinary fortune." Xiao Qingchen, frail and weak, struggled to speak. "I was abducted here and had my blood drained. I do not comprehend why I must endure such a fate." His words were largely truthful, albeit omitting crucial details. Quite clever, indeed, to present himself as an innocent victim. Chapter 73. Above the azure clouds, Su Chang'e required no gaze. Several squad leaders had already fixated their attention on the siblings. Wan Qian and Huan, observing that the duo had not attempted to flee and stood their ground against Qiu Qinhui, they refrained from exerting forceful control.
Shuchange kamnistati.
"My friends, the army has arrived. Let us each take a step back. Return my son to me, and you may depart at your leisure." With merely 100,000 soldiers, Qiu Qinhui had no cause for fear. However, Should this group launch a concerted assault, it was quite likely that he would be left behind. Hundreds of miles away lies the grand capital of Diqian, where the experts are stirred, and I fear. Qiu Qinghu nodded vehemently. Very well, the heir of the Su family may be returned to you, but I demand Xiao Qingchen. The scandals of the Su family must remain concealed, yet he had discerned the truth. Not only did the matriarch of the Su family usurp the sacred bone of the emperor, but she also deprived him of the right to meet his mother. Ultimately, he was confined to a small courtyard, unable to venture outside. The emperor struggled within the Su residence, and he was determined to rescue him. Su Chang'e was taken aback. You wish to take Qingchen away? Xiao Qingchen was dumbfounded. Fool. This is the Tianyuan realm. How far can I go without the Su family? I had just severed ties, and now you entangle yourself again. If I agree and leave immediately, wouldn't this matter become precarious? Wan Qianhuan gazed at Su Yun, bewildered. The heir of the Su family? Isn't that Xiao Qingchen? In Qiu Qinghu's eyes, Su Yun was indeed the heir of the Su family? She was at a loss. Could it be that Xiao Qingchen beside her intended to frame Su Yun? Yet, Su Yun had fortuitously absorbed his blood essence instead? Had Qiu Qinghu inadvertently assisted Su Yun in undermining his own master? Upon noticing Xiao Qingchen's expression, Qiu Qinghu was instantly alarmed. Oh no. His mind raced, and he quickly retorted. I was merely trying to deceive you. Take Xiao Qingchen away. Su Yun is the reincarnation of our emperor. I must take him with me. Conversely, he aimed to deliberately muddle the situation. Just as Xiao Qingchen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, whoosh, Su Chang'e struck down with a swift hand, delivering a fierce blow to his crown. Even without the grand formation of martial unity, a single strike from a sixth realm cultivator could rend mountains and split seas. Xiao Qingchen, even with 10 additional lives, cannot consume this. No. In a moment of desperation, Qiu Qinghui blurted out. Whoosh. Su Chang'e suddenly halted his blade, the fierce wind further contorting Xiao Qingchen's weathered visage. Qiu Qinghui covered his mouth. I've been deceived. He had expended too much spiritual energy, his mind clouded, rendering him incapable of perceiving such a simple ruse. Su Chang'e cast a complicated glance at Xiao Qingchen and waved his hand. Your matters will be addressed shortly. Xiao Qingchen stood frozen in place. Gritting his teeth, Qiu Qinghui resolutely declared, I shall take the sovereign of Yunsu with me. What can you do to stop us? 100,000 troops are already sufficient to impede him. Yet, once the curtains are drawn, these individuals will be unable to trace his whereabouts. With today's events having turned in defeat, Qiu Qinghui felt a sense of retreat brewing. Even if he could not slay Su Yun, taking him away would allow Xiao Qingchen to monopolize the Jinyuan Marquisate. Waves of spiritual energy surged from Qiu Qinghui as he prepared to activate the dark veil, obscuring his trail. This veil you may intrude upon, yet cannot unravel, can you? At that moment, the light of justice shone brightly. There was nowhere left to flee. Su Yun, a weight akin to 1,000 pounds.
Boom.
A tremendous aura swept across the entire small tower. What had merely been a torn seam in the curtain moments ago was now utterly shattered. I am above the azure clouds. Master Yu, clad in scholarly robes, manifested with an air of clarity and grace. I am above the azure clouds. In unison, the dean, accompanied by the scholars of the academy, appeared in midair. The sky was clear and bright.
Buzz.
The magic fire that had frozen the ground suddenly dissipated. The turbulent spiritual energy of the world swiftly returned to a state of tranquility.
Boom.
In the grasp of Qiu Qin Tiger, Su Yun suddenly felt as though he were burdened with an immense weight, rendering him incapable of holding on, allowing it to slip away. With a thud, Su Yun landed painfully, tears welling in his eyes. Master, could you perhaps refrain from mentioning anything that might lead to a fall next time? Yu Fuji chuckled softly. The bamboo scroll is in Su Yun's possession.
Buzz.
A single bamboo slip materialized in Su Yun's hand. Yu Fuji continued, Next time, my disciple, simply state your needs. However, since the duel of wits between Yu Fuji and the dean had concluded without resolution, the scroll remained unbestowed. The dean turned to Qiu Qin Tiger. Very well, who dares to lay a hand on my disciple? In recent days, the academy had been in a frenzy. Yu Fuji, filled with ire, declared, "It is clearly my disciple." Furthermore, he added, "If it were not for Lady Shi, how would you have located this?" The dean promptly interjected, "Yu Fuji, perhaps it would be best to postpone our verbal sparring for the moment." At that juncture, a gilded spirit vessel, intricately carved from fine wood, descended, and the voice of the princess emerged. "Yunar is in peril. Can we resolve this matter before further contention?" The two elderly men exchanged glances, letting out a discontented grunt. The princess lowered her gaze, her phoenix eyes narrowing. "To our esteemed guests from afar, I apologize for the lack of a warm reception from the Deqian. However, I implore you not to direct your ire towards the innocent." Beside the spirit vessel, 3,000 feathered soldiers stood resolutely in the air. Unlike the collective maneuvers of a grand army, they could reconfigure in any number, adapting their formations based on the circumstances to unleash a variety of coordinated assaults. In skirmishes of smaller scale, they demonstrated even greater combat prowess. Suddenly, the princess's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Where is Chuaner?" "Hey, did you bind my son?" Chiu Qin Tiger responded with confusion.
Whoosh.
The Minister of War, Li Shangshu, arrived unsteadily, riding a rather ordinary flying sword. Here, he possessed the lowest cultivation level. Yet a mere ripple from anyone could easily overwhelm him. However, he was also the most formidable in combat, leading a legion of 10,000 divine Qian guards. The divine Qian guards occupied the surrounding area for dozens of miles, forming a tight encirclement. The abduction of the son of the Marquis of Zhenyuan was a significant embarrassment for the Qian dynasty. Moreover, this child had made remarkable contributions in the effort to vanquish the northern underworld insect. Such a crucial minister could not be allowed to perish so easily. Li Shangshu let out a bitter smile. "Your Highness, you are moving too swiftly. The young prince remains on the streets." The Grand Princess, placing a hand on her chest, sighed in relief. "Phew, I was concerned he had also been kidnapped." Anticipating trouble, she had rushed over with her entourage, but in her haste, she had forgotten her son. "On the streets? Then all is well," she dismissed nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the young prince on the street was left bewildered. Suddenly, Mrs. Hua, soaring on her Xian bird, arrived with vigor, exclaiming, "Scoundrels! How dare you abduct my son-in-law? Little Lua wishes to play with you." Beside Bai Qilua, a dozen winged beings hovered ominously. Chiu Qinhui felt a wave of unease. Those strange figures had keen, hawk-like gazes, fixated on the escape talisman buried beneath the ground. These individuals possessed senses as sharp as a falcon's, rendering his hidden means of escape nearly futile. Chapter 74. Holy Blood. Chiu Qinhui's expression darkened. Why are there so many experts? The veil of darkness had lifted, and with the loss of his support, his demeanor turned grave. What began as a simple abduction had spiraled into a tempest of chaos throughout the city. Now, with the academy intervening, the main forces attacking, and several formidable cultivators assisting, even those at the pinnacle of supremacy would find themselves in a precarious situation. It seems arduous to retreat unscathed. One can only bear some cost.
Buzz.
A resplendent light suddenly ascends from the direction of the capital, illuminating the surroundings. A single leaf graces the top of a 3-courtyard residence, while a branch reaches across 3 cart paths. The colossal tree towers into the heavens, its immense stature evoking a sense of awe. Hiss, rustle. Yet beneath its terrifying magnitude, it exudes a comforting fragrance. In the blink of an eye, the grand capital and the flourishing flora within 1,000 miles burst forth in bloom. Be it fruits or vegetables, or rare medicinal herbs, all radiate a lush, vibrant glow, pulsating with enchanting vitality. Within the spring-filled pavilion, the elderly matriarchs are filled with trepidation, desperately rushing into the fragrant chamber. They find the dancer, Kai Sha, utterly exhausted, appearing even weaker than when she first arrived from the southern regions. As the door swings open, she gently collapses to the ground. The matriarch beats her head in distress. "My dear, had you mentioned your desire to dance, I would have prepared a tea gathering. You dancing alone in this room. Who is there to witness? After enduring so much to heal you, now you are frail once more. How can you ever tidy yourself up or entertain guests?"
Geisha.
Though emotionally detached, gazes towards the small tower, as long as he sees it. A crisp brilliance sweeps over everyone, invigorating their spirits. The flow of spiritual energy surges, amplifying their strength significantly. The overall combat prowess escalates several-fold. Su Chang'e looks towards the capital, astonished and perplexed. What formidable vitality! Which great being has cast a spell to enhance us? That place. I believe it is the Flower Alley, isn't it? Xiao Moon reproaches. Be quiet. It is unclear whether her admonition is directed at Su Yun or Su Chang'e. In the midst of it all, only Chiu Kinhux remains untouched by the rejuvenating vitality. He gazed at the soldier, whose aura was so potent that it seemed to emit smoke, and felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Who have I offended? Merely seizing a 3-year-old child has summoned such a multitude of formidable beings? Now, even if I were to pay a price, it would scarcely suffice for my escape. The legion of cultivators, reinforced in their formations, has become lethal enough to threaten my existence. With each warrior wielding a blade, the probability of my survival has dwindled to a mere uncertainty. Xiao Qingchen's gaze had turned vacant. The skies were now replete with figures from the Su family, the Bai family, the Wang residence, the Ministry of War, and the Academy. Every inch of the heavens was densely populated by cultivators. Each one had come to rescue someone, yet none spared a thought for their own safety. What transgressions have I committed? Contemplating the cold indifference of the Su family, Xiao Qingchen's heart quivered. I am their kin. I am the one who has been wronged. Why do they turn a blind eye? Fueled by resentment, Xiao Qingchen signaled with a glance. Eliminate him. If Su Yun perishes, the resources of the Su family will tilt in my favor. Shi Yaoyu's countenance was as frigid as ice. Surrender and return Yuner, and I may spare your life. All the surrounding powerhouses nodded in agreement. They vowed not to relent until he was released. Chiu Qin Tiger looked toward Xiao Qingchen with hope, yet found only animosity reflected in his eyes. He let out a bitter laugh. At this juncture, he could only rely on himself. With a decisive motion, Chiu Qin Tiger lifted Su Yun with his right hand and crushed a porcelain vial with his left. Stand aside. In an instant, a crimson force surged forth from the shattered vial. The brilliance seemed capable of piercing through the heavens and the earth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble ominously. Reverberating with a thunderous roar, the sky, once scorched by flames, had been clear and serene, but in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a scene of tumultuous foreboding. Dark clouds surged like a tide, threatening to engulf the world. Erosion transforms into a blade, carving countless ravines into mountains, rivers, and vegetation. A drop of blood, distilled to a terrifying essence, twirls before the formidable figure of Qing Tianhu. It emanates a chilling pressure that threatens to weaken the knees of any who gaze upon it. Sacred blood. Shi Yaoyu perceives this immediately, her heart racing in alarm. It is sacred blood, being used to forcibly elevate his realm. The onlookers shudder collectively. This is a drop of blood born from the concentrated will of a great sage, extracted at the cost of profound weakness. Qing Tian, who has already reached the pinnacle of supremacy, and with this drop, he can ascend to sainthood in a mere moment. Transcending into the sacred realm, upon reaching the 9th level of sainthood, a practitioner undergoes a complete metamorphosis, becoming a supreme being. In this era before the emergence of the great emperor, a saint stands as the apex of all beings, the true sovereign. The disparity between the 8th and 6th realms is akin to slaughtering a chicken, while a 9th-level saint dispatches an 8th-level opponent as easily as butchering a dog. Should Qing Tian who ascend to the sacred realm, none here could stand in his way. Indeed, they would all face annihilation. Qing Tian, who laughs maniacally, step aside, or you shall all perish. Shi Yaoyu's complexion pales, yet she resolutely steps forward. Release Yuner, and we shall permit your departure. They are merely a few hundred miles from the grand capital of Dakian, but it is too late to summon reinforcements. This scoundrel, should he abduct Su Yun, could vanish into the vastness of the Tianyuan realm, hiding in some remote corner of the mountains. He is reluctant to engage these individuals. Firstly, because the sacred blood does not originate from his own strength. Once expended, if reinforcements do not arrive, he would be left defenseless in his weakened state. Secondly, he is an outsider. Should he seize opportunities and slay too many beings, The ensuing entanglement of karmic retribution would lead to his rejection and exile by the world. A single misstep could plunge him into the void, where he would be crushed by the very fabric of space. As they were halfway through their expulsion, immobilized, they would still be slain by the creatures of this realm. Those petty bandits, with their insignificant lives, could perish without consequence. The extraction of heavenly bones and the subsequent transfusion had subjected him to the world's relentless pressure. Otherwise, with his supreme power, he would not be unable to eliminate the 6 realms in an instant. Suddenly, Mo Ling stepped forward, declaring, "With your holy level strength, should you wish to depart, none can hinder you. Release my brother, and we shall refrain from taking action." Su Chang'e coldly interjected, "Leave my son be, and you shall not be obstructed." The crowd hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. A sage, even a temporary one, wielded an astonishing power. It would require an army of millions and the depletion of half a nation's resources to contend with such might. Qiu Qinhui remarked, "What if I refuse? Su Yun must be taken." He could not completely defy Xiao Qingchen, for if Emperor Gui discovered this later, he would still face punishment. Therefore, even if he could not kill Su Yun, he had to take him away, granting Xiao Qingchen control over the Su family and providing himself leverage for negotiation. Xiao Yaoyue's complexion was pale, yet her gaze burned with determination. "I am grateful for everyone's assistance. Yaoyue extends her thanks here. This fiend seeks to take my son, and the Su family shall never consent. I cannot expect all of you to risk your lives for this. However, as long as I survive today, I, Xiao Yaoyue, shall serve dutifully, ready to face death without hesitation." Mo Ling and Su Chang'e nodded in agreement, their expressions resolute. Minister Li smiled slightly, saying, "Madam Xiao, you need not speak such words. This rogue has invaded our Deqian. It is the court's duty to drive him out." Master Yu declared with a hearty voice, "To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to uphold the fate of the people. Whether Su Yun is to be saved or not, does it matter if the Book Immortal is also left to perish? The masses may not be saved, but who truly possesses the qualifications for salvation? They are but false saints. The literary sage of your could vanquish them with mere words, and we have long yearned for such an opportunity." Chapter 75. The 3 saints. The princess gazed fiercely. "Yao Yu, take action. How dare they act with impunity in my Deqian? A sage?
Ah, reinforcements shall arrive momentarily."
In the embrace of Lady Hua, Bai Qilihua clenched her fists. "Aunt, I will assist you in vanquishing the villains." Tears welled in Shi Yaoyu's eyes. "You all." "Thank you." Xiao Qingchen could hardly believe it. That is a sage indeed. Why do these individuals show no fear before a sage?
Why?
In their quest to save Su Yun, do they fear not for their own lives? Where does the issue lie? Seeing that no one was retreating, Xiao Qingdager's gaze turned fierce. "Very well, you leave me no choice." He extended his hand, reaching for the sacred blood before him. "Since they refuse to yield, I shall carve a path through blood." The crowd's expressions hardened as they summoned their protective energy. Qiu Qing Tiger laughed savagely. "May you all perish." Yet his laughter suddenly faltered. His already exhausted body seemed to be drained of all vitality.
"What?"
Qiu Qing Tiger was taken aback. "My sacred blood. How could this be?" He turned his gaze, only to be struck with terror. That single drop of divine blood had retracted all its brilliance. Gradually bowing its head, it trembled, submitting before another drop of blood. Su Yun held a small round porcelain orb, tossing it playfully as though it were a mere toy. A hum resonated as a far greater power, capable of altering the very mountains and rivers, of reversing the sun and moon, surged forth from the porcelain sphere. The sacred blood appeared feeble before it, akin to a mere mayfly basking in the sun. The imperial blood. Shi Yaoyu covered her mouth, almost forgetting that it was a toy bestowed by the national master. There is no soul who does not yearn to possess it, to absorb its essence and enlightenment. Thus, it had been treated as a mere marble by Su Yun for an entire month. Shi Yaoyu understood the might of the imperial blood, yet had never made a comparison, remaining oblivious to its true strength. Now, with the emergence of that power, capable of instilling fear in the sacred blood, she finally grasped its essence. It was the force befitting a ruler of realms, a power reserved for the great emperors. The imperial blood? The eyes of the princess of Chang widened in astonishment. On the day the Taishu sect opened its doors for disciples, someone had mentioned the imperial blood, but she never anticipated it to be true. She thought of her son, who had never exhibited any talent, yet had somehow muddled his way to first place. Does this imply that the one destined to become the chief disciple is Su Yun? Is it merely fortune granted to Chuan that allowed him to secure such a position? The jealousy within the princess of Chang flickered to life only to extinguish, transforming into gratitude and solace. She was well aware of her son's abilities. The status he now held was entirely due to this brother. Lady Hua's eyes sparkled with delight. Could it be that Yun possesses the imperial blood? In that case, Luo is indeed a perfect match for him. The adept members of the Xianqing clan, upon discovering the extraordinary bloodline of their daughter by Qi Luo, sought her to utilize the sacred artifact of their clan. Lady Hua harbored concerns that her daughter's future achievements might overshadow Su Yun, potentially bruising his pride. Yet, it now appeared that he, possessing the imperial blood, might not indeed be inferior to their own daughter. Minister Li, momentarily taken aback, stroked his beard and smiled. Truly, a person of great fortune. What a blessing for our great Qian. Master Yu and the dean exchanged glances. The heavens are obscured. The terrifying aura emanating from the imperial blood was immediately blocked within 100 paces.
Buzz.
That drop of sacred blood resembled a mouse encountering a cat, instantly rendering it breathless in fear. It spiraled in the air, gathering all divine power. Su Yun pointed, and the sacred blood paused momentarily, seemingly searching for an appropriate target. Whoosh! It shot forth in an instant, colliding with Su Chang's chest. Here, he was the only one perfectly aligned with its attributes.
Buzz.
Su Chang'e let out a sound of surprise as a surge of ethereal energy erupted from him. His gaze was complex, wishing to bestow this opportunity upon his son. Yet, upon seeing that drop of imperial blood, he found himself at a loss for words. Qing Tian, who, taken aback, exclaimed, "Imperial blood, so you actually possess imperial blood? What manner of creature are you? How can you consistently target the immortal, even obtaining opportunities to seek vengeance? The destined child, truly terrifying." He extended one hand towards the porcelain sphere while grasping Su Yun's neck with the other. "If you seize my sacred blood, then I shall take your imperial blood." His hand, like a talon, was poised to crush mercilessly.
Crack.
Qing Tian, whose hand became ensnared, unable to exert any force. Bewildered, he mused, The primordial celestial bone on Su Yun's neck transformed into armor, thwarting the grip of the supreme powerhouse. The celestial bone, though a weapon, might not harm ordinary cultivators. Yet its rank was exceedingly high, endowing it with astonishing defensive capabilities. Qing Tian, who